Chapter 1. Military rank. Locke is a private of the second class in the Kingdom of Foston. Having embarked on his military service at the tender age of 14, he has now accumulated 4 years of experience as a soldier. Today, his spirits are buoyed as it is payday. A second-class private receives 3 silver dellar each month, supplemented by an additional 2 silver dellar provided personally by Baron Kaidoki for his soldiers. Thus, Locke eagerly anticipates the arrival of 4 silver dellar in his possession. The reason for the shortfall of 1 dellar lies in the customary practice of the military, which invariably siphons off a portion of the soldier's pay. Locke can hardly contain his excitement at the thought of receiving these 4 silver dellar, as he intends to entrust 3 of them to Baron Kaidoki's caravan for delivery to his hometown. He wishes for his sister to purchase a ribbon of her liking, freeing her from the rough linen cloth that presently binds her hair. Furthermore, he hopes that his parents might indulge in a few meals of white bread in the coming month. As their health has significantly deteriorated, the remaining silver dellar will be reserved for treating his fellow soldiers to a drink. A relatively capable second-class private, he leads a squad of 10 men. Locke is acutely aware that his comrades are also struggling. Third-class privates receive only 2 silver dellar monthly, while servants are allotted a mere 1 that they are compelled to stretch their meager earnings into copper dellar. Juggling familial obligations with personal expenses, which are insufficient in order to foster unity and to cultivate a few loyal subordinates who would stand by him in critical moments, Locke never hesitates to host gatherings. His squad consists of 5 third-class privates and 5 servants, with only 3 having joined their ranks 2 months prior. The remaining members have fought alongside him for at least 6 months. Most are of similar age to Locke, though with less military experience. Having served for only 1 or 2 years, they hold a sincere admiration for their squad leader, Locke, who is both generous and loyal. After each payday, he invariably treats his comrades to a drink, and after every battle, he provides them with care, which has led to minimal casualties within their squad during their initial engagements. They have faced battle after battle. The members of their squad have grown increasingly cohesive, resulting in a higher survival rate. This reputation has spread throughout the barracks, and regardless of whether one is a new recruit or a seasoned soldier, anyone younger than Locke or of similar age addresses him as Brother Locke. This is a mark of respect for strength, especially given that it is rumored Locke achieved considerable success in slaying several barbarians from the Kingdom of Charlotte during a recent skirmish. His exploits nearing the threshold for promotion to first-class private, Locke made his way to the supply depot, a place not only for dispersing military pay but also a bustling marketplace within the barracks where one could procure nearly anything desired. Would you prefer a rich ale, a finely crafted iron sword, a robust warhorse, or perhaps a beautiful woman? Everything one could wish for is available here, as Baron Kaidoki is attentive to the needs of his soldiers. However, the prerequisites are money or power. As a second-class private, Locke's resources may just meet the necessary standards for such transactions, yet he seldom indulges in extravagance. Not only he, but also many soldiers with families and financial responsibilities refrain from spending in such a manner, not due to remarkable self-restraint, but rather because their pockets cannot withstand lavish expenditures. "Hey Locke, your pay," a booming voice announced as a burly man with a thick beard tossed Locke a pouch of coins. Locke opened it to find 3 gleaming silver dellar and 100 copper dellar inside. "Uncle Joshua, how about we grab a drink this afternoon?" Locke grinned at the bearded giant. "How many times must I tell you? In the barracks, call me captain. You rascal, 1 drink 1 tea suffice. It must be at least 2. Uncle Joshua jested with Locke. Locke's invitation to drink with Uncle Joshua is not merely a gesture of courtesy. It also pertains to his impending promotion. His valorous deeds are nearing the threshold for elevation to first-class private, a significant milestone as it grants access to the training of combat techniques necessary for ascending to knighthood. Moreover, attaining the rank of first-class private ensures at least a position as deputy squad leader. Akin to the seasoned first-class private Joshua, who has been appointed as a captain, Uncle Joshua's agreement to Locke's proposal is not solely for the sake of politeness. He recognizes the potential in this young man. Furthermore, both he and Locke hail from the same town, Mine Town. Indeed, most of their battalion shares similar origins from the Kaidoki territory. Over the 4 years of Locke's military service, Uncle Joshua has provided him with invaluable support. From his initial days as a servant to his current status as a second-class private, Uncle Joshua has witnessed Locke's growth over the years and is eager to assist him. During their drinking session, he plans to offer guidance on advancing to the rank of first-class private. "Not a problem. I'll call for you when the time comes." Locke replied, securing the pouch before making his departure. The ornate armor, razor-sharp swords, and the alluring women surrounding him nearly overwhelmed him with desire. The standard suit of armor costs no less than 100 silver dellar, equivalent to 1 gold dellar. A decent sword commands at least 10 silver dellar. And spending a night with a woman of fair appearance requires no less than a silver dellar, lest one feels embarrassed to even approach her door. Locke possesses little disposable income. His current gear consists of a tattered leather armor, a chipped but still sharp iron sword, a spear, and a dagger concealed within his boot. Returning to his squad's tent, he observed his comrades gathered around, engaged in card games and boasting. He found himself buoyed by the light-hearted atmosphere. Locke playfully kicked Kane, the squad scout and a third-class private, who was loudly exclaiming during their game. Kane was a calm and stealthy scout on the battlefield, yet boisterous and carefree in daily life. He, Locke, and Hans, the squad shield-bearer, shared a close bond, having fought together for over 2 years. This afternoon, I'll treat you all to drinks, but now it's time to fetch our lunch. No more fooling around. Locke admonished his squad. Hey, Chief, could you refrain from kicking me? What if I get a bruise and am discovered during the next reconnaissance? Kane retorted, making exaggerated facial expressions, which drew laughter from everyone in the tent. A bruise won't matter. I'll just borrow some mint leaves from the Rich brothers to soothe it. And you'll be fine by morning, jested Yad, a fellow third-class private. The Rich brothers were notorious in the camp for their peculiar tendencies and were often called upon to interrogate hardened enemy prisoners. They always kept mint leaves handy for post-activity swelling, as battles awaited them the following day. Get lost, little Yad. Are you itching for a fight? You'd better be careful, or I won't show you any mercy during training. Kane replied, his tone more playful than reproachful. The soldiers found their daily amusements in card games, boasting, and playful banter, honing their wit in the process. Locke relished this camaraderie, as it subtly bolstered the cohesion of their squad. Enough of the banter. Go fetch our lunch and don't forget to bring mine back, Locke said with a smile. Kane, don't you dare sneak a bite of my meat, or you'll be left out during our drink this afternoon. No way. Chief, I swear no one will touch it. Hans, let us go. Kane promised fervently before departing. In the barracks, a strict hierarchy was established to motivate soldiers to fight valiantly for honor and merit, which was evident during mealtimes. Servants dined on chestnut cakes and potato soup. Third-class privates had black bread and potato soup. Second-class privates enjoyed wheat cakes with a portion of meat and potato soup, while first-class privates dined with Baron Kaidoki and the battalion's captain in the central military tent, reportedly feasting on white bread and meat broth. However, such privileges were reserved for a select few. Of the over 500 soldiers in the camp, fewer than 15 could partake in these meals, including 4 infantry squad leaders and their deputies, the cavalry squad leader Sir Will, the battalion commander Baron Kaidoki, and his eldest son Solon, along with his steward. Locke had long yearned for the indulgence of white bread. Before long, Locke's comrades returned, and Kane handed him his portion of lunch. Chief, look at this piece of meat. It's enormous. Let me help you with it. Kane exclaimed with a grin. Get lost. Later, Hans and I are heading to the supply depot. You all collected your pay, right? If anyone needs to send money home, give it to Hans, and I'll help you send it. Locke accepted his meal, playfully kicking Kane again before turning to his squad. Perhaps the word home felt distant for the soldiers embroiled in war, as they fell silent for a moment upon hearing it, most nodding in agreement. In other squads, it would be a grave offense for a leader to request soldiers' pay, as it could incite rebellion. However, within Locke's squad, such practices are unheard of, for Locke never hesitates to lend a helping hand when his comrades are in need. Chapter 2. Sending a letter. 4 years of wartime existence have instilled in Locke the habit of swift dining. After quickly finishing his meal and wiping his hands, he turned to Hans and said, Hans, let us go. Locke made his way back to the supply depot, now bustling at noon, with most soldiers either napping or loitering in taverns. He headed straight to the rear of the supply depot, took the pouch of coins from Hans, and entered the dispatch station. Wagner, Wagner, Locke called out loudly. Are you trying to kill me? Damn it, Locke, I heard you. You're ruining my afternoon nap. You scoundrel. Wagner, tasked with communications at the station, emerged from a small room, complaining. Another letter home. Is it? Come on, hand it over. Here you go, this is mine, and these are for those fellows in my squad. Don't mix them up. Locke admonished. I know. It's not the first time I've sent you money. Other squads aren't as fussy as you. Warner grumbled. still irked by Locke waking him from his afternoon slumber. "You better not mix them up, or you'll regret it," Locke warned the fortunate lad with gritted teeth. He was deemed fortunate because the station master not only enjoyed a soldier's pay equivalent to that of a private, but also held a secure position. After all, while many things could go awry, logistics were paramount. In this role, one needn't fear the whims of others. Even the average squad leader dared not provoke Warner. However, there was no path for advancement in this position. When Locke was a private, Warner was already in charge of the station, and now, more than a year after Locke's promotion to corporal, Warner remained there. It was rumored that he had familial ties to the Baron's steward, suggesting that he might eventually find a way up. Any other requests? Any messages to deliver? Warner, having dealt with Locke for quite some time, understood that Locke always had a couple of messages for home whenever he sent money back. "Yes. Please tell my parents to take care of their health, and for my sister, let her know she needn't be frugal. She can buy whatever she wants. I'm not short of cash," Locke replied. Having long contemplated his message, he believed his sister would know precisely what he wished for her to purchase: a silk scarf to hold back her hair, a notion that had become his obsession. "Got it." The caravan headed back to Kaidoki will set off tomorrow, first to the occupied territory of Peters in the eastern Tier province, then to the royal capital of Floor, and finally back to our southern Del province. "It should be delivered within 20 days at the latest," Warner informed him. After exchanging pleasantries with Warner, Locke took his leave, not wishing to disturb Warner's rest, although it appeared quite desolate with just Locke around. The atmosphere would soon be lively again in the afternoon, as today was payday. Stepping out of the station, Locke returned to their squad's quarters accompanied by Hans. "Hans, what do you think our village is like now?" Locke inquired as they made their way back. They hailed from the same village and were, in fact, neighbors. Probably the same as ever. The maple tree at the village entrance must be even larger now. My elder brother welcomed another son this year, making it 3 nephews for me. We're not going to worry about land in the future. I hear this year's harvest has been quite good. The village even slaughtered a pig for us military households. So every family received a share, and theirs, Hans, usually rather taciturn, became quite chatty once he got started, continuing his chatter until they returned to the tent. "This war has been ongoing for 4 years and is nearing its end. I can't wait to go back," Locke sighed. Upon returning to their squad's tent, he found that, apart from the sentry, Phil, the rest were napping. Those who had seen battle understood that abundant energy could prolong one's survival on the battlefield. Locke approached his bunk, stripped off his coat, and climbed into bed, though he did not fall asleep. Instead, he pondered how to maneuver his way toward a promotion to first-class private. The military of the Kingdom of Foston had its own promotion system. Privates, who were the cannon fodder on the battlefield, transitioned to third-class privates after 2 months of training. Third-class privates, the main fighting force of the army, required over 2 years of service, or 1 year during wartime, and must possess the capability to handle 3 privates. Second-class privates, serving as 10-man squad leaders, needed over 3 years of service, or 2 years during wartime, and the ability to manage 3 third-class privates. First-class privates, the elite combatants of the army, held the position of a 100-man squad leader, requiring over 4 years of service, 3 years during wartime, and the capability to defeat at least 3 second-class privates. It was indeed defeating. For first-class privates had the right to cultivate energy techniques. As for the promotion from first-class private to knight, the military provided no clear guidelines. It was presumed that one would not be privy to such matters until reaching that level. Locke was acutely aware of his abilities. He could contend with 3 second-class privates in a fierce struggle, and with sufficient effort, he believed he could manage it in the short term. His service time was adequate, but whether he could achieve a promotion remained uncertain, as many in the barracks possessed comparable skills. The harrowing battle 2 months prior had claimed a third of their battalion, resulting in the deaths of the 3rd squad leader and the 4th squad's deputy leader, leaving 2 vacancies that many were covertly vying for. Recalling that battle sent shivers down Locke's spine. It was second only to the bloody struggle at Gordon Heights in his experiences. To seize the strategic passage into enemy territory through the Filemare Gorge, the kingdom's 3 legions had sent wave after wave of soldiers. Disregarding casualties, they employed a rotating strategy of relentless assaults on the gorge's heights. While the defending enemy forces reportedly numbered only a single legion, the battle was exceptionally grueling. The enemy fought tooth and nail to hold their last line of defense. Locke had witnessed severely injured enemy soldiers, encircled by his comrades, launching desperate counterattacks. Was this to protect their homeland? Locke questioned himself, pondering whether he would act similarly if his kingdom were invaded. He recalled the events from last year, when their army successfully defeated the majority of the kingdom of Charlo and occupied Peters, where they had burned, looted, and enslaved families with any assets, while women of beauty were either seized by noblemen or forced into military prostitution. Memories of his simple parents and kind sister flooded back, and Locke empathized with these adversaries, understanding that he might have acted even more ruthlessly under similar circumstances. Faced with such tenacious foes, Locke felt a deep respect, yet he remained unyielding. This was war. And his brothers were also suffering casualties. The three legions had relentlessly assaulted the Filemare Gorge for nearly a month before finally seizing it. Their battalion belonged to the Eagle Legion, specifically the 5th Squad of the 2nd Infantry Regiment. In that battle, the 2nd Regiment had served as the vanguard, with the 3rd and 4th Squads leading the charge. The cacophony of slaughter had never ceased, even reaching Locke, who had been stationed at the rear, where he could hear the screams, curses, and the clashing of steel. At times, fireballs or flashes of lightning streaked across the sky, rumored to be the power of magic, while blood stained the heavens. By the time Locke's squad and the 1st Squad were called to join the assault, the 3rd and 4th Squads had already suffered nearly half their numbers, instilling considerable panic among the remaining soldiers. Yet, Locke, having fought for 4 years, suppressed his fears, understanding that in the brutal chaos of battle, one could not afford to be timid. The more afraid one was, the quicker one would perish. During that conflict, under Locke's command, their squad evaded several waves of magical bombardments, rather than engaging head-on with the enemy, who fought with a death wish. He suggested to Uncle Yushak, the squad leader, to engage in the battle on the gorge's flanks, where the terrain featured perilous cliffs and boulders, allowing for easier evasion of arrows and magical attacks. The enemy's stationed forces were also few, making it a soft target, and seizing the high ground on the gorge's flanks would be considered a significant achievement. Yet, war remained war. Their squad still suffered the loss of 2 members. Greer, a formidable shield-bearer, and Gal, a humorous lad of only 16, in this battle. Locke personally claimed the life of a lightly injured 2nd-class private, a 3rd-class private, and 5 or 6 privates, paying the price of a stab wound to his right chest and numerous minor injuries. Ultimately, their squad's tally amounted to 1 2nd-class private, 5 3rd-class privates, and over 10 privates slain. Such a significant victory was not only due to their numerical advantage, but also because of their squad's strong cohesion. After defeating the enemy, they could exchange the enemy's insignias for military merits in the barracks. Privates earned 1 merit point, 3rd-class privates 5 points, and 2nd-class privates 10 points. Locke had accumulated nearly 50 merit points. In the barracks, military merits could be exchanged for promotions. 100 merit points could secure the rank of 1st-class private. Additionally, they served as currency, allowing soldiers to purchase whatever they desired at the logistics camp. This was more universally accepted and held greater purchasing power than silver thalers. Lastly, they could be converted into money at a rate of 1 merit point for 1 silver thaler. Most soldiers opted to exchange their merits for money. As Foston Kingdom had endured 2 years of drought, causing food prices to soar, many soldiers enlisted to ensure their family's survival. The money earned from converting merits was safeguarded from corruption by nobles and the military, enabling them to send funds back home to keep their loved ones alive. Locke had previously exchanged his military merits for money, but after the bloodbath at Gordon Heights last year, he reconsidered his approach. If one could not survive, how could they support their family? The most frequently fallen and swiftly perishing were the foot soldiers. Privates died quickest in high-intensity warfare, and even Locke, who had previously possessed some strength as a 3rd-class private, barely survived by hiding among the corpses when his energy was depleted. After that bloody battle, he had made significant strides in his abilities, and with the considerable enemy insignias he had captured and the guidance of Uncle Yushak, who had since been promoted to squad leader, he ascended to the position of squad leader, breaking free from the realm of foot soldiers. Locke considered that among those competing for promotion, his current abilities placed him in the middle tier. Though his merit points might not be the highest, they were certainly above those of the majority. He believed he had a fair chance for promotion this time and trusted that Uncle Yushak would lend him a hand. Chapter 3. The Green Palm Tavern. As the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, most of the soldiers stirred from their slumber. Locke rose from his bed and began to rally his subordinates. "Come on, let's head outside for a drink. It's so hot that I couldn't sleep," Locke complained. Long live the chief. The members of Locke's team were exuberant at the prospect of soon indulging in complimentary libations. On such a sweltering day, only a chilled mug of ale could soothe the restless hearts of these soldiers. Kane, take them into the Green Palm Tavern first, each of them a mug of ale. And then reserve a private room for me. Tell the landlady to charge it to my account. Hans, you and I shall seek out Captain Joshua. Locke instructed. Understood, Chief. The two replied in unison. Locke, accompanied by Hans, made their way to Captain Joshua's tent. Uncle Joshua, we're off to drink. Upon entering the tent, Locke called out to Joshua, who appeared to have only recently awakened. I heard you. Keep your voice down. Will you? You're shaking my head, Uncle Joshua quipped. Come on, Uncle, we're heading to the Green Palm Tavern in Giza Town. I've already arranged for a room, Locke said. All right, let's go, Uncle Joshua replied, donning his civilian attire before following Locke. Is this Hans? The lad has certainly bulked up, Uncle Joshua remarked, recognizing the young man from the same town. Indeed, Uncle, I'm quite pleased with my physique now. I could easily take on 3 Sherlock barbarians, Hans chimed in. It's no wonder he is so robust. He can consume twice as much as I can in a single sitting, Locke jested. A soldier ought to have a hearty appetite. Just look at how much I can put away. You, though, while your build is decent, could still use some flesh, Uncle Joshua commented, unimpressed by Locke's physique. At a height of 176 centimeters. Locke was indeed taller than most soldiers, with a well-proportioned build weighing 75 kilograms. However, compared to the towering Uncle Joshua, who stood at 190 centimeters and weighed nearly 300 kilograms, he felt rather insignificant. Even Hans, standing at 180 centimeters and weighing over 90 kilograms, had a more imposing stature. The trio strolled out of the camp, exchanging banter and laughter. Outside the camp, Giza Town had once been part of the Sherlock Kingdom's territory, following the relentless assault by the Forstan Kingdom 2 months prior, which had captured the Famo Gorge. The Sherlock Kingdom had lost its formidable defenses. The 3 legions advanced from the south, mid, and northern fronts, plunging deep into Sherlock's heartland, directly targeting the capital, Odyssey, with a path of destruction in their wake. The Eagle Legion, advancing from the south, faced minimal resistance, prompting the Legion commander to disperse the troops, deploying 4 infantry regiments of 20,000 men into smaller battalions of around 500 for village-level assaults. For larger cities or territories, they would regroup into a legion format, with 5,000 soldiers per legion, leaving behind only a cavalry regiment and a logistics corps of 10,000 to guard the headquarters. Giza Town, a small settlement in the southern reaches of the Sherlock Kingdom, had recently endured the ravages of war. As they walked along the roadside, charred remnants of buildings and the sight of beggars with ashen faces were all too common. These individuals cast fearful and panicked glances downward, stealing furtive looks at Locke and his comrades, their Forstan military uniforms betraying their identities. War inevitably brings destruction. 2 weeks prior, Locke's battalion had seized this town, and the blood-soaked lessons etched into the minds of the surviving residents had forced them to accept these unfamiliar visitors. The proprietor of the Green Palm Tavern was a clever man, rumored to have betrayed his homeland even before the Forstan troops arrived. He had sold out the town's defense forces and personally captured the town's mayor. After offering a substantial sum of money, he successfully gained the favor of the effective ruler of Locke's battalion, Baron Kaidozi. The Green Palm Tavern was now the only establishment still operating in the town, catering primarily to the soldiers of the camp. As for the reason so many soldiers were eager to drink outside the camp, it was twofold. Firstly, the higher-ups rarely frequented this place, with the highest rank present being that of a squad leader, allowing the soldiers to express themselves freely while drinking, boasting, and playing games. Secondly, the costs were significantly lower. An occupied zone. The currency of the former Sherlock Kingdom had become nearly obsolete, while the delier was now the hard currency, with a large mug of ale costing only a copper delier, half the price of what it would cost within the camp. Moreover, the tavern had diversified into other ventures due to the war's impact. Many impoverished women, unable to make ends meet at home, sought to earn extra income here. Some did so voluntarily, while others were coerced, but in the lawless war zone, no one bothered to intervene. Upon entering the Green Palm Tavern, Locke and his companions were immediately enveloped in a heavy scent of sweat and the cacophony of voices, evidence of many patrons already in attendance. Indeed, upon spotting several familiar faces, Locke and his team exchanged smiles and nods. Uncle Joshua was particularly well received, as many of his squad members were present. As one of the 4 influential squad leaders, he commanded a level of respect, prompting numerous soldiers to approach him with greetings. Uncle Joshua merely acknowledged them with a slight nod. Chief, Over here, a shout rang out, revealing that Kane and his group had already commandeered several tables in a corner of the tavern. Their untouched mugs of ale indicated they were awaiting Locke and the others. As Uncle Joshua continued to mingle with those around him, Locke led Hans to their squad's table. Go ahead and drink. I have matters to discuss with Captain Joshua. Kane, please order a drink for Hans as well. Locke instructed his squad members. Sure thing. Chief. Kane nodded, handing Locke a set of keys, those to the upstairs private room. Hans, enjoy your drink with the others. I'll be discussing business with Uncle Joshua, Locke said to Hans. All right, go ahead, Hans replied, watching as Kane brought him a large mug of chilled ale, prompting a broad smile that revealed his yellowed teeth. Clearly, he was fond of this drink. Fellas, enjoy yourselves. I'll be down shortly, Locke announced before making his way toward Uncle Joshua. Chief, go on. All right, Chief. We'll be waiting for you. The squad members chimed in unison. Uncle, let us head upstairs, Locke urged. Uncle Joshua, still engaged in conversation with the soldiers around him, nodded in agreement and addressed the group. I have matters to attend to. Keep drinking. Lads. Understood, Captain. Farewell, Captain. Captain, don't forget to join us for a drink later. The surrounding soldiers, perceptive to the situation, nodded in acknowledgement that Locke's use of the term uncle to address Captain Joshua was deliberate, signifying their unique bond. Such nuances in military hierarchy often revealed the intricacies of relationships. Amplifying Locke's influence among his peers, A.S. Locke and Uncle Joshua ascended the staircase around the corner from the front desk. They exchanged nods with the tavern's proprietress, a striking woman with red, wavy hair named Cielevin.it was only courteous to acknowledge the hostess while conducting business in her establishment. She shot Locke a flirtatious glance, indicating her understanding. What a captivating enchantress, Locke mused, upon reaching the upper level. They found a row of 5 or 6 private rooms. Locke used the key to open their designated room. The space was modest, less than 20 square meters, featuring a window that framed a view of the lush, distant mountains. A table by the window was flanked by sofas, and a modest yet appealing screen stood by the entrance, alongside a small coat rack. The table was adorned with 2 glass cups and 2 bottles of ale, sealed with corks. The room's overall ambience exuded comfort, and having visited once before, Locke found the experience of drinking here quite refined, leaving a lasting impression. He regarded the proprietress as a savvy businesswoman. Chapter 4. Tavern discussions. After entering, Uncle Joshua casually removed his civilian attire and hung it on the rack before settling onto one of the sofas. Locke followed suit, placing his own clothes neatly and taking a seat on the opposite sofa. The 2 men, clad in military leather shirts, did not rush to speak. Locke first uncorked a bottle of ale, filling a glass for Uncle Joshua before pouring one for himself, with a clink of their glasses. The 2 shared a toast and downed their drinks before broaching the matter at hand. Not bad. You've grown more composed. It seems you've matured significantly over the years, Uncle Joshua began. It was quite remarkable. To outsiders, the boisterous and unpretentious Joshua was imparting wisdom on how to be steady. Clearly, this bearded giant was not as simple as he appeared. Uncle Joshua, you jest. What I've accomplished is trivial compared to your teachings, Locke replied modestly. Huh. Don't kid yourself. When have I taught you any of this? Am I that sort of person? Uncle Joshua teased, and they both erupted into laughter. Uncle, do you think I have a chance at promotion this time? Locke refilled their glasses, finally unable to contain his curiosity. Locke, I've been the one guiding you since you enlisted. It's been 4 years now that I regard you as my own son, and I will certainly assist you with your promotion, Uncle Joshua assured Locke, genuinely fond of this clever and capable young man. Uncle, I believe in you. Locke indeed held a deep trust in Uncle Joshua, regarding him as a figure of elder authority. However, your assistance alone may not suffice. I need to know what else I should prepare. Uncle, Locke inquired. Merely my support is inadequate, but I will enlist old Carl to back you as well. The rest must be handled by you, Uncle Joshua replied. Old Carl was the vice captain of their squadron. Rumored to share a bond of life and death with Uncle Joshua. To outsiders, he appeared as a stern and serious old soldier, intolerant of any nonsense, yet he was quite benevolent towards his troops. Locke had a favorable impression of him. Yes, Uncle Joshua, if there's anything else you wish to convey, please do so. I am all ears, Locke encouraged, sensing that Uncle Joshua had more to say. With the 2 vacant positions in this election, the eligible proposers include 6 captains and vice captains from our 4 squadrons, the captain of the cavalry, our brigade leader, Baron Kaidoki, and his eldest son, the current vice-captain of the cavalry, young Master Zoran. Their regiment was of brigade scale, comprising 4 infantry squadrons and 1 cavalry squadron. Locke had witnessed the cavalry's battles numerous times. Truth be told, he felt that this cavalry unit posed a challenge to infantry forces 3 times their number in open terrain. With their sturdy armor, straight lances, and the impact of their steeds, most infantrymen were no match for the cavalry. In this election, Baron Kaidoki will not participate, nor will the captain of the cavalry. The proposers will likely be just the 6 of us and young Master Zoran. I have already secured 2 votes for you. You will need to garner at least 2 more, Uncle Joshua informed Locke. I only have a slight acquaintance with the vice-captain of the 1st Squadron, while I hold no rapport with the vice-captain of the 3rd or the captain of the 4th. Moreover, I hear they are still recuperating from injuries. Locke answered candidly. Humph, the tough battles are over. Now is the time to reap the rewards. Those 2 have only been nursing their wounds for a fortnight, and they couldn't resist. They've already taken their remaining men and the newly recruited soldiers to wander. Uncle Joshua scoffed. Wandering was a military term, referring to the act of seizing villages still under the dominion of the Kingdom of Shiralo. Rather than conquering, it was more akin to pillaging. The resistance forces and villages were negligible. Lacking regular soldiers, mostly comprising militia and rash peasants, larger villages might house a couple of hundred individuals, while smaller ones had only a few dozen, easily manageable by a single squadron. In fact, under Uncle Joshua's leadership, their squadron had also engaged in wandering whenever time permitted over the past 2 months. The primary task of their regiment was to capture towns with some lingering resistance, as only towns of substantial size would attract merchants, wealthy farmers, and even nobility. Baron Kaidoki and his cavalry had little interest in village spoils. It was only the 4 infantry squadrons that sought to earn extra coin. Nevertheless, the Baron's merchant convoy would purchase the goods seized by the soldiers, ancestral silver bracelets from the countryside, furs collected by village hunters, and even livestock such as horses, cattle, and donkeys. There were also decent clothes and shoes that the soldiers would keep for themselves. Soldiers had their own moral boundaries, at the very least. They did not seize food, as it was strictly prohibited by the higher-ups. However, catching a couple of chickens or ducks to enhance their rations was quite common. Locke, being from a rural background, initially felt a sense of shame in bullying the common folk. But after experiencing the sacrifices and death of war, he found himself ambivalent towards the Shiralo people. There was resentment mingled with guilt for the ordinary civilians displaced by their actions. However, this did not hinder Locke's desire to profit. He needed to survive and provide a better life for his family and comrades. Recently, Locke's pockets had been quite full, frequently sending money home and treating his men to drinks, which was when he had come into some wealth. Uncle, we haven't gone wandering for nearly a week. Are we about to move out? Returning to the main topic, Locke asked. Indeed, a decision has been made. Lord Baron intends to join forces with Baron Kashi of the 7th Regiment to launch an attack on the city of Franz here. This is also why we need to elect 2 squadron leaders soon. Moreover, there are no lucrative villages left in the vicinity. Generally, cities were fortified with walls and moats, making it quite challenging for their brigade of over 500 men to conquer them alone. Hence, senior leaders often chose to cooperate with allied forces. They had been advancing into the heart of the Kingdom of Shiralo for 2 months and had already engaged in 3 city-level battles, all in collaboration with other brigades. Locke had experience with siege warfare, although the casualties were significant. The substantial rewards upon breaching a city, coupled with the tacit allowance for soldiers to profit on the day of conquest, fueled their desire for siege battles, surpassing their fear of death. In fact, the wealth earned on the day of conquest was the soldiers' main concern. The forces of Baron Kashi had already cooperated with their regiment twice. As the 2 men continued drinking, a bottle of ale was finished in no time. Locke opened a second bottle, filling glasses for Uncle Joshua and himself. Uncle Joshua raised his cup, took a sip, and continued, the vice-captain of the 1st Squadron is also from our mining town, and I have some rapport with him. If you present him with some gifts, I will speak on your behalf to secure that vote. As for the remaining 3, I am not familiar with them, and in fact, we have some animosity that will require your own effort. In the military camp, there were numerous unsavory dealings among the rank and file, let alone between the squadron leaders. Even Locke, who was well-liked, could not guarantee good relations with half of the small team leaders in the regiment. Knowing someone's face does not equate to knowing their heart, was a harsh reality. I suggest you think of a way to approach young Master Zoran, Uncle Joshua added, as if recalling something. You and young Master Zoran are both young men of 18 or 19, sharing common interests. If you express loyalty or present him with some gifts, it might work. However, that would mean you would align yourself with the young master henceforth. Baron Kaidoki had more than one son. Although the primogeniture system prevailed in the kingdom of Fustin, the baron's other sons still had opportunities to inherit titles. As far as he knew, it was currently his second son who was managing the baron's territory in the country. What gift could a commoner like me possibly offer that would catch a noble's eye? Locke replied helplessly. Well, I shall think of something, he added. I knew you would come up with a plan. I can only assist you so far. The rest is up to you. Uncle Joshua patted Locke on the shoulder. All right, Uncle, I will strive to do my best. Now, let us toast to this. Locke raised his cup once more, clinking it with Uncle Joshua's. Chapter 5. The short dagger. As the night wore on and the ale flowed, the two men became increasingly at ease, reminiscing about their hometown. Locke discerned that Uncle Joshua was missing his two sons, his words filled with guidance for Locke on how to approach matters. Locke was deeply touched by Uncle Joshua's kindness, frequently bowing as a younger generation to offer him toasts. Locke also remembered Uncle Joshua's sons well. When he had enlisted, the elder son had taken over Uncle Joshua's blacksmith shop, while the younger son was still a mere apprentice there. Yet it was this apprentice who had forged Locke's first weapon, a short dagger. This dagger had no wooden handle. Instead, the end of the blade was wrapped in coarse linen as a grip. Small and slender, Locke had kept it hidden in his boot. This short dagger held its own story. When he had secretly joined the army at the age of 14, he had only brought this dagger with him. At that time, a boy brandishing a palm-sized dagger had become the subject of laughter and conversation in the mining town's training camp. Without a family member's recommendation, he would not have been allowed to enlist. However, Locke was well known in the mining town, and Uncle Joshua, then the captain of the second squad, recognized young Locke, having seen him when he was a child. In this small town, with its additional villages, there were only about 1,000 residents. The numbers were not large. Everyone was familiar with one another. Excluding half the women and the remaining elderly and weak, only a couple of hundred able-bodied young men were left to serve. It was common knowledge who could enlist and who would. Moreover, Locke's short dagger had been crafted by Uncle Joshua's son, young Joshua, who recognized it at a glance. When Locke secretly joined the army, his parents were unaware. Only his sister knew. On that sweltering night, Locke had quietly risen from bed, donned his linen clothing, and slipped away from their thatched cottage. Perhaps his sister understood her brother well. Or perhaps Locke's clumsiness had awakened her. Just as he was about to leave, she chased after him into the night. She knew why her brother was slipping away. He intended to earn money for their family, to join the army, to prevent their family from starving during the drought, and to avoid being sold to merchants. Her brother had decided to enlist without their parents' consent, once accepted by the military. He could not leave unless he deserted, which was out of the question, for their family remained. Thus, even if their parents later discovered the truth, they could only accept this reality. Furthermore, once her brother was on the front lines, he would receive military pay, as their father was too old and frail to answer the baron's call. Only the brother fit the age requirement, and for the sake of the family, he resolved to gamble his life. Seeing the determination on her brother's face, Locke's sister Leah could not help but weep, her tears streaming down her face, soaking the cheeks of the frail girl. At the age of 14, Locke possessed a fierce determination and unyielding spirit. He feared nothing and could endure anything. Save for seeing his sister cry, he loved his sister more than he loved himself. Under the clumsy comfort and encouragement of Locke, Leah gradually ceased her weeping, yet the traces of tears at the corners of her eyes lent an additional grace to the emaciated, malnourished girl. She gazed at her younger brother, rummaging through every corner of her clothing to extract over 20 copper thalers, her entire fortune. With a dazed expression, she implored Locke, return alive. Armed with the 20 copper thalers bestowed by his sister, Locke traversed the night paths for an entire evening, finally reaching the mining town at dawn. He intended to visit the local blacksmith, hoping to forge a functional weapon with his meager funds. However, the blacksmith, who happened to be the eldest son of Uncle Joshua, informed him that such a sum could scarcely purchase even a sword's hilt. Just as Locke despondently exited the forge, a child of similar stature dashed out towards him. Either out of sympathy or a desire to earn a quick coin, the child proposed, "For 20 copper thalers, I can craft you a dagger from leftover copper and iron, or deal?" He gestured toward a few inconspicuous stones lying at the entrance of the blacksmith's shop. Locke scrutinized the small, fist-sized yellow, brown, and red stones, and after a moment of internal conflict, He reluctantly acquiesced. He was still unfamiliar with the conditions of the military camp and knew he needed some form of weapon. After all, what was the purpose of enlisting if not to fight? Thus, Locke acquired his first weapon, a short dagger devoid of a sheath or hilt. Clutching this diminutive blade, barely larger than his own palm, he enlisted, meeting the age requirement by a whisker. The following day, Locke's parents hurriedly brought his sister to the town. Watching him train alongside others in the military camp, the elder Locke could only sigh with tear-filled eyes. Accepting the harsh reality, such was the sorrow of the impoverished. Under the weight of calamities, human effort seemed feeble, especially for a family of generations steeped in poverty. They left Locke with 3 large chestnut cakes, a testament to the entirety of their remaining food. Locke understood that for the coming months, they might be reduced to consuming tree bark. His sister untied the flax cloth that bound her long hair and handed it to Locke, reiterating, "Return alive." As dusk approached, she assisted their aged parents, who appeared considerably worn from the day, on their path back to Maple Leaf Village, with the fragrant flax cloth held tightly in his grasp. Locke carefully tucked it away, intending to wrap it around the dagger, allowing it to carry his sister's love into battle with him. Watching his family depart, Locke vowed to return alive. Thereafter, Locke embarked on 2 months of rigorous training at the military camp. Exerting himself diligently under the captain's guidance, his youth served as both a disadvantage and an advantage. He recovered faster than most adults. During this time, he discovered that his childhood playmate, young Hans, had also enlisted, albeit for the sake of filling his stomach. After 2 months of training, Locke and his comrades were dispatched to the battlefield. This short dagger epitomized Locke's early days in the military, innocent yet sharp. Youthful and brimming with potential, the dagger bore witness to Locke's narrow escapes from death. When the inferior iron sword issued by the army shattered in the first battle, he used this very dagger to slay his first enemy, a servant from the kingdom of Charlotte. Approximately his own age of 14 or 15. After that encounter, Locke spent an entire day retching. However, he did seize a long spear of similarly poor quality and a pair of short boots as spoils of war. In subsequent battles, Locke's weapon would break and be replaced repeatedly until he acquired his current gear, yet his dagger remained unscathed, perhaps due to his meticulous care or young Joshua's impressive craftsmanship. This dagger accompanied him through his growth, its once bright linen wrapping now faded to a blood-red hue, stained with both his and his enemy's blood. Locke often took out his dagger to admire it, and from the coarse linen he could almost catch a whiff of his sister's hair fragrance. The ale reminded Uncle Joshua of his son and brought forth memories for Locke of his dagger's origin. Conjuring images of his sister and parents. As they shared drink after drink, the second bottle nearly empty, the Green Palm Tavern's ale, while of average quality, possessed a lingering potency. 2 bottles did not intoxicate them. Yet they grew increasingly sentimental. After downing their final cup, Uncle Joshua suggested they take their leave, for it was growing late, nearing dinner time. The Green Palm Tavern did not serve meals, and they needed to return to camp. Uncle Joshua had to rejoin the Baron and others for supper, while Locke's group would also face a roll call that evening. "Uncle, let us depart," Locke said, rising to assist Uncle Joshua with his coat. As they exited the private room, their spirits remained heavy with homesickness. Uncle Joshua, a seasoned veteran, quickly regained his composure and lightened the mood with a jest. "You're 18 now. You're not still a virgin, are you? I reckon the tavern owner's wife wouldn't be too bad." With a wink, he nudged Locke playfully. "Uncle, please, no jokes. Why would someone like her look at me? Isn't her husband quite capable? Able to converse with the Baron?" Locke chuckled at the jest, the somber mood dissipating somewhat. He did not know much about the tavern owner, but one who could read the room early on must possess some acumen. "Ah, just a speculator, a jester at best. Does the Baron even regard him?" Uncle Joshua evidently had a deeper understanding of the tavern owner, and this sentiment was likely shared by others. What a pitiful fellow, Locke mused inwardly about the tavern owner he had yet to meet. It seemed the higher-ups in the camp held little respect for this early defector. Locke's thoughts then drifted to the tavern owner's alluring wife, and perhaps under the influence of alcohol. A warmth surged within him. Locke was far from being a virgin. During his second year of service, after surviving a significant battle, he was promoted to the rank of private at that time. Aside from sending money home each month, he also saved a bit for himself. It was during this period, spurred on by his comrades, that he visited the supply depot and lost his virginity. Perhaps due to his lingering childishness, he found himself most intrigued by older women. Of course, he would never admit to having such a preference. In truth, Locke subconsciously believed that among all the women he had encountered, his sister was the most beautiful. Yet whenever this thought arose, he forced himself to remain calm, even slapping himself to dispel it. Chapter 6. Lessons. Locke descended the stairs alongside Uncle Joshua and, as they rounded the corner, caught sight of the tavern's stunning owner. Leaning over the counter, engrossed in calculations, she presented a view of her fair bosom from Locke's angle, radiating an intellectual beauty that momentarily captivated him, nearly causing him to stumble down the stairs. That it was now close to evening. The sunset painted the horizon crimson, with orange lights streaming through the tavern's entrance. The tavern's remaining patrons were few, aside from Locke's squad awaiting their return. Only a handful of others lingered. Upon reaching the ground floor, Uncle Joshua greeted the soldiers still present. "Gentlemen, dinner time approaches. I must return to camp. Don't overindulge." The remaining soldiers responded respectfully, and Uncle Joshua nodded to Locke before taking his leave. Once he had seen Uncle Joshua out of the tavern, Locke turned back to his comrades. These men were of a similar age, some even younger than him, and their drinking capacity was far below his. Aside from Hans and Kane, the others, Yard, Phil, and the rest, were noticeably intoxicated, their faces flushed, mumbling incoherently while sprawled over the table. Each had only a couple of empty cups before them, roughly equivalent to what Locke and Uncle Joshua had consumed upstairs. However, their drink was of a lower quality, ordinary chilled ale. Except for the first cup, which Locke had treated them to, the rest had come from their own pockets. "You lot, with your poor drinking ability. Why are you consuming so much? Are you deliberately trying to trouble me?" Locke chastised his sprawled comrades in the tavern-esque corner. Typically, they would only indulge in one cup or, at most, two on splurging occasions. Today, however, due to Locke's prolonged conversation with Uncle Joshua, they had succumbed to the temptation of ordering another cup or two, resulting in their current state. Having drunk, the group felt a greater camaraderie with their generous captain. Shedding any remnants of restraint, they ignored Locke's playful scolding, remaining in their stupor. Kane and Hans, in particular, attempted to push Locke into a seat, insisting on ordering more drinks. "Captain, it's your treat today. What does it mean if we don't drink together? Sit down, let us have a few more," Kane urged Locke. "Enough of that. Do you see these guys? They can't handle any more. If they keep drinking, they won't make it back to camp tonight. Hurry, help them sober up, otherwise they'll miss dinner." Locke waved his hands dismissively. "Today was my fault for talking too long and leaving you all waiting. I'll treat you all another day." With that, Locke's men, not lacking in awareness, began to rise, while Kane and Hans helped the unsteady ones to their feet, preparing to depart. As dusk settled, the tavern was devoid of any soldiers except for Locke's group in the corner. At that moment, a group of around 15 or 16 ragged, pallid young men entered the tavern. Likely the last remnants of the town's residents. Locke observed them with an impassive gaze. The group of uninvited guests strode in with an air of menace. The middle-aged man at the forefront was just about to utter something when he suddenly caught sight of Locke and his companions in the corner. The standardized military uniforms betrayed their identities, causing a change in the leader's expression as he hastily suppressed his words. With a mixture of trepidation and reverence, he cast furtive glances at the soldiers. The previously boisterous chatter of his entourage fell silent, leaving them stiff and somewhat awkward. Locke displayed a marked disinterest in the sudden appearance of the local paupers, beckoning his subordinates to depart. Before leaving, he settled the day's tab with the barmaid at the counter. 10 mugs of ordinary ale for a total of 10 copper drell, plus 2 bottles of a higher quality brew, also costing 10 copper drell, bringing the total to a mere 20 copper drell, a veritable bargain. Locke retrieved his coin pouch, producing the 20 coins and slapping them onto the bar's countertop. He noticed the sound of swallowing from the ragged poor, who dared not gaze upon his pouch, but instead fixated on the coins, salivating at the bar's cash register. 20 copper drell was a considerable sum in this place. Though the tavern appeared bustling with 30 or 40 patrons, one ought not to be deceived by appearances. Most of these individuals occupied their seats for the entire afternoon, unlike Locke's fortunate subordinates who had a captain treating them to drinks. These patrons were merely there to indulge in a single drink, using it as an excuse to boast and pass the time. One could hardly expect such a crowd, mostly consisting of third-rate soldiers and lackeys, to possess much disposable income. The tavern's typical daily profit was estimated at just over 30 copper drell, and during lean times, it could dip below 20. Thus, the sum Locke had just paid was nearly equivalent to the tavern's entire daily earnings. Initially, the barmaid cast a wary glance at the middle-aged man leading the group, but upon noticing Locke approaching to settle his bill, she flashed him a sycophantic smile and welcomed him to return. Locke nodded, briefly surveying the somewhat awkward group before signaling his subordinates to exit the tavern. However, just as they stepped outside, the muffled sounds of thickly accented curses and faint, pleading cries from within the tavern reached their ears. Locke turned back to take a look, observing that 4 or 5 of the poor had blocked the entrance, concealing the scene inside from view. His curiosity piqued. Locke sought to understand their intentions. Locke scrutinized the ragged Charlot peasants obstructing his line of sight, their gaunt faces and emaciated forms daring to impede his view. Though they had not shown him any disrespect, their audacity in blocking his sight ignited his anger. Under Locke's increasingly piercing gaze, the gatekeepers faltered, hesitantly parting to reveal a narrow gap through which he could see inside. There, a somewhat robust Charlot peasant was attempting to wrest a package from the barmaid's grasp, while she tearfully pleaded with the middle-aged man. Yet, he remained unmoved, as a few malnourished youths around him clutched copper drill, eagerly counting their newfound wealth, money they had just received from the barmaid. "What are you doing?" Locke's voice cut through the tavern's noise like a knife. The previously raucous atmosphere fell silent. Locke's subordinates, who had barely stepped away, heard their leader's ominous tone and promptly turned back. Though inebriated, they were still soldiers, quickly sobering at the sound of Locke's voice. Following his gaze, they peered inside and understood the situation, their fists clenching in anticipation of retribution. The barmaid's earlier cries ceased as she turned to regard the officer of the Kingdom of Foston, who possessed an aura of authority. She recognized Locke, having heard tales of his somewhat notable background and strength. Unlike the typical boorish soldiers, he was affable and exuded charisma. Would he assist her? The beautiful barmaid. Xiaoxi pondered wistfully. My lord, this is a matter internal to our town. Is there something you require? Perhaps intimidated by Locke's chilling inquiry or overwhelmed by the presence of the approaching Foston soldiers. The middle-aged man hesitated before finally speaking. Locke narrowed his eyes, exuding an icy glare as he slowly stepped into the tavern, his subordinates following suit. Kane and Hans delivered a swift kick to the remaining peasants guarding the entrance, sending them sprawling with cries of anguish. Locke approached the Charlot peasant who had been grappling with the barmaid for the package. Standing at 1.75 meters, Locke towered over the slightly hunched figure who barely reached 1.70 meters due to malnutrition. The peasant's grip faltered under the pressure, and as he released the package, a cascade of copper coins clattered to the floor, approximately 30 coins, alongside several oversized women's garments, presumably belonging to the alluring barmaid. Without hesitation, Locke delivered a resounding slap to the thief, sending him sprawling, before turning slowly to face the middle-aged man leading the group of Charlot peasants. My lord. You, the man began, but before he could finish, Locke struck him again, delivering another harsh slap. The man, possessing some resilience, did not fall like the previous thief but staggered, clutching his face as blood trickled between his fingers. The 2 slaps served as a signal. Locke's subordinates eagerly rolled up their sleeves, ready to impart a lesson to the tavern's unruly patrons. Yade kicked down a youth clenching several copper drill, while Hans, like a bear, hoisted 2 scrawny individuals together, causing them to collide. Kane unleashed a flurry of slaps on the 2 remaining Charlot peasants, mimicking Locke's earlier actions, while even Phil joined in, dragging a similarly sized individual into a flurry of blows. The remaining soldiers followed suit, transforming the tavern into a cacophony of cries and chaos that in mere moments. Apart from Locke and his subordinates, as well as the somewhat dazed barmaid, no one remained standing in the tavern. At this point, Locke leisurely approached the middle-aged man, stepping on his waist as he inquired, "Who gave you the audacity to steal from the soldiers of the Kingdom of Foston?" Indeed, all the tavern's earnings stemmed from the soldier's coin. "My lord, I was wrong. I shall never dare again," the middle-aged man wisely pleaded, covering his bleeding mouth and bowing his head in submission, realizing that there was no reasoning with these ferocious soldiers. Having acknowledged his wrongdoing and with his companions sufficiently punished, Locke saw no need to pursue the matter further. Under the Baron's strict management, military discipline was paramount, and the Baron had decreed that disturbances against the populace should not be excessive. Locke could hardly resort to executing these individuals. "Get out," Locke commanded, delivering a kick to the groveling man, urging him to leave. The man scrambled away, dragging his companions along as they exited the tavern in disgrace. Leaving behind an atmosphere of tranquility, Locke regarded the still-dazed barmaid and cleared his throat to rouse her. "My lord, thank you." I, I. The barmaid, suddenly awakened, hastily expressed her gratitude, still shaken by the soldiers' earlier brutality, though they had come to her aid. She was understandably flustered. It's nothing, Locke replied, having formed a favorable impression of the beautiful barmaid, which motivated his intervention. Now that everything is settled, we shall take our leave. He waved his hand dismissively, cutting off her further thanks and signaling his subordinates to exit. As darkness enveloped the town, the military camp outside was illuminated by torches, indicating that dinner was underway. Locke hoped there would still be provisions left for them. He muttered to Locke's soldiers filed out of the tavern. Heading toward the camp outside the town, Locke lingered at the rear. Just as he was about to exit, he heard a faint sound of weeping behind him. Turning around, he saw the alluring barmaid, still perched at the bar, softly sobbing into her arms. Locke, unable to bear the sight of a woman in tears, especially one as striking as she, signaled for his subordinates to continue on without him. He returned to the bar, gently placing a hand on the barmaid's shoulder. Please, do not cry. If something troubles you, speak of it, and I shall assist you. Locke offered his consolation, feeling somewhat helpless. The barmaid, with her head bowed, only cried harder upon hearing his words. Burying her face deeper into the bar, Locke felt increasingly awkward. While he could handle enemies and unruly thugs with ease, women were an enigma to him. Although not entirely inexperienced, he found himself at a loss when it came to comforting a distressed woman. How could one expect a young man who had spent his formative years in a military camp to console a sobbing woman? His subordinates gradually disappeared into the distance, leaving him feeling isolated. It was evident that they were taking advantage of the romantic moment following their heroic rescue, leaving their leader behind in the tavern. Locke found himself in an uncomfortable situation, unsure whether to leave while the barmaid continued to weep or to remain and witness her sorrow. To an outsider, it might appear as though he had committed some heinous act. Though Locke was not particularly virtuous, he had never engaged in the forceful abduction of women. Time passed slowly, and the cries of the tavern owner gradually subsided, though she would occasionally let out a soft sob. She stole a glance at the man sitting stiffly beside her, who offered no comfort, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. In that moment, she realized that this officer from the kingdom of Fuston was merely a youth younger than herself. Beneath Locke's composed and cool exterior lay a somewhat youthful essence. Locke, taken aback by her laughter, found it to be a playful and charming expression, starkly different from the formulaic smile she had shown earlier while handling the bar tab. This elicited a tremor of emotion within him. The lovely tavern owner, Shachi, also sensed Locke's change in demeanor. Her cheeks flushed as she looked down and muttered another thank you to him. It's nothing, Locke replied, refraining from saying farewell, as he felt no urgency to leave. The camp had likely long finished dinner, and as for the night patrol, he was not concerned about it. His subordinates would assist him. At that moment, the two exchanged silent stares. Just as they were engaged in a contest of who could keep their eyes wide open longer, Locke broke into an inexplicable smile. Shachi, bewildered by his sudden mirth, followed his gaze to the side of the bar, where a few pieces of simple women's lingerie and clothing lay scattered. Oh, Shachi exclaimed, her face reddening as she rushed over to the pile of clothes, using her upper body to shield them from Locke's view. Locke rubbed his ears, still ringing from her startled cry, and smiled at Shachi, saying, Don't cover up, I've already seen it, and besides, just as Locke was about to continue, he caught sight of Shachi leaning over the bar, her loose clothing failing to conceal her ample figure, revealing a glimpse of her allure that left Locke momentarily speechless, muttering, so big. Shachi, clearly noticing the unintended display, let out another shriek, hastily covering her chest with her hands, only to inadvertently expose her fiery undergarments to Locke's gaze. That moment, this astute tavern owner resembled a startled rabbit, adorably flustered as she attempted to shield herself while also trying to conceal the clothes. After a flurry of chaotic movements, Shachi finally managed to tidy up her scattered garments, pressing her hands firmly against her bosom. Well, since there's nothing more to discuss, and it's quite late, I should head back to the camp, Locke remarked, glancing at the lovely tavern owner, uncertain of what else he could do there. All right, thank you for today, my lord, Shachi began, but before she could finish, a loud growl emanated from Locke's stomach, causing him great embarrassment. My lord, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? If you'd like, perhaps you could stay and eat with me tonight? Shachi offered, noticing Locke's awkwardness, her nervousness easing as her shrewd nature resurfaced. She felt compelled to cling to this powerful ally as a token of gratitude for his assistance earlier. Well, all right, anything will do, Locke acquiesced, realizing that returning to the camp would likely lead to a meager meal of bread or hardtack, so he preferred to eat something here first. His suggestion for Shachi to prepare something casually was sincere. He was aware of the plight of the civilians in the kingdom of Shurlo, who struggled to find enough to eat, let alone choose their meals. Even though she ran a tavern, it was clear from the way she had been extorted by the local thugs that her situation was dire. Okay, I'll get started right away, Shachi replied, stepping out from behind the bar to push a wooden board against the tavern door, signaling that they were closing for the night. She then swayed her hips as she made her way to the kitchen to prepare a meal for Locke. Locke observed her, noting the rosy glow on her cheeks as she closed the door, resembling a beautiful matron caught in a secret affair. Enticing, indeed. After Locke finished tidying up the scattered coins, Shachi returned with 2 plates of food. She placed them on a table and then retrieved a candle, which had burned down to the size of her thumb, from behind the bar. Lighting it, the tavern brightened slightly, noticing the freshly wrapped bundle and the tidier floor. Shachi's face lit up with gratitude. Come, let's eat, my lord. Shachi beckoned Locke. I said to make something casual, but is this really all we're having for dinner? Locke exclaimed in surprise, pointing at the 2 plates of dark, mushy food. He recognized it as roasted mashed potatoes, a dish he often had during lean times in his childhood. This is the only food I have here. I apologize, my lord, Shachi said, her face flushed, as if she were on the verge of tears again. Never mind. I haven't had mashed potatoes in a long time. I'll take it as a trip down memory lane, Locke quickly replied, sensing that Shachi was about to cry once more. To be honest, as someone who usually dined on meat, eating roasted mashed potatoes sprinkled with a bit of salt felt like a hardship. Locke was curious about what this woman was currently enduring, that he knew that even the small candle on the table could be exchanged in the military camp for a delightful meat-filled meal. Candles were luxury items, primarily used by nobles due to their high production costs, and rarely seen among the common folk. I'm just curious, as a well-known tavern owner, is this really all you eat? Locke teased, addressing the tearful tavern owner. Without waiting for her response, he picked up the plate of mashed potatoes and quickly devoured it. His hunger was overwhelming after an afternoon of drinking on an empty stomach. Shachi, wanting to say something, held back her words as she watched Locke eat in a rough manner. Contrary to Locke's brutish style, Shachi took her time, savoring each spoonful with elegance, as if indulging in a gourmet meal. Although she had given Locke a portion twice the size of hers, he quickly finished his meal, still wanting more. You eat so fast, Shachi murmured, then offered. Here, since I can't finish it anyway, you can have some more. With that, she pushed half of her food onto Locke's plate. Locke was indeed still hungry, and seeing the lovely tavern owner share her meal with him, he said nothing more and continued to eat. After finishing the last bit of mashed potatoes, Shachi looked up to find Locke reclining comfortably, a smile dancing in his eyes as he watched her. Feeling flustered under his gaze, Shachi quickly stood up to clear their plates and headed back to the kitchen. When Shachi returned, the two sat quietly across from each other at the table, the small candle flickering between them. Tell me, why is life so bleak for you? With your circumstances, it shouldn't be this way. Locke broke the silence. His curiosity piqued. Suppressing her excitement at the prospect of receiving help, Shachi spoke the truth. Though my little tavern can earn about 30 copper thalers a day, and on good days even reach 50. In the end, that money hardly belongs to me. Are the local thugs robbing you, like today? Locke inquired. Yes, Shachi replied softly, her expression darkening as she recalled her troubles. How can it be just those thugs? Don't they know that this tavern serves soldiers from the camp? What about your husband? Didn't he have connections with the higher-ups in the camp? Surely, if he spoke to them, someone would come to help you. Locke expressed his confusion. When a person is starving, they stop thinking too much. These thugs are just desperate people unable to survive. The only ones who can pay are the soldiers at my tavern and the women working behind it, Shachi explained, adding a shocking detail. Moreover, my husband abandoned me long ago. Why? Locke's curiosity deepened. How could such a beautiful tavern owner be rejected by her husband? Ever since he became involved with your army, he has become the most powerful man in Giza town. Everyone here, including the refugees from other places, has to curry favor with him. He certainly doesn't lack for women now, Shachi said with a bitter smile. The women engaging in flesh trade behind the tavern are now under his control, leaving no room for me as his cast-off wife. Perhaps it's his way of compensating me. He left the tavern to me. Xiaoqi gently brushed her hair and continued. At first, those ruffians feared his reputation and the soldiers drinking here. But eventually, driven mad by hunger, they disregarded all that. Every time the patrons vacate my tavern, they come to rob me. Over time, they have come to realize that my husband is indifferent to this establishment. And those ruffians have grown increasingly audacious. Why not seek assistance from the soldiers who drink here? If you appeal to someone like me, there are bound to be those willing to help. After all, we still need to drink here, Locke inquired. Even if they could help, it would only be a temporary reprieve. Those local thugs would not relent. Xiaoqi lamented, her sorrow evident. The ale in the tavern now is all that I had saved. And due to the money being stolen and skyrocketing prices, I have not brewed new ale in a long time. I estimate that within a week, my stock will be depleted, and I may end up like those unfortunate women behind the tavern. The beautiful innkeeper's melancholic expression evoked sympathy. You wish for me to protect you indefinitely, rather than merely teaching those ruffians a lesson once. Locke shifted his posture, crossing his legs as he questioned her. Sensing his understanding, the innkeeper's cheeks flushed, and she bit her lip, nodding slightly. Let us not forget that I am merely a junior captain, with a mere 10 men under my command, with training in the camp. I lack the manpower to remain here and protect you. Furthermore, who knows when I might be called back to battle? Even if I were to protect you now, what would happen once I leave? Although Locke had the desire to help her, reality dictated otherwise. He was not a man easily swayed by beauty, and he rationally declined the alluring innkeeper's plight. Upon hearing Locke's refusal, Xiaoqi's face went pale, despair evident in her eyes. The candle on the table had burned down to its base, its feeble flame flickering precariously, eventually extinguishing with a final wisp of smoke, plunging the tavern into darkness. The moonlight was splendid that night, piercing through the window's gap, casting a gentle glow upon the two, who remained as motionless as stone sculptures. Woo-woo, the beautiful innkeeper began to sob softly. This unfortunate woman's tears today might surpass any other day in the year. She was lost and helpless. Uncertain of her future, Locke, too, felt powerless in this world, where love and hate had no basis, and each individual lived by their own means. He could not even ensure his own survival in the war, let alone care for someone he barely knew. Sigh, for the next few days, I will assign a few men to watch over the tavern. You can conduct your business in peace for a few days. Then take your earnings to the Peters region or seek refuge with relatives. Moved by the innkeeper's tears, Locke resolved to assist this beautiful woman within his means, offering her a glimmer of hope. This is all I can do. With that, Locke rose, preparing to leave as it was getting late, nearly time to secure the camp. Upon hearing his words, the innkeeper's sobs grew louder, her tears staining her lovely face, yet she continued to cry, as if lamenting her cruel fate. Locke slowly made his way to the tavern entrance, refraining from further persuasion. If she needed to cry, let her do so, for only through such experiences could one grow stronger. The innkeeper's cries gradually diminished, and just as Locke reached the tavern door, preparing to push aside the wooden barrier, a warm body embraced him. I cannot let you help me for nothing, the innkeeper rasped. I have nothing but this tavern and a few barrels of leftover ale. Apart from myself, I cannot think of any way to repay you. Locke could sense that beneath her gratitude lay immense sorrow, a sense of despair. You need not feel obliged. We actually, before Locke could finish, a fervent tongue silenced him, as the beautiful innkeeper, Xiaoqi, clung to his robust chest, kissing him passionately, effectively stifling his words. Locke, not one to resist such ardor, having gone nearly a month without the company of a woman, found himself ignited by Xiaoqi's fervent kiss, responding with equal fervor as he swept her up in his arms, preparing to indulge in the charms of this enchanting siren right there, not here. Upstairs, Xiaoqi, dazed by Locke's passionate embrace, urged him to move to the upper floor. Chapter 9. Passion. Locke ascended the staircase with the feverish innkeeper in his arms, following her guidance to a room at the far end of the upper floor. With a forceful kick, he shattered the door open, tossing the innkeeper onto the grand bed in the center of the room, swiftly shedding his clothes before lunging towards Xiaoqi, enveloping the space in a riot of passion. After the storm had passed, tranquility settled over the room, leaving only the sound of their heavy breathing. The silvery moonlight streamed through the window's lattice, illuminating Xiaoqi as she clung to Locke's left arm, her flushed cheeks enhancing her allure. Wishing time could freeze at this moment. Following their passionate encounter, Locke felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, and suddenly recalled a small black stick he had seen in Uncle Shaker's drawer. Supposedly a cigar, a gift from the Baron. He had observed Uncle Shaker indulging in it after meals, taking a few puffs before extinguishing it, saving it for the next occasion. The memory of Uncle Shaker's bliss after smoking lingered vividly in his mind. And he thought a cigar would make this moment even more perfect. The beautiful innkeeper, now languidly draped over Locke, rested her head against his chest, exuding an aura of tender vulnerability. Locke, though not a good man, nor entirely cold-hearted, had refrained from helping the innkeeper before because they were strangers, and the scant goodwill he felt was already spent in aiding her escape. However, now that their relationship had escalated, he felt compelled to consider her future. He did not wish for his woman to truly end up destitute. As Locke pondered their future, Shachi savored the warmth of this younger man's embrace. Gazing up at him as he furrowed his brow in thought, feeling a pang of concern for him, she softly said, "The ale in the tavern can still last a week, if no one comes to rob me. I can earn a decent amount in that time that I will take the money to the occupied zone to find work. You need not worry about me." Locke, still lost in his thoughts, blurted out without considering, "How could that be possible? You would only earn 2 silver coins at most in a week. What good would that do?" This was the truth. 2 silver coins might suffice for her comfortable living in the heart of the Firstane Kingdom or in Locke's small village. But in the occupied zone, it was futile. Now, the enlightened individuals of the Charler Kingdom recognized its impending downfall, and merchants and capitalists flocked to the Peters region seeking Firstane citizenship. Even the nobles of Charler were beginning to defect. Although it was chaotic there, the cost of living was not much lower than that of the larger cities, even the royal capital of Floor City, and with that little money, it would be a miracle if she could survive for a week. Hearing Locke's words, Shachi fell silent, instinctively clutching him tighter. Realizing his words had struck a blow to this beautiful woman, Locke reassured her, "Do not worry. I am not the kind of man who would indulge and then wipe my mouth clean. I will help you." "Really?" Shachi exclaimed with excitement upon hearing Locke's promise. "Of course, I am already thinking of a plan," Locke replied. Shachi had not felt such care in a long time, even when she did. It was often from those with ulterior motives, whether they sought her beauty or her wealth. Although Locke might also be motivated by her beauty, she dismissed that thought. She wanted to be Locke's woman. After all, who wouldn't he desire a man with power and strength, even if his influence was still minimal? "You have been the kindest to me over the years. I will not seek another man. I will be your lover," Shachi suddenly declared, her voice low yet resolute. Locke heard her words and realized that this beautiful innkeeper was not merely seeking a fleeting romance but wished to be his woman. Who wouldn't be attracted to a beautiful woman? And Locke, being merely a foot soldier without power or status, had only ever dreamed of such a woman, either by visiting the supply camp or imagining it in his dreams. He tightened his embrace around her, stating, "Are you truly certain? I might one day perish in battle." "Do not speak nonsense, of course. I am certain that if you were to die in battle, I would mourn you and live in solitude." Although they had only spent a day together, Shachi was resolute in her decision to be with this younger man. The one who can kill me has yet to be born. Do not worry. I have survived countless battles. How could I falter now?" Locke chuckled. Shachi replied softly. As they expressed their deep feelings for one another, excitement surged between them, and they embraced, reminiscing about their pasts on the bed. Locke learned that the woman was named Shachi, aged 23, and a native of the town. Her parents had passed away due to illness when she was very young, leaving only an older brother alive, with just the 2 siblings in the family. She had to become self-reliant from an early age, selling wooden stools and tables crafted by her brother. Possessing a sharp mind, she also worked part-time at an inn, where she learned to read a few characters and perform some basic arithmetic. At the age of 17, she was introduced by a matchmaker to her husband who ran a tavern. However, less than a year after their marriage, war broke out, despite her considerable talents and aspirations to run the tavern well. For years of war, chaos, and poverty extinguished her fervent passion, and her husband showed her little affection, ultimately abandoning her. She resigned herself to the thought that her life would pass in such a manner. Upon hearing Shachi's story, Locke felt a pang in his heart. Her plight was far more tragic than his own. At least, he had his family alive, and being a male afforded him certain advantages. He wondered how this woman bore such a heavy burden. He offered her comfort, assuring her that he would never let her down. He also shared his own background. Now 18 years old, he hailed from Maple Leaf Village in the Dell province of the Kingdom of Foston, with loving parents and a sister. when Shashi learned that Locke had been a soldier for 4 years. She was initially taken aback, but then realized that it explained how someone so young could attain the rank of squad leader. However, she was conflicted about Locke's age, although he had not shaved in the camp. The years of war had made him appear considerably older. She discerned that he was younger than her, but to her astonishment, it was by a full 5 years. Goodness, does that mean? Shashi lamented internally. Locke sensed her unease but remained undeterred, affectionately calling her Xiaoxi. Don't call me that. Only my brother and aunts called me that when I was little. It feels strange coming from you. Shashi quickly protested. Nonsense. Am I not your dear brother now? That's what you shall call me. Under Locke's insistence, Shashi reluctantly acquiesced. After learning about Shashi's past, Locke recognized her as a woman of significant capability, especially when he learned that she could read and perform arithmetic, which astounded him. Locke was illiterate, struggling even to write his own name legibly. Basic addition and subtraction were manageable, but anything more complex was beyond him. He assessed Shashi as someone lacking in affection yet sharp and competent. After some contemplation, he decided to confide in her about his promotion to the rank of private first class, as he realized that only by ascending to the rank of squad leader could he support her. In the camp, only those ranked as squad leaders or higher could afford to maintain a mistress without facing criticism. Thus, Locke informed Shashi about the upcoming election for squad leader and the planned offensive against France City in a week. After her initial shock, Shashi quickly gathered her thoughts, understanding that Locke's disclosure signified that he considered her one of his own, someone who would not be abandoned. Locke made it clear that only by becoming squad leader could he protect her in these tumultuous times. Shashi immediately envisioned herself as Locke's supportive partner, meticulously inquiring about the hierarchy within their military camp and his connections. Locke answered all her questions, confident that Shashi would not betray him. Furthermore, this information was not particularly confidential. Anyone with a bit of initiative could uncover it. After gaining a general understanding of Locke's situation, Shashi astutely advised him to cultivate a connection with young Master Solon. You have the strength of a battalion, and your highest authority is Baron Kaidoki. Even the battalion leader is a knight under the Baron's command. So if you wish to ascend further, you must align yourself with the Baron. Military achievements are merely at the Baron's discretion, Shashi stated. So I should rely on young Master Solon. He is the foremost noble in the territory and likely the future heir to the barony. To be why aligning myself with him now, I might earn his favor and support. Locke, possessing a modicum of wit, quickly grasped Shashi's reasoning for advising him to seek young Master Solon. Indeed, based on your explanation, it seems that the most powerful figures in your camp are the Baron, followed by your battalion leader and young Master Solon. Shashi elaborated. Since neither the Baron nor the battalion leader is participating in the election for squad leader, you should seize the opportunity to attach yourself to young Master Solon. I even suspect that the Baron is establishing a foundation for young Master Solon during this election. Shashi, having grown up in the bustling streets, had a keen understanding of social dynamics. Locke had heard from Warner that the 3rd and 4th squads might merge into one before a new squad was established. At the time, he regarded it as a joke. But Shashi's words made it seem plausible. If a new squad were to be formed, who else but young Master Solon could occupy the positions of squad leader and deputy? Locke pondered this, feeling as if a light had been switched on. Excited, he kissed Shashi and shared the news about the possible squad merger, further confirming her suspicions. Why would the Baron establish a foundation for young Master Solon so early? Moreover, it is said that the Baron's second son is currently managing the territory. Locke remarked, still puzzled. There are many things you won't understand. Why concern yourself with it? Shashi shot him a glance. What you need to focus on now is climbing higher, to ensure a better future for us. Though Shashi was merely an ordinary commoner, she was astute, yet still lacked a deeper understanding of noble affairs and was hesitant to delve into them. In this era, ordinary people harbored a profound respect for the nobility. Locke, devoid of grand ambitions, was content as long as he and his family had enough to eat, and where to Shashi's use of "we" touched him deeply. And he embraced her, declaring, "Our future days will surely be bright." The following day, Locke awoke late, the reason being the passionate encounters shared with Shashi the previous night. Have I been pent up for too long? Locke muttered to himself. After shaking off the drowsiness, he strode towards the military camp. Locke and Shashi had agreed to align themselves with young Master Solon, and regarding the gift for him, Shashi suggested that it need not be extravagant or luxurious. As a mere squad leader, he had little of value to offer. A gift that reflected his sincerity while keeping expectations modest would be more appropriate. This way, young Master Solon would perceive him as a useful ally. Given young Master Solon's role as deputy squad leader of the cavalry and his reputation within the camp, Locke agreed with Shashi's advice. The gift he chose was the same type of wine he had shared with Uncle Yashak the previous day. Shashi mentioned that her stock was running low, with only 5 bottles remaining, and that she needed to purchase some wheat and other ingredients for brewing. This time, he took 2 bottles to present to young Master Solon. Upon returning to the tent of his squad, Locke found it in disarray, and from a distance, he could hear the raucous laughter of his companions. On duty at the tent entrance was Peter, a young squire with bright eyes, serving as Kane's assistant and specializing in archery. "Brother Locke, you're back," Peter exclaimed, startling Locke, who was just stepping through the entrance. Locke shot him a sidelong glance, already aware of his intentions. And without further ado, he entered the tent. "I bet Brother Locke is still tilling the tavern owner's bed," Kane exclaimed excitedly. Oblivious to Peter's warning, he had his back to the tent door, animatedly recounting his fantasies to the others inside. Locke silently approached Kane from behind, and as the expressions of the others shifted, Kane, being a scout, quickly sensed the change. Like a dog dodging a blow, he fell forward, narrowly avoiding Locke's sweeping kick. Another quick roll to the left allowed him to evade another kick. Locke, possessing the strength of a private capable of competing for the rank of first class, kicked up a cloud of dust with a single, hasty motion, creating a dull thud. "Whoa, easy there, big brother. I was just joking." Kane realized the seriousness of Locke's demeanor, understanding that he could not contend with him. Given the disparity in their strengths, no archer could excel in hand-to-hand combat. He was not foolish enough to invite unnecessary trouble. "Humph, consider yourself fortunate," Locke muttered, deciding not to pursue Kane's earlier mockery since he had managed to evade his strikes. "All right, enough of this. After training these next few days, Yade, take Phil and the others to the Green Palm Tavern to handle some local ruffians," Locke instructed his squadmates. With just a private and 4 or 5 squires, they would be more than capable of dealing with the troublemakers. Locke's statement carried significant implications. By sending his men to the tavern, he was stepping beyond the typical authority of a squad leader. Though he possessed the strength to do so, he was aware that overstepping his bounds could invite scrutiny, indirectly revealing his determination to secure the rank of first-class private and become a squad leader. Furthermore, Locke had merely instructed them to head to the town these past few days, subtly conveying a message that the squad might soon be departing that AS for their destination. Those residing in the military camp had a general understanding. Ultimately, they were to visit the Green Palm Tavern. Given that Locke had not returned for an entire night, it was not difficult for the soldiers to speculate whether their leader had become entangled with the enchanting tavern owner. Their commander had assigned them to protect his wife, which indicated that he did not regard them as outsiders, and they were determined to fulfill their duty diligently. This, in turn, fostered a greater sense of cohesion within the team. Regarding Locke's decision to send Yade along with a group of servants to the tavern, it was not solely due to their ability to handle the ruffians. After all, who would not wish to deploy their strongest forces to safeguard their beloved? Moreover, there were patrolling officers within the camp, and as a mere squad leader, Locke must tread carefully. Additionally, this served as an opportunity for the servants, most of whom had joined his squad only within the past year and were once commonplace farmers, to gain valuable experience by confronting those ruffians. Despite their fierce demeanor in yesterday's skirmish, it was Locke and Kane who had led the charge and kindled their fighting spirit, having lived together for so long. The seasoned veterans understood the unspoken meaning behind their captain's words. Even if they did not fully grasp it, Kane and the others would surely remind them during their evening conversations. This was the charm of Locke, sharing sensitive information with his comrades in advance, allowing them to prepare for battle while instilling confidence in their potential for promotion. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Locke arrived at the central area of the military camp, the residence of the Baron, the captain, and young Lord Sauron. True to his status as the Baron's eldest son, the tent of young Lord Sauron was guarded by at least 2 squads of soldiers. And one could surmise that there were also many skilled individuals lurking in the shadows. After requesting the guard to announce his arrival to young Lord Sauron, Locke waited patiently outside. This visit was made alone, carrying only 2 bottles of ale packaged in glass. This had been a prior arrangement with Xiaxi, as common gifts would hardly impress young Lord Sauron, and he lacked anything of significant value to offer. Thus, bringing 2 bottles of fine ale would serve to strengthen their relationship. Locke could express his loyalty without appearing discourteous. Following a routine search, the guard returned and invited Locke inside, nodding in acknowledgement. Locke straightened his attire before stepping into the tent. This marked Locke's first visit to Lord Sauron's tent. Their interactions had been minimal, limited to respectful greetings during battles or chance encounters within the camp. In Locke's perception, young Lord Sauron was a formidable yet affable individual. Unlike many nobles, he did not disdain the common soldiers but fought alongside them. That Sauron's prowess was indisputable. He was a strong fighter well versed in the art of combat. Akin to Uncle Yuxiak, and Locke estimated that with his current abilities, he could at most achieve a draw against the young lord. This was no small feat, as it was rare for someone without formal training in combat arts to contend with those who had mastered it, an endeavor akin to challenging a superior rank. Of course, a significant factor was that young Lord Sauron was a noble, the direct heir of a baron, and thus had been trained in his family's martial traditions from a young age. However, Baron Kaidoki would certainly not place his son in danger. Locke's hard-earned strength, forged in the crucible of battle, allowed him to stand on equal footing with those who wielded combat arts, which was entirely reasonable. Chapter 11. Young Lord Sauron. The tent was a spacious azure structure, adorned with numerous rare curiosities on either side, small red trees and pots, strings of pearls suspended from metallic frameworks, a gray-brown bear skin, and a wooden sculpture of a soaring eagle. Locke recognized some of these items as quite valuable, while others remained a mystery, likely of extraordinary worth. At the forefront of the tent stood a glossy orange wooden table, and to the right was a massive screen concealing whatever lay beyond it, which Locke surmised to be young Lord Sauron's sleeping quarters. A young man with pale red eyes and black hair, tall and upright, stood before the desk, observing the gray-haired newcomer with curiosity. An officer of similar age, the red-eyed youth was Sauron, and this distinctive feature marked him as a scion of the noble Sandrew Marquis family from the capital. Sauron recognized Locke, who stood before him, awkwardly clutching 2 bottles of ale. It must be said that Locke's disheveled gray hair, tattered leather armor, and the 2 bottles he held presented a rather comical sight. Indeed, it was amusing. The well-bred Sauron found Locke's appearance laughable, yet upon reflecting that he was a genuine commoner, he felt a sense of understanding and even interest. This stout little squad leader, who had been frequently mentioned to him in recent days, was facing the prospect of a squad mobilization, yet 2 of the middle squads had been severely depleted and required captains, while the new recruits had already arrived. But the positions remained unfilled. After several discussions regarding candidates for the captaincy, no decisions had been reached. There were several qualified individuals, yet only 2 positions available, and many were vying for these influential roles. Moreover, the 2 leading figures in the camp, his father, Baron Kaidoki, and his mentor, Captain Will, had yet to voice their opinions, rendering any further discussions futile. Locke was among the front-runners, with 2 captains from his squad recommending him, though both were his direct superior and deputy. These individuals, being commoners themselves, were oblivious to the intricate dynamics of noble politics, and their crude attempts to elevate their own men only elicited a wry smile from young Lord Sauron. Nonetheless, Locke's strength and qualifications were unquestionable. He enjoyed a considerable reputation within the camp, and such prestige was paramount, as it not only secured one's position but also bolstered the squad's combat effectiveness. As for age, young Lord Sauron found this particularly irksome. 1819, he had also entered the military as a vice-captain of a cavalry squad, despite having only joined last year, owing to his cavalry status. He had not been thrust into the most perilous battles during the recent campaign at the Firmer Gorge, thus avoiding the brutal trials that many had faced. In contrast, Locke had served for 4 years, engaging in numerous battles. Among the new recruits, who was most revered, Brother Locke. Thus, overall, Locke's chances of promotion seemed evenly balanced. Observing Locke's nervous demeanor as he held the ale, Sauron began to perceive the young man's intelligence. "My lord, I am Locke from the 2nd Squad. Recently, I acquired 2 bottles of fine ale to share with you," Locke stated, his initial curiosity giving way to a respectful bow as he presented the bottles. "Oh, splendid. Just set them down there." Young Lord Sauron gestured toward a nearby shelf. Locke carefully placed the ale upon the shelf and quickly scanned the intriguing items displayed there. His curiosity piqued. After securing the bottles, he retreated to the center of the tent, his gaze lowered. Observing Locke's respectful demeanor, Sauron's fondness for him increased significantly. "From which town do you hail?" Sauron casually inquired. "My lord, I am from mine town." "And how old are you this year?" "My lord, I am 18. Sauron's interest was piqued. It was often said that Locke was too young to assume the role of a squad captain, but he had not realized that Locke was a year younger than himself. Observing the bearded, mature-faced Locke before him, Sauron had initially assumed him to be in his 20s. "I've heard you participated in the blood battle of Gordon Heights," Sauron asked, intrigued. "Indeed, my lord. This battle was a pivotal conflict between the kingdom of Sharlo and the kingdom of Foston." And Sauron had often heard the seasoned veterans recount their tales. Yet, these veterans tended to exaggerate their heroics and victories, and Sauron was skeptical. His mentor, Nightwill, a high-ranking knight and retainer, had recounted that even he sustained serious injuries during that battle. Individual valor was overshadowed by the chaos of combat involving over 100,000 soldiers. It was worth noting that Baron Kaidoki had successfully trained high-ranking knight retainers within his barony, a feat not to be underestimated. "Could you recount your experience for me? Just share your own story," Sauron eagerly requested, gesturing for Locke to take a seat on the resting area to the left of the tent. "This is a sofa. The Sharlonians truly know how to indulge. We acquired it during the siege of Figgle City, from the Lord's Manor," Sauron explained. "Thank you, my lord," Locke replied, sitting somewhat stiffly on the sofa. Noticing Sauron's thirst for knowledge, Locke thought to himself, "This is my opportunity." Locke was not particularly adept at storytelling. He merely recounted his experiences in a mechanical manner. Though devoid of fervor or passion, his account was vivid, captivating young Lord Sauron, who had grown weary of exaggerated tales. Locke's narrative, reminiscent of a gentle stream, drew Sauron in as he spoke of the war's harsh realities. Locke recounted the blood-soaked battle that had transpired in the late autumn of his third year of service, describing his time as a spear-wielder under Uncle Yuxiact. He vividly depicted the enormous fireballs plummeting from the sky, the icy spikes piercing the sturdiest armor, and the powerful warriors in heavy armor whose sword strikes sent entire squads tumbling. As Zorro listened intently, his interest grew. The tales recounted by different individuals were starkly dissimilar. Clearly, he preferred the narratives told by Locke over those of Night, while he immersed himself in Locke's experiences, enthralled by the perils and excitement they contained, which captivated him utterly. Zorro had some knowledge of the supernatural attacks Locke described, such as fireballs and ice spikes. Yet he felt unworthy to engage with such matters. Only when he inherited his title would he have the privilege to glimpse their reality. Thus, he was more intrigued by the notion of formidable knights. As he had been training in martial energy himself, he understood that to cleave through a dozen foes with a single sword stroke required at least the strength of a mid-tier knight squire. To date, he had only attained the status of a novice knight squire, having begun his training in the family's martial arts since the age of 9. "Are such powerful warriors capable of sweeping all before them?" Zorro inquired. Locke shook his head. "I have only witnessed such a level of strength once. I cannot say if they sweep all aside." But after that knight felled a small squad, he was immediately overwhelmed by the surrounding soldiers. And after a flourish of blood, he vanished into silence. Zorro was evidently unable to accept this reality. Mid-tier knight squires were at least captains within the armies of both nations. How could such formidable beings perish so easily? Just like ordinary people, they were slain and submerged by sheer numbers. Indeed, in a war involving over 100,000 souls, even a high-tier squire's strength was merely sufficient for self-preservation. Locke continued, recounting how he and the others, under Uncle Joshua's leadership, clashed with the Charlones on the left plains of the Gordon Heights. The once beautiful pale yellow expanse was transformed into a sea of dark red blood and corpses. And the war was far from over. On the first day, their squads suffered 2 casualties. By the third day, there were more losses. Until merely a week had passed, only 4 remained of Uncle Joshua's squad. All the servants had perished, and even the third-tier soldier was either dead or severely injured. The injured one, due to their location in the heart of the battlefield, could not be evacuated. After securing his consent, Uncle Joshua took action, granting him a swift end. Neither side desired captives, as everyone was acutely aware of this. Better to end it themselves than to suffer abuse at the hands of captors. Although Uncle Joshua's squad was reduced to just him, a second-tier soldier, and 3 third-tier soldiers, their combat effectiveness remained intact. With fewer members, their synergy heightened, and remarkably, they sustained no further losses in the ensuing battles. War is, after all, war, rife with unpredictable variables. After a relentless month of combat, all the armies were dispersed, the vast Gordon Heights bearing witness to the remnants of over 100,000 men and their corpses. During a night watch, their camp was ambushed, and amidst the chaos, Locke found it impossible to return to the tent to regroup with Uncle Joshua and the others. Years of nighttime marches and youthful vigor had endowed Locke with remarkable night vision. Yet on that fateful night, he wished he lacked this ability, for danger lurked in every shadow. The assailants were numerous, and Locke could not see the end of the sea of enemies that he fought while retreating. Running desperately, and by dawn, he found himself lost amidst the turmoil as evening fell. After a day and night of relentless assaults, the enemy retreated. Locke sat on the ground with fellow soldiers from the Foston side. And by the campfire, he learned from Lot that he had stumbled into the operational zone of the Tiger Legion. However, they too had been scattered, comprising members from the 2nd and 3rd Battalions of the Tiger Legion. And even a few from the logistics battalions. Of course, the majority were from the Tiger Legion, but quite a few belonged to the Eagle Legion and Wolf Legion. After a full day of fighting, they gathered to eat under the leadership of the only captain present, who rallied over 200 men to sit down together. Exhausted from a day and night of toil, Locke drank a few sips of meat broth before succumbing to a deep slumber. There was a slight advantage to not having a direct superior. He was not required to stand watch, as the officer did not recognize him. In the following days, battles ensued daily, and Locke could not stray from the group in search of their camp. Thus, under the command of Faust, the captain of the Tiger Legion, the 200 men continued to fight. By this point, they had lost contact with their headquarters. The carrier pigeons had long since perished, and they had no knowledge of where to send messengers for battle orders. Captain Faust led them toward the center of the Gordon Heights, the stronghold of the Lion Legion. The Lion Legion was the elite force of the Foston Kingdom, and they were headed toward the site of an impending decisive battle. The reason this improvised unit was compelled to advance was twofold. First, after years of war, everyone had forged their resolve. The cowards long since perished. Secondly, desertion for over 20 days would result in a declaration of being missing. Being missing conferred slightly better treatment than being labeled a deserter. Deserters faced the dire fate of their families being reduced to slavery, and those caught would be executed at the military gate as a grim display. In contrast, missing soldiers would provide their families with a meager compensation, largely due to the nobles' principle of minimizing expenditure and the military's inability to ascertain whether the missing had fled, been captured, or met their demise. Thus, under such circumstances, most soldiers could not afford to be away from their units for prolonged periods, particularly those of common origin. Locke, having served for 2 years, was acutely aware of this reality. He often thought to himself that dying in battle was a better fate. After all, the compensation for a soldier's death could sustain a family of 3 for 5 years without starving. In the late autumn of the year 1345 of the Omer calendar, at a corner of the central plains of the Gordon Heights in the western province of Charlotte, a Foston army of around 3,000 engaged in battle with a Charlone force of approximately 2,000. The black battle flag of the Foston army, adorned with a roaring lion, signified its affiliation with the kingdom's elite Lion Legion, while the red standard of the opposing force displayed a howling wolf, representing the Charlone elite Wolf Legion. The battle had been raging for an indeterminate length of time, with the combined forces of 5,000 men transforming the battlefield into a gruesome slaughterhouse. One side, leveraging their numerical superiority, surrounded the other, while the latter relied on their considerable supernatural abilities to sustain their struggle. As the conflict ensued, the number of combatants dwindled to under 3,000. At this juncture, the battlefield was devoid of clear distinctions between friends and foes. All were engaged in close combat, wielding swords, stabbing with knives, biting with teeth, resorting to every means imaginable, each individual drenched in blood, be it their own or that of others. The first sight that greeted Locke and his makeshift unit was this harrowing scene. Captain Faust, seeing the dire situation, summoned his martial energy, mounted his steed, and led them into the fray. The sudden appearance of such a large contingent caught the attention of both commanders. The Charlones, already barely holding their ground, felt a surge of despair upon sighting reinforcements from the enemy. For in the chaos, retreat was impossible. With no avenue for escape, they fought with reckless abandon, intensifying the conflict. On the other hand, the commander of the Foston forces, a high-tier knight squire, recognized the opportunity presented by this unidentified reinforcements. His 3rd Battalion had been engaged with the Charlone forces in the Gordon Heights for half a month, and this was a prime chance to annihilate their remaining combatants. As a senior officer, he was fully aware that the Foston Kingdom, with its additional province, possessed greater national strength compared to Charlotte, which had been ravaged by 2 years of drought, leaving civilians reliant on military rations. Recruiting soldiers was not an issue, and thus the kingdom's high command intended to forcefully subjugate Charlotte. Despite the heavy casualties sustained by his 3rd Battalion, He knew that if he could eliminate the enemy forces and dismantle their organization, he would be hailed as a hero. Upon noticing the unfamiliar reinforcements, he felt a surge of elation. This could be the final straw that broke the camel's back. Normally, seasoned veterans would have opted to retreat in such a chaotic melee. Yet once both sides recognized each other, the situation shifted. The Charlones, believing they were facing yet another wave of reinforcements, fought with renewed vigor, charging at the Faustin troops. The commander of the Faustin forces, keen to minimize his own losses, redirected the enemy towards Locke and his companions. Captain Faust, leading Locke and the others, either lacked experience or was merely a gilded noble from above, oblivious to the brutal realities of war, and charged ahead with reckless abandon. Locke and his companions had no choice but to follow suit. Indeed, the moment the two armies clashed, the tide turned overwhelmingly against them. On one side stood the elite troops of Charlo, seasoned veterans of countless battles, while on the other was a hastily assembled motley crew, whose members scarcely knew each other, each reluctant to trust their backs to one another, becoming mere prey on the butcher's block for the Charlones. The Faustin captain was the first to collide with the Charlone forces, his martial energy granting him enhanced strength. Yet this also subjected him to a greater backlash. Before long, his head, soaring over 5 meters, was likely the first casualty. With the commander slain, the unit of over 200 men collapsed like wheat before the scythe, and Locke, positioned at the heart of the formation, witnessed the captain's severed head take flight. As his comrades fell around him, having served for 3 years, Locke had already stained his hands with blood. The number of lives he had taken could easily form a small squad. Previously, he had been the one to kill. Now, it was his turn to face death. Although he had long since ceased to regard life and death with gravity, he found it difficult to remain composed in the face of his own mortality. The elite troops indeed lived up to their reputation. Despite a fortnight of grueling combat, the strength of the Charlone Wolf Legion remained formidable. The commander of the 3rd Battalion of the Lion Legion, sensing the time was ripe, signaled with a grand gesture, leading his battalion of elite cavalry into the fray. The current situation for Locke and his comrades is far from optimistic. Over 200 have been slain by the Charlo people, while fewer than 100 have fallen on their side. The commander of the Wolf Legion is a formidable high-ranking knight squire, who leads his less than 300 men to shatter Locke's formation with reckless abandon. The mid-level knight squire, Captain Furs, met his demise at the hands of this commander, who executed him with a swift blow to the head. Meanwhile, the commander of the 3rd Corps has encircled the Charlo forces with over 700 of his troops. Indeed, the 3rd Corps has effectively turned Locke's unexpected reinforcements into bait. Kill, kill, kill. Locke frantically wielded his iron sword. Realizing that close combat was ill-suited for a spear, he had discarded his spear at the onset of the skirmish. Acutely aware that his group was surrounded, he dared not conserve his strength, nor could he afford to remain stationary. He fought while retreating, uncertain of where hope for survival lay. He merely needed to outlast others. Despite being encircled, this hastily assembled team managed to unleash their latent potential, forming a circle of over 100 to withstand the desperate assaults of the Charlo people. At this moment, Locke found himself near the main battlefield between the Wolf Legion and the Lion Legion. On the very outskirts of the fray, within this makeshift team, Locke's strength could only be deemed average, if not inferior. Yet, despite lacking overwhelming power, he possessed a sharp intellect. He understood that hiding in the center of the formation would be futile, merely a delay in death. The Charlo warriors, their eyes ablaze with fury, cared little for their own injuries in their relentless onslaught, an assault that his ragtag group could not withstand. If survival was to be achieved, it was imperative to flee towards areas where their numbers were greater, not towards the center of the encirclement, but outward, toward the hope of life. Chapter 13. The Red Sea Flower. In that battle, Locke remained unaware of how he managed to survive. He only knew that when he next regained consciousness, it was beneath a towering pile of corpses. 8 meters high, a youthful figure with slightly immature features and tousled blonde hair had saved him. Locke recounted to Master Solon that this young man was named Cain. Of the same age as himself, though he had enlisted a year later, this was their first meeting. At that time, Cain was unaware that Locke still lived. He was merely a foot soldier on the battlefield, following orders from nameless comrades to gather the fallen for cremation, dragging Locke along as a corpse destined for the flames. Fortunately, Locke was not dead. He had merely lost consciousness from excessive blood loss. At that moment, it was Cain's half-eaten chestnut cake that revived the feeble, near-death Locke. From that point onward, Locke, accompanied by Kane, his newfound subordinate, survived the gruesome Battle of Gordon Heights, a conflict that struck terror into the hearts of all who heard its name. Eventually, Locke recalled how he had managed to live through that harrowing encounter. Amidst the chaos, only a handful of them remained, besieged by 100 knights. The front ranks were skewered by long spears, while the rear ranks were trampled by galloping steeds. In a moment of desperation, Locke seized a fellow soldier, paralyzed by the impending doom, and hurled him towards the charging horses, using him as a shield against the onslaught. This sacrificial act spared Locke from immediate death, though several of his ribs were crushed underfoot. Clinging to a will to survive, he dragged the surrounding corpses over himself, finally succumbing to unconsciousness. Betraying one's comrades is a capital offense, particularly within the military. If discovered, one would face execution and their family would be condemned to servitude for generations. Thus, Locke buried this incident deep within his heart, revealing it to no one. It was after this battle that Locke truly matured. He bore no psychological scars from the event. In such circumstances, everyone would perish, so why not trade another's life for one's own? Beyond newfound maturity, Locke also gained Kane as a loyal companion. Kane, a beggar from a small town in Tyr province, had joined the army out of desperation during a drought, only to find his unit disbanded. Even if he returned to his original battalion, he would merely serve as cannon fodder, which is why he chose to stick with Locke. After the battle, Locke found the small team led by Uncle Yosak, where only he, Uncle Yosak, and Carl remained. Following that conflict, Uncle Yosak was promoted to squad captain, Carl to vice captain, and Locke became a second-class squad leader. Observing Kane's lean yet astute stature, Locke appointed him as the squad scout. In the aftermath of that battle, all squads suffered heavy casualties, and members from other squads were reassigned to Locke's team. Thus, the formidable trio of Locke, Hans, and Kane was formed. The tale concluded, and whether it was Master Solon reflecting or Locke lost in reminiscence, the tent fell into a brief silence. Regarding Locke's miraculous escape from the encirclement of the Wolf Legion, he simply stated that he had hidden among the dead to survive, offering no further elaboration on the matter. This would remain a secret locked away in Locke's heart, forever undiscovered. Clap, clap, clap. After a moment of silence, Master Solon applauded. Indeed, it is no wonder that you, Locke, have made a name for yourself in the camp. You possess both strength and courage. The complete annihilation of the Wolf Legion at Gordon Heights sent shockwaves through Forston, Charlo, and neighboring nations. Who would have thought that a mere foot soldier like you would partake in such a grand battle? The battlefield I was on was merely a clash between a division of the Wolf Legion and our Lion Legion. My lord exaggerates, Locke replied, not unfamiliar with the intricacies of courtly discourse. He presented himself as a capable yet humble subordinate before Master Solon. What you have accomplished is quite commendable. Now, tell me, what brings you to seek my audience? Master Solon inquired, narrowing his eyes with a more pronounced gravity. Without hesitation, Locke bowed deeply and clasped his fists, speaking earnestly. I wish to follow you into battle and future conflicts, to fight alongside you. My lord, this was the conclusion drawn from Summer's analysis the previous night. As the new army was meant to serve as the foundation for Master Solon, he would undoubtedly assume the role of captain and commander. At this moment, Locke sought no rank, only to express his loyalty, believing that Master Solon would not treat him unjustly. Very well, I am aware of your intentions. Since you choose to follow me, there shall be benefits for you. This red sea flower is of little aid to me in harnessing combat energy. You may take a cutting with you. It will hasten your training, and it can also be consumed as a juice. Though its taste leaves much to be desired, this should suffice for 3 days' worth of use. Master Solon gestured generously toward a coral-like red plant on the left shelf, clearly pleased to have a capable and clever subordinate at his side. Thank you, Master Solon. Although Master Solon did not explicitly state his intentions, the offering of a valuable item that would aid in cultivating combat energy spoke volumes. Locke approached the red sea flower, retrieving a small knife and carefully cutting a slender branch, mindful of the numerous slicing marks on the plant, indicating that Master Solon had frequently utilized it, resisting the urge to take more. Locke respectfully stepped back. I accept your offering of wine, but I shall now take my rest. After a considerable time had passed, Master Solon, feeling fatigued, prepared to retire, signaling the end of the meeting. Locke dared not impose further. His objectives had been achieved, and he departed from Master Solon's tent. Feeling elated, Locke made his way toward his squad's camp, planning to spend the night there. After all, it would not bode well to be absent every night. Only after he became a squad leader could he afford such liberties. He had already informed Summer the previous night that she need not wait for him, as he would visit her in a couple of days at noon. The sounds of soldiers training echoed through the camp as preparations for departure commenced. Each squad leader began to drill their troops, sharpening their skills before battle. Naturally, the astute were particularly diligent at this juncture, such as Locke. Within the central olive-green tent, an air of solemnity prevailed. Seated at the head was a mature, imposing figure, a middle-aged man with brown hair and a hint of a dark beard. Baron Kaidoki, now 40 years of age, wielded considerable influence and prowess, casting a significant shadow over the other attendees. Before the Baron spoke, none dared to utter a word. The tent housed 10 individuals. At the forefront sat the composed Baron Kaidoki, flanked on the left by the formidable Knight Commander Will, clad in armor, and on the right by the calm Master Solon. Behind them sat 6 squad leaders, including Uncle Yosak, all gathered around a long table, with Baron Kaidoki presiding. Behind the Baron stood an elderly butler, likely in his 50s, who had served the Baron faithfully for many years. None present dared to underestimate him. 5 days hence, we shall assault the city of France. The military has issued a strict directive to all divisions. We must converge on intercity within 2 months. Thus, the siege of France must be swift and decisive, as arrangements have already been made with Kashir, declared the Baron, his authoritative tone leaving no room for dissent. It appears the military is anxious. And rightly so. After all, the Wind Legion is nearly at the gates of Elris City, while our Eagle Legion has yet to lay eyes on Intercity, spoke Mont, the captain of the first squad. Unlike Uncle Yosak, who earned his position through experience and valor, Captain Mont relied on his intellect and cunning as the Baroness strategist. Only he would dare to speak so boldly in the Baroness' presence. Indeed, the 2 legions have long been at odds. It is hardly surprising that the Windrider Legion has taken the lead this time, leaving the military leadership in a state of unease. Knight will concurred. Several months prior, after breaching the Felmer Canyon, the kingdom of Charlotte lay exposed like a vulnerable lamb beneath the iron hooves of the Firstand army. The 3 legions advanced in a coordinated assault on the heartland of Charlotte. The Windrider Legion took the vanguard. The Lion Legion pressed through the center, and the Eagle Legion advanced from below. The kingdom of Charlotte comprised 3 provinces, its territory forming an irregular triangle. The western province of Peters had succumbed after 3 years of fierce battles on the Gordon Heights and the defeat at Felmer Canyon, leading to a complete breakdown. With the regular army of Charlotte annihilated, the remaining 2 provinces lacked any substantial resistance, prompting the kingdom's high command to decide on a 3-pronged offensive. Chapter 14. The Meeting. The province's capitals, Elysium City and Interral City, would be claimed by the Windrider and Eagle Legions, while the elite Lion Legion would make a direct assault on the royal city of Odyssey. Located at the center of the 2 provinces, Odyssey would present the greatest challenge, necessitating immediate reinforcement from the Windrider and Eagle Legions after their conquest of the provinces to ensure the fall of Charlotte's royal stronghold, thereby heralding the true demise of this kingdom. This assault on France City merely serves as a stepping stone. The other detachments of the 2nd Legion have nearly cleared the surrounding towns, and the command has urged us to swiftly regroup at Bimall City, the Baron continued. Bimall City. A murmur of recognition spread through the tent, indicating that all present were familiar with the city, the central hub of an Earl's domain, and the final obstacle for the 2nd Legion to join forces with the other detachments of the Eagle Legion. Are we truly in such a hurry? We still have 2 months, Captain Monty remarked, puzzled. They were still quite far from Bimall City, with at least 3 or 4 towns to traverse, and as a central city of an Earl's domain. The Earl would surely have gathered a considerable force if he had any sense. Monty was not eager to engage in another hard-fought battle so soon, and the Baron likely felt the same. The Baron glanced at him, then surveyed the others in the tent, gently tapping the table to silence the whispers. All eyes turned to him. After a prolonged silence, he furrowed his brow and spoke gravely. The situation at home is becoming untenable. We must conclude this war expeditiously. The atmosphere shifted as everyone contemplated his words. Baron Kaidoki had contacts in the royal capital and was acutely aware that, although the drought had ended over a year ago, the country faced a severe labor shortage, particularly among the young and able-bodied. With the gender ratio nearing 1:3, the fields were tended by the elderly, the weak, and women. While they could barely sustain themselves, the military's consumption could not be maintained for much longer. This was only one facet of the crisis. Population losses, the toll of war, and exorbitant external debts compounded the issue. The Firstand Kingdom, being a small realm, could not withstand such prolonged attrition, acknowledging the dire reality. Monty, as the Baron's advisor, concurred. In that case, we must swiftly seize Franz City. Franz City is at least a Baron's stronghold. Without thorough preparations, it may prove difficult to capture, another added, with the decision to take Franz City now made. The attendees relaxed and began deliberating. Moreover, our legion is still not fully assembled. Should we? The primary focus of this meeting was to determine the candidates for the 2 missing captains in the regiment. After much discussion, they finally arrived at the matter at hand. However, as this involved official replacements, they were merely captains and lacked the authority to decide. They could only await the Baron's directives. Indeed, the regiment still lacks 2 captains. Do you have any recommendations? The Baron inquired calmly, his head slightly bowed. They had debated this matter several times before, but no conclusion had been reached. A decision was imperative this time. I believe that young Roma would be an excellent choice. He is certainly capable, suggested the captain of the 3rd squad. Recommending one of his own squad leaders. His squad had suffered heavy losses in the previous engagement, with the vice-captain deceased, and he hoped to bring in someone he knew well to lead his remaining men. What of Gerson? He is a veteran of 5 years, with commendable strength and leadership, interjected the vice-captain of the 4th squad. Their squad had fared even worse, with less than a third surviving the battle at Felmer Canyon. And their captain had perished, leaving the vice-captain to act in his stead. He was in dire need of an experienced soldier to assist him and was recommending someone from another squad. He was unconcerned about losing authority, as his squad's current leaders were all brothers who had survived alongside him. What about Virginie? A remarkably capable young man. And Gibb, he is an experienced soldier as well. With a sense of responsibility, the 6 squad leaders within the tent presented their favored candidates, and of course, Yushak also mentioned Locke, praising him for his steadiness and enthusiasm. Quiet down, everyone, Baron Kaidoki said, rubbing his forehead and tapping the table with his finger. This was a familiar scene. Previous meetings had devolved into similar disputes without resolution. We shall proceed with a voting process. As expected, the attendees exchanged knowing glances. Whenever the camp faced disagreement or significant events arose, if the Baron did not make a personal decision and consensus was lacking, he would resort to voting. It was said that he had learned this parliamentary voting system during his studies in the Omer Empire. The rough-and-tumble soldiers, unaware of the system's fairness and equity, appreciated the Baron's approach as it demonstrated a sense of humanity. Devoid of the arrogance characteristic of other nobles, the respect commanded by Baron Kaidoki was evident among all present. The voting commenced with Nightwill, followed by Captain Monty, continuing in turn until the vice-captain of the 4th squad cast his vote. As for young Master Solon, the majority of those present habitually overlooked him, for he, like the Baron, seldom participated in such votes. Locke, being proposed by Captain Yushak of the 2nd squad, was the 3rd to vote, placing him in a central position among the 6 candidates. Chapter 15, The Election. After a considerable delay, it was finally Locke's turn to vote, starting with Captain Monty. I think this young man is still too inexperienced. He ought to hone his skills for another 2 years, he concluded. Falling silent, Monty sensed, perhaps mistakenly, that young Master Solon had cast him a sidelong glance, stirring an uneasy feeling within him. Yet he dismissed it as mere imagination. The vote then passed to the vice-captain of the 1st squad, who was no stranger to Locke. He recalled meeting Locke for the first time after the bloody battle at Gordon Heights, when Locke had stumbled into the newly established camp, covered in blood. Had he not been clad in the unmistakable uniform of the Firstan Kingdom, he might have been shot by the archers before even reaching the tent at that time. He was merely a squad leader stationed at the gate. And Locke, accompanied by a companion of similar age, had approached him with the question, "Sir, might I inquire if this is the 2nd Brigade of the Eagle Legion?" Upon receiving confirmation, Locke had promptly fainted. The vice-captain had hurriedly sent his men to fetch a medic, and he had been favorably impressed by the young man. Perhaps due to the bond formed that day, Locke had since shown him great respect, often greeting him and presenting small tokens from his plunder. He fondly recalled the wine and a small silver pendant styled in the fashion of Charlotte that Locke had gifted him just a few days prior, though not valuable. The sentiment was appreciated. I believe this young man demonstrates promise. Although a bit young, he possesses great enthusiasm, so I shall tentatively endorse him, the vice-captain of the 1st squad stated. He also took into account Monty's feelings, refraining from fully expressing his thoughts, yet he conveyed his supportive stance. At that moment, Monty regarded Locke with newfound respect. He was familiar with his vice-captain, a brother forged in the same trenches. If he offered his support, it must mean that this young man possessed exceptional qualities. Subsequently, both Yushak and Karl expressed their endorsement of Locke, which came as no surprise to the others. It was essential for their team to maintain unity. However, to aspire for the captaincy seemed overly simplistic, considering he had only garnered 3 votes. Even among the 2 individuals Locke had previously received support from, one had also attained 3 votes, and the popular candidates, Naluoma and Gilson, had yet to enter the voting fray. I believe Locke's managerial skills are still lacking and require further development, the final vice-captain of the 4th squad expressed, clearly casting a dissenting vote. With that, the voting ought to conclude. If it remained at just 3 votes, Locke's chances appeared bleak. I think Locke shows promise. His leadership capabilities are commendable, more than sufficient for a squad captain. Just as Monty prepared to initiate the next round of voting, the long-silent Lord Zoran finally spoke up. The tent fell into a brief silence, which was soon broken by Yushak, who was the first to respond, agreeing, "Indeed, I have watched Locke grow. His abilities are impressive across the board." "You are correct, Lord Zoran." The remaining attendees quickly echoed this sentiment, affirming, "Yes, Locke is indeed formidable. His leadership is noteworthy. The casualty rate in their squad is the lowest among our ranks. This young man is not to be underestimated." Even those who had previously cast negative votes began to commend Locke. It seemed Locke had successfully aligned himself with Lord Zoran, a thought echoed by Yushak and others present. Baron Kaidoki cast a surprised glance at his son, who had historically refrained from participating in such votes. Was it that Locke truly possessed extraordinary talents, or? The Baron observed his son, deep in contemplation that it was high time he received some training. Baron Kaidoki decided in his heart. After a brief commotion, the voting resumed. Currently, Locke held the highest number of votes, totaling 4.I in the following votes. The 6 squad leaders, influenced by Lord Zoran's involvement, each held a clear bias, since Lord Zoran had endorsed Locke. It was evident that Locke occupied one of the 2 slots available among the squad leaders. Thus, in the subsequent votes, no more than 2 individuals could receive 4 votes or more. Lord Zoran abstained from participating in the voting for the next 3 candidates, further solidifying this group's understanding. Although this meeting's voting system, proposed by the Baron, was relatively democratic and fair, all present were essentially the Baroness vassals, likely to become Lord Zoran's retainers in the future. True fairness was an illusion, since their young master had decided upon Locke. They would find a way to support him. Ultimately, the voting results revealed Locke with 4 votes, Gilson also with 4, while the unfortunate Naluoma managed only 3 votes, and the rest were inconsequential, had it not been for Lord Zoran's intervention. Gilson, with his qualifications, strength, and leadership, would not have been limited to 4 votes, nor would Naluoma have languished with a mere 3. Nevertheless, with the facts laid bare, all were compelled to accept the outcome. Thus, Gilson and Locke shall fill the vacant captaincy positions, Baron Kaidoki declared with finality. The Baron calmly surveyed the remaining individuals in the tent, his long-held authority instilling a palpable silence. It was a matter not of strength, but of the Baron's personal magnetism. Next, I shall announce that the 3rd and 4th squads will merge into the 3rd squad, with veteran soldiers reassigned to the 4th squad. Gilson will be the captain of the 4th squad, and Locke will serve as the vice-captain. Upon concluding, Baron Kaidoki glanced at Zoran, then shifted his tone to a calmer demeanor as he addressed him. "You will lead the 4th squad from now on. Also holding the position of vice-captain of the cavalry, do not let me down." It was in this moment that the others could sense a glimmer of emotion from the usually aloof and inscrutable Baron. This was a display of paternal affection towards his son. "Yes, father," Lord Zoran replied, bowing his head in acceptance. "Now, the meeting is adjourned. Will, you shall oversee the transmission of combat skills to the newly appointed captains. The arrangements for the impending assault on France City shall be discussed at noon tomorrow." The Baron rose and announced, "Yes, my lord." The remaining 7 responded respectfully, standing. With the meeting concluded, the squad leaders and Lord Zoran exited the tent, leaving only Baron Kaidoki and his ever-silent steward behind. Guards entered in single file, moving the conference table aside before respectfully retreating. While 2 maidservants gracefully entered to serve the Baron a cup of tea, then bowed and quietly withdrew. Having surpassed 40 years, the Baron increasingly indulged in this noble drink from the capital. Tea. Sipping the tea allowed him to relax his long-strained demeanor. Baron Kaidoki savored the beverage, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he finally set down his cup. "John, after all this time, do you have any regrets?" the Baron inquired. "No, my lord. I have served you from a mere slave to your steward, and I harbor no regrets. the steward responded. Alas, 20 years have flown by. The children have grown. The Baron lamented, revealing that this seemingly stern, cold, and enigmatic figure was, in fact, a father. As a mid-tier knight serving as my steward, I assure you, I will not treat you poorly, the Baron continued. Thank you for your kindness, my lord, the steward said, kneeling. Rise, after all these years. You still cling to such formalities at your age. You ought to spare your body the strain of constant kneeling, Baron Kaidoki said with understanding. My health is still good. I can protect you and share your burdens, the steward replied. Lowering his gaze, the Baron smiled and turned to his steward, asking, John, which of your two sons do you favor more? Is it that lad George from the cavalry squad, or Warner from the supply camp? George has already reached the pinnacle of a novice knight squire, and if fortune smiles upon him, his future is limitless. George indeed possesses talent. If all goes well, he could attain the rank of low-tier knight squire by 30, the steward replied. Perfect. That would add another formidable warrior to my Kaidoki territory. A low-tier knight squire is no insignificant power. Baron Kaidoki currently has only one high-tier knight squire, Sir Will, one mid-tier knight steward, and one low-tier squire, Monty, while the remaining squad leaders who have trained in combat skills are all novice squires. Nonetheless, the Baron himself is also a low-tier knight squire. Maintaining a low-tier knight squire for deterrent purposes in his territory, given the recent drought leading to rampant banditry and the military being preoccupied with battles, retaining a low-tier knight squire is indeed necessary. This represents the entirety of the Baron's cultivated high-level combat strength. One high-tier, one mid-tier, and 3 novice knight squires including the Baron himself. This already constitutes a formidable force. To compare, Baron Kashir, who collaborates with the Baron, has only 1 mid-tier and 2 low-tier knight squires, placing him at a distinct disadvantage. A high-tier knight squire possesses the capability to defeat or even kill 3 mid-tier knight squires. Thus Sir Will alone could decimate Baron Kashir's high-level combat strength. This illustrates the might of the Baron's military. Warner is also a clever lad. He manages the supply camp station remarkably well, Baron Kaidoki remarked, continuing his assessment of the steward's younger son. Indeed, Warner is a good child. The steward's typically impassive expression finally shifted at the mention of Warner, a smile breaking through as he absorbed the Baron's praise. Baron Kaidoki, perceptive as ever, immediately recognized the steward John's deeper affection for his second son. With curiosity, Baron Kaidoki asked, Henry, despite George's greater achievements, why do you favor Warner more? The steward remained silent for a considerable time before responding, because he is more filial. Baron Kaidoki fell silent at that. Chapter 16. Instruction 1-2 Thrust. Brett, have you not eaten? Stand up straight. Keep your eyes forward. Slice. The camp was alive with the sounds of squad leaders training their soldiers, each individual taut with tension. Even the typically obstreperous subordinates were subdued, knowing that this was pivotal for their leader's future. Any misstep could spell disaster for them. All eyes subtly drifted toward the dark green tent at the center of the camp. At last, the tent flaps opened, and several squad leaders emerged in succession. A few astute young men greeted them. Uncle Monty, you've come out. Good day, squad leader. Yet each squad leader was preoccupied, ignoring the attentions of the eager soldiers. The soldiers, not lacking in awareness, returned to their formations after exchanging pleasantries. Sir Will was the last to exit. He walked directly into the midst of the training soldiers and casually assigned 2 individuals, go. Fetch Gilson and Locke to the training ground behind the camp. The 2 quickly understood the implication and dashed off. The excited young men approached Locke to relay Sir Will's message. Locke realized he had succeeded. Under the ambiguous gazes of his fellow soldiers, he made his way alone to the training ground behind the camp. The training ground of the camp is regarded as a mysterious realm in the hearts of the soldiers. Accessible only to those of the rank of squad leader and above, its vast expanse is noteworthy. Even a training area designed for a mere dozen individuals rivals the size of that used by 100 soldiers in the camp. Upon arriving at the training ground, Locke found Jerson already waiting at the entrance. After exchanging greetings with the soldier on duty, the 2 entered the training area together. The duty soldiers appeared to have received prior notice. Informing the duo, Lord Weir is already in the training ground. Jerson, a man in his 30s, shared a similar military tenure with Uncle Yosak. His complexion bore a slight yellow hue. His build was quite slender. Yet he stood tall, enjoying a respectable reputation within the camp. It came as no surprise to Locke that Jerson had been promoted to squad leader. My dear Locke, I'm not the least bit surprised by your promotion to squad leader. Who in the camp does not know of your esteemed name? Jerson remarked, attempting to establish camaraderie. Come now, brother Jerson, do not flatter me. Did you not receive a promotion as well? By the way, do you have any idea how our positions are arranged? Which squad will we be assigned to? It was evident that one belonged to the second squad while the other to the first, making it unlikely they would remain in their respective squads as squad leaders. I am uncertain, dear Locke, but I suspect the camp will issue a notification by this afternoon, Jerson replied. Indeed, I believe so as well. Let us hasten, lest we keep Lord Weir waiting, Locke suggested. In truth, given their respective ages and military experience, Locke ought to refer to Jerson as uncle, yet since Jerson had initiated the use of brother, Locke reciprocated accordingly. After all, ranks in the military are determined by prowess, and Lord Weir's strength does not necessarily surpass that of Locke. They both held the same rank of first-class private squad leader. Making Locke's address of him as brother quite acceptable as they spoke, they arrived at the heart of the training ground. This area was far more than a mere training site. It boasted numerous tents and towers lining its periphery. At the center lay an expansive open space, cordoned off into sections by fences, with Lord Weir occupying the largest area. Approaching respectfully, Locke and Jerson greeted Lord Weir. The knight responded with a nonchalant, He then gestured towards the surroundings, instructing them, from now on, you shall practice here. I will periodically come to guide you. Remember, do not damage the surrounding equipment. You may use them freely. The training ground was replete with an array of long spears, swords, and even several suits of armor. You should have guessed why I called you here today. The specific assignments will be announced shortly, so I shall refrain from elaborating. Today, I will teach you the eagle fighting spirit, Lord Weir stated matter-of-factly. Although Lord Weir was a noble knight and should maintain a distance from the two commoners, their shared rank as squad leaders rendered him somewhat disdainful towards Locke and Jerson, Locke not being Na'vi. Since this, while Jerson, a seasoned veteran, although puzzled by Lord Weir's demeanor, adjusted his posture accordingly, as they were indeed in need of guidance. The eagle fighting spirit is the standard fighting technique of the Eagle Legion, practiced by all ranks from the Legion commander to ordinary first-class privates. This is a precious manual that can lead to the knightly rank. Before commencing your training, you must ensure not to share it with others. Lord Weir continued. Understood, they both affirmed in unison. Next, I will teach you the methods for breathing exercises and condensing the fighting spirit seed. Pay close attention. Lord Weir wasted no time in getting to the point. The afternoon passed swiftly under Lord Weir's tutelage. And by evening, the rare crimson hues of the sunset broke through the clouds, revealing their splendor. Locke and Jerson stood in horse stance, their chests bare and faces flushed, exerting themselves in the initial step of cultivating their fighting spirit. Condensing the fighting spirit seed. The optimal age for knights to cultivate their fighting spirit lies between 12 and 14, though both men had unfortunately missed that window. However, both were of mature minds, having distinguished themselves among hundreds to become squad leaders. Their aptitude, while not the best, was certainly commendable. Typically, it takes an individual 1 to 3 days to condense the eagle fighting spirit seed, a process that is only marginally influenced by innate talent and primarily tests one's willpower and bodily control. Though the specific positions had yet to be formally announced, neither was willing to yield, both harboring a fierce determination. At last, as the last rays of sunlight vanished and the sun dipped below the horizon, Locke bellowed, his eyes fierce. Concentrate. At that moment, a speck of white, no larger than a grain of rice, began to coalesce beneath Locke's navel. Perhaps spurred by Locke's fervor, Jerson soon followed suit, shouting with all his might. His eyes wide as he focused on the same area, a similar speck of white quietly manifesting. Lord Weir, who had been waiting nearby, approached. As expected from those raised in the military, you managed to condense it on your very first day. Rest well tonight. Henceforth, practice the eagle fighting spirit as I have taught you. Should you encounter any issues, you may find me here in the training ground. With that, Lord Weir turned and departed. Breathless, Locke and Jerson exchanged glances, ultimately bursting into laughter. Both understood they had crossed the threshold into the realm of the strong, gaining a measure of control over their destinies. Soon after, 2 soldiers on duty came to escort Locke and Jerson back to the camp. Presumably at Lord Weir's behest, having been promoted to squad leader, they were expected to dine with the Baron. However, as it was well past mealtime and they remained unaware of their specific assignments, they opted to make their way to the camp's mess hall in search of sustenance. The camp's cook, having evidently been informed of their return, had prepared a sumptuous feast for them. While described as a feast, It consisted merely of white bread and meat broth. For Locke, this was the first occasion he had ever tasted white bread. Its long, delicate shape was both flaky and sweet, a stark contrast to the hard black bread he was accustomed to. Grabbing a loaf in each hand, he indulged heartily. While Jerson's eating habits were scarcely better, the cook had been generous, providing them with 6 loaves of white bread and a large pot of meat broth. And the exhaustion of the day's labor dissipated with this meal. After dinner, the two exchanged farewells before parting ways. At this hour, the camp was deserted, save for the patrolling sentinels and scattered torches illuminating the night. Locke strolled leisurely back to his squad's tent, feeling quite stuffed. Though he had consumed meat before, it had always been pork. Today's delectable meal was a first. Thankfully, the substantial repast did not adversely affect his fighting spirit seed. Otherwise, he would have been quite distraught. As he approached his squad's tent, Peter, the sentry keeping watch outside, spotted Locke and called out, "Brother Locke has returned." Instantly, a throng of men surged forth. Moments later, Locke's expression darkened as he faced the exuberant crowd, who had just inflicted 1,000 points of critical damage upon him. Imagine the plight of a fulsome individual being tossed about by a group of burly men under the night sky. Truly a pitiful scenario. However, the darkness concealed Locke's discontent, and the group remained oblivious to their leader's simmering anger as they bombarded him with questions. "Brother Locke, now that you have mastered the fighting spirit, are you not stronger than before?" Hans inquired. Locke pondered for a moment before offering a vague reply. "I suppose so." Chapter 17. Morning practice. That night, after answering a myriad of peculiar questions posed by his comrades, Locke lay in bed, lost in thought. The specific assignments had yet to be issued. He anticipated they would be announced the following day. What exactly was fighting spirit? Locke placed a hand on the area beneath his navel. Outwardly, it appeared unremarkable, yet he could sense a speck of white, no larger than a grain of rice, nestled within. Lord Ware had referred to it as a vortex of fighting spirit, but Locke found it difficult to perceive any resemblance to a vortex. Unable to comprehend it further, he resolved to let it be, trusting that clarity would come in due time, perhaps even through Uncle Yosak. Locke's thoughts then turned to the enchanting proprietress of the tavern in Giza Town, Xiaoshi, whom he had not visited recently. He decided he would go tomorrow, bringing along a small gift. He wondered how his family was faring. The last message from his parents was reassuring. Urging him to stay safe, he speculated whether they had utilized the money he had sent home. Knowing them, he surmised they had likely saved most of it for his future marriage. The thought of marriage made Locke grin foolishly. In this era, marriage was a monumental event for ordinary folk. To wed a virtuous woman skilled in household duties would be akin to a dream come true. Locke was filled with fantasies about his future spouse. Xiaoshi seemed quite promising, beautiful, talented in brewing, and literate. Yet she had been married before, which might not sit well with his parents. Suddenly, his sister came to mind. In Locke's eyes, she was the most beautiful of all, and during his years away serving in the military, she had shouldered the burdens of household chores. If anyone embodied the essence of virtue, it would undoubtedly be his sister. The thought of marrying her sent Locke spiraling into a reverie. Unbeknownst to him, he eventually drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, Locke arrived at the training ground outside the camp early, finding it still devoid of other squad leaders. After greeting the soldiers stationed at the entrance, he proceeded to a smaller section of the training area. His purpose for the day was to assess the changes in his strength following the cultivation of fighting spirit. According to Lord Weir, he currently occupied the rank of entry-level Knight Squire, with his fighting spirit still in the seed form. At this stage, the fighting spirit could only be utilized for healing injuries and enhancing strength. Once the fighting spirit seed expanded to the size of a pigeon's egg, he would reach the pinnacle of entry-level Knight Squire, allowing him to advance to the rank of low-level Knight Squire. Sir Will conferred upon his newly appointed squire only the rudimentary techniques of combat mastery yesterday, indicating that further teachings on the advanced techniques of battle energy would be bestowed only upon reaching the pinnacle of the novice squire level. Locke made his way towards a colossal boulder situated in his training area. This boulder, embodying the strength of an adult, had previously proven too formidable for him to lift more than halfway, and even then, only for a brief moment. Without invoking any battle energy, Locke embraced the boulder with both arms and bellowed, "Lift!" Under the immense strength he summoned, the boulder was indeed raised, albeit only to knee height. After enduring this exertion for a mere 10 seconds, his strength waned, and with a thunderous crash, the boulder tumbled to the ground. A few minutes later, having recovered, Locke returned to the boulder. He recalled the principles of battle energy that Sir Will had imparted. and summoned a modicum of energy from his lower abdomen to his arms and core. With both hands clasping the boulder, he shouted, "Lift." To his astonishment, this time he managed to elevate the boulder to chest height. A refreshing sensation coursed through him from his abdomen, a telltale sign of the rapid depletion of battle energy. He noticed the battle energy seed, which had originally been the size of a grain of rice, shrinking perilously close to that of a millet seed. With a surge of effort, he hurled the boulder away, which soared an impressive 5 meters as a result of the energy he had infused into it. Locke marveled at the newfound strength he wielded, feeling as if the battle energy had amplified his might 2 to 3-fold. Though the duration of this enhancement was fleeting, it was understandable given his novice practice. He discerned that battle energy did not fundamentally augment his muscle strength. Rather, it served merely as a temporary enhancement. Having just lifted a boulder beyond his natural capacity, he now felt the ache coursing through his muscles, particularly in his arms. At that moment, the battle energy seed sent forth a stream of revitalizing energy that flowed upward, imparting a refreshing sensation along its path, ultimately settling in his arms. Locke recognized this as the phenomenon Sir Will had described, the instinctual protection of the owner by their battle energy in times of injury. He contemplated using battle energy to expedite his recovery, but ultimately dismissed the idea, recalling Sir Will's words about the necessity of long-term practice for the accumulation of battle energy. Locke surveyed the still empty training grounds and settled into a cross-legged position to meditate and absorb energy. Time slipped by unnoticed during his training, and when he opened his eyes again, 3 hours had elapsed. Marking 10 o'clock in the morning, he felt that his battle energy seed had reverted to its original size from the previous day. Seemingly showing no sign of growth at this moment, he noticed 4 squad leaders in the training area, including Uncle Yashak and Sir Will, each occupying their own space to meditate and cultivate their battle energy. Sir Will occupied the most spacious area at the center of the training ground. Disruptions during battle energy training could significantly hinder absorption rates and provoke irritation, potentially jarring one from the meditative state. Locke had no desire to experiment with such consequences. Instead, he practiced his swordsmanship with a training sword while patiently awaiting the conclusion of Yashak and Sir Will's training. An hour later, Sir Will, Uncle Yashak, and the other 2 squad leaders emerged from their meditative states. Uncle Yashak, spotting Locke practicing his swordplay nearby, called out with a grin, "Look at you, young lad, already up early to train. You're certainly a promising talent. Come, let us grab some food." Locke followed Uncle Yashak and the others, departing from the training grounds. Along the way, Locke learned that he and Jerson had been assigned to the 4th squad, with Jerson serving as the captain and himself as the vice-captain. Locke said nothing. He acknowledged that Jerson's experience and abilities surpassed his own, making him a fitting captain. Locke took the opportunity to inquire about training from Uncle Yashak, as Sir Will had only provided a general overview of battle energy cultivation and its application the day before. Omitting crucial details and techniques, likely due to Locke being an outsider, Locke understood that Uncle Yashak was the person he could trust the most to impart genuine knowledge. Each practitioner possessed their own unique insights regarding training, which were seldom shared with others. The remaining squad leaders, aware of the nature of the discussion about to unfold, discreetly bid farewell and departed first. Uncle Yashak and Locke walked slowly, with Locke posing questions and Uncle Yashak responding. When Locke inquired why his battle energy seed showed little progress after a morning of training, Uncle Yashak clapped him on the back, saying, "Young one, I've been training for over a year, and mine is still only the size of a soybean that you've only just begun." Locke rubbed his head, gazing innocently at Uncle Yashak. The cultivation of battle energy is a gradual process. It requires diligence. The more effort you invest, the stronger you will become. Uncle Yashak sighed, continuing, "Is there no other way to accelerate the training process?" Locke asked. Uncle Yashak shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "There are indeed certain rare herbs that can hasten battle energy cultivation. Some precious ones can even elevate one's strength by an entire tier. However, I doubt you possess such good fortune." Disappointment washed over Locke upon hearing this, though he recalled the segment of a plant, named Hong Haihua, that young Master Solon had gifted him. He had entrusted it to Shashi for planting in a pot, and wondered how it was faring now. If it could not be cultivated, he would have to consume it as young Master Solon had suggested. Noticing Locke's disheartened expression, Uncle Yashak reassured him, "As commoners, we should consider ourselves fortunate to cultivate battle energy at all. According to Sir Will, those who train in battle energy can live an additional 20 to 30 years due to its nurturing properties. That's a considerable gain. Stop dreaming about unrealistic things. Ah, Locke replied absent-mindedly, still pondering the fate of his Hong Hai-Hua. He was young, and his understanding of longevity was still quite shallow. Presently, our cultivation of battle energy relies not only on our own efforts, but also on the use of potions, Uncle Yashak stated. Meritorious service can be exchanged for training potions, but only those ranked as first-class soldiers or higher qualify for this exchange. In our camp, we only have hemostatic potions available. If we wish to procure training potions, we must go to the brigade headquarters or the military department. That requires significant meritorious service. I know you have a fair amount of merit, but how much will remain after your promotion to squad leader? Furthermore, the potions from the military logistics are exorbitantly priced, and the demand is immense. As we are not personnel from the brigade headquarters, it is unlikely we could exchange for any potions even with merit. It seems I must simply work hard every day, Locke replied with resignation. Indeed. Just look at Sir Will, a high-ranking individual who persists in training daily, Uncle Yashak remarked. By the way, what rank is Sir Will now? Locke inquired curiously. Sir Will is reportedly a high-tier knight squire. Uncle Yashak's eyes filled with gravity. A high-tier knight squire represented a level beyond Locke's reach. It was no wonder Sir Will often regarded Locke and his companions with a hint of disdain. The disparity in strength was palpable. Locke understood that a mid-tier knight squire could withstand the charge of 10 cavalrymen, while a high-tier knight squire could likely hold off an entire half-squad of cavalry on their own. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. Actually, there is another method to expedite training. Uncle Yashak suddenly glanced around warily and whispered to Locke, in larger forests, there exist magical creatures. The eagle's battle energy is wind-based. If we could capture some wind element magical creatures, their blood and flesh would be invaluable and could significantly enhance our battle energy cultivation. Really? Locke exclaimed, jolted into attention. Uncle Yashak continued. Previously, a few of us squad leaders discovered a magical rabbit in a valley, one that wielded wind powers. After capturing it, we divided it among ourselves, and I suspect its effects were comparable to potions. My battle energy seed grew larger after that incident. But don't underestimate it. That magical rabbit was roughly the size of a hyena and could unleash wind blades. It's not an easy prey to hunt, Uncle Yashak added. Nevertheless, this represented a viable path to strength, and Locke began to consider which forest to explore in search of opportunities, naturally with Uncle Yashak and the others accompanying him. As he imagined they would be eager to join the venture, Uncle Yashak began imparting further knowledge, explaining that magical creatures typically referred to animals that had grasped rudimentary magic, possessing strength comparable to novice knight squires. Conversely, low-tier squires corresponded with low-tier magical beasts. Once a magical creature transcended into the realm of magical beasts, it became a formidable opponent, endowed with a measure of intelligence, no longer fitting the mold of mere beasts. Accordingly, mid-tier squires matched with mid-tier magical beasts, while high-tier knights faced high-tier magical beasts. Our camp once encountered a mid-tier magical beast, which was driven away by Sir Will, though the ordinary soldiers were unaware of this, Uncle Yashak recounted. Why not eliminate it? Magical creatures are so valuable. Magical beasts must be even more so, Locke questioned in confusion. It's not that simple. Although mid-tier magical beasts correspond to mid-tier knight squires, they are typically large and inherently strong. The one we encountered was a bear-type magical beast, of the earth element, tough-skinned and resilient. Our wind-type eagle battle energy struggled to inflict damage upon it. Uncle Yashak chuckled reproachfully. So, when you encounter a demonized creature in the future, don't be foolish enough to charge in recklessly. Whether you can win is still a matter of debate. Understood. Locke nodded in response as they spoke. The two arrived at the green tent in the center of the military camp, where the Baron and all the squad leaders dined. The space was spacious, with no fewer than 3 small teams patrolling the vicinity. Locke had long yearned for this place, and now that he had attained the status to dine here, he was filled with a myriad of emotions. What are you still lingering for? Go inside, Uncle Yashak said, giving Locke a light pat before entering. Upon following him in, Locke discovered that with his presence, there were already 9 individuals inside, the squad leaders from the 4 teams and Sir Will. As it was Locke's first time dining here, the squad leaders greeted him warmly, and he quickly bonded with them. Jerson, who had arrived earlier than Locke, was naturally the recipient of praise from the other squad leaders, but he sensed that Locke was perhaps even more favored. When Baron Kaidoki, young Master Solon, and the Baron Steward arrived, lunch officially commenced. The steward clapped his hands, and several maidens and servants entered in succession, the maidens gracefully pouring wine for the seated guests, while the servants meticulously presented dish after exquisite dish. This is the specialty wine from the occupied Peter's territory. It is not overly strong yet rich in flavor. 1 cup per meal, Uncle Yashak whispered. As Locke occupied a seat at the end of the table, Uncle Yashak moved to join him, and their quiet conversation did not seem out of place. The battle is about to commence. It is only during peaceful times that we can enjoy such exquisite food. Cherish it well, Uncle Yashak remarked, falling silent thereafter. Although it was Locke's first experience with such a high-standard meal, he maintained his composure, neither overly astonished nor excessively nervous. During the meal, the Baron inquired with concern about Locke's living situation, to which Locke expressed his loyalty and gratitude. "I hear your parents are well, and you have an elder sister?" Baron Kaidoki asked. Locke, as the captain of a squad of 100 men, was considered a high-ranking individual under his command, and the Baron was already well aware of Locke's background. "Yes, my lord," Locke answered honestly. "I shall ensure your family receives ample support from the territory. Work hard, young man. You are still young," Baron Kaidoki said. Their conversation was not particularly deep, but it marked Locke's first dialogue with the Baron, filling his heart with excitement. Later in the meal, the Baron announced the appointments of Jerson and Locke, which, although already known to those present, was officially confirmed by the Baron, solidifying the results of the recent election for squad leaders. The assault on the city of Franz would be Locke's first combat mission following his promotion. 2 days later, in the evening, within the tent located at the northwest corner of the camp, the 4th Squad's Captain Jerson, Vice Captain Locke, and the remaining squad leaders of the 4th Squad convened. "Everyone present will be fighting alongside each other in the future. Let us introduce ourselves," Jerson, the highest-ranking officer at that moment, suggested. True to his seasoned nature, Jerson struck a balance, neither distant nor overly familiar with his subordinates, and his presiding over the meeting had been previously agreed upon with Locke. "I am Gulas, captain of the 1st Squad," declared a burly man with a bushy beard. Leifus, captain of the 2nd Squad, introduced a young man with a sullen expression and a hooked nose. Bender, 3rd Squad. Morite, 4th Squad. The orders within the camp had been dispatched, and the original 3rd and 4th Squads had merged. The captain of the 4th Squad had naturally taken his elite members with him, an eventuality the Baron had anticipated, commanding each squad to transfer their core personnel to the 4th Squad. Both Locke and Jerson were aware that they had been parachuted into the 4th Squad, with the existing veterans being less desirable. Infusing fresh blood was the optimal choice for their control. The current squad leaders were all selected by them, some reassigned from other squads, some promoted for their capabilities, and others who had ascended through various means. Over the past 2 days, Locke had received 20 silver delier as tributes, a sum he had never possessed before. Naturally, such underhanded appointments could not become excessive, lest chaos ensue. He and Jerson had each allotted 1 squad leader position to individuals who had gained their positions through less than honorable means. Yet it was nonetheless a testament to their abilities. The squad leader Locke appointed was backed by a powerful commercial family within the Baron's territory, which also had ties to the Baron's trading caravan. Locke's original squad had come along, and among them, only Hans and Kane were fit to assume the role of squad leader, since Kane was a scout and inherently weaker than the sword and shield-wielding Hans. Locke appointed Hans as captain of the 7th Squad, with 10 squads total. Jerson and Locke each appointed 5 squad leaders. Jerson had recently learned of Locke's relationship with young Master Solon, so he did not let his position as the captain inflate his ego. Rather, he shared authority with Locke and consulted him on matters. "We are about to set out for the city of Franz. I believe you all have received the news," Jerson spoke calmly. "Since our squad has just been formed, we will be in the 3rd wave during the siege." The siege, compared to battles on the plains, placed greater pressure on the attacking side. Typically, the attacking forces would be divided into 4 waves, with the first wave suffering the highest casualties, followed by a retreat. The 4th wave would serve as the main assault, at which point the city gates would surely fall, allowing cavalry to rush in directly to the Lord's mansion. For Locke's squad, the resistance they would encounter during the 3rd wave should be the least, but they were tasked with securing the city gates. Otherwise, the cavalry would be unable to enter, preventing a merger of forces inside and outside the city. This siege could either come at a tremendous cost or result in failure, but in any case, the mission for their squad was significant. It was their first battle, and both Locke and Jerson were determined to excel. Chapter 19. Arrangements. The meeting continued, and Locke had previously discussed the general direction with Jerson. Now, the focus was on Jerson assigning tasks in detail, with Locke occasionally providing input. Finally, as night fell, the meeting concluded. After exchanging greetings with the other squad leaders, Locke bid farewell to Jerson and departed. As he walked through the camp, Locke reflected on whether the battle arrangements were complete. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at the camp's entrance. That evening, Locke planned to spend the night at Shachie's place. "Good evening, sir." Two soldiers on duty at the camp's entrance saluted Locke, given his current status. Some camp regulations had changed for him. It was permissible for him to spend the night outside. Upon reaching the tavern, he found the curtains drawn, indicating that it was already closed for the night. However, this did not daunt Locke. Bang, bang, bang. Locke knocked on the tavern door. Coming, came the voice of Shachie from within. Upon opening the door, Shachie playfully poked Locke's chest with her finger. "Why are you being so loud? What if someone hears? What is there to fear?" Locke replied dismissively, handing his coat to Shachie. After his promotion to squad captain, the number of soldiers guarding the tavern had increased from 2 or 3 to nearly 10. And the entire town was now aware that the Green Palm Tavern was under the watch of a captain from the kingdom of Foston. "You re so strong, so impressive. Is that enough?" Shachie rolled her eyes and remarked with exasperation. Watching Shachie's captivating demeanor, Locke could no longer resist. He breathed heavily and swept Shachie into his arms. "Hey, don't do that. Let me put my clothes down first." No, let us go to the bedroom." Shachie struggled, but against Locke's strength, it was futile, especially since he had cultivated his fighting spirit. The two stumbled into the bedroom, and after a lengthy bout of passion, tranquility enveloped the small tavern. By now, it was deep into the night. Shachie had fallen into a deep slumber after their fervent escapade, while Locke remained invigorated. Cultivating his fighting spirit not only enhanced his physical prowess but also greatly improved his mental state. Thus, several hours of exertion was but a trifle for Locke. Lying in bed, he felt the flow of fighting spirit within him. Lost in contemplation, he had been mentally prepared for the fact that the Red Sea flower branch given by Solon could not be planted. Yet he felt a tinge of disappointment. Placing the Red Sea flower beside him during his cultivation indeed accelerated the circulation of his fighting spirit, but upon observing that the branch was nearly withering, he was uncertain if it would still be effective once completely dried. He dared not gamble on it, and could only heed Solon's advice to grind it into juice to consume. As expected, it would last only 3 days, Locke mused. Compared to the minuscule whirlpool of fighting spirit he once possessed, which was no larger than a grain of rice, it had now grown to the size of a green bean, nearly doubling in size. Truly a precious gift from young Master Solon. Yet, it had only reached this stage. Locke speculated that at his current rate of cultivation, it would take nearly a year for his fighting spirit whirlpool to match Uncle Yashok's green bean size. And to reach the size of a bird egg suitable for a low-tier knight squire would take at least a decade and a half. That a person's lifespan is rarely over 100 years. Although Locke was only 18. He did not wish to live aimlessly. Sir Will, at just over 30, had already become a high-tier knight squire. Locke believed he was no less capable and did not think he was inferior to others. It seemed he needed to consider alternative methods, Locke thought. Both the military department's potions that could aid in fighting spirit cultivation and the flesh and blood of demonized creatures were viable options for Locke at this moment. Looking at Shachie peacefully sleeping, Locke felt a surge of tenderness. He had previously encountered Shachie's husband, a lecherous middle-aged man with a thin mustache, who, upon learning of Locke's position, had promptly ceased his pursuit of Shachie and even compensated Locke with a sum of money. "The troops are preparing to depart. Instability is required at the rear. This fellow is a local power, and Locke is reluctant to take any extreme measures against him, thus he has chosen to let him go. However, Locke has taken 70% of his shadowy business dealings. His enterprises and the money he pays in respect are not in silver thalers, but in Charlo coins. Currently, the value of Charlo coins has plummeted significantly, resulting in minimal profit. The Baron's merchant caravan is willing to purchase these coins at an exchange rate of approximately 3 to 1. According to that fellow's promise, he can provide Locke with 10 silver coins weekly, which translates to 3 silver thalers, a decent arrangement. Naturally, Locke will not simply let him off the hook. The fact that he is nominally the husband of Locke's woman makes him quite uncomfortable. He is preparing to find an opportunity to deal with him later, but for now, he will allow him to serve his remaining purpose, while other captains look down upon these defeated Charlo people. Locke does not share that sentiment. The fact that some Charlot individuals can thrive even after defeat indicates their resilience. Locke can be considered the first captain in their battalion to accept tributes from the Charlot people. In the early morning, Locke walks through the camp. Knowing that the troops will be moving out tomorrow, he must resolve several matters swiftly today. Upon reaching the merchant caravan's encampment, before he could announce his presence, a merchant manager immediately stepped out. "Greetings, Captain Locke. How may I assist you?" The portly manager greeted with a warm smile. This manager is from the same family as a squad leader who had previously sought Locke's favor. And Locke remembers him well. Half of the 20 silver thalers he currently possesses come from this individual. Locke's primary purpose for visiting is to ensure the safety of Xia11. It is inconceivable for Locke to leave Xiaxi behind in Giza town, despite it being a territory occupied by their battalion, where some soldiers would remain stationed as a rear guard until the city of France is conquered. Nevertheless, Locke's unease compels him to take action. He intends to arrange for Xiaxi to stay with the merchant caravan at the logistics camp. Upon hearing Locke's request, the portly manager immediately patted his chest in assurance. It is not only Locke who has a woman. Other captains, having spent years in foreign lands, have also acquired various companions. During battles, they cannot attend to their women, so they place them in the transport units under the watch of logistics personnel. Locke is not the first to make such a request, and the manager is quite familiar with these arrangements. "Is there anything else, Captain Locke?" The manager is exceedingly attentive to Locke. This is hardly surprising. As the manager of the logistics battalion, his status is not inferior to Locke's. However, Locke, as a captain, wields authority and commands over 100 soldiers, making his influence considerable. Furthermore, his prowess in martial arts instills a sense of pressure upon ordinary folk. Even the formidable knight has to consciously restrain his aura. Yet it still exerts tremendous pressure on Locke and others. Lastly, the captains like Locke serve as patrons for these merchant managers. There are multiple managers within the merchant caravan and under the Baron. There are 3 managers. A significant portion of the caravan comprises wealthy merchants from the territory, with 5 managers representing them, indicating that the military's merchant caravan is primarily controlled by these affluent merchants, an insight Locke only recently uncovered. He cannot help but wonder if the additional military funds provided monthly by the Baron actually stem from these merchants. "Nothing else for now," Locke pondered. "I will prioritize any future spoils for you to manage." The Baron has stipulated that any private gains from the unit or resources acquired from a siege are to be managed by the respective squads to incentivize soldiers' fighting spirit. After all, soldiers risk their lives. Without sufficient rewards, even nobles cannot expect them to fight. As a captain, Locke clearly has the authority to determine how to handle these spoils. "Thank you, Captain Locke," the manager replied joyously. He is merely a manager of a larger merchant caravan from Kaidoki, and most of the resources acquired by the camp are managed by the Baron's own caravan. He can only compete for scraps with the other wealthy merchants, leading to a rather uncomfortable existence. If he can secure a connection with Locke, it would undoubtedly be a worthwhile investment. After leaving the logistics camp, Locke headed toward young Master Solin's tent. Although he could entrust Xiaxi to the Baron's merchant caravan, he prefers not to leave an unfavorable impression on the Baron by using backdoor means. He had inquired with Uncle Yushak, who confirmed that most captains operate in this manner. Arriving at young Master Solin's entrance, he encountered the same 2 soldiers on guard. Having trained in martial arts, Locke immediately sensed that these 2 soldiers had also honed their skills, yet he could tell they were no match for him. Their true strength was comparable to his former self before training, perhaps even slightly weaker. The soldiers also felt the pressure Locke exuded and promptly relayed his presence. "Come in." Young Master Solin's languid voice echoed from within the tent. Locke entered and waited a moment before young Master Solin emerged from behind a screen, appearing as though he had just risen, his attire disheveled. Indeed, Locke caught a glimpse of a fair form behind the screen. With the impending battle, only young Master Solin and Baron Kaidoki have the privilege of bringing women to their tents for pleasure. "Power is truly a marvelous thing," Locke mused. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Young Master Solin inquired with a yawn. Seemingly unperturbed by Locke's interruption, "I primarily wish to discuss tomorrow's combat mission and present the list of squad leaders." Locke replied, "There is no need to mention the squad leader list. You and Gielson can handle that yourselves. Tomorrow, the troops will depart and are expected to reach France in the afternoon. I doubt there will be any fighting. I will remain with the cavalry unit, so you two will oversee matters. If anything arises, just call for me at the cavalry camp." Young Master Solin gestured dismissively. "Understood." Locke acknowledged. Is there anything else? Solon sensed Locke still had more to say. Sir, the Red Sea flower you provided last time has proven quite beneficial, Locke finally managed to articulate after much contemplation. Ah, you desire the Red Sea flower? Young Master Solon responded in surprise. This flower is only effective for novice knight attendants, as it accelerates the flow of martial energy in those nearby. Consuming it raw also increases one's martial energy. But it is only beneficial for novice attendants. Once one reaches the pinnacle of a novice, it becomes ineffective. While I can no longer utilize it, it remains a valuable treasure. This was a clear rejection, as a rare resource for enhancing training. Young Master Solon, being the son of a baron, only possesses this one item. Such treasures, when used wisely, could extend blessings to future generations, so they are not easily bestowed. Should you achieve a significant feat that pleases me, perhaps I shall grant you one, he continued, shifting his tone. While the Red Sea flower is precious, it is not without avenues for purchase. Gifting it to you is not out of the question. Provided there are conditions that, of course, my lord, I shall not disappoint you. Locke responded with fervor, seeing this as a pathway to strengthen himself. After conversing with young Master Solon for a while, Locke bowed and took his leave. At 10 a.m., Locke arrived at the training grounds behind the camp, where several individuals had already begun their training. After days of practice, Locke had become familiar with several captains present. Colleen, the deputy captain of the first squad, Ushak from the second squad, Darl, the deputy captain of the third squad, and Gielson from the fourth squad, all of whom frequented the training field. They trained almost daily, while Captain Monty and Knight were appeared sporadically. Those who did not train, such as old Carl from the second squad, were said to be less enthusiastic about physical strength. As he put it, I'm too old for this. I'll save my strength for battle. Upon reaching the training grounds, Locke observed that everyone was engrossed in their practice, so he refrained from interrupting and instead moved to an empty area to begin his own training. Locke not only practiced martial energy at the training field, but also honed his weapon skills, as they were essential to his survival prior to his martial training. Upon his promotion to captain, he was provided with a set of half-armor and a sword, having given his previous sword to Hans. The half-armor was a prized possession. Without at least 20 silver thalers, one could not acquire even the most inferior piece. The half-armor he received was a quality item, crafted from black patterned stone and crown ore, offering robust defense while being lighter than other half-armors. Such fine goods are strictly regulated by the kingdom. In the black market, a single piece would fetch at least 80 silver thalers. Currently, Locke's military salary amounts to 20 silver thalers, comprising 10 from the military and another 10 provided by the Baron, along with recent gains from his clandestine dealings, likely bringing in around 40 silver thalers monthly, a sum that previously represented nearly a year's worth of his military pay. Earning more money would lead to a better life. Locke harbored no grand ambitions. He once merely wished to live well with his family, but now he has added a desire for formidable strength to that list. Everything appears to be progressing favorably, and Locke feels quite content. Gripping a weighted longsword in the training field, Locke commenced his exercises by noon. Those who had finished their training ambled toward the central dining tent, exchanging playful banter. The military camp offered little in terms of entertainment, so despite their high positions, these captains spent their days training to pass the time, often training together, even if there were some underlying tensions. They maintained an outwardly harmonious atmosphere. Moreover, the Baron required all captains to dine together, fostering relatively amicable relations among the captains. Such jovial teasing and camaraderie were the norm after training. Locke joined in, adopting a humble demeanor as the junior member, and with Uncle Ushak's subtle encouragement, the other captains quickly accepted him. This is also a preparation for the future. Uncle Ushak once told him, do not be deceived by the apparent equality of everyone's status at present. What about in the future? Although Kalayan is a commoner, he has a noble relative, and Dalby, despite being younger than I, possesses greater strength in combat due to his family status as one of the prominent merchants in the Baron's territory. Moreover, it is rumored that Chris is to be adopted into a Baron's family. They are not to be underestimated. Of course, you need not belittle yourself. While we may be ordinary folk, the captain will, upon returning to the territory, at least attain the rank of town mayor, thus placing him among the elite. They will find it beneficial to curry favor with you, and fostering good relationships now will certainly prove advantageous. Uncle Ushak's reassuring words echoed in his ears. As they prepared to depart the next day, the Baron was still engaged in discussions regarding the itinerary at the dining table. While the logistical matters were managed solely by the Baron, their responsibility remained focused on combat. Locke observed a peculiar aspect of their camp. Nearly all meetings were convened around the dining table, which inadvertently enhanced the cohesion of their unit. Locke held deep admiration for Baron Kaidoki. That evening, Locke returned to Jiza town. "I have made arrangements. Someone will come to fetch you tomorrow. Just wait for me in the supply camp, and I will visit you when I have the chance," he said softly. Gently ruffling Xiaxi's hair, Xiaxi gazed affectionately at Locke, responding with a soft as she nestled into his embrace. The tavern had long run out of liquor, and with little else to occupy her time. Xiaxi decided to accompany Locke as she prepared to leave the place she had called home for the past few years. She felt a tinge of reluctance. However, Locke's significance to her outweighed her sentiments for the town. Despite their brief acquaintance of merely 10 days, she sensed that Locke genuinely cared for her, and thus she willingly chose to follow him. "What about my brother?" Xiaxi murmured. She had met Locke's brother, a simple and earnest man whose hardships had etched a sun-kissed complexion and a lean physique onto his 20-something frame. "Let your brother come along tomorrow. He can settle in with my arrangements. And once this battle is over, I will find him a job," Locke considered and replied. After sharing a tender moment with Xiaxi, Locke departed from the tavern. The Baron might check the camp tonight to mobilize the soldiers. So he needed to return early to ensure he did not miss the opportunity to leave a good impression. The following morning, the camp of the Kingdom of Foston, which had been tranquil for nearly a month in the eyes of the Charlotte people, stirred to life like a great beast. After a swift breakfast, all the soldiers assembled with their respective squads, which in turn united into a battalion. Over 400 infantrymen formed a lengthy procession, slowly advancing out of the camp, with the thorn-crowned military banner of the Kingdom of Foston billowing at the forefront. Hup ho! A gust of wind swept through as the elite cavalry unit, the Baron's prized force, set out. The majestic steeds bore sharp nails, their lightweight chainmail glistening with traces of crimson, and the sturdy armor of the elite cavalrymen bore the marks of fierce battles. Their raised, gleaming lances reflected a deadly brilliance. Revealing the formidable and bloodthirsty nature of this unit, it took a full quarter of an hour for the troops to gradually march forth along the road toward the distant renowned city of Franz. Only after the army had departed did the gates of the camp slowly close, leaving behind a mere handful of soldiers and logistical support teams. The nearby Charlotte people, who had been watching with trepidation, finally breathed a sigh of relief as the intimidating Foston forces moved away, leaving a profound impression upon them. Xiaxi stood at the town's entrance, observing the departure of the Foston army. Unlike the fearful expressions of others, she appeared concerned as she scanned the crowd and spotted Locke, clad in armor and mounted on his warhorse. Though his helmet obscured his face, his deep, bright eyes allowed Xiaxi to recognize him instantly. "I hope you remain safe." She closed her eyes and whispered a silent prayer. "Madam, I am Henry from the logistics convoy. Lord Locke sent me to escort you," a chubby man with a fair complexion said, ingratiating himself to Xiaxi. With his narrow eyes darting about, he bore the appearance of a typical merchant. To demonstrate his sincerity, Henry, the logistics manager, had personally come to fetch her. With the Charlotte kingdom in decline, the future of his family depended on his efforts to secure a substantial profit. The logistics of Baron Kaidoki's battalion were divided among 6 families, with the Baron claiming the largest share. The remaining 5 families competed based on their merits, and his own family was of moderate standing. He had initially intended to align himself with the new captain and had invested considerable effort to secure this opportunity, only to find Locke emerging as a formidable contender. Nevertheless, it mattered little who the captain was, as long as he could successfully ascend to that rank. Xiaxi realized that this was indeed one of Locke's arrangements and thus followed the chubby Henry into the camp. The surrounding Charlotte people, filled with fear, hurriedly parted to clear a path for them. Henry was not alone. He was accompanied by several family bodyguards, who, while stronger than the average person, wore the uniforms of the Kingdom of Foston. The ignorant Charlotte people mistook them for soldiers of Foston, and seeing such flattery directed toward Xiaxi made her appear to be connected to some important figure. "What are you all staring at? Hurry up and disperse," Henry bellowed, evidently irritated by the attention. The crowd immediately scattered. "I still have a brother who needs to come with me." Xiaxi, perhaps startled by Henry's loud outburst, spoke in a low voice. "Brother? Captain Locke did not mention anything about that to me, but no matter. Where is he? Just call him to join us," Henry replied, acting as a sycophant. Chapter 21. Pre-battle, the troops advanced slowly, yet in an orderly fashion. while Locke adjusted himself atop his warhorse. This was a journey towards battle, where lives would be lost. Therefore, Locke made it a point to prepare himself mentally before each confrontation. He had witnessed individuals stronger than himself perish at the hands of the weak. In his view, such occurrences stemmed from a failure to perform, leading to the loss of life, and he did not wish to be among them. Thus, he endeavored to maximize his capabilities. The warhorse he rode had been selected from the logistics department after his promotion to captain. Each captain was allocated a personal warhorse. Under Uncle Yushak's guidance, Locke chose a chestnut-colored steed that in these times, a warhorse was valued more than a human life. A single horse could be worth at least 80 silver coins, an asset in a world where horses were irreplaceable, whereas armor, once removed from a fallen soldier, could still be utilized. This was why the Baron maintained a cavalry unit while only providing a horse to the captain. Go, go. Locke rode through his battalion, ensuring the soldiers were in high spirits before the impending battle. His presence among them served to reassure them that their captain was near. "Brother Locke, when will we arrive at France City?" inquired Gulas, a burly man with a thick beard, whose physique only rivaled that of Uncle Yushak. Gulas had transferred from the 1st Battalion, previously serving as a squad leader and now appointed as the leader of their battalion's 1st squad. After a few days spent together, Locke deemed him a trustworthy ally. "The troops are marching swiftly at this pace. We shall reach by this evening." Locke contemplated before replying. Does that mean we won't engage in battle until tomorrow?" Gulas said, a hint of disappointment lacing his tone. Locke shot him a glance. "Of course not. We will encircle the city tonight and rest for the night before launching our attack at dawn." Locke had gathered that Gulas was a battle-hungry individual, and he was curious to see how this man would unleash his fury in combat. Locke had yet to mention that the reason for the delay in their assault was due to the need to rendezvous with Baron Kashir, as a single baron's strength would incur heavy losses in an assault. While the regular army of the Charlot Kingdom had been defeated, even a dilapidated vessel has its nails, and France City was reputed to be a baron's stronghold. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, hundreds of infantrymen sat in orderly circles in the woods by the roadside, while dozens of cavalrymen galloped past on the path. Baron Kaidoki and several squad leaders were seated on a massive tree stump. Deep in discussion, the dark yellow stump bore countless rings, indicating that this tree had lived a long life before being felled. Just then, a group of cavalrymen approached, and the lead rider dismounted swiftly as he neared Baron Kaidoki, saluting respectfully. "What news? When will Baron Kashir's forces arrive?" Baron Kaidoki, evidently growing impatient, asked with a hint of irritation. "My lord, Baron Kashir's troops are expected to arrive in half an hour," the cavalryman reported. The Baron waved his hand, dismissing him. The others present felt a twinge of annoyance. "That fellow." Those with shorter tempers began to grumble. Although Baron Kaidoki maintained a composed exterior, those familiar with him recognized this as a prelude to his wrath. The sound of hooves echoed, signaling the arrival of Baron Kashir's forces at last. "All rise, prepare the troops." The leaders of each squad had received orders in advance. They promptly organized their respective team members, which then formed into battalions, tightly linked together. Within mere minutes, a formidable 5-column military formation took shape. Under the command of their superior, the cavalry battalion also set off with a resounding call, advancing with the thunderous might of a storm. When Baron Kashir arrived with his soldiers, he was met with the sight of this ironclad military display. With a cheerful demeanor, he approached Baron Kaidoki and greeted him. "I apologize for being late. We were delayed by a group of refugees." Although it was an apology, the squinting smile on Baron Kashir's face bore no trace of contrition. "No matter, we haven't been waiting long. This assault on the city will heavily rely on your expertise, dear brother," Baron Kaidoki replied, devoid of any remnants of his earlier ire, returning the compliment with a smile. "Every time I behold your troops, I cannot help but feel a pang of envy. They truly are a magnificent army." As Baron Kashir surveyed the soldiers around him, his gaze lingered predominantly on the cavalry not far off. While he too commanded cavalry, he had only a mere handful accompanying him, his personal guard. You flatter me, Baron Kaidoki humbly responded. The two began to engage in light conversation, displaying no urgency to lead their forces into action. Locke observed that most of the soldiers brought by Baron Kashir were infantry, numbering over 600. While the cavalry was limited to just a dozen, all positioned close to Baron Kashir for protection. It appeared that both gentlemen had brought forth their best troops, as Locke had a rough understanding of the number of soldiers under Baron Kashir's command from their previous collaborations. Unlike the orderly battalion of Baron Kaidoki, Baron Kashir's infantry, albeit more numerous, appeared somewhat disorganized. Locke noted that some of the soldiers under Baron Kashir even held their rifles improperly, indicating they were likely fresh recruits. Others bore sun-kissed complexions and walked with a stoop, as if they had just emerged from the fields. While individually they might not raise suspicion, a comparison with the soldiers under Baron Kaidoki rendered their deficiencies starkly evident. As the pleasantries between Baron Kaidoki and Baron Kashir concluded, Baron Kashir maintained his cheerful demeanor and remarked to Baron Kaidoki, "The hour grows late. Let us be on our way." "Indeed, let us depart," Baron Kaidoki replied, gesturing for all the squad leaders to return to their battalions and lead their soldiers along the pathway. Baron Kashir's troops, prompted by their commander's shouts, also organized their formation slightly before setting off. Baron Kashir noted the disparity between their soldiers but merely furrowed his brow, continuing to jest with Baron Kaidoki. The two had aides holding their horses as they walked side by side at the center of the formation. Locke and his squad found themselves at the rear of the military array, connecting to Baron Kashir's forces, unable to discern the banter between the two barons. However, it was likely trivial gossip about some noblewoman from the capital or perhaps tales of their recent acquisitions. "Ah, the whims of the nobility," Locke mused, shaking his head. Among Baron Kashir's troops were several familiar faces from Locke's past battles. Those who recognized Locke, upon seeing his current attire, could easily surmise what had transpired, each displaying expressions of envy that Locke acknowledged with a nod. Most of those he recognized were squad leaders. One must not underestimate them, for they were commoners like Locke, lacking power, yet having ascended to their positions through merit. Locke believed in the principle that having more friends opens more doors. As the crimson sun sank below the horizon, the city of France fell into darkness. Though a small town, its winding streets and closely packed buildings revealed a once thriving community. Yet now, the streets were littered with fallen leaves, unkempt and strewn with refugees seated on the ground. While shops had long since shuttered, the few open establishments had been forcibly entered by the displaced. Their broken doors a testament to the chaos they had endured. It was unimaginable that this was the same vibrant and beautiful city of France from just a year prior. Two figures cloaked in black hurried through a narrow alley in France. One cloak appeared somewhat bulky, suggesting it concealed more than one person. "Miss, night is falling. We must hasten," an elderly voice urged from behind the bulkier cloak. Upon hearing this, the figure in front quickened her pace. Beneath the dark fabric was a woman with a pale visage, her golden hair hinting at her noble standing, though she appeared quite haggard. Clutched in her arms was a small girl, likely around 11 or 12 years of age, dressed in a lavish yet flimsy garment, her delicate white arms peeking from beneath the sleeves. The girl clung to the woman's neck, despite her evident illness, remaining silent and still. The pair reached a wooden door at the end of the alley, where the cloaked man knocked. Shortly, a young maid, perhaps 17 or 18, opened a narrow gap in the door, and upon recognizing the two, swung it wide open. Once inside, they quickly secured the door behind them, plunging their surroundings back into darkness. Chapter 22. Lady Grace of Charlotte. The modest courtyard contained only 2 rooms and a gatehouse. Upon entering, the woman hurried into the central room. Once inside, she shed her cloak, revealing her true form. A woman of approximately 25 or 26 years, with an oval face, pointed chin, delicate skin, and flowing hair. Her weary visage lent her an air of fragile beauty. The girl she held looked equally pale, her slender limbs seemingly weightless in the woman's embrace, and she appeared to be unwell, with an unnatural flush on her cheeks. "Miss, the young master still refuses our plea," the cloaked figure revealed, now displaying his true identity as an elderly servant, his face lined with wrinkles, evidently the woman's attendant. "Alas, if he cannot safeguard himself, how can he send soldiers to escort us?" the beautiful woman lamented. "Rafi, please fetch a bowl of soup for Christine." She tenderly stroked the girl's head and placed her on a nearby chair, instructing the newly arrived maid. "Miss, our supplies are nearly depleted," the young maid responded with a bright voice. The woman, taken aback, inquired, "Did I not just pawn my earrings and bracelet? Surely that should suffice for these 2 meals." "Madam, grain prices have surged in the city, and even with money, it is challenging to procure food," Rafi explained in a hushed tone. "Let it be. We shall endure as long as we can. If worst comes to worst." The woman delicately touched the sapphire necklace around her neck, the last and most precious piece of jewelry she possessed. The maid proceeded to serve the girl a simple bowl of noodle soup. The only food left in the household. The woman and her two servants had not eaten, managing to hold on for now, but the ailing girl could not last much longer. The two attendants appeared well-mannered and disciplined, despite their own hunger. They displayed no signs of distress. The elderly servant took it upon himself to keep watch at the gatehouse, while the maid, at the woman's nod, returned to her quarters to rest. The woman carefully fed the girl with a spoon, who sat quietly in her chair, neither fussing nor complaining, merely sipping the soup, her eyes closed in apparent enjoyment. "Auntie, you should drink too." The girl's voice was soft and sweet, her cheeks flushed from illness, exuding an innocent charm. "Auntie's already had some. Now, little Christine must drink up so you can recover quickly," the woman replied with a warm smile. "Yes, quickly," the girl eagerly nodded. "Auntie, you must drink too," as night fell. The girl's voice echoed softly. The woman, named Grace, was no ordinary woman. She was the daughter of a marquis and renowned for her beauty in the kingdom of Charlotte. Her father was one of the 3 marquises of Charlotte. Marquis Philip, who had once been a jewel of the capital, a flower of the kingdom. Yet now, she found herself merely an ordinary woman, nearing the brink of despair. After feeding Christine, Grace soothed the girl to sleep. Having spent all their money, she could not afford a doctor for the child, and even if she could, finding one was another matter, as physicians were conscripted into military service during wartime. The kingdom of Charlotte was in a state of existential crisis, and it was likely that only those lords with substantial military forces, like her brother, the current Lord of France, Willis, had access to physicians. After ensuring Christine was asleep in bed, Grace sat quietly beside her. It was a cloudy night, devoid of moonlight, shrouded in darkness, mirroring the shadows cast over her heart. She found herself reflecting on her father, the illustrious Marquis Philip. The kingdom of Charlotte was divided into 3 provinces, each governed by a marquis. Philip, Campbell, and Clark, tasked with defending the realm. Now, only 2 marquises remained. Clark had perished in a fierce battle at Gordon Heights, while Philip and Campbell remained in service to the king. Stationed at Intel and Ellis to safeguard the capital. A month prior, her father had summoned her, instructing her to gather her belongings and seek refuge with her brother Willis, taking her nephew with her. "The kingdom has reached a critical juncture of survival," remarked the once dashing Marquis Philip, now merely an elderly man with a head full of white hair. "Hurry and take Christine to seek your brother Willis. His territory lies in close proximity to the Morpheus Forest. Borrow troops from him to safeguard your passage through the forest towards the kingdom of Calamon, where I also possess some estates. Once you arrive there, you shall not want for food and clothing." The Marquis's admonitions echoed in her ears. "Remember, do not return. The royal family is currently watching our clan closely to prevent any last-minute desertions. The male members of our family have no opportunity to escape. Only you and Christine are permitted to leave. You must survive, for the sake of the Philip bloodline." Grace, accompanied by Christine and a dozen guards, sought refuge with her brother, who had always been overlooked, perhaps due to the neglect and disdain he suffered in his youth. This brother, born of a maidservant and their father, harbored no warmth towards Grace and Christine. He even dispatched his own guards to defend the city, relegating the 2 women to a separate courtyard without further engagement. Willis seeks a map to traverse the Morpheus Forest and the properties of the Calamon estates. As a well-known socialite of the royal city, Grace discerned her brother's intentions. It seemed he wished to abandon them and hoard the riches for himself. Fortunately, many among the city's forces recognized her as the daughter of the Lord, and Willis dared not act brazenly, resorting instead to a form of soft confinement. Little Christine lay quietly asleep, and Grace tucked the blanket around her before attempting to rest beside her. Yet slumber eluded her. She and her maid, Rafi, had gone without food for an entire day, having only stolen a couple of pastries during her meeting with her brother at noon. Willis was indeed intent on driving them into a corner. Just as Grace forced herself to close her eyes to escape her hunger, a cacophony of shouts and cries erupted from outside, growing increasingly frantic, as if chaos had suddenly engulfed the city. "What is happening?" Grace opened the door to peer outside. "Miss, it's terrible. The forces of the kingdom of Foston have surrounded the city," came the panicked voice of the old steward. "We must flee quickly, while the city is not yet fully besieged," he urged in haste. Grace rushed back to her room, scooping up the still sleeping Christine, and followed the steward and her maid amidst the throng of fleeing citizens. These were wealthy individuals, and following them seemed a prudent course. Time was of the essence. They could only fight with all their might to escape, hoping the steward and her maid, both skilled in martial arts, could guide them through the Morpheus forest. Outside, Baron Kaidoki and Baron Kashir sat around a campfire, seemingly roasting a wild chicken. This fellow was caught by my guard, Harvey. Baron Kaidoki, you are in for a treat tonight, Baron Kashir jested. To dine on the delicacies prepared by Baron Kashir is indeed an honor, replied Baron Kaidoki humbly. Soldiers scurried about them, having previously conferred on their strategy, to encircle the city while leaving one gate open for the people of Franz to retreat. By doing so, they hoped to prevent a desperate last stand, as offering a glimmer of hope would keep the defenders from committing all their forces to battle. The gate left open would not be an easy escape either, as a cavalry squadron under Baron Kaidoki would be stationed there, tasked with intercepting fleeing merchants and nobles, the true prizes of war, guarded by the seasoned Sir, while the wild chicken finished roasting. The encirclement of the city was complete. Nearly 1,000 soldiers had surrounded the small town in 2 rings. Even the northern gate, which offered refuge to the people of Franz, was guarded by a squadron under Baron Kashir. The soldiers, under the orders of their respective commanders, replenished their supplies and tended to their morale. Preparing for a siege starting at dawn the next day, Locke found himself stationed at the western gate, where his unit was responsible for assaulting the eastern entrance, uncertain of the dealings between the barons. He understood that whichever side breached the city first would reap substantial rewards. The third unit would test the defenses of the gate, followed by the first and second units in a concerted effort. A crucial phase that often determined the outcome. This was merely a small town, and such tactics had achieved success in previous sieges. His unit was slated to be the third to attack. Primarily tasked with mopping up, the day's mission appeared less arduous compared to others. Locke exhaled in relief. Despite having served 4 years and witnessed countless bloodshed and flames, he still held a profound respect for death. Securing a less dangerous assignment, though yielding fewer spoils, filled him with satisfaction, as survival bred hope. Chapter 23. The noble lady in distress, perhaps aware that their unit's mission would not be overly challenging. Young Master Zoran surprisingly joined them in preparation for the upcoming battle. Their unit had been formed primarily for Zoran, necessitating Locke and Wilson's protection of him. Zoran did not arrive empty-handed. He bore a splendid set of Mikhail chainmail and a formidable double-edged sword, which significantly enhanced his chances of survival. Additionally, Zoran brought 2 guards, both of robust physique and restrained demeanor. Locke sensed that while neither could match him individually, together they would pose a formidable challenge. By the fire, Baron Kaidoki and Baron Kashir had abandoned their previous facade of polite banter. This city is not as simple as it appears. I trust Baron Kaidoki is prepared, Baron Kashir remarked pointedly. Indeed. My intelligence may not match that of Baron Kashir, but I am aware of certain pertinent details, Baron Kaidoki replied. The lord of this city is the son of the Marquis Philip, one of the 3 pillars of the Charlotte family. Though he is a neglected son, the city's worth is enough for us to profit handsomely. Baron Kashir fixed his gaze on Baron Kaidoki. I have heard that Viscount West's troops are on their way here, he divulged, revealing insider knowledge. Thus, we must capture this city within a day. Baron Kaidoki appeared equally prepared, affirmatively responding. Indeed, capturing the city of a marquis's son within a day may be daunting for others, but for us, it poses no insurmountable challenge. As Baron Kashir spoke, an elderly figure cloaked in gray emerged from the shadows behind him. Beside Baron Kaidoki stood Sir Will, with Master Jackson, a low-level magic apprentice among us. The siege will be much simpler, Baron Kaidoki said with a smile. Cheers, they exclaimed, raising their goblets. Much of our success relies on your Sir Will, a high-ranking knight and commander. What a formidable asset, Baron Kashir remarked, raising his own goblet. Cheers, they downed their drinks in unison. I hear your son is also participating in the siege, Baron Kashir inquired, seemingly recalling something. Given that this is a marquis's territory, it likely won't be easy to conquer. Without facing trials and tribulations, a fledgling eagle will never mature. Consider this a worthy training for him, Baron Kaidoki replied coldly. Baron Kashir fell silent. With a thunderous crash, the siege engines began their assault. Countless soldiers, equipped with ladders, joined the fray. Locke received word that they were to capture the gate before dusk, indicating the Baroness' intention to conquer Franz within a day. Such an assault would be costly, requiring the soldiers to risk their lives to achieve a breakthrough. Once a single gate fell, the others would likely follow suit. Siege engines and heavy artillery were usually reserved for units at the battalion level, and their camp possessed only makeshift ladders. However, Baron Kashir's forces included 2 trebuchets, which had historically served as their primary siege weaponry. If this were indeed the case, they would resort to a war of attrition, with each unit taking turns to assault until one of Franz's walls succumbed. Locke could fathom that the barons had likely reached the same conclusion. Shortly after, a messenger arrived with orders for their unit to prepare for battle in 1 hour. The soldiers, sensing the impending conflict, grew restless. Locke and Gerson quickly disseminated the baron's orders, calming the troops. "Gerson, I will lead the charge. Keep a close watch on Master Zoran," Locke instructed. This was a moment to demonstrate courage. The first to ascend would face the greatest peril. Yet for Locke, the order of ascent mattered little. Gerson glanced at Locke, as if to voice something, but ultimately remained silent, merely responding with a nod. The initial probing assault by the 3rd unit concluded swiftly. Locke observed the gate intently. The 3rd unit, comprising over 100 men, barely approached the gate before being repelled, suffering several casualties. The sense of foreboding gripped Locke. This would not be an easy endeavor. From his observations, it was evident that the gate was defended by at least 1 full unit of soldiers, and the relentless barrage of boiling oil and stones suggested formidable resistance. "Something feels amiss," Gerson remarked, clearly unsettled. Typically, a small town with merely 1,000 residents, lacking regular military support, would have no more than 2 units of guards. Perhaps 4 units if supplemented by local militia, yet this gate seems defended by 2 full units. What about the other gates? It appears that they are merely using the refugees as cannon fodder. Locke responded, "That rabble is hardly a cause for concern. The sheer volume of flaming oil and arrows is quite abnormal." The 3rd squad was a formidable amalgamation of the original 3rd and 4th squads, and in terms of combat capability, they were not significantly inferior to the 1st and 2nd squads. Both squad leaders were formidable warriors who had fought their way out of desperate situations. Yet this time they had returned, covered in dirt and shame. Locke observed that the captain of the 3rd squad, a man whose strength was nearly on par with Uncle Yushak, had managed to cut down 2 barrels of oil that fell from the sky. However, as he approached the city wall, he was met with a deluge of arrows that blocked his advance, forcing him to retreat in resignation. Clad in robust armor, Chris also returned, riddled with arrows resembling a porcupine. Nevertheless, thanks to his armor and the protection of his fighting spirit, though he appeared fearsome, none of the arrows had pierced his flesh, and he retained his combat capability. Barely had the 3rd squad descended when the 1st and 2nd squads surged forward in unison, the core forces of their battalion. Locke was not the only one observing. Even Baron Kaidoki in the distance was keenly watching. He had witnessed the earlier performance of the 3rd squad and understood that they could not be blamed. Such probing attacks would compel the defenders to reveal their full strength, and anyone would falter under those circumstances. The captain of the 1st squad, Monty, took the lead, brandishing a massive shield as he charged ahead. He had also seen the rain of arrows, and no matter how sturdy the armor, it could not withstand such an onslaught. He could only rely on his giant shield to absorb the impact of the arrows. The dark shield was evidently not an ordinary item. It emanated a faint azure glow as Monty effortlessly wielded it, creating a path for the soldiers behind him. This was a privilege unique to low-tier knight attendants, allowing them to channel their fighting spirit to temporarily enhance their physical strength. The guards on the city gate had clearly noticed this phenomenon. And amidst a throng of soldiers, a massive arrowhead, half a meter wide, appeared at the city gate. Monty's expression changed upon seeing it. A giant crossbow, a weapon specifically designed to eliminate formidable adversaries like him. A few ordinary soldiers working in concert could easily slay any warrior below the rank of a mid-tier knight attendant. At that moment, with arrows and flaming oil raining down, Monty found himself unable to evade freely, and the giant crossbow became his death sentence. In fact, on the battlefield, if there were no rivals of equal caliber to distract him, he could only be ensnared by a torrent of arrows, followed by the precise execution of a giant crossbow. Indeed, under the looming threat of the crossbow from the city wall, Monty lost the initial confidence he had and began to evade continuously. In the case of a low-tier knight attendant purposely dodging, attempting to kill him with a lifeless crossbow posed considerable difficulty. Fortunately, after such a lengthy endeavor, Monty had nearly reached the city wall, and over a dozen soldiers behind him had safely arrived under the protection of his giant shield. The other 3 squad leaders also led their respective waves of soldiers swiftly toward the city gate. It was not their first siege, Although the resistance was somewhat intense this time, everyone was mentally prepared. The battle raged fiercely. If the initial probing attack by the third squad had astonished both sides regarding their respective strengths, now was the moment of true confrontation between the attackers and defenders. Wave after wave of Charlotte soldiers appeared atop the city walls, hurling boulders and arrows into the ranks of the Foston army, which retaliated fiercely with 2 siege engines, turning the modest battlements into a living target. Now it was a matter of endurance, to see who would falter first. The fighting at the other city gates had also erupted, though Baron Kashir's forces were somewhat disorganized. Their sheer numbers were overwhelming that a multitude of soldiers surged forth, instilling fear in anyone who beheld them. Indeed, the battles at the other 2 gates were even more intense, with cries of slaughter echoing incessantly. At this moment, the sky had begun to lighten, revealing a corner of the Lord's estate within the city. "Let me go, you beast!" Grace yelled as she struggled against several soldiers restraining her. "My dear sister, hand over the map." A slender, sinister-looking youth stood before Grace, unmoved. "In your dreams, where have you taken Christine? Return her to me." Grace lunged forward, grasping Willis by the collar, only to be swiftly restrained by the soldiers once more. The sinister youth calmly adjusted his collar, which had been disheveled by Grace's actions. "If you do not hand over the map, you shall never see her again. She is your own niece," Grace exclaimed incredulously, gazing at the youth. "Niece? Huh. Did you and that old man ever treat me as family?" While other noble children were indulging in revelry in the capital, I was dispatched to this godforsaken place. "What of my mother? Where is she? I have never seen her. Was she not killed by that old man's other women? Tell me." The sinister youth, seemingly overwhelmed by a great emotional upheaval, seized Grace's arm and shook her violently. Upon hearing this, Grace's heart sank, tears streaming down her face. Indeed, she was privy to the truth regarding Willis's mother. Several of her aunts had conspired to murder her during her father's absence. The motive was simple. They could not abide a maid standing on equal footing with them. The notion of class was deeply entrenched among the nobility. When her father, Marquis Philip, returned, he could do nothing but send Willis away early to protect him. Yet, judging by Willis's frenzied and twisted visage, it was clear he would not heed anything. Chapter 24. The Siege and the Sorcerer. As Grace wept, resembling a forlorn young girl, Willis gradually regained his composure. "Give me the map, and I will spare both of you." Willis fixed his gaze on Grace, speaking slowly, "In the name of my mother." Grace looked at her brother, whom she had neglected since childhood, as if seeing him for the first time. "I believe you will not lie." With tears still glistening in her eyes, Grace choked out, removing the sapphire necklace from around her neck. Pressing her fingers on either side of the gem, the pure blue sapphire opened like a clam shell, revealing a hollow interior, imperceptible from the outside. Inside lay a parchment the size of a fingertip and a black ring. The parchment contained the map of Morpheus Forest, while the black ring was a token of the Caraman Kingdom's estate. After Willis took the parchment and ring, he indeed released Grace, and Christine along with the maid Laffy rushed over from the neighboring room. Willis paid no further attention to the 3 of them. Mounting his horse and leading his men away, this city could not be held, as there were at least 1,000 Foston troops outside, while the garrison inside consisted of only 300, supplemented by the refugees, making it impossible to defend. That it was merely a matter of when the city would fall. He dispatched all capable fighters to the 4 city gates, giving the Foston forces an illusion of a desperate defense, while in reality he would lead his 50 most loyal cavalry to break through at the weakest point of attack. "Where is Sharp? Where is he?" Grace noticed the absence of the old steward and called out to the retreating Willis. "He resisted too much. I killed him," Willis replied without looking back. Grace collapsed to the ground in despair. If earlier she had held on to the hope of traversing Morpheus Forest to Caraman Kingdom with the protection of the steward and maid, now she had truly lost heart. Without the old steward, who possessed no combat capability, and surrounded only by the lesser-abled maid, it was uncertain whether they could even survive the approach to Morpheus Forest. "Miss, what shall we do?" The maid Laffy crouched down beside Grace, holding Christine. Christine looked at her obediently, but having gone a night without sleep, coupled with Willis's earlier rough treatment, her condition appeared far worse. Her face flushed abnormally, and her eyes were bleary, as if she might faint at any moment. Grace quickly came to a realization. She could not afford to collapse. Her niece still needed her care, and the bloodline of the Philip family could not perish. She still possessed some assets in Charlotte. Her only option was to disguise herself as an ordinary civilian from Charlotte, waiting for a day when she could unearth that wealth. Even if she could not regain her noble status, becoming a wealthy commoner would suffice. Moreover, as a renowned honorary countess of the kingdom, she would surely be able to rally supporters in the future. Her life would undoubtedly improve. Grace envisioned a bright future. However, how could she ensure that the Foston army would not discover her? How could she guarantee that she would survive the city's fall, having never experienced war and bloodshed? Grace was, at her core, merely a caged canary. Previously, she and the steward, along with the other three, had been captured by the guards placed around the estate as soon as they ventured out, now that the steward was dead. Although she had never witnessed the horrors of war, the fearful gazes of the refugees around her were daunting without the protection of someone strong. Return to the previous courtyard, Grace instructed the maid. Outside the city, Locke charged forward, shield in hand, against the rain of arrows. Captain Monty of the first squad had already secured his position at the base of the city wall, directing the surrounding soldiers to ascend the ladders. The other squad leaders also rallied their soldiers towards Monty's position. It was unclear what had transpired within the city. Despite the strong resistance, there was a lack of strategy. Was the city lord a fool? They poured oil and stones indiscriminately in one direction, and Monty, with a mere feint, managed to seize a foothold at the base of the city. Baron Kaidoki seemed to have noticed the Charlotte forces defending the city, despite their vigorous defense. They appeared exhausted and lacking reinforcements, prompting him to decisively dispatch the 4th squad along with the recently rested 3rd squad, intending to seize the city in one swift stroke. Whosoever breaches the city gates first shall reap the greatest rewards. And the illustrious Baron Kaidoki, hailing from a distinguished military lineage, is evidently confident in his assessment. He has an inkling that he will be the one to breach the gates first. Even the sorcerer assisting Baron Kashir may not change that fate. Locke and his companions are nearing the city gates, and at this moment, Captain Monty has positioned 3 ladders at the base of the wall. Bender, Morit, ascend the ladders. Locke is flanked by over 20 loyal comrades, comprising old brothers from his previous squad and several capable squad leaders. Most of the others have been assigned to Jerson, as the safety of young Master Solon is paramount. Uncle Monty, where are Uncle Yashak and the others? Locke recalls having seen Captain Yashak and his fellow captains assemble earlier. Yet they are conspicuously absent now, stirring unease within him. Oh, Locke, Yashak and Kilian have already ascended. I can only remain here to guard, as my energy is nearly depleted. Monty replies, panting heavily. The modest foothold they have gained at the base of the wall is predominantly due to Monty's efforts. Having valiantly withstood countless boulders and arrows with his energy, a toll that is only to be expected. Upon hearing this, Locke is immediately alarmed. Gulas, Hans, Kane, follow me. He seizes a ladder, biting down on his longsword, and ascends with fervor. Having been nurtured by Uncle Yashak for so long, Locke regards him as a paternal figure. Though Yashak possesses formidable strength, even he can falter. Locke cannot gamble on his safety and must charge forth to fight alongside him. The power of example is boundless. Witnessing their captain lead the charge, the surrounding soldiers are emboldened to advance fearlessly. Gulas, who once harbored a modicum of disdain for the slender Locke's leadership, is now thoroughly impressed by his bravery. He and the robust Hans closely follow Locke, while Kane, armed with a bow, brings up the rear, clearing obstacles and hidden threats for the advancing group. Locke, with his sword clenched in his teeth, scrambles up the ladder. Above him, the wall where Yashak and the others should be positioned remains unstable, as arrows and boulders occasionally rain down. Fortunately, Locke's half-armor is equipped with a helmet, capable of deflecting most arrows at such close range. While he adeptly evades the boulders, the soldiers below are less fortunate. Whether struck by arrows or fire, a single hit could send them plummeting from the wall, while the wall is not particularly high. Falling from such a height could result in severe injury or death, and the boulders pose a significant threat, claiming the lives of many privates and a few exceptionally strong third-class soldiers who manage to stay close to Locke. It's no wonder that after each battle, the foot soldiers and third-class soldiers suffer the most casualties. Locke does not glance back, but the dull thuds of heavy objects hitting the ground and the cries of soldiers convey the grim reality of their losses. Previously, as a squad leader, he was only responsible for his own men. Now, as a captain, many of the soldiers behind him are his subordinates, and he does not wish to be a mere figurehead. Gathering his breath, Locke channels the scant energy he has left into his right foot and pushes off, astonishingly leaping into the air. This maneuver astonishes both the enemies atop the wall and the soldiers behind him. Even surprising Locke himself, this feat consumes a quarter of his remaining energy, and the fight has yet to commence. Another night. Brothers, don't let him ascend, the soldiers of Charlot shout from the wall. With no time for astonishment, Locke utilizes the wall and the ladders to maneuver laterally, ultimately reaching the top of the wall unscathed. This success is also attributed to the coordinated efforts of Yashak and the others atop the wall. Upon his arrival, Locke quickly assesses the dire situation. 3 captains, including Yashak, are cornered in a mere 20-square-foot area, surrounded by corpses, both Forston and Charlot alike. Locke surveys his surroundings, noting that only 2 enemies possess the same energy prowess as his own comrades. Yet these 2 are shielded by a throng of soldiers, their encirclement effectively immobilizing Yashak and the others. Fortunately, the ladders remain intact, allowing Forston soldiers to ascend in waves as long as they can hold the ladders. The wall will surely fall. The Charlot forces are evidently aware of the situation, realizing that Forston has 4 knights with energy at their disposal. Why has their support not yet arrived, despite their predicament? They are compelled to continue ordering their soldiers to charge upwards, determined to suppress the Forston forces, in stark contrast to the fierce battles occurring on this side of the wall. Baron Kashir's assault on the 2 gates is somewhat less intense. Baron Kashir is anxious. Unlike Baron Kaidoki, he cannot dispatch lower-tier knights into battle, as his strongest knight is merely a low-ranking squire. He certainly cannot risk sending his own protector into the fray. According to their agreement, the first to breach the gates would receive priority in selecting spoils and a larger share of the plunder. In the past, he has yielded, but this is a city belonging to a marquis's son, and the potential rewards are too great to relinquish. Master Jackson, Baron Kashir calls softly. My lord. A shadowy figure in a black cloak emerges from the darkness. We must be the first to breach this gate. I implore you, Baron Kashir insists. Moments later, a deafening crash reverberates across the battlefield. Those with keen eyesight notice 3 fireballs suspended above the gate under Baron Kashir's assault. Locke and his companions hear it too. Magic, Locke murmurs, recognizing it as a formidable weapon of war. Imbued with mysterious and potent power. Chapter 25. The city falls outside the gates. Baron Kaidoki gazes at the 3 hovering fireballs. A spellcaster, not far away, Solon and Jerson, yet to reach the gates, also witness the spectacle. We must advance. Baron Kashir has deployed his sorcerer. This city is on the verge of falling. Solon shouts to the surrounding soldiers. My lord, your safety. Jerson attempts to voice a concern, but is silenced by a fierce glare from Solon. What a task this is. Next time, let Locke watch over young Master Solon while I lead the charge. Jerson silently thinks. Inside the city, Grace and her companions also hear the thunderous sound. This is no mere human endeavor. Grace's complexion pales. It is magic. We must return. This city is about to fall. Without a second thought for her noble demeanor, she lifts her skirts and dashes into the alley, closely followed by her handmaiden, who clutches Christine tightly. At the north gate, Willis and his party also hear the resounding crash. Though he is an uncherished marquis's son, as a noble, he is aware of certain supernatural forces. A sorcerer, Willis's expression darkens. We must flee. The elite soldiers accompanying him, though only numbering around 50, are primarily cavalry. They are also accompanied by several large carts, representing his wealth. The assault on the north gate is minimal, if they can break through. Armed with the map of Morpheus Forest and the land deed of the Kingdom of Calman, Willis is confident he can rise again, perhaps even better than he did in Charlot. As the gates slowly open, Willis and his group surge forward, breaking through the encirclement of foot soldiers, just when they believe they have escaped. A larger contingent of cavalry blocks their path, catching both sides by surprise. Willis feels an immense pressure from a fully armored figure leading the opposing cavalry, realizing that he has secretly trained his energy to the low-tier knight levels. Yet this figure is even more formidable. A sense of foreboding washes over Willis. My lord, a similarly armored middle-aged man steps out from behind Willis, speaking in a hushed tone. Try to run. He then commands the surrounding cavalry. You all. Protect the lord. Understood. The soldiers respond in unison. Willis's eyes widen in disbelief. Even the strong men he has covertly recruited are no match for this knight's prowess, though the city's defenses are robust. They are ultimately overwhelmed by noon. The gates have been breached, and the soldiers of Charlot, having retreated to the lord's manor, realize the grim truth of their abandonment by their lord after a brief resistance. They opt to surrender. By evening, waves of Forston soldiers patrol the city of France, Following the breach of the gates, a multitude of Charlotte refugees riot, looting and burning. The losses inflicted by these refugees upon the entering Forsten soldiers far exceed those sustained by the still resisting Charlotte troops. Fortunately, the Forsten forces possess experience in managing such chaos. After executing dozens of rioters in the streets, the unrest is finally quelled. Locke has just exited the Baroness' quarters, where the two barons are embroiled in a heated debate over who breached the gates first. It is indeed a peculiar sight. The gates they attacked and the one struck by Baron Cashier's magic fell almost simultaneously. Consequently, the beleaguered Charlotte forces, besieged from both fronts, opted for surrender after only a brief resistance. Locke promptly makes his way to young Master Solon, who is unharmed, though his protector Jerson has suffered considerably. Perhaps in his zeal to shield Solon, Jerson has overexerted himself. The Charlotte forces have mistakenly regarded Solon as a figure of great import. And while he has faced few formal skirmishes, he has been subjected to ambushes time and again. Young Master Solon boasts commendable energy and is clad in sturdy armor, having merely sustained a superficial injury. Jerson, however, has not fared as well. Reports indicate that an arrow has struck his left waist, with his half-armor only protecting above the ribs. The archer's precision in hitting such a spot is indeed remarkable. In a lavish courtyard, Locke meets with young Master Solon to report on the condition of their troops, as this young noble is their direct superior, with a scar now marring his nose. Solon is pleased with Locke's diligence, feeling assured that he has a loyal band of soldiers and a commendable officer at his side. When Master Zoran is in high spirits, rewards are bestowed upon him, namely, a length of smooth red fabric and a sprig of red sea flower. It appears that Master Zoran is aware of his penchant for keeping mistresses. Otherwise, such gifts would not have been granted. The red sea flower was personally procured by Locke, albeit with a shrewd consideration, as he harvested a quantity that was half again more than last time. Such treasures, even in times of war, are carried by Master Zoran, suggesting their value far exceeds the modest appraisal he gives. Ultimately, he declined the invitation to dine together under the pretext of needing to check on Captain Jerson. Though rejected, Zoran felt a surge of joy, for he favors subordinates who show concern for their superiors and comrades. Jerson, a captain, outranks Locke by a considerable margin. Jerson has been assigned to a small courtyard, tended to by two soldiers from their squad. He bears but a single arrow wound to his left waist, which, in previous times, might have been deemed a significant injury. However, for one trained in combat energy, such wounds heal slowly but surely. Jerson himself claims he will be fit within a week. Upon seeing Locke, Jerson expressed both nostalgia and excitement, insisting that he stay the night, despite Locke's search for lodging. He fervently declared that next time, the task of protecting Master Zoran would fall to him, while Locke playfully acquiesced. By the time Locke left Jerson, it was quite late, with the moon having risen high in the sky. He declined the offer to share a courtyard, as captains of their rank are typically granted the privilege of having an independent residence in the city, akin to the one Jerson occupies while recuperating. Being able to reside alone is far preferable to sharing space with others. Such independent courtyards were once the abodes of merchants and the affluent, situated near the Lord's Manor. Locke sought a tranquil environment, as the daytime siege had significantly enhanced his combat energy, and he needed time to reflect. As Locke traversed the streets, the sounds of soldiers from the Foston battalion vandalizing shops echoed around him, a practice tacitly approved by the Baron. Soldiers risk their lives in battle and expect substantial rewards in return. These storefronts possess little value, deemed unworthy by the Baron, while the soldiers scoured the ruins like treasure hunters in pursuit of coveted finds. Should one stumble upon a gold coin, it would be a windfall, convertible to 50 silver thalers at the supply depot, though the likelihood of such a discovery is nearly non-existent. The shopkeepers had long fled, leaving behind only items of little worth. Yet this did not dampen the soldiers' enthusiasm that in days past, Locke had been among them, even leading his squad to a remarkable feat of raiding 3 streets in a single night. Now a captain, he no longer needed to partake directly, as there were ample offerings from subordinate squad leaders, alongside rewards from the Baron, which constituted the real bounty. The treasury, armory, and granary of the city had been secured by the Baroness cavalry from the moment of conquest. Not to mention the opulent Lord's Manor, rumored to contain porcelain pieces worth several gold coins, equating to at least 2 gold thalers. Locke believed that his former companions Hans and Cain had mastered the art of pillaging cities. Confident they could feast, he set aside such thoughts, prioritizing the search for accommodation. As he ventured into a dim alley, backed by the Lord's Manor, he found it to be a prosperous area. previously home to either the affluent or nobility. Continuing further, a redwood door appeared before him. It would suffice. With a forceful kick, Locke burst through the door, surmising that the owner had likely fled, or if they remained, he would simply evict them. The house was now his. The courtyard was immaculate, indicating that its previous occupant was meticulous, with a tree present but no leaves scattered on the ground. Locke remained vigilant, deducing that the owner had either just departed or had not yet escaped. In the courtyard, apart from the entrance room, there were only 2 additional rooms. Upon entering, he glanced into the entrance room to find it unoccupied. Locke then drew his sword and cautiously entered the right-hand room, which was slightly smaller and likely not the owner's quarters. As he slowly opened the door and stepped inside, he was met with a faint, pleasant fragrance, suggesting it was a lady's chamber. The room was modest, containing only a bed, which was disheveled, indicating the owner had left in haste. Locke stepped back, peering into the master bedroom, which appeared equally tranquil. If anyone remained in the courtyard, it would likely be within this room. He approached the door, gently pushing it open, revealing a pitch-black interior. Just as he fully opened the door, a glint of silver flashed before him. A warning instinct surged within Locke, prompting him to roll forward nimbly. Thrusting his sword towards the gleam, the sound of metal clashing ensued. Locke's combat energy surged, yet he found himself unable to dislodge the sword from the assailant's grasp, failing in his initial strike. He pivoted and charged towards the figure, standing at a height of approximately 178 centimeters. Locke was no small matter within the camp, and his collision elicited a startled cry. It was a woman. Seizing the opportunity, Locke clasped her neck with his right hand. It felt warm and smooth, yet he showed no mercy. There is no room for leniency on the battlefield. Just as he prepared to discern the identity of this assailant, a noise erupted from directly ahead, and a shadowy figure lunged at him. Locke thrust his left hand forward, seemingly grasping something soft, instinctively tightening his grip. A piercing scream resonated throughout the courtyard. Moonlight seeped into the room, allowing Locke to gradually adjust to the dimness. His gaze settled upon 2 beautiful faces, one youthful, the other more mature. In his grasp was the soft form of the mature woman, whose eyes shimmered with tears. Lips pressed tightly together as if enduring immense pain. Indeed, Locke's reflexive grip had been executed with all his strength. After a prolonged moment, as the tears in the woman's eyes welled further and her lips turned a shade of blue, Locke finally realized the gravity of his actions and released her. She collapsed to the ground. He had no concerns about her rising to attack again. After such a grip, anyone would be incapacitated. Moreover, he recognized that she was merely an ordinary woman. However, the woman he still held by the neck was another matter entirely. Her ability to withstand his combat energy indicated she was no ordinary female. Yet, observing her nearly lifeless state, with her eyes rolling back, he could not afford to be complacent. "Who are you?" Locke inquired, still gripping the neck of the fallen woman. Judging by their attire, the one he held appeared to be a maid, adorned with a blue hair accessory, while the one on the ground wore a black dress. Although the latter was now disheveled, the subtle intricacies of her garment suggested it was of considerable worth. Thus, it seemed the woman on the ground was the true mistress of the household. "Cough, cough. Please release Rafi. You're going to choke her to death," the fallen woman cried out, recklessly charging at Locke in a frenzied attempt to intervene. She had already lost a beloved housekeeper and was determined not to lose another family member. Locke regarded this woman with a mix of exasperation and intrigue. He had never encountered such unbridled audacity. The women he had previously interacted with were either tavern hostesses from Peter's domain, adept at navigating the needs of patrons for survival, or those from the supply camp, eager to curry favor for the soldier's coin. Even Shasha had been obedient to Locke, never daring to defy him. In essence, Locke had never encountered a woman so bold. The woman he held had already begun to show signs of distress, her eyes bulging and her breath shallow. Confident that she too was nearing the brink of unconsciousness, he finally relinquished his grip. The more mature woman, having witnessed Locke's release, swiftly rushed to the side of the younger one. Rafi, are you all right?" the older woman implored. The young woman, her face flushed from the choking, merely nodded weakly before succumbing to a fit of violent coughing, after which she closed her eyes. Yet, her faint breaths indicated she was not dead, merely unconscious. Locke, perceptive as ever, noted that following the young woman's coughing fit, he sensed a familiar energy emanating from her, akin to the state he experienced during training with Joshua and others. It seemed she too possessed the ability to harness combat energy. though he wondered how it compared to that of the fierce eagle. The older woman, upon seeing the younger one succumb, was initially gripped by panic, but the gentle rise and fall of her chest reassured her that the girl still lived. With a sigh of relief, she suddenly remembered her precarious situation and trembled anew. Locke pressed on with his inquiry. "Who are you?" We are from a family in this city. She is my maid." The older woman, Grace, replied, demonstrating her reputation as a renowned socialite in the capital. After a brief moment of chaos, she smoothly recounted her backstory, as if it were entirely genuine. "You lie. How could a mere maid possess combat energy?" Locke's gaze sharpened. Fixating on Grace, having never been scrutinized in such a manner by a man, her composure faltered once more. Previously, she had not discerned any signs of combat energy in Locke's earlier actions and had assumed he was simply a powerful officer. This is yet another distinction between Charlotte and the Foston Kingdom. In the Foston army, military achievements can be exchanged for the cultivation of fighting spirit once a certain level is reached. Whereas in Charlotte, such tomes and secrets of fighting spirit are traditionally monopolized by the nobility. Even within the military, there exist lower-ranking officers who lack the ability to harness fighting spirit. As for those officers who can wield it, they either belong to the noble class or are vassals of the nobility. Grace, observing the situation, could discern no hint of noble upbringing in Locke. In fact, based on her experience in assessing individuals, she concluded that this man was likely an ordinary commoner. Locke himself was unaware of the differences in the transmission of fighting spirit between Charlotte and Foston. He only knew that he had rarely encountered enemies proficient in fighting spirit in the past. This siege, however, revealed that only 2 individuals on one of the city walls practiced such skills. Yet, when encountered, such foes also presented themselves as moving treasures. Uncle Yashak had once informed him that those who cultivate fighting spirit in Charlotte are invariably either rich or noble. And encountering such individuals on the battlefield meant calling upon brothers to charge forth, for slaying them would yield a bountiful reward, be it exquisite armor, sharp swords, or even rare rings and other precious items. Locke surveyed the woman on the ground, clad in a simple maid's attire that bore little difference from the garments worn by the Baron's maids, save for the style and color. Fundamentally, they were the same. This indicated that Locke would not be acquiring armor or swords. As for rings and necklaces, he had seen none, although the woman did possess a golden bracelet upon her wrist, which he deemed a worthwhile prize. Locke removed the bracelet and concealed it within his garments. The woman seemed unwilling to speak the truth, prompting Locke to consider employing more forceful methods. He had many interrogation techniques at his disposal, and he would not allow her beauty or femininity to soften his resolve. This was a key to Locke's survival thus far. "Auntie," a soft call from a little girl shattered the night's tranquility. In the morning, the turmoil in France City had yet to abate. Although it was a small town, the influx of refugees had swelled its population to several thousand. The acrid scent of smoke lingered in the air, and many soldiers were rummaging through shops and homes. The cries, curses, and sounds of heavy objects crashing to the ground formed the city's dominant symphony. Within the Lord's Manor, where Baron Kaidoki resided, a commotion ensued. "What did you say?" "The lord of this city has fled. Why didn't you inform me yesterday?" Baron Kashir's bellow reverberated throughout the manor. "It's merely one lord who has run away. Why make such a fuss?" Baron Kaidoki replied nonchalantly, dabbing at his clothing with a handkerchief. "Merely one lord. Do you not realize he is the son of a marquis? The spoils from him alone could surpass the wealth of half this city." Baron Kashir remained irate. "Just an uncherished son. Nothing more. Do you desire more?" Baron Kaidoki maintained his indifference. Baron Kashir was about to retort when Baron Kaidoki interjected. "Are you not simply wishing for a larger share? You may take an extra 10% from the city's armory and treasury." "The granary." Baron Kashir attempted to argue. "No." Baron Kaidoki firmly refused. "My supplies are running low as well. It was agreed that we would split evenly." The forces of Baron Kashir and Baron Kaidoki, although private armies of the nobility, were primarily funded by the military for only a small portion of their salaries and provisions. The rest had to be arranged by the nobles themselves. "Very well, it is settled then," Baron Kashir conceded. Evidently aware he had reached his limit, after Baron Kashir departed, Night Vale and the old steward appeared in the Baron's chamber. "Speak. What is the situation?" the Baron inquired coolly, his icy demeanor rendering it impossible to decipher his thoughts. "My lord," Night Vale began, "the city lord broke through with approximately 50 cavalrymen. Their equipment and quality, though inferior to our elite soldiers, were still formidable. Moreover, Night Vale paused. One mid-tier knight attendant, alongside two lower-tier knight attendants, fought fiercely to hold me off. Oh, the Baron finally showed interest. Two lower-tier and one mid-tier. It was noteworthy that Baron Kashir had only a single lower-tier knight attendant and a lower-tier mage under his command. Indeed, my lord, Night Vale stated, his demeanor vastly different from the pressure he had unconsciously exerted in front of Locke and the others. This was due to the Baron's own lower-tier strength and his long tenure in a high position, naturally cultivating an air of authority. Furthermore, that mid-tier knight attendant fought recklessly, enduring one of my strikes and managing to hold me back, Night Vale continued. Baron Kaidoki could readily envision the scene. A mid-tier knight enduring a blow from a high-tier opponent would be severely injured, if not killed outright. Yet he managed to delay Night Vale, likely employing some form of secret technique. The Baron's expression softened. Let this matter rest. Have those goods been secured? They have been concealed in the forest outside the city, and I left a few men to guard them. Night Vale replied respectfully. He had ensured that the city lord did not escape entirely, recovering 3 of 5 wagons. Baron Kaidoki had received reports that one of those wagons was filled entirely with gold coins, amounting to over 1,000 pieces, while another contained Charlotte's jewels and crafted goods, and the last held weapons and armor. Unlike the city treasury, which was filled with silver and copper coins, the value of that box of gold alone was sufficient to cover the costs of the Baron's siege, not to mention the even more precious jewels and artifacts. However, dealing with these items would be challenging. They would need to be transported to the Peters territory for proper exchange. The Baron expressed satisfaction with Night Vale's actions. Chapter 27. Coexisting peacefully in a courtyard behind the Lord's manor, the clamor was absent, replaced instead by the sound of chewing. Locke sat at a stone table, relishing the simple breakfast just delivered by his soldiers, meat pies and porridge, likely procured from a tavern or the kitchen of a wealthy household. Locke had chosen this lodging without informing anyone else, yet his soldiers had managed to locate him, a testament to the allure of power and the desire of many to curry favor. Naturally, Locke welcomed such deference, for he was indeed hungry. He was well aware of his soldiers' intentions, having once been one of them. The Baron tacitly permitted his soldiers to plunder the city only on the day it fell. And today was not one of those days. However, for a city of several thousand, a single day was hardly sufficient. In truth, one night would suffice to pillage a third of it. Locke had not yet received any orders from the Baron, nor had the other squad leaders, so he exchanged a subtle glance with the soldier who had brought his meal. While enjoying his food, the other 3 in the room watched him with eager eyes. Gore, an unknown stomach, growled first, followed by a chorus of gur-gur that made the faces of the 3 turn crimson. "Uncle, I'm so hungry," the little girl Christine said softly, peeking through the door. "Uncle." Locke felt a wave of embarrassment at this. At merely 18 years of age, was he already at the age to be called uncle? He stroked his calloused hands and plucked a couple of his gray hairs, pondering whether he truly was just 18. "Come here, Christine. I can't finish this alone," Locke kindly offered. Although the amount seemed substantial, it was scarcely enough for someone like him, who had cultivated fighting spirit and felt that it would naturally refine the food in his stomach to store energy. He rarely felt overly full anymore. However, with Christine being a little girl, there was no issue. Besides, she was a lovely young girl. Christine wobbled out from behind the door, still recovering from her illness, struggling a bit to walk. Seeing her difficulties, Locke's heart softened, and he stepped forward to lift Christine into his arms. The little girl gasped in surprise, and after a dizzying moment, she found herself seated in Locke's embrace. Her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. Mistaking her rosy complexion for a side effect of her illness, Locke encouraged, "Go ahead and eat. If it's not enough, I'll fetch more." The girl meekly responded and began to eat while sitting in Locke's lap. The previous night, after Christine had been awakened by nightmares due to her illness and called out for her aunt, the woman had comforted her despite her own pain, akin to a refreshing spring that warmed Locke's heart. Hardened by his past, after that, he had left those 3 women to their own devices and retired to the next room, unconcerned about their potential departure amidst the chaos of the city, which was filled with either Foston soldiers or Charlotte rioters. For some reason, little Christine seemed unafraid of Locke. Those who had taken lives often unconsciously exuded an aura that intimidated most, and Locke had likely slain more than 50 individuals by now. Furthermore, after cultivating fighting spirit, even most adult men would hesitate to meet his gaze. Yet Christine was an exception. During his morning training, he he had noticed her bright little eyes peeking from behind the door. Observing him, Christine did not consume all the food on the table. She merely took the leftover meat broth that Locke had not finished and sipped a bit from it, for some reason. Her face flushed even more. Locke realized it was inappropriate for a little girl to drink from what he had already touched, and he thought he should have asked for another bowl. There were still 4 meat pies remaining, but Christine managed to eat only a quarter of one before being unable to continue, glancing at the food on the table and then back at the 2 women behind the doorframe. The little girl turned with pleading eyes toward Locke. Locke understood her unspoken request, and he had heard her stomach growl. It was quite awkward. These women were not ordinary. Their attire alone, especially Christine and her Aunt S, revealed their status, and there was also a maid with fighting spirit among them. Locke had long regarded these women as his own possessions, nodding toward Christine in agreement. The little girl exclaimed, "Yay!" and, filled with excitement, waved her hands before planting a kiss on Locke's cheek. She then took the 4 meat pies, including the 3 she had nibbled on, and returned to her room. Locke, feeling the moisture on his face, snapped back to reality and called out to the little girl, "From now on, you must call me brother." The 2 individuals in the room had evidently witnessed the earlier scene. Grace glared angrily at her niece, standing before her. "You are a noble. How could you engage in such shameless behavior?" Grace was clearly troubled by the fact that the little girl had kissed Locke. "Brother is a good person," Christine retorted, dismissing her aunt's words. After enduring much hardship, she held a favorable view of a strong protector who had suddenly appeared. In truth, she was more astute than anyone else. Grace felt utterly powerless against her niece, who had earned the moniker Little Witch even in the royal capital. Previously, she had only listened to Grace, her father, and her grandfather. But now she had developed her own thoughts, rendering even her aunt unable to manage her. The maid, Laffy, dared not comment on her young mistress, for although she adored the charming Christine, she had also suffered at the hands of her mischievous antics. Laffy awoke feeling distressed, having not only failed to protect her mistress but also lost her bracelet, her only inheritance from her mother, intended as a dowry for the future. She resolved to search thoroughly to see if it had fallen during the scuffle. Locke had no interest in the inner musings of the room's occupants, master and servant, aunt and niece. After advising them not to wander aimlessly, he departed the courtyard. The resistance forces in the city had been thoroughly quelled at the onset of the siege. Yet the presence of refugees continued to pose significant challenges for the soldiers. These refugees were untouchable. Any aggression could provoke a collective uprising, which would be difficult to quell. Thus, the soldiers exercised caution, only targeting the affluent or middle-class individuals. When Locke finally located his subordinates, he encountered a tumultuous scene. Gulas wielding a massive log, crashing it against a yellow pearwood door, but a scream pierced the air as the door splintered open, followed by a surge of soldiers pouring inside, the din of startled exclamations echoing throughout. Moments later, soldiers emerged, some clutching clay pots, others playfully toting a duck. Once the soldiers had exited, the refugees sprang into action, swarming the house like a plague of locusts, smashing and seizing anything they could lay their hands on. These individuals were more relentless and frenzied than the Fuston soldiers. However, their treatment of the Fuston soldiers resembled that of a quail. One careless refugee inadvertently collided with a soldier, who, while cradling a pot, occasionally retrieved something from it to eat, likely a delicacy akin to pickled vegetables. Amid the monotony of black bread, such a treat was indeed precious. Consequently, he failed to notice the refugee's approach, leading to the pot's unfortunate crash to the ground, its contents scattering everywhere. The soldier, incensed, drew his sword and struck the offending refugee from behind, cursing as he walked away, indifferent to the fallen figure. The surrounding refugees regarded the soldier with a mixture of awe and trepidation, suggesting that such soldiers had left a lasting impression on them. Fortunately, the harm inflicted was deemed acceptable by the refugees, as they recognized their own folly, thus preventing any uprising. It was truly a lamentable situation. Locke sighed. Gulas, who was directing the soldiers in moving supplies, spotted Locke not far away and hurried over. "Boss, is there something you need?" Since the siege, Gulas had developed a profound respect for Locke, especially as Locke had consistently sought to cultivate a rapport with him. Consequently, Gulas had become one of Locke's most trusted aides, much like Hans and Kane. "Nothing of importance. Just came to take a look." Following the city's fall, the soldiers had naturally begun to loot. Locke had not previously seen the squad leader busy with anything after the city was breached. so he merely intended to stroll around and chat with the soldiers, aware that many appreciated the camaraderie of a close officer. "Boss, I have something exciting to share," Gyula said, suddenly conspiratorial, having noticed Locke's apparent idleness. Locke followed Gyula's through the city ruins, taking numerous twists and turns until they arrived at a dilapidated wooden door, flanked by 2 soldiers from Gyula's squad. Upon entering, a cloud of foul air enveloped them, revealing several disheveled individuals huddled within, alongside a few crates. Gyula's exchanged knowing glances with Locke and the ragged figures. Locke, upon observing Gyula's demeanor, immediately kicked him, suspecting that he had captured civilian women for illicit purposes. Throughout his years in the military, Locke had committed numerous misdeeds, yet he prided himself on adhering to a code of conduct, particularly when it came to the exploitation of civilian women, something he could confidently assert he had never done. Gyula, realizing the misunderstanding, hastily exclaimed, "Boss, these are not women." Chapter 28. Smugglers. Locke furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the crouched figures before him. Their faces were smeared with grime, their hair a lifeless yellow, suggesting they had not bathed in days. Clad in tattered gray garments, they appeared utterly unremarkable. Gyula then smiled obsequiously. "This is a smuggling ring that I noticed these individuals acting suspiciously during the siege, so I brought my men to apprehend them. To my surprise, we've caught quite a big fish. Look, those crates are filled with their goods, and there are plenty of valuable items." With that, Gyula kicked open one of the wooden boxes, revealing glimmering jewelry and gold coins within. Locke began to understand the unspoken rule among the soldiers regarding the division of spoils from significant hauls. 50% would be surrendered, 20% allocated to the camp, 30% to the squad leader, and only the remainder divided among themselves. This arrangement existed to prevent discord between soldiers and their commanders, as large fortunes acquired by soldiers with no means to sell them could create rifts in loyalty. However, Locke had rarely heard of soldiers acquiring substantial contraband. Those merchants and wealthy individuals capable of fleeing had already done so before the army's arrival, while the less fortunate would have been targeted by the Baron's cavalry. The Baron allowed his soldiers to profit from their own endeavors, but he would not tolerate them pilfering from his coffers. Any soldier caught attempting to usurp wealth from the camp would certainly not see the light of day again. "Impressive," Locke remarked, genuinely impressed by the haul. Gyula simply chuckled, his face beaming with pride. Observing the burly, bearded man before him, Locke found it hard to believe he possessed such a keen mind. Appearances could indeed be deceiving. "You handle the share to be surrendered to logistics. And for my portion, exchange it for Delio and bring it to me. As for these goods, give half to the Baron's merchant convoy and the other half to a merchant in the camp named Henry." Locke was not a man to break his word. He intended to cultivate a good relationship with the rotund merchant. Yet he was cautious not to give away all the soldiers' hard-earned spoils. Who knew if the Baron might not retaliate against him for the convoy's profits? Better to err on the side of caution. Since Gyula had identified this group as smugglers, there would undoubtedly be a leader among them. "Which of you is in charge?" Locke inquired. The crouched individuals instinctively recognized that the one asking the question was their superior. They all turned their gazes toward a particularly scrawny man among them. "Is it you?" Locke asked, scrutinizing the unimposing figure, who appeared almost skeletal, were it not for the somewhat cunning glint in his eyes. He might have easily been overlooked. Yet, observing the man's trembling demeanor, he exhibited no semblance of a leader among smugglers. "Yes, my lord, my name is Bick," the scrawny man stammered, though his words were articulate enough. "I'm a well-known merchant from France City. If you spare my life, I can bring you immense wealth." "Huh, a smuggler, and he dares to call himself a merchant," Gyula scoffed dismissively. Locke, however, found himself intrigued, not by the man's talents, but by the promise of riches. It suddenly occurred to Locke that smugglers seldom operated alone. They were typically part of a larger network. If this crew was involved in looting, there must be someone receiving the stolen goods. If he could trace the line back to the source, it might yield fruitful results. Upon hearing Gyula's derisive comment, the scrawny man grew anxious, fearing the soldiers might deem him worthless and execute him. "I can appraise items. I have worked in jewelry stores and pawnshops since childhood, honing a discerning eye for treasures." "Very well. Bick, take a look at this." Locke recalled the bracelet he had taken from the maid the previous night and handed it over for appraisal. Bick immediately rubbed his hands on his clothing and took the gold bracelet, scrutinizing it under the light, even flicking it with his fingers to examine it more closely, showcasing a hint of professionalism. However, It wasn't long before a disdainful expression crossed his face, a reaction that Locke, having closely observed him, did not miss. "What do you think?" Locke inquired, maintaining a neutral tone. "My lord, this," Vic stammered. "Speak quickly," Locke urged. "My lord, in my opinion, this bracelet is not of high quality. While its weight is comparable to genuine gold, it lacks the characteristic softness of true gold that it likely contains copper, and its weight suggests it has been mixed with some silver. As for the gold appearance, it seems to be merely a layer of gold dust on the surface. Without proper tools, I cannot ascertain if there are other impurities." Vic articulated his assessment with clarity. "In short, this bracelet is worth at most 5 silver coins." At the end, KB appraised the bracelet, valuing it at 5 silver coins, which could be exchanged for 1 or 2 silver deller in the past. Locke would have found it appealing. However, now he thought better of it. Locke retrieved the bracelet, his mood evidently soured, having initially presumed that those women had some substantial backing. Nevertheless, it merely belonged to that maid. Which seemed somewhat understandable. Locke consoled himself with that notion. Gulas, ever astute, noticed Locke's discontent and promptly kicked KB, urging, "What good items do you have? Hurry and show them to Brother Locke." Upon hearing this, KB realized that the fate of his companions might hinge on that officer's judgment and hurriedly rummaged through the boxes. Ultimately, he produced a pair of exquisite earrings and a dark green bracelet. "My lord, these are the finest items I possess, likely pawned by a noblewoman in my lifetime. I can scarcely recall a jewel more precious than these earrings. And as for the bracelet, if I am not mistaken, it is crafted from Yunma gemstones. Such a sizable bracelet must contain a significant amount of Yunma stone, which has traditionally been used for crafting high-end rings." The earrings indeed radiated quality, with the diamonds atop them worth a considerable sum for the bracelet. Locke was unable to discern its value, but since KB deemed it worthy, he accepted it without further comment. Remaining in that place served no purpose, as Locke prepared to leave. He instructed Gulas, "Spare that lad's life. I have use for him." Locke wandered through the city, which remained chaotic. It seemed that order would only return once the Baron issued an order to cease the disturbances. He first visited his former squad, where Hans was busy pilfering items from a general store, while Kane sat atop a roof, lost in thought. Kane was a curious character, often disheveled and prone to petty theft. Yet Locke recognized him as the kindest soul in their ranks. During such raids, he typically abstained from participation, explaining to Locke that the sight of the commoners reminded him of his days as a beggar. The rest tacitly accepted his behavior, and he would nonetheless receive his share of the spoils. 18 noon, the Lord's Manor finally relayed the Baron's command. The troops were to halt their searches and stand by in the western district. This area had been ravaged by the Baron's sorcerers and was now a barren wasteland, but it also signified a clean slate, suitable for the soldiers to encamp. Most soldiers had not slept throughout the night, and following the fierce battles, they were quick to find places to rest as soon as they assembled. Locke encountered a familiar face from the Baron's troops, Sean, a fellow squad leader from humble beginnings who had fought alongside Locke before. And their camaraderie was strong. "What brings you here?" Locke greeted, aware that in this hierarchical world, initiating conversation signified a willingness to foster friendship. "Indeed, Brother Locke, your rise brings me joy that I happened upon some fine wine last night. Would you care to join me this evening?" Sean's delight was evident at Locke's nostalgia. Although they belonged to different units, Sean's rank and title were superior, which was the natural order of things. Befriending such individuals reaped no disadvantages. Those with over a year of military service understood that the most reliable ally on the battlefield was oneself, followed closely by comrades, highlighting the importance of friendship. "Sounds good," Locke replied, clapping Sean on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. By tradition, there would be no tasks from now until the following afternoon, and Locke's injuries had healed sufficiently under the invigorating effects of his fighting spirit, allowing him to partake in the wine. After mingling for a while at the camp, Locke returned to his small courtyard, clutching a chicken that Hans had sent over, a true testament to their brotherhood. In the yard, the maid Laffy was sweeping. Though her troubled demeanor suggested she was preoccupied, Christine sat on the doorframe, fidgeting with her fingers, appearing noticeably better. Grace was likely inside. It seemed these women were not foolish. They had not attempted to flee. Locke was certain they could not escape the city, especially given the maid's lackluster skills. Upon Locke's return, Laffy instinctively assumed a defensive posture, but he paid her no mind, striding past her to toss the chicken her way. "You know how to handle this, right?" Locke inquired. "I do," Laffy replied dazedly, still somewhat befuddled. Brother, Christine exclaimed, visibly excited by Locke's presence. He affectionately ruffled her hair, harboring a fondness for the young girl. Under normal circumstances, capturing noble soldiers of the Shaluo would result in their surrender to the officers for a bounty. However, Locke had no intention of following that course. Although they had yet to acknowledge their identities, Locke was resolute. These women were his, and he would claim them. In Chapter 29, Locke contemplated the prospect of marrying a noblewoman, a thought that excited him. Although he did not refer to Christine, but rather to Grace that moment, Grace sat inside, having heard Locke's return. While she could not decipher his intentions, she could hazard a guess based on the way he looked at her. A gaze she had seen in the eyes of many men before. Yet, she felt powerless. Having inquired about Laffy, she learned that Locke's strength was not dissimilar to that of their former steward. Could he truly possess the capabilities of a low-tier knight at such a young age? Unlike Christine, Grace was astute enough to gauge Locke's age, estimating him to be around 20. Before long, a soldier delivered Locke's lunch. Naturally, a mere chicken would not suffice. He had already arranged for a more substantial meal, one that had been generously prepared. Laffy was quite the cook, crafting a delicious chicken soup with minimal seasoning. Surprising Locke, who had initially expected roasted chicken, ate the stone table in the yard. Locke bit into a meat pie while occasionally sipping the soup from his bowl. Come join me, he beckoned to Christine. Sure, she chirped, bounding over to sit in his lap. The sweet scent of the young girl enveloped Locke, causing him to shift uncomfortably, though he did not refuse her. Rather than becoming lost in the moment, he reflected on the allure of power and strength, solidifying his resolve to grow stronger. Laffy, feeling somewhat shy about dining with her young master, ultimately succumbed to the tempting aroma and took a seat at the table. Grace, without pretense, joined them after emerging from the house. The four of them shared a meal together, resembling a family, a truly remarkable sight. You have begun training in fighting spirit, haven't you? Locke inquired of Laffy during lunch. She fell silent, seemingly unsure how to respond. Grace answered for her. Indeed, Laffy has been practicing a form of fighting spirit from our family. Locke detected something unusual. Could Grace's family possess multiple forms of fighting spirit? The nobility he was familiar with, such as Baron Kaidoki, typically only had a single method of cultivation. Grace continued. If you can help us escape this city, we will surely reward you handsomely. Hold on, Locke interrupted, addressing the woman who had yet to grasp her situation. You are my slaves now. Your wealth belongs to me, so there is no need for your generous reward. He tapped the table, making his stance clear. Though Laffy had trained in fighting spirit, it seemed to be at a similar level to his. Moreover, her combat awareness was notably poor compared to Locke, who had emerged from the crucible of bloodshed. He was confident he could defeat Laffy with one hand. Seeing her aunt's discomfort, Christine rushed to smooth things over, calling Locke brother repeatedly, which warmed his heart. Christine had lived independently from a young age, her parents too preoccupied with their high positions to care for her, leaving her yearning for affection. Locke, who had appeared during her moments of illness and loneliness, was a formidable figure, and although they were on opposing sides, Christine was blissfully unaware of such complexities, simply feeling drawn to the safety he exuded. Despite the interruptions during lunch, Christine's presence ensured it remained a pleasant affair. Afterward, Laffy took the initiative to clear the dishes, while Grace and Laffy sat in the yard, observing Locke as he trained. Locke retrieved a segment of the Red Sea flower from his pocket, enveloping it with his fighting spirit that he crushed it into powder with a gentle grip and consumed it, guiding the energy through his body. He was uncertain how the Red Sea flower accelerated the condensation of fighting spirit, but felt a surge of warmth within him. Having experienced it once before, he remained calm, silently channeling the energy through his pathways. As the fighting spirit circulated, he noticed it expanded rapidly, particularly in the warmer regions of his abdomen. 2 hours later, Locke completed his training, sensing that his vortex of fighting spirit had grown by a third. However, the effect was not as pronounced as during his initial consumption of the Red Sea flower. The vortex now resembled half the size of a yellow bean, indicating that Locke had amassed approximately half the total fighting spirit of Uncle Yashia. The entry-level Knight Squire stage posed minimal bottlenecks, primarily focusing on the total amount of fighting spirit. The threshold for progression to a low-tier Knight Squire was reaching the size of a thumb. Lack of bottlenecks did not imply ease of advancement. Many individuals spent their lives in mediocrity, remaining at the entry-level Knight Squire stage, primarily due to an inability to persist in their training or lacking the innate talent to absorb fighting spirit. Individuals like Locke and Yaxia, who came from humble backgrounds and earned their chances to train through military achievements, lacked avenues to measure their potential. Their tenacity was their greatest asset, requiring relentless effort. Locke had anticipated the diminishing effects of the Red Sea flower. If one could continually improve, Master Zoran would not have halted at the pinnacle of the entry-level attendance. Nonetheless, this is indeed a method of advancement. One should still seek the Red Sea flower from Master Zoran whenever the opportunity arises. Until no further enhancement is possible. At this moment, a sensation of swelling pain began to manifest within his body, prompting Locke to commence his martial arts training. His overall fighting spirit remained insufficient. It was impractical to rely solely on it during combat, and he still needed to enhance his personal capabilities. An hour later, Locke wiped the sweat from his body with a cloth. Christine stared intently at Locke's pectoral muscles, her expression inscrutable, her cheeks flushed. Laffy continued to appear distracted. Upon finishing his task, Locke retrieved a gold bracelet from his pocket and tossed it to the dazed Laffy. The young maid, unable to discern the nature of the object, fumbled to catch it and exclaimed, "Where did you find this?" "I picked it up off the ground," Locke replied, maintaining his composure. Thank you so much," Laffy exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. "This is the only item my mother left me." Locke fell silent at her words, seemingly moved. "Make sure you don't lose it again," he admonished. "I won't, I promise." Laffy clutched the bracelet tightly, fearful of losing it again. Grace, observing this scene, wore a complex expression. "I know you are a good person. Could you perhaps let us go?" she ventured after a moment's contemplation. "If I release you, do you truly believe you can survive in this world?" Locke countered. Grace, not lacking in intelligence, understood that even if the three of them managed to escape the city, there would be no safe haven amidst the war-torn lands of Charlotte. Especially since they were all women. "If you could escort us out of the country to another land," Grace persisted. "That is impossible. I am merely an ordinary squad leader without such capabilities. Furthermore, you are Charlotte people, and I am Faustin. You are presently my spoils of war, and I have no obligation to assist you." Locke interrupted her, turning away. Tears welled in Grace's eyes. In the past, no one would have dared to speak to her in such a manner. "Aunt, let's just accept it. Being with the big brother is not so bad," Christine consoled Grace. Locke remained unaware of the identities of Grace and the others, perceiving them simply as noble women, being a mere commoner with little exposure to nobility. Locke had his own dark motivations for keeping Grace around, harboring a profound admiration for the upper class. Ultimately, the city of France transformed into a stronghold of Faustin, akin to numerous regions within Charlotte. The Baron began to summon the remaining soldiers and logistical support stationed in Giza to the city of France, as the wealth within the city required these transport teams to be returned to the kingdom. Days later, Shaysai arrived in France, and Locke arranged for her to stay in a particular courtyard. Of course, they occupied the master bedroom, while the three women resided in the adjoining rooms. Initially, Shaysai harbored a slight animosity towards the three women. But upon observing Locke's disinterest in any entanglements, she felt a sense of relief. The logistics merchant Henry also came to visit Locke, who entrusted him with half of the spoils to manage. This time, Henry made a modest profit. He also brought along a tribute from the leader of the small town, Shaysai's ex-husband. Locke now possessed approximately 200 silver coins, most of which were obtained from the siege. He increasingly realized that higher status yielded greater rewards. He intended to enlist Henry's assistance in finding a skilled blacksmith to forge him a shield, while his half-armor and the standard long sword bestowed by the Baron were suitable for his current stage. He still felt that his defensive capabilities were lacking. His recent injury resulted from enduring a blow from a rolling stone, and the broken shield he found was rendered useless. "A shield? No problem," Henry declared, patting his belly. "Leave it to me. Ideally, I would like a buckler," Locke specified. "It doesn't need to be large. Sturdiness is the priority." A good shield in a siege not only enhances defensive capability, but can also be wielded to strike foes, making a strapped arm shield an excellent choice. "Sure, I know a good blacksmith in Peters. Just tell me your requirements, and I'll take care of it," Henry replied. Eventually, Henry departed with the goods alongside the merchant convoy. After each battle, the soldiers enjoyed a brief respite. While the merchants were just beginning their operations, Henry promised Locke that he would bring the shield in half a month's time. Chapter 30. A Stroll Today. Locke received word that it was indeed half a month since their camp was to arrive at Ramosa town before proceeding to the city of Inter. The conflict had dragged on long enough. and the military command had issued a strict decree to conquer enter within a fortnight, thereby completely dismantling Charlot's remaining forces. In the evening, Locke summoned Hans, and after giving some directives, Hans departed with a squad of soldiers. The midnight streets of Giza resembled a ghostly realm, shrouded in gloom, with dilapidated houses and crumbling structures everywhere, the only indication of life being the faint sounds wafting through the air. Hagen had recently been living quite comfortably, unexpectedly finding himself in the company of a significant figure, which had elevated his own status, once merely a tavern owner. He possessed a keen sense of observation. He had long recognized Charlot's decline and allied himself with the Faustin. However, lacking protection, it was only natural for him to be cast aside by Faustin once he had outlived his usefulness. But now, such a fate seemed improbable. Hagen walked drunkenly along the roadside in Giza, heading towards one of his lovers. Although the war had ravaged much, it had not been entirely detrimental for him. At least he was faring better than most. The night roads were always fraught with obstacles, and Hagen had already stumbled once, cursing as he continued on, heedlessly kicking at some beggars and refugees nearby. Suddenly, a shadow collided with him. "Watch where you're going, you blind fool," Hagen shouted angrily, only to be silenced moments later. The moonlight illuminated the shadow's imposing figure, as Hans, expressionless and armed with a dagger, gazed down at Hagen, who lay on the ground with a gash across his throat. "Huh!" Hagen's eyes widened in shock, pointing at the shadow as if to say something, but his head turned and he breathed his last. Behind the shadow emerged a group of individuals who swiftly cleared the scene, and soon both the shadow and the group vanished into the night. Leaving behind a headless corpse, the surrounding beggars and refugees gradually gathered, and upon noticing the absence of danger, rushed forward to seize the meager belongings of the body. One beggar, grinning widely, retrieved a coin from the corpse, only to have it snatched away by a larger beggar. After a brief scuffle, the ground was left bare, and the half-corpse was kicked into an unknown corner by the crowd in a certain basement within Giza. Dozens of emaciated individuals huddled together for warmth. A small fire burned low, and most wore only one or two thin garments. There were men and women, young and old among them, when Hans and his group arrived. They were met with this scene. Having witnessed such sights many times, they felt little emotion. Many of the people here seemed to recognize them, startled at first, but more were filled with fear and uncertainty. A gaunt middle-aged man stepped forward, appearing to be the leader among them. Without engaging in idle conversation, Hans tossed Hagen's head onto the ground. "From now on, this town's underworld will be under your watch. But the monthly tribute must be increased by 20%. Otherwise, he will serve as an example." The middle-aged man appeared to be processing the information he had just received, bewildered as he stammered. "My lord, he isn't angry with us anymore. As long as you perform well, we will not harm you. Ultimately, you must deliver results. Otherwise," Hans coldly threatened. The middle-aged man, startled, quickly replied, "I will ensure that the tribute exceeds Hagen's by 20%. Hans scoffed, leading his group away without further ado. The middle-aged man, left alone, felt as if all strength had drained from him, sinking down in despair. "Brother, we just hit the jackpot," his companions exclaimed excitedly, and the elderly and women smiled, while the children looked on in confusion. This middle-aged man was among those who had previously robbed Shaysai's tavern. After being punished by Locke and his companions, their lives had taken a turn for the worse. Once Locke became a squad leader, more individuals sought to confront them. The middle-aged man had once been a small trader, possessing a modicum of wit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the leader of this group. He had long desired to lead them to a better life, even if it meant resorting to unscrupulous methods. The refugees here all hailed from the same town, having fled due to the rampant banditry that followed Charlot's military defeat. The middle-aged man had originally resorted to robbery out of desperation when only Shaysai's Green Palm Tavern remained operational, which was when he had encountered the calamity that was Locke. During that time, several elderly and children had starved to death among their group. It was a harsh reality, and he dared not hold Locke accountable. Now, with an opportunity to improve their circumstances, albeit through illicit means, he felt compelled to seize it. Even a chance offered by an enemy was not to be squandered. The middle-aged man resolved to work diligently, ensuring he would not meet a fate akin to Hagen's. After the soldiers ceased their patrols in the city of France, tranquility finally descended upon it. Some Charlot citizens began to venture out into the streets, but they remained cautious, seemingly unable to forget the brutality of the Faustin soldiers during the city's fall. For the ordinary citizens of Charlot, Foston soldiers generally refrained from committing egregious acts, as it was unnecessary. Locke and Shaysai strolled through the town of France, savoring the exotic ambience of a foreign land. Shaysai had never before visited such a large city, and her curiosity about it surpassed even Locke's. At this moment, the streets lacked any signs of prosperity. The few shops that remained were merely operated by the caravans of Locke and the barracks of Baron Kashir, selling only provisions. These establishments accepted almost anything in exchange for food, jewelry, coins, even weapons and armor scavenged from the battlefield could be traded for sustenance. The sole food available was a type of bread known as coal cake. This dish, characterized by its black surface speckled with carbon-like particles, earned its name from its appearance. If the husked millet cake was made from the chaff of grains, then the coal cake was crafted from the residue left in the pot after preparing millet cakes. Even rats turned their noses up at this fare, yet at this time, the people of Charlotte flocked to it like moths to a flame. Locke had sampled the coal cake. It was a dry and gritty substance that seemed to smoke as it slid down his throat, causing stomach pains if consumed in excess. Utterly devoid of nutrition, prolonged consumption would leave one feeling weak and listless. While the husked millet cake could occasionally serve as fodder for horses, coal cake was utterly unsuitable for such purposes, lest one wished to see their mounts rendered feeble and unable to carry their burdens. The Charlotte people were not fools, yet they found themselves in a dire predicament, particularly for those of them who were townsfolk, unlike the rural inhabitants of places like Giza Town, who could still find sustenance in fields and forests. Those in the city could scarcely find a morsel to eat, save for the odd fruit tree in a garden. Most of the merchants selling coal cake were familiar with Locke, greeting him with a smile as a form of acknowledgement. Meanwhile, at the shops belonging to Baron Kashir, one of the watchmen happened to be Sean, who had shared a drink with Locke not long ago. "Brother Locke, what brings you here?" Sean was reprimanding a refugee, likely starving and attempting to steal food. Locke was indeed a peculiar squad leader. Unlike other squad leaders who spent their time either training in their quarters or socializing with the Baron or fellow commanders, Locke seemed to have little to occupy himself with, wandering the streets and mingling with the lower-ranking soldiers. In Jerson's words, Locke is still young and has yet to adapt to the life expected of a squad leader. In the words of young Lord Soren, Locke enjoys the hustle and bustle. Yet, Uncle Yashak had the most accurate observation. Locke is developing his own abilities. This remark was rather profound, and few understood its depth. Having spent years on the battlefield, Locke, who had been rolling amidst corpses since the age of 14, yearned for a better life more than anyone else. However, the relentless struggle for survival had instilled in him a profound sense of foreboding. He sought every possible means to advance himself, while the other squad leaders chose to ascend, forging alliances with their peers and seeking favor from superiors. Locke, though he understood this path, had little experience with it and had yet to acclimate. Nevertheless, he did not become disheartened. Rather, he opted for a different route. He believed that even as a mere squad leader today, he would not be reduced to a miserable state in the future, and that one's worth should never be dismissed. Thus, he forged connections with squad leaders from other barracks, even cultivating friendships with a few of Baron Kashir's subordinates. Consequently, he allied himself with the black market forces of Giza Town, which were scorned by others, thinking that while the rewards might be meager now, they could be more substantial in the future. Giza Town, being a vital thoroughfare, could not remain stagnant forever. "Let us go out for a casual stroll," Locke said, wrapping an arm around Shasha's waist. "So this is your sister-in-law." "Brother Locke, you have good taste," Sean remarked, calling out to a merchant in the caravan behind him. "Dak, where's that silver bracelet you picked up yesterday? Bring it out for sister-in-law." A sprightly young man nodded and dashed out from the caravan, presenting the item to Locke with utmost respect. After examining the bracelet, Locke handed it to the eagerly awaiting Shasha, marking her first piece of jewelry and her most cherished possession. To be honest, it was indeed a fine piece, surpassing the other trinkets he had unearthed from the second-hand dealer KB's box. Locke patted Sean on the shoulder. Shasha had long envied the jewelry of Grace and the others who lived in the same courtyard. The sapphire adorning Grace's neck and the golden bracelet on Laffy's wrist seemed exquisite in her eyes. Shasha joyfully admired the bracelet, and Locke pondered whether he had been neglectful of her. He recalled the bracelet and earrings he had obtained from that second-hand dealer, initially intended for his sister. Since Shasha was fond of it, he decided to give it to her. Now that Shasha had a bracelet, Locke retrieved the earrings from his pocket and presented them to her. "Do you like them?" he asked. placing the earrings in her hand. If the silver bracelet was the nobility among jewelry, then these earrings were the royalty. Their elegant curves and exquisite diamonds made them a pair of exceptional adornments. "I love them," Shasha exclaimed, planting a kiss on Locke, oblivious to the gazes of those around her. She increasingly felt that her choice of a younger brother had been the right one. Chapter 31, setting off again in the afternoon. Upon returning to the courtyard, Shasha excitedly sought Laffy to have her ears pierced. Earrings had long been a symbol of power and status among the nobility of Charlotte, an adornment unattainable for commoners. However, with the imminent collapse of the Charlotte kingdom, who still cared? Grace exuded an air of nobility that often intimidated Shasha, making her hesitant to speak. Meanwhile, Christine frequently teased Locke, which made Shasha's bond with Laffy the strongest among them. After Locke had recovered her bracelet, Laffy's hostility toward him had diminished, and naturally, a semblance of friendship began to blossom between her and Shasha. When Laffy saw the earrings that the young lady had once pawned now adorning her, a complex expression crossed her face. However, she kept her thoughts to herself and carefully placed the earrings on Shasha's ears. "It might hurt a bit. Just bear with it," Laffy said. "Don't worry." Shasha waved her hand dismissively, trivializing the pain of having her ears pierced. During dinner, all eyes were on Shasha. "How do I look?" she asked, joyfully showcasing her silver bracelet and twirling to reveal her new earrings. "That's my aunt." Christine squinted for a long moment before finally recognizing the bracelet and opened her mouth to speak. Grace interrupted her by patting Christine's head, stating, "It truly is lovely." Flattered by Grace's compliment, Shasha felt a swell of pride and leaned closer to Locke, resting her head on his shoulder. Seeing this, Christine immediately felt competitive, joining in on the affectionate display toward Locke, momentarily forgetting her earlier intention to expose the truth. At the dinner table, with one girl sitting on Locke's lap and another nestled against him, he could only manage to eat with his free right hand. Occasionally, he had to play the role of a thief, which was both a source of pain and joy. During the meal, Grace casually inquired about the origin of the earrings, to which Locke replied that they were a gift from a second-hand dealer. Grace's expression confirmed her suspicion. After dinner, as night fell completely, everyone returned to their respective rooms. That night, Locke did not go out and retired early with Shasha. In this place, there were no entertainment activities. Locke's moments of joy came in the evenings when he could. Well, the past few nights, Grace and the others had not slept well due to the excited screams and dull thuds emanating from the neighboring room. Tonight, Shasha, wishing to repay Locke's kindness and thoughtfulness, put all her effort into pleasing him. It was a wonderful night. 2 days later, after several meetings with the squad leaders, the Baron clarified the mission objectives, and the troops were set to march again. This time, they were to reach the headquarters in Connell City within a week, and within a fortnight, their 2nd Infantry Regiment was to rendezvous with the entire corps at Intercity. Intercity was the second largest city in Charlotte, next to the royal capital of Odyssey, boasting walls over 20 meters high and housing the remaining elite of the Charlotte forces. The reason the Foston army faced such minimal resistance after breaching the Filemare Gorge was that Charlotte had concentrated its remaining professional soldiers in Intercity, Ellis City, and the royal capital for a final stand. The entire Eagle Corps comprised 30,000 men, 6 regiments, including 4 infantry regiments, 1 cavalry regiment, and 1 logistics regiment, all focused on the assault of Intercity, indicating that it would indeed be a fierce battle. Locke did not dare to let his guard down. After occupying France City, Baron Kaidoki left a portion of his soldiers and transport troops behind and continued onward. Though technically a private army, it still nominally belonged to the Eagle Corps, as his father-in-law was the deputy commander of the Eagle Corps, making it imperative for him to participate in the battle. Since the plan was to regroup, Baron Kaidoki would join forces with Baron Kashir as they moved to the front lines. Locke rode at the center of the formation, while Shasha, Grace, and the others were assigned to the transport team at the rear. He felt uneasy about leaving Shasha in France City, as there had been numerous uprisings in previously occupied cities after troops departed, and he did not wish to take any chances. As for Grace, well, it was best to keep his assets close. Unlike Shasha, whose beauty might still be tolerated, Grace's nobility and stunning looks would undoubtedly attract attention. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Grace and the others voluntarily donned veils. The members of the transport team were also aware that these women belonged to Locke and looked after them. Though they occasionally grumbled, other squad leaders might have a maximum of 2 women. Yet this guy has 4, plus a child. When this news reached the ears of other squad leaders, they merely laughed and scolded. Youth is indeed a blessing. There were no significant dangers during the march presently. Aside from fortified locations like Front City, there was hardly any resistance left in Charlotte, save for a handful of mountain bandits. These bandits only dared to prey on their fellow Charlotte citizens and would not dare show their faces against the regular troops of Foston. Why are there no villains? Christine inquired of her aunt. Grace. Their journey from the royal capital to the city of France had not been so tranquil. Without their family guards, they would have found it perilous to progress even a step. Because wolves can only bully sheep when they encounter lions. They must flee, Grace replied. Christine nodded, seemingly grasping the meaning. This time, Locke had brought along the opportunistic KB, assigning him to the logistics department to assist with Chasai's brother. KB was quite skilled, recognizing many precious items, and had been instrumental in appraising a considerable number of goods confiscated by Locke's squad on their journey. Furthermore, he possessed a decent network before merging with the headquarters of the troop. Their entourage would traverse several small towns and 2 minor cities, those lacking substantial defenses. According to the 2 barons, they intended to crush everything in their path. The barons, having feasted heartily during the battle for the city of France, had grown disdainful of such trifles. While the barons may have overlooked these small gains, Locke and his fellow squad leaders were not so easily dismissive. Locke had privately conferred with Uncle Yuxiak about pooling resources for a venture. KB, being shrewd, volunteered to guide them to raid the homes of his former associates. In times of war, smugglers and opportunists indeed thrived. KB claimed that several gangs operated in the towns he mentioned, comparable in size to his previous crew. Locke promised KB that if they could seize goods worth 100 gold coins, he would grant him his freedom. 100 gold coins would suffice to exchange for around 50 jindels, a considerable sum. Locke had entrusted 50 silver jindels of his 200 to a merchant caravan for safe passage home. Despite his family consisting solely of his parents and sister, he anticipated they would not require such funds. But sending money home was customary among soldiers deployed in battle. The remaining funds were managed by Chasai, who had previously run a tavern and possessed a keen intellect. She planned to invest in the transport team under Locke's name. A sum of 150 silver jindels was insignificant in the eyes of several caravan managers. Yet as a squad leader, Locke deserved a modicum of respect regardless of the sum. This was Chasai's astuteness. With her skill, Locke could secure dozens or even hundreds of silver jindels after each campaign, and the value would appreciate over time. As they passed through 2 small cities and 3 towns, Barons Kaidoki and Kashir opted for a cavalry squad to lead the charge, swiftly overwhelming the towns that offered no resistance. However, rather than conducting thorough searches upon breaching the towns, they merely dismantled Charlotte's defenses to pave the way for subsequent supply caravans and other troops. This presented Locke with an opportunity. During this time, he and Uncle Yuxiak each led 50 men to raid a small town. Though it was merely an ordinary settlement, its population of several hundred was ample to satiate Locke and his companions. Not only did Locke's squad take action, but other squad leaders, unable to suppress their restlessness, also gathered their men to seize another town. Baron Kaidoki merely turned a blind eye to this. He understood that an excellent leader must learn to delegate authority and empathize with his subordinates. Although the actions of the squad leaders might disrupt his battle plans, as long as the outcomes were favorable, he would not object. Naturally, should anything go awry, accountability would still rest upon those responsible. Clear rewards and punishments were the foundation of military discipline. Eventually, even Baron Kashir's troops succumbed to temptation, with several squad leaders clearing the last town. Locke's group of over 100 found sufficient sustenance in the town, leaving the remainder for others to avoid inciting envy. This was a lesson imparted to him by Uncle Yuxiak. As for why they did not target a city, unless they committed their full strength, the risk would be substantial. It was improbable to capture a walled city, even if the regular forces had been dispersed. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Locke's opportunities for profit. The smuggler KB brought forth considerable surprises for him. Chapter 32. The Black Market. In the early morning, a group of 5 stealthily departed from the military camp. Locke, Kane, Hans, Gulas, and KB headed in the opposite direction of the troops' advance. The time had slipped into late autumn, and whether in Foston or Charlotte, the autumn and winter seasons were notoriously frigid, while summers were oppressively hot. Consequently, the army's marching hours were now from noon until dusk. Fortunately, the 2 barons had previously resolved to hasten their journey, and they would reach the troop headquarters in Bymore City within 2 days. This time, Locke seized the opportunity while the army remained inactive in the morning to accompany KB to conduct business in a town they had previously traversed. Wollier City, once home to 2,000 residents, was unremarkable apart from one peculiar feature. Its walls rivaled those of medium-sized cities. Standing nearly 10 meters high, it was said that the previous lord of the city, Baron Ibeck, had dedicated himself to its construction. This had once been a source of amusement among the local nobility in Charlotte, who mocked the necessity of such lofty walls for a mere small town. However, those who once ridiculed Baron Ibeck now regretted their lack of foresight, wishing they had fortified their own walls. It was precisely due to these towering walls that the inhabitants of Charlotte managed to temporarily evade the ravages of war. As a result, Wollier City became a refuge for wealthy merchants and affluent individuals from Charlotte, as well as a sanctuary for the town's refugees. Locke's destination was Wollier City. This time, Locke did not come to kill or plunder. He sought to engage in trade, although they had captured a few smugglers and traders in that small town. Their goods were primarily common foodstuffs and Charlotte's coins, which held little value. Realizing the futility of their situation, KB suggested attending a trading fair in Wollier City. Every city harbors a cadre of merchants who thrive in the shadows. Some are bandits, some smugglers, and others ne'er-do-wells, where one can procure items not available in the marketplace, albeit at inflated prices. This was the essence of the black market. KB had previous experience in the black market. During its heyday in France, it had flourished until the Foston army's siege obliterated it. KB was acutely aware of the vast resources these shadowy merchants possessed, and he encouraged Locke to come not merely to buy but to sell. Charlotte is finished. Those with insight understand this clearly, KB asserted confidently among the crowd, while Locke and the others paid him little heed. Dellar is currently a hard currency, and those black market merchants will eagerly acquire it without hesitation. KB's strategy was to exchange Dellar for Charlotte's coins. In Foston's merchant caravans, the exchange rate was typically 2-1, yet in Charlotte, it could be as favorable as 5-1. This was a lucrative opportunity. Locke had brought with him the Dellar obtained from the recent sweep of the small town, and he had also borrowed a substantial sum of 400 silver Dellar from Uncle Yuxiak, filling Hans and Gulas's pockets. After careful consideration, Locke deemed this transaction feasible, yet prudently brought along his 3 capable subordinates. Even if no formidable adversaries existed in the black market, Hans and the others could easily handle ordinary thugs, dispatching 7 or 8 with ease. Without wasting time, the group hurried from the military camp to Wollier City. Arriving at its outskirts while the morning frost still lingered, Wollier City bore little distinction from France, save for its walls, which stood a few meters taller. However, the somewhat dilapidated walls, regardless of their height, appeared feeble in Locke's eyes. A few guards stood atop the walls, and on the western side, a conspicuous large crater served as a stark reminder of the previous day's warning from Baron Cashier's mage. This crater instilled boundless fear and dread within the Charlotte populace, while simultaneously bolstering Locke's confidence that a throng of refugees had gathered outside the city gates, eager to enter. However, due to the overwhelming pressure from the army that had recently passed through, only a narrow gap in the typically open gates was now accessible. Although it was still early, Locke's group found themselves queuing several dozen meters away from the entrance. At this pace, they would be fortunate to even enter the city, let alone return before noon. Locke frowned and glanced at KB, who puffed out his chest and assured, "Leave it to me." With that, KB boldly approached the entrance, engaging in brief conversation with the guards. Discreetly, he slipped his left hand into the pocket of one of the guard's trousers. The guard felt a noticeable weight increase in his pocket and exchanged glances with his comrades before patting KB's shoulder, signaling that the matter was settled. KB beckoned Locke and the others, who approached the gates. Surrounding refugees glared angrily at the intruding group, and a couple of hot-headed individuals seemed poised to confront them. Hans merely shot them a fierce glare, causing them to fall silent. It became evident that this group was not easily intimidated. With Hans towering nearly 2 meters, none of the emaciated refugees could compare, and Gulas matched him in strength. Even Locke, who appeared somewhat slight among them, stood around 1.8 meters tall, presenting as a formidable figure. Gulas crossed his arms and let out a cold snort towards the refugees, who recoiled in fear as if confronted by a monstrous beast. Upon reaching the gates, the guards, upon recognizing their appearance, immediately gripped their spears tightly, bracing themselves for confrontation. KB hastily began to explain. The guards could sense the difference in demeanor among Locke's group. Those who had taken lives exuded a palpable aura of menace, which soldiers could easily discern as distinguished figures within the military. Locke and his companions exuded an impressive aura, observing that the city guards remained unmoved. Kebi waved his right hand, causing the soldier's pocket to swell with additional items. The soldier's expression turned to one of hesitation. Noticing the effectiveness of his actions, Kebi hastily emptied the few remaining coins from his own pockets into the soldier's hands. Ultimately, the soldier sheathed his weapon and nodded to his fellow guards, who also lowered their spears, though their tips remained pointed, albeit subtly, at Locke and his companions. "Don't cause any trouble," the soldier warned, seemingly threatening Locke's group. Only to be met with a dismissive glare from Gulas. Once inside the city, Gulas clapped Kebi on the shoulder, delivering a playful blow that nearly sent the small man tumbling. "Not bad, you clever lad. I didn't sense your wits when we captured you." Kebi replied with a sycophantic smile. "My lord, you jest. Those stationed at the gates are merely the city's expendables. What insight could they possess? A handful of coppers suffices to placate them." Wollier City bore a striking resemblance to France City, perhaps even more dilapidated. Refugees littered the streets, and not a single shop remained operational. Locke, pressed for time, lacked the inclination to appreciate the city's dismal state, and turned to Kebi, urging, "Lead the way." "My lord, the black market is invariably located in the most chaotic areas," Kebi explained as he guided them. "There's south no place more disordered than the slums." As they traversed a labyrinth of rooftops, the surrounding populace was draped in tattered rags, their hair a tangled mess, faces pallid, and eyes devoid of life as they stared at the unexpected guests. Locke and his companions paid little heed to the refugees until one ragged individual, stumbling and obscured by disheveled hair, approached them. "My lord, have mercy. I haven't eaten in 3 days." Before he could come closer, Kane intercepted him, halting him at the roadside. This was merely a minor incident, soon forgotten by the group. However, Locke noted that the man had paused because he clutched a copper coin that had materialized in his hand, and at that moment, only Kane was near enough to him. They halted before a black wooden shed, where 4 thugs brandishing makeshift weapons loitered. Though their tools appeared laughable, they were the only weapons permitted in this city. The merchants and wealthy had been sufficiently intimidated. They did not allow proper arms to be wielded by the common folk. If the 4 ruffians stood out among the surrounding refugees, Locke and his companions were distinctly conspicuous, clearly not ordinary citizens. Gulas and Hans, with their robust physiques, served as their entry tickets, and the thugs made no effort to stop them, permitting their passage. This left Locke and his companions somewhat perplexed. The shed, while spacious at 100 or 200 square feet, was evidently insufficient to serve as a city's black market. Indeed, upon entering, they were greeted by a staircase leading downwards. "What is this?" Locke inquired, never having encountered a downward path before. "It's a basement, my lord," Kebi promptly explained. It is said that it was originally constructed by a sorcerer. This was the second creation he had encountered by a sorcerer, the first being the sofa he had seen in Lord Sauron's tent. "There exists a black market on the streets as well, and it is considerably larger," Kebi continued, "but our status makes it unwise to make a public appearance there. This underground market, while smaller, specializes in high-quality goods, and those who frequent it are not ordinary buyers. Indeed, for mere currency transactions, there is no need for an expansive marketplace." Locke concurred with a nod. Torches hung from either side of the staircase, which, though short, appeared particularly dark due to its subterranean nature. Fortunately, the group were brave souls and felt little trepidation as they reached the bottom of the staircase. They were met with a space nearing 400 square feet, illuminated by torches, dispelling the darkness. There were no walls but rather numerous stalls offering a variety of goods, food, weapons, slaves. Surrounding the entrance were a group of casually standing thugs, their bare arms displaying an array of tattoos, a clear testament to their nefarious nature. These individuals served as the enforcers of this black market, akin to bodyguards, ready to resolve any disturbances. Locke surveyed the area and noted that aside from a few individuals with a glint of awareness in their eyes, the rest appeared to be mere fodder. "Those 2 fellows possessed the strength of third-class soldiers," Hans remarked quietly, as they all recognized the reality without further discussion. "A mere black market, yet it is quite impressive," Kane boisterously declared. Recently motivated by Hans's promotion to squad leader and second-class soldier, he had been training vigorously and now boasted strength akin to a second-class soldier, thus earning the right to make such bold claims. Gulas remained silent, his interest piqued by the thugs, perhaps itching for a confrontation. Kebi, having spent considerable time with this group, was well aware of their nature and promptly led the way to the heart of the black market, where the largest sellers typically congregated, knowing that only there could they engage with Silver Deli. The thugs, having spent their days idling and awaiting their next meal, had honed their ability to read people. And the predatory glances from Gulas and Hans did not sit well with them. Had it not been for the restraint of their two leaders, they might have already saw at conflict point one of the smaller leaders. Sporting a scar on his face, growled at his subordinates. If anyone stirs up trouble, I'll ensure they do not see the moon tonight. As Locke's group ventured into the center of the black market, they discovered the only structure within the subterranean space, a cramped 30-square-foot room that felt particularly crowded once they entered. "What are your wishes, esteemed guests?" a gravelly voice inquired as they explored the small chamber. An elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, sat behind the sole counter in the room. This peculiar establishment lacked merchandise, only showcasing shelves adorned with paper notes listing available goods. A glance revealed 2 to 3 dozen shelves, indicating that this place indeed held significant stock, though most items were varieties of food and limited supplies, with weapons being scarce. Only a few daggers and short swords. And not a single piece of armor. Kebi, adept at navigating such dealings, began. "Old man, I bring you a lucrative opportunity. It's up to you whether you can handle it." He gestured to Hans and Gulas, who promptly retrieved their coin pouches and dropped them heavily onto the counter. They had previously agreed that Kebi would handle the negotiations while the others played supporting roles. Initially, the old man regarded Kebi's words with skepticism, his expression dismissive, though he became increasingly attentive to Locke and his companions. However, the sound of the 2 coin pouches striking the counter jolted him into realization after decades of experience. He could discern the unmistakable sound of money. This was no mere handful of coppers. The old man extended his gnarled hand, ripping open the pouches, and the gleaming silver deli dazzled his eyes. He eagerly took a few coins, biting them to test their authenticity. The silver coins from Charlot bore a metal ratio of 6:3, with an additional 10 impurity, while the silver deli from Forstan had a 5:5 ratio, but with minimal impurities, making it denser and easier for an expert to identify. "May I inquire what you seek?" the old man asked seriously once he confirmed the coins were genuine. "We wish to exchange everything for silver coins. The more, the better. Gold coins would be even more advantageous," Kebi stated, outlining their demands. Silver coins were, of course, the currency of Charlot, akin to the status of Silver Deli and Forstan, representing the highest tier of currency accessible to the common folk. "Gold coins. I lack such resources," the old man chuckled, acknowledging the disparity. While 100 silver deli were officially equivalent to 1 gold deli, the reality was that no one would willingly exchange them. The actual ratio of gold coins to silver coins was approximately 112 or even higher. If the old man had a means of procuring gold coins, those silver deli could potentially yield 2,000 silver coins, translating to around 20 gold coins, even if Locke settled for 18 gold coins. He resolved to proceed with the transaction. This was an opportunity for immense profit. Unlike silver coins, gold coins had limited depreciation. If the logistics department accepted 18 gold coins, Locke would not part with less than 2,000 silver deli. Making for a lucrative return of 1,600 silver deli, there could be no quicker way to amass wealth. "No gold, but silver coins are no issue," the old man replied with a sly grin. He then clapped his hands, summoning a servant cloaked in black robes. The servant leaned in to listen to the old man's instructions before exiting. Shortly after, a larger bag, escorted by 4 burly men, was brought in, evidently under the old man's employ. The 4 guards set the bag down and took their positions by the entrance, remaining vigilant. Kebi approached and opened the bag, revealing it to be filled with silver coins. The transaction was successfully completed, and Locke's group did not linger in Wollier City. They hurriedly returned to their camp, initially concerned about the potential for treachery, but it turned out to be unfounded. They encountered no trouble along the way. Ultimately, they secured nearly 2,000 silver coins, a sum too conspicuous to present directly to the logistics department. Locke withdrew 700 silver coins from the total, instructing Hans to deliver them to Uncle Yashak, as this amount far exceeded the 200 silver deli Yashak had lent him, making it a fitting gesture of gratitude. The remaining funds would be gradually utilized in the days to come. Locke harbored no grand ambitions. Survival had once been his primary concern, but now he aspired for a better existence. This sum of money was merely the first step in his journey. He aimed to secure a lifetime of financial stability for himself and his family after the war's conclusion. eventually purchasing a manor in the barony to enjoy a life of comfort. This was Locke's dream, and the more than 1,000 silver coins brought him one step closer to its realization. As evening descended, the troops halted beside a grove of trees. "Set up camp," rang the commanding shout of the patrol officer, prompting the soldiers to begin organizing themselves in an orderly manner. At this moment, Locke sat astride his horse, a dry twig clenched between his teeth, gazing towards the distant trees. To be honest, Locke felt a profound curiosity towards mutated creatures and magical beasts, pondering whether there were any such entities lurking within the woods. "We are currently in the southwestern region of the Bering Mountains. This grove should belong to that range," Uncle Joshua remarked, having approached Locke on horseback without him noticing. "I understand your desire to seek out mutated creatures to enhance your strength, but I must advise you to focus on your training for now. Once your total fighting spirit increases, you may consider other pursuits." "Understood, Uncle," Locke nodded in acknowledgement. Uncle Joshua was unaware that young Master Solon had gifted Locke with red sea flowers, and Locke, being discreet, had no intention of spreading the word. Through a month of diligent training and the consumption of the red sea flowers on 2 occasions, Locke's fighting spirit had nearly reached 2/3 of Uncle Joshua's level. Of course, this was a secret known only to Locke. The Bering Mountains are merely a part of the Morpheus Forest. By the afternoon of the day after tomorrow, we should arrive at the city of Bimmer, located to the northwest of the Bering Mountains, Uncle Joshua continued, speaking to himself as he rode. "With this troop assembly, we may soon face some tough battles." Locke urged his horse forward, following suit. "Winter is fast approaching. If the war drags on for another year, even the most stalwart soldiers will struggle to endure." Uncle Joshua, having lived a long life, possessed a keen understanding of the situation and sensed that the kingdom was rapidly depleting its resources. "This rapid march may very well allow us to be the first to reach the troop headquarters," Locke declared, flicking his whip and riding into the encampment. "Perhaps that I know you've struck it rich, so when we reach the headquarters, you should find a way to acquire some of the treasures there." Uncle Joshua chuckled. Following Locke into the camp, as late autumn settled in, the rosy hues of the sunset lingered on the horizon, yet they offered no warmth. A cold wind swept through, causing the brittle, yellowed branches to fall. Chapter 34. The Locke family within the borders of the Foston Kingdom. In the province of Del, within the Kaidoki territory, in Maple Leaf Village, a young woman with a white headband was washing clothes by the river. Although it was already late autumn, the southern Kaidoki territory had not yet succumbed to the biting cold, making her laundry activities quite reasonable, even if her hands had turned pale from the chill. "Liatia, come home for dinner," called a middle-aged woman at the village entrance, clutching her headscarf. "I know, Aunt Mary," the young woman responded, hastily gathering her washed clothes, setting aside those still needing attention for tomorrow's wash. After tidying up, she noticed Aunt Mary still waiting at the village entrance and quickly made her way over. "Aunt Mary, let us go." The young woman held a wooden basin filled with clothes in one hand while linking arms with Aunt Mary with the other. "Oh, Tia, you truly have a wonderful daughter. I envy you," Aunt Mary exclaimed. "Aunt Mary, Hank and the others are quite good as well. This year's harvest is thanks to your family's help," the young woman replied. "Those boys, apart from adding a few more mouths to feed, what else can they do?" Aunt Mary retorted, her tone as feisty as ever. "Hee," the young woman chuckled softly. "Speaking of our village, your brother is the most successful in just a few years. He has become a squad leader. What is next for him?" Aunt Mary praised. Perhaps reminded of her brother whom she hadn't seen for years, the young woman fell silent for a moment before smiling. "Hans is doing well too. He is a third-class soldier, and everyone in the village speaks highly of him. That lad wouldn't have achieved anything without your brother. I've always thought that Locke was quite clever," Aunt Mary said, visibly pleased by the young woman's praise of her son. The two walked together through the village, greeted warmly by the villagers they passed. Most families in Maple Leaf Village consisted of elderly parents. The able-bodied youth had enlisted and had yet to return. Upon reaching a yard on the village's western edge, Aunt Mary exchanged a few words with the young woman before parting ways. As their homes were neighboring and not far apart, the young woman waved goodbye. Watching Aunt Mary enter her own yard before pushing open the door to her home, the door was merely a simple wooden gate, but it appeared relatively new, indicating it had been recently repaired. "Mother, I am back," the young woman called out. The young woman was Leah, Locke's sister, and this was the house where Locke had lived for 14 years. "Oh, my daughter has returned," an elderly man with graying hair, seated on a wooden stool in the yard, greeted her while smoking a pipe. This was Old Locke, the father of Locke and Leah. Commoners had no surnames, only given names, such as Locke or Shashi. In families with little education and only one son, the child would inherit the father's name. Hence, Locke inherited his father's name, with villagers referring to the two as Old Locke and Young Locke. Of course, Locke was now a young man of considerable standing, and people no longer called him Young Locke, but simply Locke. Nobles, on the other hand, possessed their own surnames, families, and crests. These three elements were crucial standards for assessing the power of nobility. Outsiders typically referred to nobles by their surnames. For instance, Kaidoki is a surname, representing the nobility's prestige, and only the head of the family is entitled to be addressed by their surname. For example, there is only one Baron Kaidoki, while young Master Solon shares the surname but is referred to simply as Solon. Father, I've told you countless times not to smoke so much. Leah, a sensible and obedient girl, always opposed her father's fondness for smoking. Cough, cough. It won't be long before I shuffle off this mortal coil. Let me indulge a bit. Old Locke coughed a few times. Extinguishing his pipe and securing it at his waist, still listening to his daughter's words, Leah placed the clothes and wooden basin back inside before fetching a small stool to sit behind Old Locke, offering him a back rub. Ah, a daughter truly is a blessing. Old Locke sighed contentedly. Stretching his arms, he considered his two greatest accomplishments in life to be adopting the daughter of his sister and raising Locke. His fine son Dot, of course, only he, his late wife, and a few elderly villagers knew that Leah was not his biological daughter. Before long, the aroma of food wafted through the air as a middle-aged woman emerged from the house with a bowl. This woman, with crow's feet at the corners of her eyes and hair streaked with gray, was Tia, Locke and Leah's mother. The bowl contained only flatbread and a few ears of corn, yet it was a rare delicacy. Had it not been for the assistance of a younger brother who had been looking after the household for the past 2 years, they might not have even had that. Tia set the bowl on a wooden stool and returned to fetch a large bowl of soup, made from the water used to boil the corn, enriched with a few wild vegetables, creating a broth that was both sweet from the corn and fresh from the greens. This simple dinner was the norm for the vast majority of commoners in the world. The three of them sat together on small stools around the wooden stool to begin their meal. Although the Kaidoki territory belonged to the south, the deep autumn chill made them shiver as the north wind blew. In the low-temperature environment, they hastened their meal. It wasn't that they wished to eat outside. Rather, Locke's family's wooden house measured a mere 20 square meters, divided into 3 sections, one for the kitchen, one for Old Locke and Tia's room, and one for Leah and Locke's room. The interior contained little more than a stove and 2 beds, with the family often eating or Tia and Leah working on handicrafts outside in the yard. Not just Locke's family, but the majority of households in Maple Leaf Village lived similarly. The cramped quarters made it uncomfortable to even stand, let alone sit together for a meal, i.e. the dining area. The three ate in silence, the stool beside them empty, once occupied by Locke. Old Locke was of a simple disposition, while Leah inherited her mother Tia's character, being a diligent and uncomplaining woman. Whenever the family gathered for a meal, memories of Locke would surface, leading to a subdued atmosphere at the table, with little conversation. Old Locke picked up an ear of corn and began to gnaw on it, occasionally lowering his head for a sip of soup, while Leah, following her mother Tia's example, nibbled delicately on the flatbread. The grain prices in town have risen again, Tia remarked during their meal. Unlike the neighboring Hans family, who had able-bodied young men, Locke's family relied solely on Old Locke and Tia to cultivate their 2 acres of land, which barely produced enough to stave off hunger, leaving them dependent on purchasing food to feel full. Let them rise. No family has surplus grain these days, Old Locke replied between bites. How much of the money Locke sent back last month is left? Half of last month's remittance has been saved, and the other half leaves us with 30 copperdrel, Tia answered. That should suffice. I estimate that the Baron's caravan will return in the next few days, Old Locke remarked, falling silent. While it was true that the Baron's caravan would return, it did not guarantee that their children would be back with them. They had witnessed too many young villagers leave only to never return, with news of death and sorrow brought back by the Baron's caravan. They feared the day they would receive a notification of their child's demise, sharing a complex mix of hope and dread towards the arrival of the Baron's caravan, just like most villagers. Don't dwell on such grim news. Jill was well aware of her husband's thoughts. With an optimistic tone, she remarked, over the past few years, Locke has sent back a considerable amount of money. Coupled with my promotion to team leader last year, our finances have improved significantly. We have enough to get by. Don't you think it's time to find a suitable bride for Locke? Jill was quite invested in Locke's marital prospects, for he had reached the age of 18, an age ripe for settling down and starting a family. Indeed, Locke has fared well in the service of the Baron over these years. It is indeed time to seek a good wife for him. Old Locke nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly supporting his wife's intention to find a partner for their son. After the meal, Leah and Jeb busied themselves with the dishes, while old Locke, stooping slightly, checked the gates of the yard, ensuring they were securely fastened, and arranged the farming tools and other items. Finally, he picked up the 3 small stools used during dinner and returned indoors. In the depths of autumn, twilight descended swiftly. Not only the Locke family but most households had retreated indoors for the night. Once the dishes were tidied away, Leah bid her parents good night and made her way to her room. Her quarters, a modest space of about 7 or 8 square meters, contained merely 2 frail wooden beds and a small cabinet standing half a meter high. This cabinet served as both Leah's wardrobe and a chest for her trinkets, such as hair ties and hand-woven handkerchiefs. Leah carefully removed the white silk scarf from her hair and placed it gently inside the cabinet, which also housed a blue scarf, both purchased by Leah this year after her brother at the front had requested the merchant to bring back a few items. As Leah caressed the scarf, her thoughts drifted elsewhere. When she returned to reality, a blush crept onto her cheeks, and she restored the scarf to its original place. Leah lay upon her bed, glancing at the empty space beside her, feeling an emptiness within her heart. She reminisced about her brother, Locke, that mischievous yet considerate little boy, recalling the times in her childhood when she would cradle him to sleep. Leah wrapped her arms around a bundle of air, longing for Locke. Chapter 35. Deep into the night, Locke's childhood was relatively blissful, blessed with a loving sister and honest, hard-working parents. His favorite pastime was to wade in the creek, catching fish while his family toiled in the fields during the sweltering summer days. Though the fish were small, no thicker than a thumb, Locke relished this activity, as it provided one of the few sources of meat for their family. However, the idyllic days were shattered by the scourge of natural disasters. At the age of 14, a devastating drought struck the not-so-expansive kingdom of Fuston, plunging 3 out of its 4 provinces into a crisis of food and water. The Locke family of Maple Village and the Kadozi mining district found themselves in dire straits. The rain had ceased for a month and a half, and it was now mid-June, a time when harvest would typically be just around the corner. In previous years, this was when their parents would take Leah to the town to sell the village's produce and earn a meager copper coin or 2 to sustain their modest living. Leah would gather her wares, crafted from leftover linen, such as scarves and handkerchiefs, and venture into town to sell them to passing merchants or adventurers, though the rough linen was not particularly comfortable. Its durability appealed to frugal traders and less affluent adventurers alike. Leah's craftsmanship was commendable, and June, being the rainy season, usually brought cooler temperatures, ensuring her goods sold well. Little Locke cherished the moment spent sitting on a stone by the great maple tree at the village entrance, eagerly awaiting his sister's return. When he spotted her from afar, clad in a blue cloth headscarf and carrying a basket, he would rush to embrace her, excitedly rummaging through her pockets or the linen basket. When disappointment clouded his face, she would smile and reveal a few dark yellow candies, much to Locke's delight. Leah, Locke's sister, was one of the few beauties in the village by the time Locke was 7. Leah had blossomed into a graceful young lady, already attracting suitors despite being only 10 years old. In this small village, where most people married by 15 and had children by 17 or 18. Even a 10-year-old could be considered of marrying age, and while a formal engagement was premature, it was certainly feasible to arrange one during such times. Locke would often feel discontent, fearing that these suitors sought to take his sister away from him. He would throw tantrums and create a ruckus before the suitors, ultimately delaying her marriage. Onlookers would often regard him with bemusement, and after a moment's contemplation, they would leave with an uncomfortable remark. The principal reason for the delay was that Locke's parents also believed it was too early. In rural customs, engagements were unheard of, reserved for the nobility. Typically, after reaching the appropriate age, young men would seek brides from their own village or town, ensuring their daughters would not suffer hardship and could frequently visit home. Leah, only 10, was still quite young. Locke's parents had wed at the ages of 16 and 15, respectively, and this was indeed too early for such commitments. Moreover, Locke's parents harbored their aspirations. With their daughter's striking beauty, they did not wish to marry her off to an ordinary farmer or blacksmith's son if she could marry the son of the town mayor or a merchant of some repute. Their daughter would be well taken care of, and they might even assist their son in finding a suitable wife in the future. While the Locke family may have belonged to the humble class of farmers, they were hard-working individuals. Old Locke, with his integrity, and Tia, with her diligence, along with their understanding daughter Leah and spirited little Locke, formed a warm yet impoverished family. Alas, human effort could only withstand so much against the wrath of nature, even if some could. It certainly would not be the people of Fuston, a small and barren land. Nor could the Locke family withstand such calamities. The drought persisted for a month and a half, with most of their crops withered. Little Locke observed with concern as his parents, once youthful at 30, began to show signs of aging. Within a mere month, much of old Locke's hair had turned gray, having always enjoyed listening to the town's minstrels tell tales. Young Locke suddenly grasped a harsh truth. In a land where the average lifespan barely reached 50, his parents were nearing their twilight years. Little Locke had not tasted black bread for 2 weeks, although hard and bearing a faint musty odor. It was made from wheat husks and bran, rich in nutrients. Even in their impoverished state, his parents had always made sure he and Leah had a meal of black bread and potato soup at least once a week. But this time, such a meal was absent. Yet Locke did not inquire of his parents, for Leah had not eaten in 3 weeks. Being naturally attached to his sister, little Locke possessed a maturity beyond his years. Meanwhile, their neighbor, young Hans, had become increasingly distressed due to the lack of black bread, causing old Hans and Aunt Mary to wear more frowns with each passing day. Yet Locke remained composed. Days trudged on. As their meals transitioned from porridge to chestnut cakes made from grain, then to vegetable soup, and finally to chewing on tree roots, life for the Locke family became increasingly arduous at last. One fateful day, Locke vanished without a trace, having chosen to enlist in the army. Prior to turning 12, Locke and Leah shared a bed, with Leah acting as both sister and mother, caring for Locke through the night. On that particular night, despite Locke's carefulness, Leah, having lived together for years, discovered his intentions. Instead of stopping him, she tearfully urged him to return safely. Recalling that stubborn brother from that night, Leah's expression shifted to one of both concern and pride. "I hope Locke returns safely." Leah sighed softly. Compared to their previous circumstances, life had improved somewhat, yet their parents were not any more cheerful. Their only son was away at war, his fate uncertain, leaving the elderly couple with no opportunity to enjoy even a moment of peace. Perhaps reminded of their recent discussions about finding a match for Locke, Leah pondered. There were few beautiful girls in the village, and those that existed would likely not meet old Locke and Tia's expectations. It was clear that the search would lead to a bride from the town, as Maple Town was a small settlement primarily known for its mineral and fur trade, populated mostly by merchants. While wealthy merchants were scarce, there were enough to believe that a young captain might attract some interest among them. While selling her handmade goods in town, Leah often encountered groups of young ladies shopping together, and she envied their carefree lives, free to do as they pleased. However, her envy was fleeting. She did not long for a life of luxury, but merely wished to engage in activities she enjoyed. The thought of her beloved brother possibly marrying one of those young ladies made her heart heavy, as if Locke were slipping away from her. In the messages Locke sent back, he often requested Leah to buy silk scarves or clothing, which touched her heart, proving that he had not forgotten her. However, the remittance is limited, and not only have food prices surged, but even salt has begun to increase in cost. Leah dares not spend frivolously. Over the years, she has only purchased 2 silk scarves, having bought no new clothes. In a family of humble means, new garments are never bought. They procure fabric to make their own. Last year, Tia had torn off a foot of new cloth to fashion Leah a dress, which was quite lovely. Yet Leah only wore it once, fearing it would become soiled. Meanwhile, old Locke and Tia lay on the wooden bed, unable to sleep. Although Locke is just in his 30s, nearing 40. He already feels as if he can scarcely toil the land anymore, the years of labor weighing heavily upon him. Tia, too, at just over 30, bears the burden of tilling the fields and managing household chores alongside him. Her arms, bronzed by the sun over the years, remind one of the beauties she once was in Maple Leaf Village. Old Locke is deeply moved by the support Tia has provided him throughout the years. Lying in bed, he holds Tia's hand, just as he did 20 years ago when he first grasped it. Time has flown by so swiftly. Tia reciprocates his grip, and the elderly couple lies quietly together, feeling each other's warmth. "That boy Locke," Tia begins. "Oh, Leah is unaware of his intentions. Do we not understand?" Old Locke remains silent, unsure of what to say in this regard. "Back when your sister entrusted Leah to your care. Despite our poverty, we have managed to raise her well, haven't we?" I have long regarded her as my own daughter. What do you think of Locke? Tia's grip tightens around Locke's hand, revealing her agitation. Children will find their own fortunes. Let Locke and Leah's matters be resolved by themselves. Locke responds. It seems that must be the case, Tia concedes. Feeling resigned. Locke and Leah are utterly oblivious to the bond that has already formed between them. Perhaps this is simply a consequence of being so immersed in their situation. As parents, old Locke and Tia can discern the differences from the messages Locke has brought back and Leah's reactions. Once or twice may be excused, but after so many years, it becomes impossible for them to ignore. I heard from the village chief that this is a common practice among the nobility. It is said that Baron Kaidoki's second wife is his cousin. Old Locke mutters in the dark. Why should we concern ourselves with their affairs? We are common folk. How can we compete with the nobility? Tia counters, though old Locke and Tia enjoy a harmonious relationship at home. It is typically Locke who yields to Tia, for he loves her dearly and feels indebted to her for the hardship she has endured by his side. Let us wait for Locke to return before discussing this further. Locke decides to change the subject, wary of raising their voices and alerting their daughter. Indeed, Tia replies, resting her head on Locke's arm. She turns to him and asks, will Locke come back? Look at you. Why bring that up again? Locke pats Tia's shoulder. You know well our son is capable. Surely he will return safely. Now let us sleep. Do not dwell on such thoughts. We must tend to the fields tomorrow and harvest the cassava. Indeed, Tia responds. The night grows deeper. Chapter 36. The quarrel in the royal palace. At this moment, in the capital city of Flor, within the opulent palace, His Majesty, the ninth king of the Firstan Kingdom, is angrily smashing precious porcelain from the east. Pointing at a figure clad in black, who kneels before him, the king bellows, Scoundrel! Where is my Angelina? How did you protect her? If anything happens to Angelina, your entire clan will pay the price. The black-clad figure shows no change in expression, though his trembling body betrays a facade of calm. Your Majesty, the princess insisted on seeking the eldest prince who is currently at the front lines. I dared not obstruct her, the figure replies, lowering his head. What do you mean you dared not obstruct her? You are. The king, infuriated, struggles to articulate his thoughts. Your Majesty, since the princess is determined to find the eldest prince, let her go. With the protection of the shadow guards, nothing untoward should occur. Suddenly, a soft, feminine voice interjects from the king's side. It is the current queen. The king's anger is not quelled by the queen's counsel. Instead, it intensifies. How could the princess, possessing merely the skills of a lowly apprentice in magic, manage to slip away from the heavily guarded palace without alerting him? It is evident that someone is aiding her escape. And the most likely culprit is his second queen. Simply being angry is futile. He must act quickly to remedy the situation. How many squads of shadow guards are with the princess? The king inquires of the black-clad figure still kneeling. There are 3 squads from the Earth series. The figure stammers. The king's expression sharpens. As a ruler overseeing nearly 1 million subjects, his presence seems to solidify the very air around him. Very well. My beloved Princess Angelina leaves the palace alone, heading to the front lines, and she is only afforded the protection of a single squad of shadow guards. The king roars at the black-clad figure, embodying the ferocity of a lion ready to pounce. Enough, Your Majesty. It is understandable that the capital is lacking in protection, so dispatching only 1 squad of shadow guards is reasonable. The queen speaks up again, her indifference towards Princess Angelina evident. The king, who had just been furious, falls silent at the queen's words, yet his trembling shoulders reveal that his patience has reached its limit. The queen senses the change in the king's demeanor and refrains from further comment, should she speak again. This man known as the Lion may turn his ire upon her, even though she is the queen. Once the king has calmed his fury, he asks the chamberlain behind him, how many shadow guards are on standby in the capital? This chamberlain is evidently a trusted confidant of the king, and he responds knowledgeably, Squads 2 and 4 of the Heaven series, as well as Squads 1, 2, 5, and 8 of the Earth series are all present. Dispatch Squads 2 and 4 of the Heaven series, as well as Squads 1, 2, and 5 of the Earth series, to safely escort Angelina back, the king commands. Understood, Your Majesty. The chamberlain does not dare to defy the king's orders, yet he cannot ignore the matter of the king's safety. Thus, he diplomatically suggests, however, if all are dispatched, the capital's defensive strength will be insufficient, and Your Majesty's safety Not only the chamberlain, but also the queen and the black-clad figure expressed concerns about the safety of the capital and the king's protection, urging him to reconsider his orders. Fortunately, this conversation is taking place in a private chamber of the king's residence. Had the ministers learned of the king's intentions, the number of those advising against it would have multiplied. Humph. Enough of this. The king, evidently at his wit's end, declares, with that individual present, the capital is safe from harm. He waves his hand, cutting off their attempts to dissuade him. The queen's expression tightens. It seems she has guessed something. Does your majesty refer to? She implies. The king glances at her sideways. This queen is his wife of 3 years, the sister of Marquis Kent, one of the great lords from the Southern Lycia alliance. The queen's marriage served to strengthen ties with the militarily powerful Firstan Kingdom, while also facilitating the export of surplus grain crops from the Lycia alliance. Political marriages are commonplace, even for a king. At this juncture, with the situation on the front stabilizing, revealing such information is no longer a secret and may even appease the queen, as well as the marquis behind her and the entirety of the Lycia alliance. Moreover, by voicing such matters, the king can soothe the majority of the nobility, who, despite the apparent advantages of war, have been significantly strained by years of conflict. The economic chain of the Firstan Kingdom has long been frayed, and the burden of hefty taxes and debts weighs heavily on every noble's heart. Without the assistance of several friendly kingdoms nearby, without the vast granary provided by the Southern Lycia alliance, and without the support of the suzerain, the Omoir Empire, it is uncertain whether Firstan would emerge victorious in this war. The knight room has already touched upon the threshold of knighthood. The king deliberates before slowly speaking. Instantly, both the queen and the black-clad figure display expressions of shock, while the chamberlain remains impassive, having evidently been privy to this information for some time. In the dead of night, the gates of Floor City and the Firstan Kingdom quietly open, and a contingent swiftly departs under the cover of darkness. This is the squad of shadow guards dispatched by the king to search for the princess. The leader of the Heaven Series squad is a man with a restrained demeanor. Prior to departure, the king had summoned him in secret, instructing him to spare no effort in ensuring the princess's safety, as her whereabouts have been compromised by some nefarious individuals. The princess in the heart of the enemy territory of Shero, the king's cherished jewel, would undoubtedly be seized upon by the desperate Shero, whose downfall is already sealed. The mastermind behind this plot, having lingered in the shadows for years, is undoubtedly the king's current consort. Yet, he is merely a dagger hidden in the king's grasp, needing no justification, only the completion of his mission. We must reach Shero within 3 days, the leader of the Shadow Guards commands in a low voice. And the surrounding members respond in unison, yes. The distance from Firstan's capital to Shero spans several thousand kilometers. Even riding day and night would require a week to traverse. Yet this group is no ordinary band. They are the Shadow Guards of the Firstan Kingdom, a blade that answers only to the king and the first in line for succession. Each member of the Shadow Guard is a low-tier knight or superior, while several leaders from the Earth series are high-tier knights. The leader of the Heaven series, however, is a peak-level knight, mere moments away from achieving full knighthood. Although the lineup was undeniably formidable, the leader dared not delay even for a moment. The princess was surrounded by a team of concealed guards. And now, for days had elapsed since her disappearance. This indicated that by the time they entered the territory of Shaler, the princess had already ventured deep into enemy lands. They needed to reach her with utmost urgency. Within the palace, the king, having dispatched this team of shadowy protectors, immediately summoned a magician stationed in the capital to send a fiery message to the crown prince at the front lines, urging him to send aid for Princess Angelina. What? Angelina has come to the front lines to seek me. Within the fiery curtain, the young Prince Kinseal was filled with a mix of shock and fury. Unlike the sheltered and naive Princess Angelina, who had always lived under the protection of her father and brother, Kinseal immediately recognized that this was a malicious ploy by someone seeking to harm his sister, and that someone could only be. Immediately dispatched the cavalry to the rear border to escort Princess Angelina. Ignoring the presence of the king, Prince Kinseal issued commands to the surrounding generals, his voice resolute. But Odyssey City has already been mostly encircled by us, withdrawing the cavalry at this time. A general hastily countered. It was not that he lacked concern for Princess Angelina's safety, but rather that the situation was critical. Sacrificing the safety of the royal family for the sake of a single princess could allow Shaler's royal forces or significant power to escape, leading to an interminable war, which would be a dereliction of duty to the soldiers' lives. Moreover, did Foston even have the means to prolong the war? other generals, too, rose to counsel against the withdrawal. The cavalry was Faustin's elite force, the greatest deterrent against the assault on Odyssey city. Removing them would have dire consequences. This is my sister. Whoever obstructs me shall pay with their life. Prince Kinseal drew his sword, his eyes ablaze with rage. Evidently pushed to the brink, he loathed his father's inability to ensure his sister's safety and resented his colleagues for preventing him from sending troops to rescue her. Soldiers outside the tent, having overheard the prince's furious outburst and the sound of his sword being drawn, rushed in, forming a protective circle around him, their blades aimed at the dissenting generals. In an instant, silence fell within the fiery curtain as the enraged generals were subdued by the cold steel. Sending the cavalry is not a grave matter, one general finally spoke up. Indeed, they can hasten to escort the princess and return in time, chimed another. Smart minds are not few, a third added. Yes, I concur. Precisely, it is not a significant issue. In this short span, Shaler could hardly react. The tent buzzed with renewed agreement, now united in supporting the mission to rescue the princess. Kinseal, calm yourself. The king, within the fiery curtain, called out his son's name, managing to quell the raging prince. Send a large detachment of cavalry, and let the remaining forces in the vicinity provide support. The war cannot be prolonged any further. Within 2 months, I want to see the Lion War banner of Faustin hoisted atop the walls of Odyssey city. The unwavering gaze of King Faustin IX bore down on his eldest son. Reluctantly, Prince Kinseal accepted his father's counsel and ordered the soldiers to proceed. Yet whether a single detachment would reach the princess in time remained uncertain. They could only rely on the nearby forces. The fiery curtain's duration was nearing its end, and it was evident that the magician sustaining it possessed at least the strength of a high-ranking apprentice. Such individuals were fewer than 5 in Faustin. Should anything befall Angelina, I will ensure that certain individuals pay dearly. Just before the fiery curtain was extinguished, Prince Kinseal addressed the king with fervor. Chapter 37. Preparations before the festival in the palace. The fiery curtain had long since dissipated, leaving the king standing still as a statue. Ahem, the prince is still so impetuous, an elder at the king's side remarked. He was the very magician who had supported the fiery curtain. In this kingdom, only someone of his status and rank could speak so freely beside the king. Alas, it is my debt to them, the king sighed. I apologize for the trouble, my old friend. He clasped his hands in respect towards the elder. It is of no consequence. No consequence at all. In my old age, I can no longer take to the battlefield, but I am pleased to serve you, my king, the old magician replied. Indeed, see the master back to his tower. The king instructed his attendants. Yes, one attendant stepped forward, assisting the elder in his departure. In Faustin, every high-ranking apprentice magician, after serving the kingdom for a set number of years, would be granted funding to construct a magical tower, a lifelong dream for every low-ranking magician. Once the elder had left, the vast palace, apart from the attendants and maidens, was left with the king in solitude. Sophia, I can only do so much. The king, at just 40 years of age, a wise monarch in the prime of his life, sighed heavily, appearing as weary as an elder. Sophia, the late queen, was his lifelong love and the mother of Angelina and Kinseal. The children have grown. He reflected on the moment when his son had erupted in fury, surrounded by soldiers with swords drawn against the opposing generals, realizing that his eldest had gained full control over the Lion Legion. The Lion Legion was Faustin's elite force. Commanding it meant wielding significant power over the Faustin military. What had that woman been striving for, tirelessly maneuvering through the capital's elite and finance ministers, if not for her son's claim to the throne? Unbeknownst to her, after years of warfare, Faustin's economy had been ravaged, apart from a few deeply entrenched nobles. How many could truly aid her son in claiming the throne? The most valuable asset in the kingdom now lay with the battle-hardened troops at the front lines. The military was Faustin's most precious and potent force. Prince Kinseal was now one of the key figures in controlling this power, and what could her younger son possibly wield to contend with his elder brother, even with an uncle as one of the prominent lords of the Legio Alliance? He must remember that being one of did not equate to supremacy. After absorbing Shaler's territories, Faustin's power had surged, and not just that lord, but the entire Legio Alliance would have to bow before Faustin. The king had faith in Kinseal's capabilities and believed he would govern the kingdom well. He intended to pave the way for Kinseal while he still drew breath. Night fell. The king, accompanied by his attendants, retreated to his study, tirelessly addressing state affairs. This was a wise and diligent king. Foston's rise to prominence was not without cause. Once again, autumn had deepened, and the mining town was preparing for its annual beer festival. A grand celebration that had been passed down from the capital for centuries. The festival commemorated the year's harvest and anticipated good fortune for the coming year, though not every year yielded a bountiful harvest. The tradition endured. This year's festival, like the last, felt lackluster and lethargic. Old Billy, the town mayor, held great confidence in his management abilities. At 40 years old, he had succeeded his father as mayor at 25. And now 15 years had passed. His life had mirrored his father's success, tipping the scales at 200 pounds, a veritable figure of a man. However, in the past few years, it seemed as though the family's misfortune, accumulated over centuries, had suddenly descended upon him. War, another war. Old Billy, now aged, had grown more talkative and often complained about this and that. Perhaps it was the burdens of recent years that had robbed him of the steadiness typical of men his age. Haggard, send your young son to the square to help. As he walked through the town, he called out to a shop with half-closed doors. After hearing a response from within, Old Billy moved on to the next establishment. Blitz, come out. Is the beer ready? This was a tavern that also served as lodging and dining, the only establishment in town that provided entertainment. The tavern owner, Blitz, sported a deep red mustache and a bulbous nose, dotted with dark spots, his ample belly suggesting he was thriving despite rising food prices. Old Billy thought to himself, knowing that even he, the mayor, had shed weight over the years, grateful if he now weighed a mere 150 pounds. Blitz, is it ready? Seeing no movement from the tavern, Old Billy leaned on his cane and shouted again. Ready, ready. Finally, a deep voice echoed from within the tavern, and slowly a rotund man emerged, carrying 2 barrels of beer. Why so slow? Old Billy grumbled, visibly displeased. Well, of course, the beer needs to be brewed well. I was down in the cellar last night, and before I knew it, I had dozed off. Blitz scratched his head as he explained. I suspect you couldn't resist sneaking a few sips and ended up drunk, Old Billy retorted, rapping his cane against the ground. This batch of ale will suffice for tonight, right? Absolutely, more than enough, Blitz quickly assured, patting the 2 barrels he carried. 0.2 barrels of beer, each towering to half a man's height, were effortlessly cradled by Blitz, whose robust physique allowed him to carry both without breaking a sweat. Sensing the mayor's discontented demeanor, Blitz hastily greeted him before making his way to the town center. The beer festival was scheduled for the evening, and it was imperative to transport the kegs in advance to ensure everything was properly prepared. As Blitz departed with the barrels, Old Billy remained rooted in place, grumbling inwardly, if it weren't for the fact that this is the only tavern in town, I wouldn't be ordering beer from you. These were perhaps the most frustrating years for him as the mayor, with the town's able-bodied youth enlisting in the military, and the baron's conscription age lowered from 14 to 13 last year. Only a handful of elderly remained to uphold the town's spirit. The town's economy was abysmally poor, relying on imports from the baron to meet even basic grain needs. When will this ever end? Old Billy lamented. Shaking his head, he proceeded to the next establishment, the tailor's shop. There was little joy in merely drinking beer at the festival. 2 performances were a necessity. He wondered if the old tailor Meatseye had completed the costumes he commissioned last month. In Maple Leaf Village, every household began tidying up early in the morning. While the beer festival was merely a trivial celebration in Foston, it was the grandest event of the new year in the Kaidoki territory. Said to have originated from the first Kaidoki baron's fondness for drink, which led to the festival's vigorous promotion, Leah rose early to assist her mother in tending to the livestock and harvesting rice. The chickens they acquired recently were a result of Rock's increased earnings since he became a squad leader last year. After discussions with Old Rock, they purchased several chicks from the baron's caravan. Although merely chicks, they were hens, which consumed a notable portion of their savings, and their feed was no less than that of a child. Now, apart from the village chief's family, theirs was the only household capable of raising livestock. The sight of those chicks was a source of envy for many in the village, now grown, except for one that perished. The remaining hens provided 3 or 4 eggs daily, treasured by the entire family. Leah dedicated a significant portion of her time each day to their care. Old Rock was still asleep, having shouldered the majority of the farming duties over the past 2 years, primarily on dry land, which made the labor all the more challenging. His body had long been worn from toil, thus he required rest. Leah carefully gathered a basket of eggs, not large, but filled with about 20 eggs. A week's worth of savings for the family. They planned to sell this basket in town that evening. Generally, they refrained from visiting the town, but the village chief had encouraged the entire village to attend the festival. And since they were going, they could not do so empty-handed. The frugal and shrewd Tia had saved a week's worth of eggs to take along for a good price at Petit 10 in the morning. Old Rock finally stretched and rose from bed, while Leah and her mother were nearly ready. He greeted them briefly before heading to the fields. Although it was late autumn, rice tubers were still being cultivated. This hardy crop had been sold to farmers by the Baron's caravan over the past 2 years. Despite their small size and bitter taste, the ability to grow food was a blessing in these times. And no one cared about the flavor. Old Rock needed to check on the crops as winter approached. Animals like guinea pigs were already frantically hoarding food if he neglected his fields. It wouldn't be long before the guinea pigs devoured everything. Wielding a whip made from vines, he walked along the dirt path. Though his fields were not far from home, they were near a ravine. And the path was strewn with fallen leaves. Some gray-furred guinea pigs scurried through the dead grass. Once considered cute, they were now despised by the common folk, especially farmers, who held a deep-seated resentment for those who pilfered their grain. Upon reaching his 2 acres of rice tubers, he discovered numerous mounds of soil, with the roots of the tubers clearly visible, bearing the telltale signs of gnawing. Damn those guinea pigs! Old Rock cursed. Crouching down to flatten the mounds, rice tubers were tenacious. If covered promptly, they might survive. After tending to the soil, Old Rock stood and struck the ground with his whip. Guinea pigs were timid creatures. Even the slightest sound could scare them away. He aimed to drive off any that might still be lurking in the fields. If he were a decade younger, Old Rock would never have let the guinea pigs off so easily. Rock, as a child, had a limited diet, and apart from fish and shrimp, guinea pigs were a staple he often shared with young Rock. Chapter 38. The festival. The quiet of the night enveloped mining town. Save for one place, the town square. Here, a bonfire blazed brightly, drawing nearly all the residents from mining town and its surrounding villages to partake in the annual beer festival. Today, we gather here to toast to a brighter tomorrow. Mayor Old Billy commenced his customary speech, which he deemed the most crucial aspect of the event. Though our children and husbands may still be fighting on the front lines, we, the people of mining town, will stand guard over them. Having served as mayor for decades, Old Billy spoke with authority, easily stirring the emotions of the townsfolk. That moment, everyone in the square was reminded of their loved ones. This year, we have overcome numerous challenges, Old Billy continued his address. But the crowd's attention waned as he drifted into a recounting of his contributions and achievements over the past year. Many of the commoners, particularly the Rock family, had limited literacy. Only Rock had learned a few words at the front. While the vast majority could not comprehend Old Billy's rhetoric, terms like mineral yield and economic improvement were beyond their grasp. Even Old Billy might not fully understand his own words, as his speech had been provided by the town's administrative officer. A subordinate of the Baron, Old Billy dared not offend him. Around the bonfire, while some honest townsfolk listened intently to Old Billy's lofty proclamations, others had already begun their revelry, drinking beer, munching on bread. Today's beer was complimentary, while bread required a modest fee of a few copper dimes, a rare treat for those who often struggled to fill their bellies. Astute merchants began selling their wares, although many shops in mining town had closed their doors. A few persisted, and the annual beer festival was their prime opportunity to profit. That moment, Old Rock was engaged in jovial conversation over a mug of beer with acquaintances from the town. Boasting about his son, the squad leader, the crowd surrounding him consisted of simple, earnest folk who viewed the squad leader as a notable figure deserving of their respect. Several even seized the occasion to propose marriages, hoping to secure a match for young Rock, even in his absence. Though Old Rock was straightforward, he was not naive. He could not simply agree to such matters, especially with his daughter and wife present. The merchants, however, paid little heed to Old Rock. The title of squad leader was merely equivalent to the captain of the town's defense squad, barely comparable to the village chief, whose stature was far superior. The merchants, motivated by profit, were indifferent to whether Old Rock's son would return from battle unscathed. Higher in the social hierarchy, town officials such as the secretary, tax collector, and finance officer regarded a mere squad leader with disdain. Why would they concern themselves with someone of a lower rank? Yet, this was merely the perspective of some. Many others engaged Old Rock in friendly conversation. A timber official, known for his affable demeanor and ability to maintain good relations with all, approached him. Old Rock, taken aback, raised a toast, and their brief exchange led him to drink more than he intended. Mining town was neither particularly large nor small. There were only 5 or 6 squad leaders hailing from the town. and their families were undoubtedly more esteemed than the majority present. Cultivating such connections required little effort, and the timber official was well aware of this. Eventually, even a relative of the mayor approached Old Rock to raise a toast. For shrewd individuals thrive in all environments, particularly those seasoned in the ways of the world. Foston, located in the southwest, differed from the eastern region of Charlotte, known for its ale. Here, beer was the predominant choice. As its production cost was lower, most people could afford it, and it was more widely accepted in Foston. The night of the beer festival was both profound and enchanting, as the quaint mining town reveled in the joyous occasion. The following morning, the townsfolk sprawled across the square were roused by the cold wind. Despite the warmth provided by the beer and the bonfire that had burned throughout the night, the deep autumn chill proved too much for even the hardiest of souls. Old Rock, feeling the bite of the cold, awoke with a stiff back, bleary-eyed as he made his way through the town. Tia and Leah, the mother and daughter duo, sought refuge at a relative's house in town last night. Unable to endure the biting cold wind that swept through the night, Old Rock, as he ambled down the road, found his thoughts wandering back to his own fields, such as the life of the laboring folk, apart from their daily meals and familial matters. Their minds are often consumed by the concerns of their own modest plots of land. Under the warm invitation of this distant relative, the Rock family of three made their way toward the edge of town. Preparing to return home, Minetown is small, and it is likely that every household has some kinship tracing back 3 generations. Old Rock now stands as the sole descendant, while Tia has a few siblings. Albeit with rather tenuous connections, none regard this relative who married into the countryside with any esteem. With Rock making a name for himself in the military, Tia, as his mother, has basked in reflected glory. And those who once looked down on her now speak with a newfound formality. Although Tia feels somewhat out of place, she finds the experience pleasant. Upon reaching the town's edge, Old Rock began to fret once more about his fields, wondering if the capybaras he had chased away the day before would return to pilfer his precious yam. Tia, meanwhile, clutched the handful of copper dimes she had earned from selling eggs the previous night. Her thoughts on purchasing fabric to sew a new dress for her daughter for the upcoming new year. Her daughter had endured many hardships caring for her and her husband, and she had long considered Leah as her own flesh and blood. Leah, in turn, supported her parents, while Old Rock's face glowed red, a clear sign of last night's revelry. Despite Tia's thick linen clothing and headscarf, she shivered from the cold. After all, the couple had aged. And it was Leah who bore the brunt of concern for their well-dash, being that as the trio approached the town's entrance, they spotted a long line of black horses approaching like a dragon, their bells jingling melodically. Those familiar with that sound would instantly recognize it as the returning Baron's caravan. Old Rock and his family exchanged glances, realizing that today they need not hurry home. Chapter 39. Proud Old Billy Hay. Old Rock, why the rush to get home? A booming voice called from a distance. It was one of the caravan's minor overseers, Bruce, who rode up on horseback, bouncing along. Old Rock recognized him as a minor figure within the caravan, distinct from the Baron's overseers or those from other prominent families involved in trade. These minor overseers were plentiful, performing various menial tasks, and addressing him with the title of overseer was merely a form of flattery. They wielded little power, engaging in small-scale trades that the caravan's higher-ups would scarcely concern themselves with. After all, anyone who could carve out a niche as a minor overseer in the caravan likely had a few connections, perhaps a cousin of the captain or a relative of a merchant. Their primary focus was managing their own small affairs, seldom involving themselves in others. Bruce, of course, had connections of significance. His uncle was the hefty overseer Henry, who had aided Rock in getting Shaysai into the military and had promised to help him forge shields. Such overseers rarely returned to their hometowns, especially during wartime when every moment counted. Having emptied their cargo in Peters, Henry quickly returned to the front lines, where chaos reigned but fortunes awaited. Bruce, as a minor overseer, had been dispatched back home, a far cry from the front lines where the real profits lay, yet he had no choice but to heed his uncle's orders, despite his youth and lowly position. Bruce had an eye for opportunity and decent social skills, managing to connect with various figures within the caravan. His frequent returns to town meant he was well acquainted with the kin of the local captains. It was Bruce who had informed Rock's family of his promotion to captain last year. Old Rock, seeing this young man who had brought them such good tidings, smiled obsequiously. "Ah, Lord Bruce, you've returned quite early this time. Couldn't he be any later? Minetown is the most remote locale in the Kaidoki territory, riddled with mountains and treacherous paths. Typically, it's the last stop for caravans, but this time, it ranks second, just after Baron Kaidoki's castle. And the reason is right before us. Bruce had previously feigned respect when addressing the captain's relatives, for while the captain held rank, he was merely a step above the common soldier, after a fierce battle. Many captains could end up dead or missing, a stark contrast to Bruce's position as a minor overseer in the transport unit. Although they shared the same rank, Bruce had his own reasons for pride. But now, standing before him were the parents and sister of a captain, he needed to maintain a respectful demeanor. Any loose talk could reach the ears of Lord Rock, and he certainly wouldn't want to invoke the ire of his influential uncle. "Uncle Rock, you jest. I hardly deserve such a title. I bring good news," Bruce announced with a grin. "Oh, what news?" Old Rock, Tia, and Leah all leaned in with curiosity. For them, the mere safety of young Rock was the best news they could hope for. Bruce raised his eyebrows, relishing the moment. "Your son, Lord Rock, was promoted to captain last month by the Baron." "Captain?" The exclamation came not just from Old Rock's family, but also from the townspeople who had gathered as the caravan arrived. "That's on par with the town mayor," someone exclaimed, a tinge of envy saturating their tone. "Indeed," Bruce affirmed, smiling. Old Rock stood in stunned silence, unsure of how to respond. Tia was equally taken aback. Her concern was not for her son's rank, but rather for his safety. With his promotion, she felt a mixture of joy and pride, believing she had borne a remarkable son. Leah, however, remained composed, her eyes sparkling with pride, leaving Bruce momentarily at a loss. Finally, it was the mayor, old Billy, who stepped forward. "Everyone, please disperse a little, let the caravan pass through." The citizens who had gathered were blocking the narrow road, and it was not practical for the caravan to remain stalled there. Although old Billy had indulged in drink the previous night, he was a seasoned figure and had risen early that morning, eager to greet the returning caravan. Upon hearing Bruce's announcement, he pondered, "Is it true that the Baroness troops have promoted young Rock to captain? Surely, I must be dreaming." After a moment of clarity, he accepted the news with delight. Had this news reached him a decade or two ago, he might have felt jealousy or resentment at a younger individual sharing his rank. But at the age of 40, old Billy had come to terms with the realities of life, finding pride in the accomplishments of his fellow townsfolk. Indeed, how could he not feel proud, as he understood it? There were only 4 captains within the Baroness forces, corresponding to the 4 towns under his jurisdiction, each town producing 2 captains for balance and ease of management, with young Rock as promotion. If the other 2 captains were unscathed, it would mean that their town had produced 3 captains, a significant feather in his cap compared to the other 3 mayors. For caution's sake, old Billy discreetly pulled Bruce aside. "Young Bruce, tell me, is there no old news regarding Yuxiak and Carl?" Bruce, grinning, replied, "Uncle Billy, both Uncle Yuxiak and Uncle Carl are in good health. They're looking forward to you saving some fine wine for them upon the war's conclusion." Upon hearing this, old Billy sighed with relief, smiling at Bruce. "Please let them know that I, old Billy, have been saving a fine batch of wine for them every year, after 4 years, when they return. I'll gladly treat all the young lads of the town to a drink." Bruce nodded. "That sounds splendid. My uncle and I shall join in the festivities." Bruce and his uncle Henry were not from Mine Town, but hailed from the merchant family associated with the Baroness castle, essentially townsfolk. "No problem at all." Old Billy waved his hand grandly. As night descended upon Mine Town once more, the evening may not have been as lively as the previous one, yet for some, this night held a deeper significance. Take the Rock family, for instance. The mere fact that Rock had survived the perils of the front lines was an unthinkable hope. When they heard of young Rock's promotion to captain, old Rock was so elated that he could hardly sleep a wink. Tia, too, couldn't help but chatter about her son for an entire week, while Leah brimmed with pride for her brother. Now that Rock had ascended to the rank of captain, it was akin to standing alongside the town mayor. The Rock family had been commoners for generations. When had they ever produced such a notable figure? Old Rock's only thought now was to return home swiftly, to share this joyous news with his father, grandfather, and all the departed kin. Regrettably, old Rock was disheartened. The small merchants and wealthy individuals in the town had ensnared him, some flattering him, others ingratiating themselves, and even a few proposing marriages. Not only did they introduce their daughters to Locke, but several also brought forth their promising young men, all with the intent of catching Leah's eye. It was laughable. What young talent could be found in the town now? The capable youths had all gone off to war, leaving behind only the old, the weak, the ill, and the idle. Those who managed to evade the Baron's conscription did so on the backs of a few coins inherited from their forebears. Although Locke and Tia were merely ordinary commoners, they were not entirely naive. While they once harbored hopes of marrying their daughter or son into a wealthy family, circumstances had changed. Little Locke was doing so well that they would not hastily decide on the marriages of their children. Not only was the Locke family busy, but the mayor was also preoccupied. In the past, only a handful of families wielded power and influence in the town. If one were to categorize them, it would be as follows. The mayor and the captain of the guard occupied the highest echelon. The sheriff and tax officer, along with other minor officials, constituted the second tier. The wealthy and merchants fell into the third, and the commoners were relegated to the fourth. Now that Locke had been promoted to squad leader at the front, upon the conclusion of the war, he would return as at least a captain of the guard, with the possibility of even joining the Baron's private army in a prestigious position, thus allowing him to lead his family into the Baron's castle. Therefore, the mayor had to make preparations, such as convening the tax officials and sheriffs to discuss favorable policies for the Locke family. Perhaps reducing their taxes or sending a couple of idle hands to assist them in their farming endeavors. Though these were minor matters, they were the most effective means of winning hearts. The mayor's position had been held by his family for 3 generations, and there was a reason for that. The lively atmosphere in Minetown over the past 2 nights seemed to have rekindled the spirit that had been lacking for years. Every resident eagerly awaited the safe return of their husbands, sons, or brothers from the front lines, hoping they might be as fortunate as Locke, not only surviving but also gaining the Baron's favor. Perhaps these 2 nights were among the rare instances in recent years when the majority of Minetown's residents were filled with hope. Locke wielded his whip, guiding his steed, which he had named Brew. As the soldiers around him marched in unison, their banners fluttering in the breeze. Their next destination was Bimmer City. It had been 3 days since Locke and his companions had departed from Wallier City, during which they had circled the Bering Mountains, striving to arrive at Bimmer City on schedule without pausing for rest. Chapter 40. Marquis Maman Baron Kaidoki, resembling a sage, rode quietly atop his steed, directing the advance of the troops. In the distance, Locke gazed enviously at the Baron's composed demeanor on horseback, yearning for the day he could mirror such poise. His Brew was indeed a difficult mount, slow and temperamental. Had Locke not possessed considerable strength and an intimidating aura, he would have struggled to maintain control over the stubborn beast. It was now midday, yet the Baron had not issued any orders for rest. Nor would he do so for the entire day, as they were but a day's journey from Bimmer City. Locke had received word that Baron Kaidoki and Baron Kashir intended to march on without pause until nightfall. Aiming to reach Bimmer City before darkness fell, the troops pressed on, and while fatigue was a reality for the ordinary soldiers, even the squad leaders had to muster their spirits and keep a watchful eye on their subordinates. Otherwise, some unfortunate soul might fall behind and vanish. In recent years, the number of missing soldiers had constituted half of the total casualties. Every individual had to remain vigilant. Of course, this only applied to those below the rank of squad leader. At present, Locke was comfortably chatting with Jerson atop their steeds. The Baron's order to provide horses only to those ranked squad leader and above was exceedingly generous. Locke had never anticipated that the previously monotonous march would be so enjoyable while mounted. He could either engage in light-hearted banter with other squad leaders or borrow about to point out birds flying overhead, thus elevating the quality of their evening meals, or even gallop after the clouds under the pretense of practicing horsemanship. Locke was living quite well. Just then, having ridden from the rear to the front of the formation, Locke had just inspected their squad for any stragglers and found a faint kiss mark from Shasha on his cheek. Indeed, their squad was filled with vigorous and spirited young men. The issue of falling behind was certainly non-existent. If it did arise, it would be Jerson's concern, for he was the squad leader, while Locke merely needed to manage his own unit, leaving the rest to Jerson. Locke and Jerson enjoyed a harmonious rapport. Jerson often playfully complained about Locke's lack of initiative during meals, saying, "You are the elder brother. You ought to take care of your junior." To which Locke replied, "Indeed." Locke, Uncle Joshua rode into the center of the formation, calling out to Locke, "Yes, I'm here." Locke hastily responded, "What is it?" Locke rode Brew closer to Uncle Joshua, inquiring, "You young lad, keep those women well hidden. Don't let the ordinary soldiers catch wind of it." Uncle Joshua admonished with a furrowed brow, "You need to be more discreet these days. We'll soon reach Wallier City, and I suspect there will be a fierce battle ahead. At that time, make sure to perform well in front of the Baron." "Understood, Uncle," Locke replied promptly. After Uncle Joshua finished speaking, he returned to his squad, and Locke hurried to find Jerson that he had indeed been rather reckless of late. But this was partly due to his familiarity with Uncle Joshua and the others, since his recent promotion to squad leader. Locke had been preoccupied with military operations against Franz City, followed by strategizing excursions to villages and engaging in black market dealings in Wallier City. He had rarely interacted with individuals at his current rank. Fortunately, Uncle Joshua had helped him navigate this new world, enlightening him on various matters. For instance, he learned that the Baroness' exceptional horsemanship stemmed from his youthful studies in the Omer Empire. To Locke, the Omer Empire was but a legend. Quick, don't fall behind. The shouts of squad leaders reverberated through the ranks. Locke, once among them, now stood as squad leader. He realized that the squad leaders were indeed the heart of the unit. Each squad leader led a team of 10, forming a tight-knit community, which collectively contributed to the strength of their larger battalion. Compared to Baron Kashir's troops, Locke recognized that their unit's superiority stemmed largely from the cohesion among their squad leaders. Yet, Locke, having once been a squad leader himself, could not pinpoint the reason. Like a fool under the guidance of the wise Baron Kaidoki, he unleashed a power greater than that of ordinary men. Locke never denied his own foolishness. He was aware of his limited education and understanding. Yet he also recognized that his success depended on the wisdom of others, such as Baron Kaidoki. Lord Soren, or Uncle Joshua. Thus, he endeavored to align himself with them, which was why he had attained the rank of squad leader. Locke often took pride in this, feeling that he possessed a sharper intellect than the majority of ordinary soldiers. Anticipation filled Locke as he thought about Bimmer City. Although a fierce battle awaited them, it was inconsequential. He had endured 4 years of such experiences. He could not guarantee his survival in the war, but he felt certain he would not perish in this small place called Bimmer City. Indeed, in the eyes of a soldier with 4 years of service, the Baroness territory appeared diminutive. Uncle Joshua and the others had mentioned that this Baroness domain could muster no more than 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers in resistance, while they themselves comprised a full battalion of over 5,000 seasoned warriors. Securing this territory was a foregone conclusion. Locke's anticipation stemmed from Uncle Joshua's promise to take him to the battalion's logistics department upon their arrival, hinting that he might find some useful potions there. To Locke, potions were intertwined with the mystique of magic. When he inquired about the relationship between the two to Uncle Joshua, the latter responded ambiguously, as if he too were uncertain. However, it was clear that there was some connection. Locke's fighting spirit had lain dormant for quite some time. Although he had only been training for a month, the lack of noticeable improvement left him feeling unsettled. The gradual enhancement of his abilities offered little reassurance. Truth be told, veterans who had survived on the battlefield for over 3 years, while possessing superior survival skills compared to recruits, often felt less secure. This phenomenon seemed to indicate that the longer one lived, the more cautious one became. In recent days, Locke had either subtly probed or indirectly requested assistance from Lord Soren regarding the Red Sea flower, but Lord Soren had consistently declined, asserting that even if consumed, it would not enhance one's abilities. Initially, Locke had felt some resentment, but after several attempts, he began to understand that perhaps Lord Soren spoke the truth. After all, Locke sensed that Lord Soren was not a stingy individual. Red Sea flower is the most precious remedy for aspiring knight attendants. Only those with deep-rooted noble backgrounds possess it. One day, as Locke lamented his lack of Red Sea flower to boost his strength, Grace suddenly spoke up. This only deepened Locke's conviction that this woman was extraordinary, further solidifying his determination not to let her slip away. The thought of marrying a woman who was likely of noble lineage exhilarated him. The relationship between the maid Rafi and Locke continued to blossom. Locke was astonished to learn that Rafi had also consumed the Red Sea flower, according to her. Their head maid had given it to the guard-type attendants, and she had even taken it twice due to her role in protecting her mistress. Perhaps 2 attempts are the limit for the Red Sea flower, Locke speculated. We should arrive outside Bimmer City by evening. I hope to encounter those old comrades. Uncle Yashak addressed Locke in this manner. As a veteran captain, Uncle Yashak's acquaintances extend far beyond the forces of Baron Kashir. He is well connected throughout the entirety of the Second Corps, albeit primarily within the mid to lower echelons. He is also familiar with individuals from other corps, even having established rapport with several members of the Independent Cavalry Corps when he escorted Baron Kaidoki to report at the corps headquarters. Uncle, you must introduce me to a few veterans, Locke jested. You rascal, no problem at all. Uncle Yashak replied with a hearty laugh, for such a generous disposition is always welcomed, especially in military circles. The temporary headquarters of the Eagle Legion is situated in the Ars Valley before Bimmer City, where a series of dark green tents rise from the barren ground of the valley. The heart of the valley, a brown battle flag depicting an eagle flutters in the wind. While within the tents, The commanding voice of officers can be heard issuing orders. The 3rd Battalion of the 2nd Corps is in position. The 7th Battalion of the 2nd Corps is in position. The 5th Battalion of the 3rd Corps is in position. Report. The number of troops in position for the 2nd Corps has reached half. A messenger clad in a black Foston military uniform spoke with measured cadence to a stooped elderly gentleman standing at the center of the tent. If Locke were present, he would undoubtedly envy the messenger's pristine uniform and sword, overlooking the elderly figure, for, in comparison, the messenger's attire is the true military garb, while Locke's resembles mere rags, aside from possessing a sharper and more discerning gaze than most. The elderly man appears otherwise unremarkable. What of the 3rd Corps? He inquired in a calm tone, yet with an unmistakable air of authority. The messenger hesitated before responding. Currently, only the 1st Battalion and the 3rd Battalion are in position. Humph. Those lazy aristocrats, stuffing every sort of riffraff into my Eagle Legion. Do they truly believe this is a garbage dump? The old man exclaimed, gesturing with force, a gust of wind following his motion, indicative of at least a high-ranking knight's strength. With a display of battle aura, a hallmark ability of high-tier knight retainers, this elder is none other than the commander of the Eagle Legion, Marquis Mammon, known as the Falcon, a title bestowed upon him by the reigning king in his youth. His full name, Stale Mammon, is renowned throughout Foston. Chapter 41. Grand aspirations. It is no wonder that Marquis Mammon is so incensed. Without comparison, one cannot appreciate the disparity. The Eagle Legion once comprised merely 2 infantry regiments and a cavalry regiment, totaling 15,000 elite soldiers. This in peacetime that as one of the kingdom's guardians, 15,000 troops were more than sufficient. However, in times of war, such a number appears exceedingly scant, particularly given the likelihood of casualties. Consequently, Marquis Mammon was compelled to heed the king's command, permitting the inclusion of noble private armies, mercenaries, and adventurers within the legion. After enduring 4 years of warfare, the structure of the Eagle Legion has been repeatedly shattered and reformed. And now only the purest elements remain, namely the 1st Corps, the 4th Corps, and a portion of the 2nd Corps. Among these, the true elite is solely the 1st Corps. The 4th Corps primarily consists of rookies. Their combat prowess is slightly inferior to that of the 2nd Corps, which is comprised of remnants from the great nobles, mercenaries, and the scattered remnants of the 1st Corps. However, they are far superior to the 3rd Corps, which is entirely formed of adventurers and the private armies of minor nobles. It is this 3rd Corps that incites the Marquis's ire, a bloated entity consuming nearly 1/3 of the Eagle Legion's resources and funds, yet possessing combat capabilities that barely reach half of those of the 1st Corps, much like a malignant tumor festering beneath the wings of an eagle that ought to soar, despite repeated entreaties being rebuffed by the king. The seasoned Marquis has long recognized that the lesser nobles are but the tentacles of the greater aristocracy. To challenge them would require shaking the very foundation of the kingdom, rendering complete eradication impossible. With less than 5 days remaining until the agreed rendezvous, the 4th Corps has arrived with only a few scattered units, demonstrating a blatant disregard for military orders. Clearly, he must discipline these miscreants once again. In his fury, the Marquis failed to realize that he had inadvertently included himself among those he reviled. After all, he too is a noble. However, in the eyes of the venerable Marquis Mammon, those lesser nobles are nothing more than a collection of nouveau riches living off the labors of their forebears. Within 3 generations, these nobles shall fade into obscurity, replaced by the emergence of new aristocrats. While only families of earls and above, like his own, shall remain the true nobility. In contrast to the 3rd Corps, the 2nd Corps appears far more palatable in the eyes of Marquis Mammon. To illustrate, the 1st Corps is akin to the Marquis's eldest son, a direct line of descent, representing future hope and his greatest asset and pride. The 4th Corps is his younger son, still quite young but obedient, and in need of the Marquis's nurturing and training. Possessing great potential, the 2nd Corps is akin to a stepson, not as close as the first 2 but still deserving of some oversight, while the 3rd Corps is regarded as a collection of worthless drunks and layabouts, best left unseen and unheard. With his straightforward disposition, Marquis Mammon delineates his 4 infantry regiments in such a manner that as for the cavalry regiment, that unit is the Marquis's heart and soul, albeit currently overseen by his old comrade and rival, Marquis Sandro. Having dismissed the messenger, Marquis Mammon rubbed his thumb against his brow. While the fighting seems to be becoming easier, he feels increasingly fatigued. The various factions within the noble circle squabble over interests, and the myriad trivial affairs of his major regiments require his attention, compounded by the Third Corps, which he finds particularly irksome. Once the fighting has ceased, he mused, perhaps he might finally take a well-deserved rest. Just one more year. The Marquis murmured to himself. The war must conclude within 1 year. This consensus has been reached among the upper echelons of Faustin over the past few months. Should the conflict with Shaluo persist beyond that, Faustin will dispatch envoys to the suzerain state of the Omer Empire, requesting their involvement in mediation. Faustin is but a small kingdom with a population of 2 million. After 4 years of war, calculations by the War Room and the Minister of Finance indicate that Faustin has suffered losses exceeding 100,000 souls, the vast majority of whom are young men. Should the conflict continue, the very foundation of the kingdom's strength may well be undermined. Of course, Shaluo has endured even greater losses, given that the fighting has occurred on their own soil. Marquis Mammon is confident that Faustin shall not be the first to crumble under the strain. Once we capture Bimmer City, it will all rest upon the cavalry. The Marquis's gaze grew profound, envisioning the conquest of Bimmer City as if it had already been achieved. What, you want me to dispatch the cavalry to the depths of the Bailing Mountains? Soldier, you cannot be serious. A tall middle-aged man interrogated the kneeling messenger before him. How can cavalry possibly enter the Bailing Mountains, especially when they must traverse dense forests? Did I mishear? The middle-aged man's tone was stern. The messenger, however, did not flinch in the face of the man's severity, responding with measured composure. This is the prince's order. The middle-aged man fell silent. He recognized the messenger's gray and white insignia of the Lion Legion. There could be no mistake. Moreover, upon closer inspection, the messenger's insignia bore an exquisite pattern that distinguished it from the ordinary lion insignia, a mark reserved solely for the prince's personal guards. After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man finally stated, "But we are on the verge of breaching Bimmer City. The day the city falls will coincide with the agreed encirclement of the cavalry regiments. I cannot withdraw the cavalry at this time." The middle-aged man spoke with conviction. "I am merely relaying the prince's command. How you proceed is your prerogative, and the prince will address the matter afterward," the messenger replied. The middle-aged man found himself in a quandary. Conflicting orders weighed heavily upon him. He knew full well the hierarchy of importance, yet had it not been for the messenger's princely insignia, he would have long since expelled this soldier who so indiscreetly issued commands. "I need to consult with Marquis Mammon. Follow me." The middle-aged man finally decided after much deliberation. This individual is none other than Marquis Sandro, commander of the Eagle Legion's most elite cavalry unit and the father-in-law of Baron Kaidoki. Unlike the elderly appearance of Marquis Mammon, Marquis Sandro, though similarly aged, possesses greater strength that has preserved his youthful visage. He is the most formidable man within the Eagle Legion, a peak-tier knight retainer. Shortly thereafter, Marquis Sandro arrived at the tent of Marquis Mammon and provided a brief overview of the situation. Falling into silence. "What?" Marquis Mammon inquired. For although soldiers are duty-bound to obey orders, he struggled to comprehend why the prince, typically so astute and decisive, would issue such a foolish command. Moreover, the order simply directed the cavalry to the Bailing Mountains without specifying a particular mission. "This is classified information, and you need only to execute the command, my lord," the messenger replied. "Silence. Tell me why." The Marquis of Mammon rose in a fit of rage, bellowing at the diminutive messenger, who could easily be his grandson. "Speak. What is the reason?" "I firmly believe that Kinsir would never issue such an order without cause," the Marquis of Sandru chimed in, though he was both a longtime ally and rival of the Marquis of Mammon. They found common ground at this critical juncture. Observing the defiance of both nobles, the messenger recalled the prince's directive before his departure, which emphasized the necessity of mobilizing the legions to rescue Princess Angelina. Finally, he divulged the reason. Because Princess Angelina. Upon hearing the messenger's account, the two marquises swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. That Kentish queen is becoming increasingly outrageous, the impulsive Marquis of Mammon exclaimed, naming her directly. Fortunately, only the two marquises and the messenger occupied the tent. Otherwise, the repercussions of such words would have been unfathomable. The pressing issue now is how many troops to dispatch for her rescue. Aside from cavalry, how many infantry should be sent? Relying solely on cavalry to scour the extensive border is impractical, especially considering that the Bering Mountains, as an extension of the Murphy Forest, are hardly a secure location. The Marquis of Sandru, unlike the irate Mammon, calmly articulated his perspective. The Marquis of Mammon, having tempered his complaints, began to reflect seriously. After all, He had watched Angelina grow up, among the numerous marquises in the royal capital. Only he had the privilege of holding her as a child, lulling her to sleep in his arms. He had long regarded her as his own granddaughter. When news of the potential peril faced by the princess reached him, he, alongside the king and Prince Kinsir, felt a profound urgency. Though the Marquis of Mammon would not display it openly, he would demonstrate his commitment through action. Let us send 3 battalions of cavalry, and the 4th Infantry Corps shall be dispatched as well. It serves as a fine opportunity for training. The Marquis of Mammon decisively waved his hand, making his decision. Hearing this, the Marquis of Sandrew suppressed his urge to slam the table and firmly stated, "Impossible. I will only send 1 battalion of cavalry at most. I cannot consent to mobilize the 4th Infantry Corps, unlike the siege of Moore City, where the 4th Corps was the main force. If you deploy them now, which corps do you intend to use for the siege? The 1st Corps? After the Battle of Famers Gorge, the 1st Corps has yet to recover, and I refuse to approve such a move." The Marquis of Sandrew concluded, breathing heavily. "But what of the 2nd Corps?" The Marquis of Mammon replied feebly. Their dynamic resembled that of opposing poles of a magnet. When one weakened, the other strengthened, while the Marquis of Mammon often exhibited a fiery temperament. The Marquis of Sandrew embodied the image of a benevolent figure. In this moment, the Marquis of Mammon, feeling a sense of guilt, chose to feign submission for the sake of his beloved Angelina, hoping that his old partner would acquiesce to his viewpoint. "You are well aware of the complications associated with the 2nd Corps. If anything were to occur, who would bear the responsibility?" The Marquis of Sandrew remained steadfast in his refusal, and the argument continued. Meanwhile, the messenger had been thoroughly intimidated by the grandiosity of the Marquis of Mammon's demands that a considerable contingent of cavalry, an entire infantry corps. "My lord, your ambitions are truly lofty." Chapter 42. Military orders. The 2 men in the tent continued their heated debate, yet both marquises tacitly avoided mentioning the 3rd Corps, a ragtag assemblage of minor noble private armies and mercenaries whose sole purpose was to rush into chaotic battles and seize opportunities. Ultimately, their disagreement centered on sending 1 battalion from the 1st Infantry Corps, 3 battalions from the 2nd Corps, and 1 battalion from the cavalry, while the 4th Infantry Corps, designated for the siege, would remain untouched. Requiring further combat experience. Of course, the decision regarding which specific battalions would be dispatched was left to the 2 marquises themselves, as the messenger had already been dispatched back to the Lion Corps headquarters to report to the prince. The Marquis of Sandrew made significant concessions this time, leaving the Marquis of Mammon with a minor debt of gratitude. Consequently, the choice of battalions from the 2nd Infantry Corps was graciously entrusted to the Marquis of Sandrew. Unlike the Marquis of Mammon, who held immense prestige and influence as the commander of the Eagle Corps, the Marquis of Sandrew was merely the head of the Cavalry Corps, and as the deputy commander of the Eagle Corps, he had cultivated numerous minor nobles as vassals to maintain his family's enduring success. According to the Marquis of Mammon, 1 battalion of the 2nd Corps was indeed affiliated with the Marquis of Sandrew, a goodwill gesture that he believed the latter would appreciate. As evening descended, Locke and his camp finally beheld the sprawling military encampment of the Ars Mountains before the sun dipped below the horizon. Locke, mounted upon his steed, was filled with emotion. This was the majestic presence of their 2nd Infantry Corps and the Eagle Corps, a flowing sea of deep green tints that resembled a vigilant eagle surveying the land, ever ready to showcase its talons and beak. Locke had participated in large-scale battles within the Corps and the army before, yet at that time, he had merely been a negligible soldier, with his life hanging by a thread. He had had no opportunity for such reflections. In retrospect, his past sentiments had been that with so many fellow soldiers, the chances of safety would surely increase. Similarly, Jerson, a newly appointed squadron leader, was also filled with thoughts. At this moment, he was inquiring about the headquarters and military knowledge from his comrades, Chris and Dal. Now that he held a mid-level officer position, he could not afford to remain oblivious like a lowly foot soldier. Understanding his environment was essential for advancement. Unlike Locke, who had the support of Yasha and Carl, Jerson, though senior in tenure, needed to diligently seek knowledge on his own. Every time Soren gazed upon the endless rows of tents, a surge of ambition welled within him, as if he were a commander poised for battle. Despite his brief time in the military, he relished military life immensely. Indeed, as Baron Kaidoki had surmised, Soren was far more suited to the military than his half-brothers, who squandered their lives, or the second son, who excelled in economics and management. The martial spirit thrived in Kaidoki's domain, which allowed him to rise above many minor nobles during the joint warfare of both nations, gaining the strength to rival even viscounts. Baron Kaidoki had to consider whether to grant Soren further weight in the selection of his future heir. Push forward, comrades. Let us strive to reach tonight's dinner. Captain Monty shouted with robust vigor, his voice resonating from the front of the camp to the rear. This low-ranking knight commander remarkably utilized his precious energy to issue commands. Meanwhile, Baron Kaidoki maintained a steady pace atop his finely bred steed, his serene expression concealing his true thoughts. Giddy up, giddy up. In the distance, a cloud of dust signaled the approach of someone, seemingly from the corps headquarters. A soldier mounted on a chestnut pony made a beeline for the front of the column where Baron Kaidoki rode. This pony, possessing slightly less strength and stature, was ill-suited for battle. However, its value was hardly inferior to that of a purebred warhorse, primarily due to its resilience in arid and aquatic conditions. Such hardy steeds ranked among the best in all horse breeds, making them widely utilized in military communications. This type of pony predominantly resided in hilly terrains, a privilege of the Lisha Alliance. Baron Kaidoki's entourage, including Monty and others, stepped forward to obstruct the approaching soldier. Sir Weir, positioned at the Baron's right, remained still, gripping the hilt of his sword, even if a foe of equal strength approached. Sir Weir was confident in his ability to protect the Baron. Baron Kaidoki, departing from his usual calm demeanor, broke into a smile, completely unfazed by the slight tension among his subordinates. He confidently rode forward, recognizing the soldier adorned with the insignia of the Eagle Corps cavalry. Unlike the Marquis of Mamen, who, despite being a corps commander, could only command 2 subordinate corps while balancing various interests to maintain the integrity of the entire corps. The Marquis of Sandrew had long established an ironclad unity within his cavalry corps, where disloyalty was virtually non-existent. It could be said that while both marquises held the same title, their positions and ranks differed. Yet their actual strengths were comparable. The combat effectiveness of cavalry in the open field could not be matched by infantry in multiples. Given their proximity to the military camp, the likelihood of any issues arising was negligible. This soldier was undoubtedly dispatched from the camp and likely bore orders from the Marquis. Indeed, although the soldier was subtly monitored by several of Baron Kaidoki's skilled subordinates, he remained undaunted by the palpable tension, straightening his posture and dismounting to salute the Baron with the proper deference owed to a commander and noble. He then retrieved the Marquis's handwritten orders from within his attire, showcasing a stark contrast to Locke, Monty, Yasha, and others, who lacked understanding of proper noble etiquette. Even their reports to superiors were half-hearted boasts. The soldier's demeanor indicated that he hailed from corps headquarters or even the military command. His actions served to affirm the distinction between himself and the rough-and-tumble crowd surrounding him. Upon seeing this, Monty and the others exhibited no signs of embarrassment, calmly sheathing their weapons and retracting their imposing presence. Baron Kaidoki accepted the orders, which were inscribed on a piece of parchment no larger than half a palm, containing only a few terse words. However, the bottom of the note bore the seals of the Eagle Corps, the Cavalry Corps, and the signature of the Marquis of Sandrew. Baron Kaidoki raised his head and inquired of the soldier, "Does the Marquis have anything further to say?" It was evident that Baron Kaidoki was already aware of his mission, and he believed that the Marquis must have more to communicate. The soldier stepped forward and whispered a few words to Baron Kaidoki. After the Baron nodded in acknowledgement, the soldier mounted his horse and turned back toward the sprawling military camp in the Alls Mountains. Of course, prior to this, the elderly steward, who had been on the Baron's left side, discreetly handed the messenger soldier a substantial pouch of coins. The soldier, clearly cognizant of the Baron's favorable standing with the Marquis, accepted it without hesitation. Other messengers might not receive such generous treatment when relaying orders to subordinate troops, but Baron Kaidoki knew how to navigate such affairs, ensuring everything was executed flawlessly. After imparting a few quiet instructions to Monty and Solon, Baron Kaidoki, accompanied by a retinue of over 20 cavalrymen, hastened toward the Alls Mountains, needing to consult personally with Marquis Sandrew. Monty, meanwhile, dispatched orders for the troops to head westward toward the Bering Mountains, while young Lord Solon organized the cavalry squadron to accompany him. Serwal had just followed Baron Kaidoki, and, now serving as the deputy commander of the cavalry squadron, needed to temporarily oversee their operations. The soldiers were perplexed by this command, but obedience was ingrained in their very being, so they chose to comply. The other squadron leaders were equally baffled. They were on the verge of reporting to the Second Army Corps and were uncertain of their current destination. Two of them had already approached Monty to inquire about what Baron Kaidoki had just relayed to him, but Monty, maintaining a serious demeanor, offered no explanations, leaving the two squadron leaders feeling frustrated. Locke, too, was in the dark and thus sought out young Lord Solon, now his direct superior. Solon, being familiar with Locke, spoke candidly. "My lord." Locke began, only to be interrupted by Solon waving his hand dismissively. "I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but it seems we may be heading into the Bering Mountains, possibly even deeper into the Murphy Forest. Are we going to bypass Bimmer City through the Bering Mountains, then encircle Bimmer City?" Locke, having fought for several years, had gleaned some rudimentary military knowledge. "Who knows?" Solon shrugged, replying nonchalantly. "We can enjoy a couple of peaceful days. There will be game to feast upon in the Bering Mountains." Locke was at a loss for words. He had little desire for the so-called game. After 2 years of petty theft, he had consumed enough meat to quell any cravings. Locke was eager to reach the army headquarters and leverage his substantial funds at the logistics office to procure useful potions. His wealth needed to remain undisclosed, as it would be seen as exploiting the Baron's merchant convoy. Who could say how the Baron might react if he were to find out? Thus, it was best to spend it quickly, keeping only a portion for himself. He had long been curious about the various wondrous items mentioned by Uncle Jack at the logistics office, even the prospect of encountering mutated creatures. One of Solon's remarks brought Locke back from his reverie, as he had long wished to witness a mutated creature, curious to know how many second-class soldiers it would equate to. The blood, flesh, and fur of such creatures were valuable commodities. Although the Bering Mountains lie on the outskirts of the Murphy Forest, it's possible that some mutated creatures may emerge. It has been a long time since I last tasted the flesh of a mutated creature. I truly wish to experience that again, Solon continued, speaking with an ease born from familiarity with Locke. Unlike Solon, Locke lacked such connections. He had never even seen a mutated creature, let alone consumed one, yet this did not diminish his curiosity. Chapter 43. An audience with the Marquis. Upon Baron Kaidoki's arrival at the headquarters of the Second Army Corps nestled deep within the Alls Mountains, he found Marquis Sandrew already present. The Second Army Corps, a coalition of private armies belonging to the great nobility, had intricate relationships, and as one of the 4 marquises of the Foston realm, Marquis Sandrew naturally held a leadership position among the great nobles. In fact, among the 4 marquises of Foston, he was the most well-liked, be it the hot-tempered Marquis Mummin, the straightforward Marquis Wood, or the closely-knit Marquis Xia. None excelled in the art of socializing within the noble circle, likely due to the complex web of relationships among the aristocracy. Though these 3 marquises held high positions, they dared not extend their hands to support the lesser nobles to attain the status of a marquis. Even a boorish individual would undoubtedly possess a cadre of advisors. Marquis Sandrew, however, harbored no such concerns, as he was the only one among the 4 who did not command an entire legion. Marquis Mammon was the commander of the Eagle Legion, Marquis Wood led the Gale Legion, and Marquis Xia commanded the garrison legion stationed in the royal capital, while the Lion Legion was led by Prince Kinsel. Whether due to a balance of power among the 4 marquises or a noble compromise to unite the strength of the great aristocracy, the current Foston monarchy tacitly permitted Marquis Sandrew to court the support of the lesser nobles. Fortunately, Marquis Sandrew was a figure of considerable strength, blessed with prolificacy, boasting over 20 offspring. Apart from a select few whom he intended to groom as successors, the rest were strategically married off to forge alliances with a host of supporters. Baron Kaidoki was fortunate to be among them, and notably, he was the only one of lesser nobility holding merely the title of Baron that in Foston. Counts and marquises were deemed the true great nobility, while viscounts occupied a transitional status. Some viscount families had endured for centuries, rivaling counts in stature, while others had fallen into decline, blending into the myriad of lesser nobles. Below viscounts, barons, lords, and knights constituted the thoroughly minor nobility. Nearly half of the Third Army Corps was composed of the private armies of these lesser nobles. Marquis Sandrew was currently engaged in discussions with several other nobles within the tent, and he certainly noticed Baron Kaidoki's presence outside. The Marquis waved cheerfully, expressing his satisfaction with his son-in-law, who had managed to independently command a substantial force with merely the title of Baron, demonstrating considerable capability. Moreover, he was aware that Baron Kaidoki had previously studied alongside Prince Kinsel and Omer, and after several encounters, Marquis Sanru felt a closer kinship to Baron Kaidoki than to his own daughter. "We are deliberating the search operations in the Bering Mountains. You should join us, as you are involved as well," the Marquis said with a smile. Baron Kaidoki dismounted in response. Noting that the individuals in the tent were all influential earls, the earls within the tent greeted Baron Kaidoki with smiles. Having heard of the military strength he commanded, which surpassed that of many viscounts, after a round of conversation, Baron Kaidoki was astonished to learn that Princess Angelina, the younger sister of Prince Kinsel, had secretly arrived at the front lines, her retinue shrouded in mystery, and her whereabouts unknown. Prince Kinsel had issued orders for all legions to dispatch troops in search of Princess Angelina, ensuring her safe return to the headquarters of the Lion Legion. The only current intelligence indicated that the princess might have reached the southern border of Murphy Forest along the route between Charlotte and Foston. This rescue operation felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, a sentiment shared by Baron Kaidoki and the other nobles. Yet, acknowledging that Princess Angelina was Prince Kinsel's only sister, they understood the prince's concern for her safety, well known within the noble circle. Some even jested that whoever wed the princess would effectively gain half of the Foston kingdom. This rescue effort will see all three major legions deploy forces: the Gale Legion from the north, the Lion Legion from the east, and our Eagle Legion entering from the south via the Bering Mountains with the utmost determination to locate the princess, the Marquis declared resolutely. "Understood," the assembly of nobles responded. Each noble present in the tent was preparing to dispatch troops for the rescue mission, which they viewed as a lucrative undertaking. The rescue mission was unlikely to entail significant danger, and success would bring immense glory. Most importantly, it would allow them to perfectly evade the impending siege of Bimmer City, while an earl's territory might not pose a substantial threat to the overall war effort. The remnants of Charlot's forces had gathered here, becoming a tough nut to crack, and no one wished to see their strength diminished in this endeavor. After the meeting, Baron Kaidoki engaged in a private conversation with Marquis Sanru. This time as a son-in-law speaking to a father-in-law, shedding the strict hierarchical constraints and fostering a sense of intimacy. Much of Baron Kaidoki's cavalry squadron had been established with the support of Marquis Sanru prior to the war, and the losses sustained over the years had been significant, all of which had been underpinned by the Marquis's backing. Even Baron Kaidoki's position within the 2nd Army Corps was facilitated by Marquis Sanru, making it fair to say that 1/3 of Baron Kaidoki's successes in battle were owed to the Marquis, in contrast to Baron Kashir, whose forces were integrated into the 3rd Army Corps. Baron Kaidoki maintained a respectful demeanor in his private discourse with Marquis Sanru. Beyond the formalities, Baron Kaidoki also had his personal guards bring forth a sandalwood box. Before the Marquis, Baron Kaidoki concentrated his energy into his palm and struck the box, causing it to spring open instantly, flooding the dimly lit room with a radiant and gentle light, revealing a trove of jewels. The style unmistakably belonged to Charlotte. "These were acquired during the assault on France City," Baron Kaidoki remarked. "Isn't that the territory of the Marquis' son? Quite impressive." Marquis Sandro chuckled affirmatively, as his attendants naturally rewrapped the box of jewels and carried it away for its destination. Only the Marquis was privy to that information. Clearly, the jewels uplifted the Marquis's spirits, and the conversation between him and his son-in-law flowed harmoniously. In fact, the suggestion to assault the city of France had also come from the Marquis, subtly hinted to Baron Kaidoki, with a broader perspective. Marquis Sandro was acutely aware of the remnants of Charlotte's forces, identifying the more lucrative territories and those more susceptible to attack. Indeed, the city of France presented a delightful surprise for the two. The value of this box of jewels was at least 2,000 gold dollars, an unexpected fortune that would certainly bring joy to any Marquis. The presence of Baron Kasher among the attacking forces was due to his own connections. After all, enlisting a mage is no simple task. After bidding farewell to Marquis Sandro, Baron Kaidoki made his way to the military headquarters as part of the Eagle Legion. His large contingent was under the command of his father-in-law in the 2nd Corps, and he only needed to make a brief report. However, he intended to personally meet with the Legion commander at the headquarters. Upon announcing his arrival, Baron Kaidoki entered the tent of Marquis Mammon, who had just dismissed a group of report clerks. Sitting down, he poured himself a cup of tea and quietly listened to Baron Kaidoki's updates on military affairs, which included troop losses and the upcoming rescue plans for the Bering Mountains. In truth, Baron Kaidoki was not entirely entitled to an audience with Marquis Mammon, but his involvement in the Bering Mountains rescue operation necessitated that the Marquis endure Baron Kaidoki's report. He harbored hopes that Baron Kaidoki could indeed assist him in locating Angelina. Exiting Marquis Mamon's military tent, Baron Kaidoki summoned the recently returned Knight Weir, and together they proceeded outside the camp, needing to rejoin the larger forces led by Solon. Knight Weir had just visited the supply depot, where the training of high-ranking knight attendants was not as simple as the daily cultivation of fighting spirit practiced by Locke and others. Achieving a level near the human limit required specialized potions, which were costly and available only through the military's logistics. Knight Weir, as a high-ranking knight attendant, was duly registered throughout the kingdom, allowing the logistics department to readily provide him with the necessary training potions. He was Baron Kaidoki's right-hand man and a vital asset, enabling Baron Kaidoki to stand above nearly all viscounts. Why did Marquis Sandro value Baron Kaidoki so highly? Was it truly due to Baron Kaidoki's abilities? The world is teeming with capable individuals. Had Baron Kaidoki not possessed Knight Weir as a trump card, it was uncertain whether he could have wed the Marquis's daughter. There were indeed some ambitious nobles, and those in need of high-ranking power to suppress the rabble who sought to undermine him, including individuals of count status. Yet Knight Weir remained steadfast. The bond between them was not solely due to 3 generations of support, the shared experience of their youth, accompanying a noble caravan to the Omer Empire for education, forged a friendship that could withstand the test of time. They had once shared bread as life-and-death companions. As Baron Kaidoki and Knight Weir led their personal guards out of the military camp, they fortuitously encountered Baron Kasher, who had just arrived at the Alps Mountains military camp. Baron Kasher intended to greet them and inquire about the reasons for Baron Kaidoki's troop diversion. However, Baron Kaidoki merely nodded amicably and continued on his way, leaving Baron Kasher in an awkward predicament, his hand raised mid-greeting, only to let it drop in frustration at the retreating figure of Baron Kaidoki. Despite their previous collaborations, the more they worked together, the greater the gaps and misunderstandings grew, particularly after their quarrel regarding the city of France, which further strained their relationship. Although Baron Kasher felt anger, he could only swallow it down. After all, he was outmatched by Baron Kaidoki. While he did possess a low-ranking mage among his ranks, Master Wilson was introduced to him by a well-established viscount and generally paid little heed to Baron Kasher. At this moment, Baron Kasher felt a profound envy towards Baron Kaidoki, who had the formidable Marquis Sandro as an ally. Shaking his head, he dismissed those thoughts and led his subordinates into the camp. Knowing that unlike Baron Kaidoki, he lacked the support of Marquis Sandro, he still needed to meet with the commander of the 3rd Corps. Chapter 44. Crimson. As the troops prepared to head towards the Bering Mountains, the logistics of operating in such dense wilderness posed significant challenges. Thus the supply convoy had to remain in place. They could not possibly accompany the troops to trade with the corrupted creatures and magical beasts. Reluctantly, Locke sought assistance from the logistics merchant, Henry, who was also needed to help find accommodations for Xiaxi and the others. The rotund Henry assured Locke of the women's safety, as he had several desperate individuals working for him within his supply team, most of whom were of 3rd-class soldier caliber, providing Locke with a sense of security. A few days prior, Henry had provided him with a black round shield, the diameter of a forearm, crafted by a smith known to Peters. Though it was made from ordinary materials, the craftsman was undoubtedly skilled. Locke tested the shield, finding it more than twice as sturdy as his half-armor, yet surprisingly lightweight, easily manageable for his left arm. Locke had accrued quite a debt of gratitude towards Henry. Thus, when he previously acquired over 1,000 silver coins, he had entrusted them to Henry. Henry had not exploited him. The logistics camp's rate was 2-1, while Henry offered a more favorable 3-2, allowing Locke to pocket a full 800 silver dollars for Uncle Yashak. Locke did not concern himself with the silver coins. He trusted that Uncle Yashak had his own channels, perhaps even more advantageous. Each individual cultivates their own network, and Locke could not rely solely on Uncle Yashak, as it would imply a lack of capability on his part. After all, Locke was dealing with a one-time financial windfall. And since Uncle Yashak had advised against making such transactions a regular practice, Locke treated it as a singular deal and also shared information about the black market in Volier City with Henry, thus repaying a favor. Henry was already aware of the existence of Charlotte's black market, but lacked the opportunity to act upon it. Locke's revelation was like a timely assistance, given the strategic location of Volier City. The Forstan army would not be sweeping through this gathering place of Charlotte's people anytime soon. It was likely that the black market would thrive for an extended period, potentially even expand in scale. Unlike Locke, who could only engage in monetary transactions, Henry had access to a broader array of goods urgently needed by the Charlotte people. As for whether this constituted collusion with the enemy, that was folly. The location of Voliere City fell within the heart of the Furstan army's occupied territory, and it was merely due to the pressing need for war that they had temporarily overlooked this city. Once the frontline conflicts concluded, they could easily besiege this small town. Moreover, Voliere City was primarily composed of impoverished citizens and refugees, posing little threat. Upon learning this information, Henry was astonished by Locke's audacity to venture alone into Charlotte's black market for trade. Recognizing him as a courageous and astute young man. Night descended. It promised to be an unforgettable evening, for within the military camp, the concept of rest was non-existent. The recently returned Baron commanded his soldiers to advance at full speed towards the Bering Mountains to arrive before dawn. Nighttime marches were commonplace among soldiers, and with no significant battles occurring recently, their morale remained high. Locke had recently bid farewell to Xiaxi, who, with Henry's assistance, would head to the nearest Forston-occupied territory. After the supply caravan was organized, they would proceed directly to the military headquarters in the Alse Mountains, though by then, the headquarters would likely have relocated from the Alse Mountains to Moor City. Servant Rafi gradually shed her initial wariness towards Locke. Perhaps due to their similar ages, or perhaps because of her long-standing lack of interaction with others, this naive girl would engage in lengthy conversations whenever Locke initiated a topic. Had she not noticed Grace's increasingly darkening expression, Rafi might have shared laughter with Locke. Kristen remained Locke's closest confidant, frequently employing a bear hug tactic, unexpectedly appearing during Locke's private moments with Xiaxi, leaping to encircle his waist and interrupt their intimacy. Rather than being annoyed, Xiaxi displayed a nurturing affection towards Kristen, fostering a friendship between the two women, separated by over a decade, devoid of any generational gap. Grace continued to maintain an indifferent demeanor. Initially, she may have contemplated escape or alternative paths, but now she had settled into silence, her thoughts inscrutable. Locke occasionally found himself puzzled by his own feelings. He could easily assert dominance over this woman, yet refrained from doing so, instead nurturing a desire to protect her. This woman, who often appeared composed, reminded Locke of Baron Kaidoki. They likely shared a similar nature, both cerebral individuals. Locke, with his robust physique, consoled himself with the notion that such individuals may inherently counterbalance someone as brutish as himself. Regarding Locke's temporary departure, Xiaxi expressed her reluctance. Yet this was the military, and Locke had to go. As they parted, Xiaxi conveyed her sentiment through an embrace, her eyes shimmering with unspoken affection, striving to melt Locke's resolve. Locke entrusted most of his silver to Xiaxi, allowing her to manage it. With her rudimentary arithmetic skills and experience as a businesswoman, she would handle this wealth wisely. During her days with the caravan, Xiaxi remained industrious, keenly observing and learning from Henry's transactions. Henry, in turn, did not withhold any knowledge from her, and she absorbed a considerable amount from these ordinary dealings. Locke informed Xiaxi that the ruffians from Giza town who had bullied her were now under his control, which sparked a flurry of trading ideas in her mind. The Baron's caravan frequently traversed the front line in Peter's territory, passing through Giza town, and Xiaxi was poised to take action. She did not wish to be a mere ornament. Kristen was the most reluctant about Locke's impending departure, fearing that he, like her relatives, might never return, reminiscent of her grandfather. The child, unable to think of any other way to keep Locke, resorted to tears, which deeply moved him, making him feel that his care for Kristen in recent days was not in vain. Grace scrutinized Locke for a moment and asked, "You want to die, will you?" The simplicity of her inquiry nearly caused Locke to tumble from his horse, prompting him to rein in sharply. Though he harbored certain thoughts about Grace, he felt a twinge of apprehension, despite having no real reason to fear her. Meanwhile, the maid Rafi rolled her eyes at Locke behind her mistress's back. The battalion, now reduced to over 500 pure combat personnel, numbered around 400. The soldiers were straining to make progress, and the Baron issued an order that they would rest for 2 hours upon reaching the outskirts of the Bering Mountains. The somber, majestic palace complex lay nestled among the mountains, its walls still standing tall, arrow slits intact, and the imposing gray-white marble columns at the city gate bore witness to the former glory of the city. Yet, the sounds within were few. Even the homes illuminated by oil lamps seemed to blend into the overall silence. Indeed, this was the royal capital of Charlotte, the city of Odyssey, perched atop the mountains. A stronghold symbolizing the splendor of generations of Charlotte kings, now on the brink of demise. Within the royal palace, soldiers, messengers, generals, attendants, maidens, and nobles hurried about, their bustling activity starkly contrasting with the overall tranquility of the capital. Although Charlot could be said to have already fallen, it was evident that the upper echelons of nobility had not yet surrendered. In the central hall, deep into the night, the current king of Charlot, aged 50, was still engaged with his ministers over military matters. This ruler, only a few years older than King Furstan, bore the weight of age far more visibly. His gray-white hair fell loosely over his shoulders, and a heavy crown rested atop his head, draped in a bright yellow silk robe as he listened quietly to a minister's report. "So, the Princess Angelina of Furstan has already entered our territory?" the king inquired. "Yes," replied the minister, who seemed to be involved in underground operations, his dark robe contrasting sharply with those of the other ministers and generals. "We should seize the information provided by Viscount Morg and capture the audacious Furstan princess who dares to venture into our heartland." A general stepped forward with this seemingly obvious statement, given that Forstan's army had long since penetrated deep into Charlot's territory. According to intelligence, this Princess Angelina is King Forstan's most cherished daughter and the sole sister of Prince Kinseal, announced a middle-aged minister with a hooked nose. The Chancellor of Finance. Though the finance minister did not explicitly state it, those around him understood that capturing this princess could serve as leverage against Furstan. This incited a collective uproar among the palace attendees, all agreeing that they must capture Princess Angelina, as she might be their lifeline. "Have the troops been dispatched?" The king's voice, though low, silenced the chatter below, although this intelligence had just reached the king's ears. Certain ministers well-versed in information had known of it beforehand. "The scouts of the assigned battalion have already been sent out," stated a general, while scouts were the eyes of the battlefield and primarily skilled with bows. Each was an elite capable of assassination and capture. Marquis Philip of Intel City and Marquis Campbell of Ellis City have also received the news and have dispatched some personnel. A minister from the military added. "Not enough," the king declared. "Send out the blood red as well." Just as Furstan had its shadowy guards, Charlot possessed its own secret force. The blood red had once circulated among the high echelons of Charlot, a unit serving solely the royal family, tasked with monitoring nobles and executing traitors, evoking fear in all. However, now, in Charlot's time of peril, this unit had resurfaced, and many troops had collaborated with the blood red. "Dispatch the first and third teams of the blood red," commanded the king of Charlot, prompting astonishment among the ministers. Quickly followed by relief, the blood team represented the most elite portion of the blood red. With the war reaching its current state, only 3 teams remained, so dispatching such a significant majority indicated the king's seriousness. Chapter 45, The Fallen Princess in the Dense Forest. A group of individuals clad in black escorted a carriage, navigating the rugged mountain ravines. The uneven path caused jolts, yet the members of the team remained silent, diligently guarding the carriage on either side. The carriage hit a stone, causing it to bounce slightly, but a black-clad figure swiftly steadied it, ensuring a smooth landing. This individual was at least a mid-tier knight attendant. A startled exclamation came from within the carriage, clearly startled by the sudden jolt. The curtain was drawn back, revealing a strikingly beautiful face, pale as snow. "Sir Ryan, where are we now?" inquired the melodious voice of the young lady inside. "Your Highness, we should be southeast of Morphe Forest. We will soon reach the Bering Mountains," replied the black-clad figure who had steadied the carriage. "The Bering Mountains? I recall my teacher mentioning that they are abundant in fire-red fruits," the fair-skinned beauty mused. "Sigh, how much longer until we reach my brother?" she asked, her tone tinged with discontent after nearly 2 weeks of being jostled in the carriage, a torment for someone accustomed to the comforts of the royal capital. "For safety's sake, we are taking a more secluded route. We estimate it will take another week to rendezvous with the nearest troops. With their protection, your highness will soon meet the prince," the black-clad figure answered earnestly. "Can't we go any faster?" the princess complained. "The safety of your highness is our utmost priority," the knight indirectly refused her suggestion. Annoyed, the princess pulled down the curtain and ceased her conversation with the rigid Sir Ryan. Indeed, this group consisted of the runaway Princess Angelina and her escort. The black-clad Sir Ryan was a captain of the Shadow Guards. The convoy continued until dusk, at which point the Shadow Guards hunted and kept watch while the princess's personal attendants prepared a fire and cooked, attending to Princess Angelina's needs. Sir Ryan was stationed atop a towering, century-old tree, standing over 30 meters tall, on guard as the strongest among the group, vigilant for any signs of disturbance. Day as night fell, The princess and her entourage sat quietly by the campfire, several maidens idly watching the sparks. While Princess Angelina perused a hefty tome made of sheepskin, occasionally murmuring to herself, after a thorough patrol, Sir Ryan returned to his perch in the tree, leaning against the trunk as he gazed into the distance. He pondered how the palace had decided on this outing, troubled by the fact that the most precious princess of Furstan was venturing forth with merely a squad of shadow guards. Heading into perilous territory, traversing through the beast-infested Morphe forest, Sir Ryan wished he could crack open the head of the palace messenger who assigned him this task to see what they were thinking. When Sir Ryan initially accepted the mission to protect the princess, he had thought he would finally rise to prominence, restoring the glory of the Ryan family and making those who had belittled him and conspired against his family pay dearly. However, now, Sir Ryan merely hoped to safely escort the princess to her destination. All those fantasies could go to hell. If anything went awry with the princess, not only would he lose his head, but the already waning Ryan family would also face ruin. Sir Ryan hailed from a once noble family that had fallen into disrepair. It was said that their ancestors had been viscounts. But over generations, they had declined. Presently, the Ryan family possessed little more than a family tree, a coat of arms, and a few small farms, with no noble title recognized. The only remaining property, a few farms that earned little annually, had been taken by other minor nobles during Sir Ryan's youth. Determined to reclaim his family's honor, he had sought training among the Shadow Guards, an elite group serving the king, which was typically closed to nobles. By sheer luck, he had managed to be selected for the Shadow Guards. Yet, the humiliating experiences of his youth had rendered Sir Ryan somewhat of an outsider, and his relationships within the guards were far from favorable. After many years, despite having invested considerable money and effort, he was merely a captain of the ground team, while many of his contemporaries had ascended to leadership positions in the higher teams. Lion occasionally laments the injustices of this world, yet he ultimately resigns himself to acceptance. His innate talent is modest, having commenced his training in martial energy at the most opportune age. He has now toiled for over a decade, yet remains merely a mid-tier knight squire, and this is with the aid of esteemed mentors and precious elixirs provided by the Shadow Guards. Nevertheless, in comparison to the average person, Lion can be deemed a prodigy, as there are few mid-tier knight squires of his age. This distinction is one of the paramount reasons for his selection as a Shadow Guard and subsequent elevation to the rank of captain, a title which has bestowed upon him the noble title granted by His Majesty the King, revitalizing the Lion family. True geniuses do exist in this era, yet they are exceedingly difficult to unearth. Lion recalls the exhilaration he felt upon receiving orders from the envoy of the inner court. The task of escorting royal relatives is a rare opportunity, and even when it does arise, it is typically reserved for the elite. Furthermore, escorting the esteemed Princess Angelina, he mused, what reward would the king not bestow for winning her favor? At that moment, Lion felt genuine gratitude towards the envoy, bestowing upon him all the gold coins he possessed, to which the envoy responded with earnest praise, advising him to protect the princess and maintain discretion regarding their whereabouts. In hindsight, Lion can only curse his naivety. Reflecting on the arduous journey and the burdens he has shouldered, his hair has turned gray with worry. Initially, he believed his team was merely one of several tasked with escorting the princess, only realizing beyond the borders of Furstan that they were singularly responsible for her safety. This was no jest. Should anything befall the princess, who would bear the responsibility? Although Lion is not particularly adept in social interactions and has struggled within the ranks of the Shadow Guards, it does not imply that he lacks social acumen. He is not foolish. He recognized the undercurrents of conspiracy the moment they stepped beyond the Furstan borders, understanding that he, a man with poor rapport among the Shadow Guards, had likely been cast aside as a pawn by certain powerful figures. Despite being inexplicably embroiled in this conspiracy, Lion knew that his foremost duty was to safeguard Princess Angelina. He lacked the stature to be of interest to the higher echelons, as she was the true target of their machinations. Without delay, he discreetly conveyed his suspicions to Princess Angelina during a private moment, fearing that someone with ulterior motives had already infiltrated their ranks or those close to her. The princess, however, appeared remarkably unfazed, perhaps having anticipated such a scenario. She calmly advised Lion, "All you need to do is escort me to my brother, the king." Lion's capabilities, which enabled him to rise as captain among a cadre of talented and diligent Shadow Guards, were still evident as he dedicated himself to protecting Princess Angelina throughout their journey. As anticipated, on the very first night after crossing the border, One of their party members vanished, presumably a traitor signaling their location. The private whereabouts of a noble princess are indeed priceless. Without hesitation, Lion discarded the majority of their burdensome luggage, even concealing a cart full of the princess's personal belongings with her tacit consent. He decisively led their remaining group into the Murphy Forest, believing that only within its intricate and perilous confines could they evade the lurking dangers. Throughout their passage, they encountered numerous threats. Having navigated around the forest's central region and made their way towards the Bearing Mountains from the south, they nonetheless suffered losses, as two mid-tier magical beasts, shadow leopards, had reduced their convoy from 3 carts to 2, coupled with the assaults from other lesser magical creatures. The once 30-strong party was now diminished to merely a dozen individuals. Most of the remaining members were his fellow shadow guards, with only 3 of the princess's attendants and 2 maidens left. Perhaps unaccustomed to facing magical beasts, the group initially floundered in disarray, as even a few low-tier creatures scattered their ranks, resulting in early casualties. Lion himself had only encountered magical beasts on a handful of occasions during missions, yet this time, they were besieged by 1 or 2 every half-day. Truly testing his fortitude, the weary group paused for breath. They felt reassured by the diminished presence of formidable magical beasts outside the Murphy Forest, with the powerful Sir Lion ensuring their safety. This was the collective sentiment. Sir Lion's recent display of strength had indeed bolstered their confidence, as they vividly recalled his formidable prowess in repelling 2 shadow leopards simultaneously. Princess Angelina, too, appeared quite fatigued from the relentless journey, although she had been shielded at the center of their formation. The princess, who had never traveled far from home, did not display the calm demeanor she had cultivated. Yet, her upbringing and the dignity of her royal status forbade her from revealing any signs of fear or trepidation. Quietly, she observed the compendium of magical creatures in her hands, for reading was the only way to divert her attention amid the current turmoil. As she read, Princess Angelina resembled a celestial angel, alleviating some of the surrounding anxiety. As each individual resumed their designated roles, attending to their respective duties, the campfire blazed higher under the diligent efforts of the guards, when suddenly, the sound of a whistling arrow pierced the air. A black arrow struck the neck of one of the guards standing by the fire, their agonized scream awakening everyone. Chapter 46. Enemy attack, enemy attack, enemy attack. Sir Lion was the first to react. Raising the alarm from his perch among the trees, the sound of whistling arrows rang out in rapid succession. Another guard fell, and moments later, a nearby maiden clutched her bloodied chest and collapsed. The shadow guards swiftly formed a defensive square, shielding the princess at the center. The dense forest echoed with rustling sounds, and under the veil of night and the thick underbrush, an unknown number of assailants surged forth. So it has come to pass, Lion mused, having anticipated the arrival of nefarious intruders after discovering several traitors among their ranks. Thus, he had opted to forsake the main road leading through Peter's land in favor of the desolate Murphy Forest. Yet, unexpectedly, they were met with an onslaught immediately upon exiting. No, there are spies among us, Lion suddenly realized. It was improbable that enemies would attack so swiftly after their emergence from the forest. Someone must have betrayed their position. He swiftly leaped from the tree trunk and raced towards the princess. Lion felt a deep sense of frustration. While the forest offered concealment, it also obscured his vision. How had he failed to detect the presence of these foes? In another setting, he was confident he would have sensed their approach much sooner. Lion reached the group protecting the princess. Chaos erupted. The last remaining guard suddenly drew his sword and struck at a nearby shadow guard, while 2 others also turned against their comrades. In an instant, the formation safeguarding the princess was shattered. Arrows rained down ceaselessly, limbs severed, blood spilled, and amidst the turmoil, the shadow guards, though elite troops of Fuston, found themselves in disarray under the combined assault from within and without. Each man scrambling to save himself, Lion harnessed his martial energy, deflecting the guards that obstructed his path. Uncertain of the presence of any traitors, he charged directly towards the princess. In the confusion, several shadow guards mistook him for an enemy and struck at him, but he deftly parried their blows. Princess, we must flee, Lion urged, grasping the anxious Princess Angelina, who clutched her book tightly, and dashed into the depths of the forest. The onslaught of arrows gradually subsided as dozens of masked assailants surged forth. The black-clad intruders showed no mercy, attacking indiscriminately, disregarding the chaos around them. No, I am one of you. The previously disloyal guard raised his hand, only to have his head severed by 2 masked assailants in unison. His eyes, in his final moments, reflected both terror and confusion. The turmoil continued unabated, as the remaining shadow guards fought valiantly. But the black-clad foes, though not particularly strong, overwhelmed them. Lion could no longer concern himself with the fate of his comrades, pulling the princess forward without a glance back. Now only 2 guards remained by their side. The others had either perished in the recent chaos or were now ensnared by the masked assailants. Surveying their surroundings, Lion decisively commanded, "Run southeast." He dragged the terrified Princess Angelina along, with the 2 shadow guards hastily following suit. The carnage continued in their camp, as the remaining shadow guards dwindled in number, from over 10 to just 4. These 4, backs pressed together, braced against wave after wave of enemy assaults, while the fallen masked assailants increased in number. Yet, the forest continually birthed new foes, driving the remaining shadow guards into despair. Finally, as the last of their number was captured, the fighting ceased. A burly man emerged from the throng, his face twisted in a grimace as he demanded, "Speak. Where are the others?" The dark guards responded only with a stoic silence. Refusing to cooperate will only invite punishment. The brute kicked the knee of one guard, instantly causing the leg to bend grotesquely. With a sickening crack signaling a broken bone, the guard's face paled, yet he remained silent. The elite troops of the Kingdom of Fustin. Each member of the Shadow Guards had endured training beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk, most hailing from orphaned or destitute backgrounds. Their loyalty to Fustin and the king unquestionable. Sir Lion's presence among the Shadow Guards was merely an anomaly. "Humph, a tough nut from Fustin," the brute sneered. "Dispose of him." He waved his hand, directing the masked assailants surrounding them. The shadowy guardian remained unflinching even in the face of death, his eyes shimmering with a flicker of light that revealed his profound yearning for life. It was evident from the words of the burly Han that they did not belong to the Forstin people. "Is the news from Count Maxabe reliable?" the robust figure muttered. Indeed, they were not Forstans, but rather Charlotians. This group of masked individuals were private soldiers of Count Maxabe from the southern province of Charlotte, with the imposing leader having been recruited at a high price as a formidable warrior, possessing strength akin to that of a low-tier knight squire. "Continue the search, find that person," the burly man commanded. Count Maxabe should have been clearer about the target. "Why must I undertake this personally?" he thought. Feeling disgruntled, this formidable man was indeed deserving of his pride. Although a low-tier knight squire, he was among the best, having reached the pinnacle of his rank and on the brink of advancing to a mid-tier knight squire. Merely awaiting the right opportunity, Sir Ryan urged the princess onward through the dense forest. Were it not for the consideration of her noble status, he would have lifted her and fled without hesitation. Although the princess had undergone courtly sword training and was physically stronger than the average woman, she still paled in comparison to him, a knight squire. Court swordsmanship, while elegant in its techniques and graceful in its movements, offered little assistance in actual combat. Princess Angelina was already running with great effort, barely able to keep pace with Sir Ryan, that he moved decisively, acutely aware that among the relentless pursuers, there was one formidable foe who, while not quite his equal, could certainly hinder him. His priority was to safeguard the princess, not to engage in a reckless fight, for the number of enemies was clearly several times greater than their own. As a mid-tier knight squire, even if he could contend with a dozen foes, he would ultimately be worn down, leading to the princess's abduction and his own demise. Fortunately, Sir Ryan's timely retreat spared them from annihilation. Hours passed as the 4 of them swiftly navigated the underbrush, and though no pursuers were in sight, they dared not relax their vigilance. The forest was too dense and rocky to discern the situation ahead. The 2 shadowy guardians and Sir Ryan, though gasping for breath after their long run, were still in better shape than the flushed and trembling Princess Angelina, who felt as if her legs had gone numb, merely running on instinct. "To that cave ahead," Sir Ryan exclaimed. Noticing the princess had reached her limit, he spotted a nearby cave and led the trio toward it, after he single-handedly crushed a burrowing wolf's skull within. They finally exhaled in relief, momentarily secure in that spot. The 2 shadowy guardians took a brief respite before dutifully taking their posts at the cave entrance, allowing Sir Ryan to remain at the threshold with them. Unlike Sir Ryan, who bore a title, the 2 guardians were orphans taken in by the king and had devoted their lives to the Forstin kingdom. To them, their current plight was insignificant, as long as they remained standing and the mission was not complete. They had to persevere. This was the essence of Forstin's elite forces. Princess Angelina dabbed at the sweat on her brow, her petite form trembling. though she had felt numb during the run the moment she rested. Cramps seized her ankles, yet she dared not cry out for fear of alarming Sir Ryan and the others. As an unmarried princess, the presence of any man, aside from family, who touched her would result in the severing of his hands to cleanse the sin, an inviolable dignity of the royal household. Thus, she could not ask her 3 subordinates for help. It would be far too embarrassing, and she had to endure alone. If only her maid were still with her, she lamented. The 2 handmaidens who had grown up by her side had perished before her eyes not long ago, and she could vividly recall their final screams, and the spattering of blood and dismembered limbs. Was a single outing from the palace responsible for such dire consequences? Princess Angelina pondered in confusion. She had foreseen her stepmother's petty schemes before leaving the palace, but she had never anticipated such grave repercussions. Princess Angelina was still too young, although she was naturally intelligent and her mentor consistently praised her exceptional talents. Having always been sheltered by her father and elder brother, she had underestimated the world's treachery and the hidden dangers of court intrigue. Should she have another chance, she would never venture out so recklessly again. Maturity had dawned upon her following this ordeal. Our Princess Angelina was merely 16 years old at this juncture. In the dense forest, just after confirming the absence of any survivors, the masked figures prepared to depart. Suddenly, the trees began to tremble ominously, and as the masked men took up their guard positions, they found themselves surrounded by a battalion of soldiers clad in crimson armor. "Who are you?" the burly leader of the masked men inquired. His brow furrowed. He sensed the scent of blood emanating from these soldiers. Unmistakably a group of ruthless killers fresh from the battlefield. The air was thick with the stench of death, a sensation he had not felt in quite some time. The soldiers in crimson armor remained silent, their numbers roughly half that of the masked men, yet their quiet observation instilled a sense of dread in the burly leader, reminiscent of his earlier encounter with the Forsten black-clad individuals. However, the number of black-clad foes he faced then was far fewer, rendering the threat less palpable. Now, amidst the greater numbers of the red-armored soldiers, he felt immense pressure, convinced that if he survived this encounter, a breakthrough was imminent. Finally, as the burly leader's nerves reached their breaking point, 2 figures clad in dark red armor, distinguishable from the ordinary crimson soldiers, emerged. The 2 armored figures scanned their surroundings, and one, with a hoarse voice, inquired, "Which faction do you belong to?" "Which faction do you belong to?" echoed another soldier in crimson armor, his entire being enveloped in battle gear, save for his blood-red eyes that gleamed like rubies. "We are the men of Count Maxabe," the burly leader replied, relieved upon recognizing the Charlotian accent, confirming they were allies. In times of national peril, the Charlotians remained relatively united, barring the traitors they had recently dispatched, for at their core, those turncoats were still Forstans. "Count Maxabe, that lord from the south," the crimson-armored soldier replied. "Indeed, there exists such a lord who is still resisting the Forstans, and he seems to be a noble under the chancellor." The burly leader hesitated to respond. Knowing the affiliations of Count Maxabe did not concern him. He had already determined that upon completing this task and receiving his reward, he would seek opportunities in another kingdom as a soon-to-be mid-tier squire. Myriad prospects awaited him. "You possess notable talent. Would you be interested in joining the Blood Red?" The crimson-armored soldier shifted the conversation, posing the question. Well, the burly leader faltered momentarily. The Blood Red had suffered considerable losses in recent years. The lower ranks had nearly been eradicated, and only 3 elite teams remained, most of whom had recently transitioned from the lower ranks. Spotting a promising candidate, the crimson-armored soldier began to entertain the idea of recruiting him. "My lord, I am still a subordinate of Count Maxabe," the burly leader stammered, losing his earlier bravado. The crimson-armored soldier was evidently not the ruthless character he had previously encountered. That individual seemed to be a mid-tier knight squire, and the escape of Sir Ryan and his companions was likely due to the burly leader's deliberate leniency. Just as Sir Ryan wished to avoid entanglement with him, he too sought to avoid confrontation with someone stronger. He was merely in it for the money and did not wish to attract additional troubles. As for the crimson-armored figure before him, he could not gauge his depth. The aura of formidable energy radiating from him suggested he was a high-tier squire, a true powerhouse. "Are you rejecting my offer?" A glimmer of red flashed in the eyes of the crimson-armored soldier. "Do not waste time. Lete, do not let anyone escape." Another crimson-armored soldier interjected, his voice clear, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Hearing this, the hoarse-voiced Lete reined in his murderous intent. "Understood, Khazar," Lete replied. Although Lete was stronger, he still heeded the words of Khazar, the captain of the Blood Red, which was why he remained among the last 3 of the 7 teams that in battle. Mere brute strength was insufficient. One also needed strategy. Where did they go? Khazar asked the burly leader after halting Lete. The burly leader licked his lips and replied, "They went in that direction." He raised his hand and pointed southeast. He had witnessed Sir Ryan's retreat earlier, and his inquiries about the remaining survivors were merely for the benefit of those around him. As they were Lete's private soldiers while he was merely an hired hand, the blood-red armored figure of light emitted an aura of menace that startled the heavily built man. If a mid-tier attendant could be restrained by a dozen individuals, then a high-tier attendant could easily dispatch dozens, even hundreds, though it would require more time to in other words. Just light alone could eliminate half of their number, not to mention the group of bloodthirsty blood team warriors surrounding him and another formidable ally. Khazar. After casting a glance in a certain direction, Khazar led his men to pursue it. Light spat on the ground and surveyed the heavily built man and the masked figures encircled by them. Addressing his own subordinates with a commanding, "We move," the blood team, numbering in the dozens, darted swiftly through the forest like arrows loosed from a bow. "Damn it," the heavily built man exhaled in relief after their departure. Cursing, "Who are these people? Their murderous intent is overwhelming." Unfortunately, no one around could respond to him. The masked minions were merely the private army of Count Maxabe, lacking the stature to engage with the enigmatic organization known as Blood Red under Shaoro. Perhaps their lord, Count Maxabe, might have some insight. Count Maxabe is currently one of the larger resistance organizations in the south. There is no need to provoke him over an individual, Khazar explained while maneuvering quickly through the woods. The finance minister is indeed a trivial matter. He holds no sway over Blood Red. However, Count Maxabe is currently in dire need of manpower. The more hands, the greater the hope, Khazar sighed. Every member of Blood Red is unwaveringly loyal to Shaoro. Years of warfare, the loss of brothers, friends, and kin have filled them with hatred towards the Faustanians, which in turn deepens their loyalty to Shaoro and their love for their homeland. Count Maxabe is presently a noble at the forefront of the resistance, garnering more favor from Blood Red than those nobles in the royal capital, who merely seek to escape with their wealth while abandoning their responsibilities as the captain of the blood team. He is acutely aware of the extent of corruption in the capital and throughout Shaoro. Many of the minister's ulterior motives have come to light in blood team investigations. The king is merely aware but lacks the capability to take action. His only priority now is to defend his territory. Light understood what Khazar meant by hope and fell silent, hastening his pace with the flow of his fighting spirit. Their current mission was to locate the Faustanian princess and secure leverage for the survival of their nation. As dawn broke, "Princess, let us depart." Sir Ryan addressed the princess within the cave. Shortly thereafter, Princess Angelina emerged, limping and slightly disheveled. After a night's rest, she had recovered somewhat, though her legs still ached and her joints had yet to fully heal. "Nevertheless," she declared, "Sir Ryan, let us set forth." Meanwhile, Locke and young Master Soren walked side by side through the jungle. They had been in the Bering Mountains for 2 days. The specific task, as conveyed by the Baron, was to search for a carriage bearing the royal crest and to rendezvous with their soldiers from the Faustanian side, soldiers easily identifiable by their black attire. Regrettably, despite 2 days of relentless searching and no time for rest, they had found nothing. Yet, no one complained. Compared to the frontline battles, the soldiers preferred the comfort of the dense mountains. With autumn nearing winter, the jungle was devoid of annoying insects, making it a pleasant refuge. Many soldiers had taken advantage of their leisure time to procure some game. This morning, Baron Kaidochi announced that their unit would split into 3 search parties, one led by Sir Will, another by Baron Kaidochi and Captain Monty, and the remaining captains alongside young Master Soren, spreading out in a net-like formation by noon. They had divided their forces. It was now afternoon. Locke swung his long sword, clearing branches obstructing their path, while young Master Soren engaged him in light conversation. Locke felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to encounter the legendary corrupted creatures of the Bering Mountains. Yet, fate was unkind, and it seemed the creatures had retreated to hibernation or fled to the Morphe forest for the winter days of now. He had yet to see even a single hair of a corrupted beast. This was his best chance to witness such creatures, and his position was among the safest, with their 100-man team capable of dealing with even entry-level corrupted beings. Corrupted creatures possess greater intelligence than beasts, and some wield rudimentary magic, allowing them to navigate perilous situations, young Master Soren explained. With our large group, the soldiers' mere presence would likely scare off typical beasts, let alone corrupted ones. Indeed, aside from a blind deer that had crossed Locke's path and become his dinner, no other wildlife had made an appearance. Locke could only shake his head in resignation. Young Master Soren, sensing Locke's curiosity, patted him on the shoulder sympathetically, aware of his subordinate's inquisitive nature. Unlike Locke's lamentations, the other captains envied Locke's privileged treatment that day. That it was uncommon for the usually aloof young Master Soren to engage so amicably with them, observing the camaraderie between Locke and Soren. Many captains thought that Locke had successfully secured a valuable ally. Joshua was with the Baroness team, while old Carl accompanied young Master Soren's group, admiring the young man whom he had once recommended. In truth, Locke had not sought to curry favor with young Master Soren. He interacted with Soren just as he did with his fellow brothers in arms. They were both young men with shared interests, and their conversations naturally gravitated towards attractive women and thrilling adventures. After sharing a couple of risque anecdotes from their camp, their bond deepened considerably. Locke privately mused that Soren was quite the intriguing character. Though he would never dare voice such thoughts to others, perhaps due to their growing rapport, young Master Soren treated Locke with increased courtesy. In the future, I will take you to the Beast Arena in Peter's territory, where you can witness corrupted creatures and even magical beasts, Soren promised Locke. Chapter 48. The Chase Within the Jungle. 3 cloaked figures escorted a lady clad in an ornate white gown, moving swiftly. The trio, though slightly fatigued, maintained their pace, while the woman in the center gasped for breath, her complexion pale. Yet, she did not falter, gritting her teeth in determination. This group comprised Sir Ryan, Princess Angelina, and their companions. Your Highness, please take a moment to rest, Sir Ryan urged, supporting the princess's right arm. Although most of the journey had been borne by Ryan's assistance, the relentless escape over 2 days and nights was indeed a significant strain for a pampered princess. Princess Angelina remained silent, merely wiping the sweat from her forehead and shaking her head. Though exhausted, she understood the urgency of their situation, with countless pursuers likely trailing them. Each passing moment was of utmost importance. With Sir Ryan's support, Princess Angelina endeavored to keep pace with him and the 2 shadowy guardians. At this moment, no one considered the propriety of gender interactions. Princess Angelina was not overly rigid, and Sir Ryan was merely assisting her right arm, with a layer of fabric separating them. Witnessing Princess Angelina's remarkable fortitude, Sir Ryan could not help but admire her exceptional spirit. Apart from him, who was able to leverage his superior physical condition and fighting spirit to gradually repair his fatigued muscles, even the 2 shadowy guardians had reached their limits. These guardians, being ordinary entry-level knight attendants, possessed limited fighting spirit for muscle recovery. The competent shadow guardian must reserve a portion of their energy for unforeseen circumstances in combat. Thus, their ability to persevere thus far was largely due to Princess Angelina's exemplary resilience. If even such a seemingly fragile person could endure, how could her protectors falter? In truth, Princess Angelina's perseverance stemmed not only from her strong will, but also from another reason known only to a select few close to her. Princess Angelina was, in fact, an entry-level magic apprentice, poised to ascend to the ranks of a low-tier apprentice. Indeed, this seemingly delicate princess possessed formidable strength. After all, the esteemed Master Wilson, who had once astonished Locke, was merely a low-tier magic apprentice himself. Wilson was already an elderly man in his 60s or 70s, while Princess Angelina was only 16, showcasing her exceptional talent. Her ability to keep pace with Sir Ryan was undoubtedly linked to her heightened mental acuity and concentration. Magic practitioners primarily rely on refining their mental power. The spells accessible to entry-level apprentices are limited, and their usual training involves honing their mental faculties, storing magical energy, and assisting their mentors with experiments. It was Princess Angelina's diligent efforts that allowed her to barely keep up with Sir Ryan, ensuring that she did not lag behind. Certainly, Angelina felt no obligation to explain to Sir Ryan the reasons for her endurance thus far. She too was nearing her limits, merely holding on by a thread. Meanwhile, the crimson-armored warrior, Khazar, along with Light, had arrived at the cave where Princess Angelina and her companions had previously taken refuge. Light idly flicked the remnants of the campfire with his fingers and remarked, "It's been less than a day." They were only able to ascertain the general direction in which Princess Angelina had fled. guided by the brawny man's indications. The dense jungle made it exceedingly difficult to find any traces. Thus, while Angelina and her companions had traveled through the night, the Crimson faction had taken nearly a full day to catch up. Now that we have found their trail, we shall pursue them swiftly, Khazar declared. Confident that he could catch up with Angelina and her party within a day, the leader of the Crimson Band, Khazar, pressed onward. The branches of the jungle crackled under the advance of the Crimson soldiers. The trees, mostly withered and yellowed by late autumn, displayed little moisture, save for a few evergreen species that still showcased their vibrant green. The beasts of the Bearing Mountains, during this autumn as winter approached, found themselves in dire straits. Typically, this would be the time they prepared their final provisions for winter, but this year's intrusion of these harbingers of death sent them trembling in fear. The malevolent aura emanating from the Crimson faction frightened the beasts. And even Sir Ryan, who was hastening their journey, exuded the presence of a mid-tier servant. This was akin to the aura of a mid-level magical beast, leaving the indigenous creatures of the Bearing Mountains, who could usually dominate at their level of mutation, utterly bewildered. On the evening of the following day, by the campfire, Sir Ryan spoke to Princess Angelina in a relatively relaxed tone. Your Highness, we shall reach the exit of the Bearing Mountains within 5 days at most. Once we are out, I will be able to contact the nearest unit to ensure your protection. They were now quite close to the exit, with the trees becoming increasingly sparse. Princess Angelina nodded in response. The hurried journey of the past few days had rendered her noticeably slimmer, evoking a sense of pity. The two remaining shadow guards, upon hearing this, felt a considerable relief. The imminent danger had indeed tested their nerves, and the news of soon escaping their current plight allowed them to ease their vigilance considerably. Suddenly, a short blade with a blood-red handle sliced through the forest, resembling a streak of crimson lightning in the dim sky, aimed at one of the shadow guards. Clang! In that critical moment, Sir Ryan was the first to react, drawing his sword with his right hand to block the incoming strike. The blood-red dagger, having been thrown, lacked any follow-through force, and under Sir Ryan's deflection, it veered off course, allowing the shadow guard to narrowly evade this deadly blow. Who goes there? Sir Ryan rose, scanning the surroundings of the forest. Unlike the previous day's spin in the dense thicket, where their numbers made it difficult for him to discern the encircling masked figures, they had now entered a more open area, allowing him to focus solely on the four before him. He was confident that he could sense any movement within a 50-meter radius. The fact that someone could attack them without eliciting any response from him suggested that their strength was at least a cut above his own, causing a heaviness in Ryan's heart. Quite the sprinter, came a raspy voice, seemingly amplified by some arcane technique that made it echo from all directions, instilling fear. This was likely some form of secret art. The sounds of dry twigs and leaves snapping underfoot reached them. And before Ryan and his companions could react, the Crimson soldiers clad in red leather armor encircled them. Upon seeing these red-clad soldiers, Ryan's pupils constricted, unlike the faceless foes he had encountered before. He recognized them as the infamous Crimson Brigade, renowned alongside Charlotte and Fristan. Sir Ryan had clashed with members of the Crimson Brigade on numerous occasions and was well aware of their formidable prowess. His previous assignment to escort the princess had involved secretly restraining the Crimson forces led by Charlotte. Swish! Light landed directly in front of Ryan and the others, folding his arms comfortably as if observing caged beasts. Sir Ryan gripped his sword tightly, shielding Princess Angelina behind him, and fixed his gaze on the crimson-armored warrior before him. The aura emanating from this individual was profound. Ryan had only encountered such power among a few captains of the elite Shadow Guards. This was a high-tier servant, and in a true confrontation, Ryan surmised he would not last beyond 20 exchanges. Oh, I wondered why this scent felt so familiar. It's the remnants of the Shadow Guards. The crimson-armored warrior, Light, removed the visor of his helmet, revealing a somewhat malevolent visage, most notably marked by his bloodshot eyes, reminiscent of a demon's gaze. Light licked the dried bloodstains on his armor with his crimson tongue, his voice shifting from cruel to seething with fury. The enmity between the Crimson Brigade and the Shadow Guards was a profound and unending rivalry. Although the Crimson Brigade had suffered considerable losses at the hands of Forstan's large-scale army, much of the intelligence leading to their downfall and the assassination of their high-ranking members had been the work of the Shadow Guards. The Shadow Guards, in turn, had lost many of their own to the ruthless retaliations of the Crimson Brigade during the wars of recent years. As the front lines of battle grew increasingly favorable, with diminishing casualty rates for Forstan's forces, the Shadow Guards found their own losses inexplicably persistent. primarily due to the vengeful reprisals of the Crimson Brigade. Humph. Sir Ryan did not respond to Light's provocations, merely grunting in disdain. Acknowledging the disparity in strength, he knew he had to remain entirely focused and prepared, for his contempt for the Crimson Brigade was mingled with a begrudging respect. They were more admirable than the high-ranking members of Charlotte's faction that the Shadow Guards had eliminated. This was a group of true knights, and the Shadow Guards felt a kinship of sorts with them as fellow covert operatives of the state. However, that sentiment was not reciprocated. The Crimson Brigade sought to extract vengeance on every Shadow Guard they encountered to vindicate the blood debts of their comrades and affirm their honor. Light's intense animosity toward Ryan and his companions was evident. He was eager to drain the blood of this Shadow Guard captain and relish in his anguished cries, with a sweep of his left hand. A blood-red curved blade slid from within his armor into Light's grasp. Unlike most knightly servants, he was a master of blades. His skill was well known within the ranks of the once mighty Crimson Brigade. Throughout his lifetime, he had claimed the lives of two high-tier servants of equal standing. The bloodthirsty curved blade emitted a faint hum, as if craving the taste of blood. Ryan bent low, his gaze fixed on the blade's tip. And at that moment, he realized he could no longer afford to consider the safety of Princess Angelina behind him. In the Crimson Blade, he saw only death. Chapter 49, Shooting Star Run. One of the Shadow Guards urged as he hurriedly pulled Princess Angelina through the woods. His left arm was a mere stump, still dripping blood, while a deep gash traversed his shoulder, exposing raw flesh and bone beneath the tattered black fabric of his fitted attire, which was now soaked in blood. Princess Angelina, disregarding her dignity, ran swiftly with the aid of the Shadow Guard. Her once neatly tied long hair now flowed freely, and her sleeves bore numerous scratches. Fortunately, she had not sustained any serious injuries. Though it seemed the pursuers had aimed to inflict harm, the princess's pristine white boots were now worn and torn. Despite being crafted by the kingdom's finest tailors, they had reached the end of their usefulness. As for her gown, it was in tatters, dirted and stained with sweat, transforming what had once appeared to be a masterpiece into something akin to a humble peasant's linen shirt. Indeed, her dress had devolved to the point where it bore no resemblance to the elegant gown it once was. The two remaining Shadow Guards now consisted solely of the one who had lost an arm and was gravely injured. Behind them, crimson lights flickered ominously, signifying the relentless pursuit of the Crimson Brigade. Among them, Light stood out, his eyes gleaming with a malignant red glow, grinning cruelly that a shallow cut on his left cheek oozed blood, enhancing his terrifying presence in the eyes of Princess Angelina, who was fleeing ahead. In his hand, he clutched a severed arm, still gushing blood, evidently taken not long ago. The wound on Light's face had been inflicted by Ryan, the Shadow Guard captain, who, despite being at a disadvantage, had fought valiantly, exchanging injury for injury against Light. Fortunately, Ryan was not alone. The Shadow Guard captain had engaged Khazar to hold him back. Despite being outmatched, Ryan had unleashed his potential at the cost of his vitality. Yet the difference of a tier in strength meant that Khazar could easily manage him. He needn't even strike. Merely restraining the exhausted Ryan would suffice, allowing him to claim Ryan's head once his life force was entirely spent. Meanwhile, the more powerful Light would pursue the trio of kittens that had seized the opportunity to escape amid the chaos. On the road, Light had already dispatched one of the Shadow Guards. Just moments ago, he tore off the left arm of the remaining Shadow Guard. Although Light was adept with a curved blade, making cuts with ease, his prolonged exposure to the battlefield had seemingly altered his psyche. He found a twisted satisfaction in torturing and slaying his foes, relishing their anguished cries and helplessness as they succumbed to fear as for their target. He dared not lay a hand on her. Injuring her would complicate matters significantly. Thus, Angelina remained unharmed at that moment. The last remaining Shadow Guard was running with all his might, even resorting to a secret technique taught only to low-ranking attendants within their ranks. Yet, Light, moving like a phantom, followed at a leisurely pace, resembling a reaper of lives. Despite undergoing extensive willpower training within the Shadow Guard, the injured guard felt a wave of despair wash over him. The indomitable figure clad in blood-red armor evoked memories of his early days in the Shadow Guard, when he endured the devilish training of his instructor. Memories etched deeply into his heart, whether it was the agony from his torn arm or the dread inspired by Light's crimson armor, or perhaps the recollections of those harrowing days. The guard, while fleeing with the princess, suddenly let out a despairing wail. Ah! He pushed Princess Angelina forward, drawing the signal flares that Captain Sir Ryan had given him during their escape. and launched it skyward before turning to charge at Light. "Run, princess! Head towards the direction of the flare," he bellowed. Princess Angelina was propelled nearly 20 meters forward by the guard's push. Upon hitting the ground, she did not pause or glance back, but pressed onward toward the signal flare's trajectory. It was a pre-prepared magical missile, a novice-level magical trick. Yet inscribing it onto the bamboo signal flare required at least a low-tier or even mid-tier magic apprentice. Angelina was no stranger to it. "Oh, a breakthrough." Light grinned, taken aback by this rare miracle on the battlefield. The shadow guard before him had evidently managed to advance to a low-tier knight attendant in this dire situation, which explained his ability to muster the strength to counterattack after such a prolonged flight. However, a low-tier attendant was still akin to an ant before Light, especially one who was missing an arm and severely injured. Light swiftly drew his blood-red curved blade from his waist, performing a dazzling flourish as he eagerly watched the charging shadow guard, akin to a dessert that had suddenly appeared after a meal. "Continue the pursuit. But remember, do not harm her." Light instructed those around him that a defenseless woman was no match for his blood-red soldiers. The shadow guard's seemingly suicidal fate twisted in anguish within Princess Angelina's heart. She recalled how Sir Ryan had faced a similarly powerful adversary with a resolve to protect her, and the shadow soldiers who had recently shielded her, along with her childhood maid, and so forth. Wiping away the tears from her eyes, Princess Angelina pressed forward. The blood-red soldiers closely pursued, their speed allowing them to catch up to her at any moment. In this critical moment, a memory surfaced in Angelina's mind of her teacher's words. Every form of magic has practical applications. Whether for research or combat. An excellent magician must masterfully apply their spells to their own advantage. At present, Angelina could only wield 3 minor spells: a lightness spell, which allowed her to make cumbersome beakers lighter, a light spell, used to ignite the alcohol lamp on the alchemical table or for illumination at night, and a cleansing spell, meant for personal hygiene. Despite her tattered and filthy clothing, her skin remained smooth as jade, thanks to a secret application of the cleansing spell during her rest. Lightness spell. Angelina murmured the incantation. This trick she had employed countless times in laboratory settings. This was her inaugural attempt to use it on her own body. She prayed for its efficacy. Fortunately, Angelina's running speed indeed increased. While still not matching the formidable, battle-hardened blood-red soldiers, it at least granted her a temporary advantage for a longer escape. The glow of the white magical missile pierced the night, its brilliance rivaling that of the stars, along with a faint elemental fluctuation that captured the attention of all living beings nearby. Princess Angelina had never imagined that a magical missile launched at night could be so exquisite. Sir Ryan, his body stiff and his face smeared with blood, also caught sight of that distant radiance on the horizon. His veins, damaged from the strain of employing forbidden techniques, were nearing rupture, and the bloodstains on his face came from the arteries spraying from his shoulder. At that moment, he had lost nearly a third of his blood, and the vessels, deprived of nourishment, began to stiffen, while muscle tissue, ravaged by the dual stimuli of forbidden techniques and battle chi, began to necrotize, rendering him rigid. The once youthful Sir Ryan appeared significantly aged in that instant. Upon witnessing the light on the horizon, his expression shifted from one of desolation and solitude to one of determination and resolve. Kasser, observing the transition in Ryan's demeanor, understood the knight's decision and sighed, contemplating offering him a dignified death. Sir Ryan summoned the remnants of his dwindling battle chi, his voice hoarse, taking heavy yet unwavering steps toward Kasser. The figure clad in blood-red armor remained unmoving, his expression concealed beneath the visor, watching as the shadow guard captain charged forward. In the fleeting moment before their confrontation, Kasser thrust forth a spear, which swiftly pierced through Ryan's throat, releasing a faint spray of crimson. Sir Ryan staggered for 2 steps before collapsing in defeat. Meanwhile, Locke was roasting a wild chicken brought by the soldiers over a campfire. Sharing a meal with Lord Sorin. It was mealtime, and soldiers gathered in small groups, enjoying their dinner. Lord Sorin mingled casually with a group of squad leaders, discussing anecdotes from the noble class or the affluence of the Peters territory. The burly men were captivated by the tales spun by Lord Sorin, who had arrived at the camp only after the bloodshed at Gordon Heights. He had spent a considerable time in Peters territory, thus was well acquainted with it. Locke, somewhat distracted, listened to Sorin's stories, having already heard them multiple times after becoming familiar with him. Initially, he had begged Sorin to recount these tales, as those of humble origins often yearned for glimpses into realms beyond their reach. However, upon actual exposure, They realized it was merely a matter of perspective. Locke had long been intrigued by the prospect of dining with barons alongside the squad leaders, and now he found himself at the same table with a baron more than once, where everyone dined normally, discussing matters, and the baron appeared less severe and more approachable than before. The night was shrouded in thick clouds, obscuring the moon's glow, with only a few stubborn stars twinkling in the corners. Reluctant to fade into obscurity, a shooting star streaked across the distant mountains, briefly capturing Locke's attention, but as the wild chicken approached readiness, he hurriedly adjusted the roasting position for even cooking. Years of military life in the wild had honed the soldier's grilling skills. Wait, a shooting star from the mountains? Locke suddenly looked up. The bright light in the sky, after exhausting its energy, faded into the horizon. Chapter 50. Rescue the shooting star in the sky transitioned from dazzling to dissipating. As if it lingered before his eyes. Throughout his life, Locke had witnessed countless shooting stars, some brilliant, some extravagant, some multicolored, but none had been as extraordinary as the one before him. Who had ever seen a shooting star flying in reverse? Moreover, a peculiar feeling of oppression gripped him, one he recognized all too well from previous large-scale battles, the gruesome bloodshed at Gordon Heights, the fierce skirmishes at the Felmer Gorge, and the recent siege of France City. This oppressive aura could only be attributed to magic. Not only did Locke notice it, but the surrounding squad leaders' expressions also shifted. Though they had not witnessed the shooting star, like Locke, the seasoned knights, accustomed to the edge of battle, could easily detect the subtle fluctuations in their environment. Rare and mysterious, only magic could produce such effects. Where is it? Captain Chris of the 3rd Squad inquired. Uncertain, but it must be nearby. Otherwise, we wouldn't have sensed it here, replied Deputy Captain Dar. The fluctuations are weak. The magic level should be low, added Old Carl in agreement. Although the squad leaders had only seen their own mages from a distance in past wars, their longevity had granted them more experience. Each of them, still alive and seated here, had sworn to avoid various magical calamities in their battles. Lord Soren observed his subordinates with curiosity, although he was also a novice-level attendant, positioned at the pinnacle of that tier. Most of his prowess stemmed from rare herbs and valuable potions. He had managed to maintain a reputation for diligence within noble circles. But he still lagged behind the squad leaders, who had faced death numerous times, relying on their skills as their second life. Over there, Locke, disregarding the roast chicken in his hand, discarded it and pointed towards the foothills of the 2 great mountains to the northwest. The surrounding captains exchanged glances, uncertain whether to proceed. Something must have transpired there. Otherwise, why would there be traces of magic? However, magic signifies danger, and although they were all well aware of the risks involved, avoiding peril whenever possible was prudent. What is it? Lord Sauron inquired. There are magical fluctuations in that location. Locke indicated towards the mountains, addressing Lord Sauron. Upon hearing this, Lord Sauron's eyes sparkled with determination. Let us go. Something must have happened there. It could very well be the task to find the person we seek. With the audacity of youth, Lord Sauron decisively made the call. Captain Chris of the 3rd Squad hesitated, stating, that location is likely only known to our squad. The forces led by the Baron and Sir Will are quite distant. They probably cannot sense the magical aura. Chris's words were clear. Venturing into a place imbued with magic, with their limited numbers, could lead to unpredictable dangers. Lord Sauron, not lacking in intelligence, understood Chris's caution, yet his thirst for battle was more fervent than anyone else's. During the last siege of France, although Lord Sauron had participated, he had been kept sheltered by Locke and Jerson, only managing to slay a few ordinary minions. He bore a scar from a stray arrow, which, while adding to his masculine allure, left him feeling somewhat humiliated. He yearned to prove his capabilities, for, in terms of combat prowess, his rank undoubtedly surpassed most of the captains present. Let us send someone to contact the teams of the 2 lords to gather here. We will approach and assess the situation. If it becomes untenable, we can retreat in time, Locke suggested, having gained insight into Lord Sauron's thoughts through their companionship over the past days. Lord Sauron regarded Locke with appreciation and replied, Excellent. We shall proceed to investigate. If it is our comrades in need of rescue, we cannot turn a blind eye. It is a command from the military. With the mention of military orders, the surrounding captains were left with no grounds for objection, as Lord Sauron held the highest authority among them. Al, Howson, you 2, go and contact Baron and Sir Will. Captain Darl commanded his subordinates. Yes, the 2 soldiers, disregarding their unfinished dinner, turned and sprinted towards the locations of the Baron and Sir Will, having been separated from the other two teams for half a day. That it was now midnight, and they would likely catch up by dawn. "Let us go." Lord Sauron led the way, followed by Locke and several other captains who rallied their soldiers to pursue. Dressed in luxurious chainmail, Lord Sauron was unperturbed by the dangers of the journey, for he had not sensed any magical fluctuations himself. The captains could feel it due to their seasoned instincts from years of warfare, while he, as a novice peak squire, felt nothing, indicating that the level of magic was too low. The mere fact that he could not detect it suggested that it was likely of an elementary grade. Perhaps no more than the threat posed by a novice magical apprentice. The other captains were unaware, but he remained oblivious as well. The power of a novice magical apprentice was inferior to that of a novice knight squire. Only once one reached the level of low-grade magical apprentice would a noticeable gap emerge. Lord Sauron was confident that such a large group could not be outmatched by a mere novice magical apprentice. Unfortunately, he had never heard of the concept of magical artifacts. Princess Angelina was still fleeing, her stamina and mental fortitude reaching their limits, yet she refused to yield. During this time, she cast 2 spells of lightness upon herself. Her magical energy was now depleted, but she had not escaped the blood-red pursuers behind her, who were closing in. Had it not been for the orders to ensure her safety, they would have employed various means to halt her flight. Glimpsing the approaching adversaries, a flicker of despair crossed Angelina's eyes. As the Princess of Foston, capture was not an option. She could not allow her royal dignity to be tarnished, nor could she afford to burden her brother, who was fighting on the front lines. Reflecting on 6 years of arduous magical training, she could not disappoint her late mother or cause her caring brother concern. Lightness. Princess Angelina cast another spell upon herself. At this point, she was no longer using magical energy, but rather draining her mental reserves. Her speed increased yet again, but it proved futile as the distance between her and the blood-red soldiers continued to diminish. After the death of Angelina and Kinsel's mother 6 years ago, Angelina had sought out a renowned master in Foston to learn magic, while Kinsel had immersed himself in military life, honing his skills as a leader. Both royal siblings possessed commendable talents and had achieved notable successes in their respective fields. Angelina's mentor had praised her aptitude on numerous occasions, even intending to recommend her to a distinguished wizard in the distant Omer Empire. Kinsel had also commanded the Lion Legion, the pride of Foston's military. It could be said that the current king of Foston took greater pride in his children than in expanding his kingdom, and he deeply missed his late wife, after defeating their immediate foes, Light and Carcel. Upon noticing that the blood-red soldiers had not yet returned with the captured individuals, cursed under their breath and pursued the direction in which Princess Angelina had fled. The chase, the hunt, and the specter of death continued to unfold amidst the woods of the Bearing Mountains. When Locke and his companions reached a position close to the signal flare, they spotted Princess Angelina fleeing in the distance, pursued by the blood-red soldiers. Though her clothing was tattered and her expression frantic, there remained an undeniable grace about her. With skin as fair as porcelain, Princess Angelina appeared as a pure and pitiable angel in the night, like a startled fawn. She dashed into the heart of Lord Sauron's chest. How could such a stunning woman exist in this world? Lord Sauron pondered. Surrounding Angelina were faint traces of magical energy, perceptible to the knights and squires present. Naturally, Lord Sauron's imagination filled in the gaps. This enchanting sorceress must be fleeing from an unknown force, and the magic emanating from her was a testament to her resistance. "Forward, we must rescue her," Lord Sauron called out. Charging ahead, the son of the Baron had envisioned himself as the hero in a ballad, rescuing the damsel in distress. Typically not one to be swayed by beauty, Lord Sauron had seen many women of commendable appearance, including those like Shushi and Rafi, whom Locke had stationed in the logistics division. However, he had yet to encounter someone of Angelina's caliber. The mere sight of her ignited a protective instinct within him. "Be careful, my lord." Several captains, compelled by duty, rushed forward to shield Lord Sauron. Unlike him, they were not blinded by beauty. They were acutely aware that the pursuers behind the woman were formidable opponents, skilled in the art of combat. Engaging them would be unwise. Yet, Lord Sauron was not solely captivated by her beauty. He also harbored another consideration. The Kaidoki territory had long lacked a magician, and when calamity struck, he would have to seek assistance from his grandfather in the royal capital to borrow a magician. If they could secure a magician for their territory, it would be a fortuitous opportunity. Moreover, if that magician were to become his wife, their lineage might inherit the potential for magical aptitude. which would be immensely beneficial for the Kaidoki family's future. As he gazed at the distant figure clad in white, Lord Sauron felt his heart race and quickened his pace. Chapter 51. Overmatched, Lord Sauron, be cautious. First Squad's Vice Captain, Klein, shouted as he too charged forward. Locke, Carl, and others followed closely, forming a protective circle around Lord Sauron. Although their camp was only one-third in strength, with high-ranking officers Monty and Serwil absent, the majority of squad leaders were present. The formation around Lord Sauron was notable. At the forefront was Vice Captain Klein of the First Squad. The left flank was held by Vice Captain Carl of the Second Squad, the commander of the Fourth Squad. Jerson occupied the right flank along with Captain Chris and Vice Captain Darl of the Third Squad. Locke was positioned alongside Lord Sauron, providing close protection. Together, they formed a powerful contingent of 7 novice knight squires. Surpassing the number of high-ranking combatants present during the defense of the city of France. Moreover, it is worth noting that surrounding the 7 were nearly 200 Forsen elite soldiers. In terms of sheer numbers. The sudden emergence of Zoran and his companions faced off against the bloodthirsty pursuers of Princess Angelina at a staggering ratio of 210 from the depths of the darkened mountain forest. A resounding roar erupted from the soldiers, akin to a tsunami of fury. Kill, kill. Princess Angelina had reached a critical moment, with the blood-red soldiers now less than 5 meters behind her, on the brink of capture. Just then, a cry, thick with the southern Forsen accent, pierced the air from the southeast. Raising her gaze, Angelina beheld a sight akin to 1,000 troops surging forth from the night, countless Forsen soldiers bursting forth from the shadows. Their attire, in stark contrast to the regal uniforms of the palace guards, appeared tattered and ragged in the princess's eyes, yet in this dire moment, they exuded a sense of familiarity and warmth. Perhaps it was the sudden arrival of these Forsen soldiers that reignited a flicker of hope within Princess Angelina, prompting her to quicken her pace. Alas, the blood-red soldiers, witnessing the emergence of the Forsen warriors, abandoned their cat-and-mouse pursuit of Angelina. Fueled by a surge of combat fervor, they hastened forward, reaching the princess's position in an instant. The gust of wind from their outstretched hands brushed against Princess Angelina's ears. And as she sensed imminent capture, she unleashed a spell she had been silently preparing, Point Light, which erupted from her left palm like the sun breaking through the night. Taken by surprise. Several blood-red soldiers closest to her were momentarily blinded, unable to see clearly, though not permanently incapacitated. Seizing the opportunity, Princess Angelina crouched to evade their grasp and dashed toward Zoran and his companions. Zoran, noticing that the lady had momentarily evaded her pursuers, accelerated his energy flow and moved to intercept her. The blood-red soldiers who had not been affected by Angelina's spell hastened their pursuit. At this juncture, the distance between both parties dwindled to less than 15 meters, and battle was poised to erupt. Zoran opened his arms, striking a pose he deemed heroic, ready to embrace the beautiful sorceress as she fell into his embrace. Intending to reassure her softly, "It's all right, you are safe now." However, the situation unfolded contrary to Zoran's expectations. Angelina merely darted past him into the ranks of soldiers behind him. Casting not a glance at his outstretched arms. As she brushed by Zoran, she commanded in a voice as cold as ice, "Knight, hold them back." The authoritative tone left Zoran momentarily stunned, instinctively preparing to obey her command. Yet before he could fully grasp the peculiarities of Dar rushed forward and embraced the blood-red soldier with a sudden ferocity, his muscles swelling dramatically, under the activation of his fighting spirit. His muscles contracted tightly, effectively strangling the blood-red soldier to death. The clash continued, with both sides suffering losses, but overall, the casualties were far heavier on the side of the Foston. Chapter 52. Slaughter. The melee persisted. And although every blood-red soldier was a first-class expert endowed with fighting spirit and exhibited remarkable coordination, their numbers were tragically insufficient against the fivefold greater forces of Foston, which overwhelmed them on the surface. Veteran captains such as Klein and Dar, utilizing encirclement and ambush tactics with their subordinate soldiers, inflicted significant damage upon the blood-red soldiers. This was the Achilles heel of the blood-red squad. Typically proficient in assassination and sneak attacks, they found their effectiveness severely diminished in a large-scale melee. Why? Because of sheer numbers. In the chaos of battle, with bodies pressing against one another, who could the blood-red soldiers target for assassination? Each commander was surrounded by dozens of loyal guards. While even the lower-tier captains commanded nearly 100 soldiers, akin to ants devouring an elephant. The blood-red soldiers had previously suffered losses in such situations, where ordinary Foston soldiers had worn them down. To the blood-red soldiers, the sudden emergence of this cadre of Foston soldiers felt like a nightmare. They had witnessed their comrades pierced by the long spears of these ordinary Foston soldiers on more than one occasion. However, executing orders was their sworn duty. They could not retreat until they had captured the target woman. Thus, a group of blood-red soldiers charged back towards the Foston army in the midst of battle. They soon realized that the Foston soldiers were not as numerous as they had initially believed. Visibility in the darkness obscured their true numbers. In the brutality of battle, strength and courage were paramount. The blood-red soldiers possessed strength, and upon realizing that the Foston soldiers did not outnumber them to the point of overwhelming dominance, their courage surged back. They formed small clusters of combat formations, backing each other as they advanced in the direction of Angelina's escape, heading towards Master Zoran. With every passing second, lives were lost, and the air was filled with anguished cries. The Rock Regiment comprised a total of 400 infantry. And after more than 4 years together, aside from those who had fallen, new recruits had joined. Although they might not know each other's names, they were familiar enough, and from the wails of despair. Many recognized the voices of comrades facing their final moments. Compared to Charlotte, the Foston soldiers were far more ferocious. Each one bore a fierce spirit. Baron Kaidoki's troops, under his leadership, exhibited greater order and discipline than other Foston noble private armies. Even amidst high casualty rates, if the captain did not command a retreat, they could not withdraw. The captain indeed did not command a retreat, for they had no opportunity to do so. After Klein and Dar had dispatched 2 or 3 blood-red soldiers, they became the primary targets of the blood-red soldiers' wrath. Despite the continuous support of their own troops, their numbers were still insufficient, and the lives of their soldiers were not expendable. As captains, they had to protect their men at critical junctures. Otherwise, they would be left as mere figureheads. Under such circumstances, the situation for Klein, Dar, and several other captains became precarious, surrounded by 3 to 4 skilled adversaries. If not for the ordinary soldiers sacrificing their lives to fill the gaps, they would have already been overwhelmed. Not only Klein and his fellows, but even Rock, who had just recently elevated his fighting spirit, and Jerson found themselves targeted by blood-red soldiers. Fortunately for Rock, he had diligently trained during this period. Maintaining his swordsmanship and weapon skills, and his fighting spirit had been notably bolstered with the assistance of the Red Sea Flower. Facing a blood-red soldier before him, though challenging, he held his ground with the support of his subordinates, Kane and Hans. Rock was immensely grateful that he had previously enlisted Henry's help in acquiring a shield. This piece proved invaluable in one-on-one combat. Merely by raising his left arm in defense, he was able to deflect a powerful strike from the blood-red soldier enhanced by fighting spirit. Remarkably, the shield crafted by Henry only exhibited minor deformation and scratches after the collision of their immense forces, indicating its excellent quality. The so-called one-on-one combat involved the blood-red soldier targeting Rock, along with Hans and Kane. Jerson, in dire straits, lacked the Red Sea Flower bestowed by Master Zoran and had a mere intra-level fighting spirit. He could expend his fighting spirit in only 4 or 5 attacks before running out of steam, forcing him to hide among the ranks of soldiers, relying on their protection. Unlike Rock, who had close comrades like Kane and Hans for seamless cooperation, Jerson was merely using the lives of soldiers to preserve his own. There was little choice. Everyone valued their own life, especially after gaining a measure of power. The soldiers of the 4th Squad. The once affable Jerson now appeared utterly loathsome, while Rock, who had always mingled with them, did not disappoint. Rock had already saved several lives under the blood-red soldiers' assault. The disparity in combat between ordinary soldiers and those endowed with fighting spirit was staggering. To illustrate, unless a common soldier possessed divine strength, they could hardly withstand even a simple strike from a knight's attendant wielding fighting spirit. Both sides incurred losses, but none could assess who was superior or inferior more accurately than Master Zoran. Observing from a distance, it took nearly 7 or 8 ordinary soldiers to bring down a single blood-red soldier. As of now, 5 or 6 blood-red soldiers lay slain, yet the number of fallen Foston soldiers was far greater. With nearly 1/4 of Zoran's 200 soldiers forever resting in this foreign forest, the losses sustained in this skirmish were approaching those endured during the assault on Frank City. "What kind of trouble have you stirred up?" Zoran queried. His eyes reddened, directing his question at Angelina, who stood not far from him. If time could rewind, he would undoubtedly refrain from provoking this band of crimson harbingers of death. Angelina, clad in rough attire, stood firm, yet her legs could barely move another step. Her spirit and body had reached their limits. Pain and fatigue were the only sensations coursing through her legs. The chaos and slaughter before her were a first, as she had previously only encountered a small squad of 10 or so guards. The scale of battle now, with hundreds engaged, further shattered her composure, each moment marked by death keenly felt by her sensitive spirit. In her heart, accustomed to a life of minimal violence, this was a profound shock. Zoran's inquiry snapped Angelina back to reality. She regarded this nobleman who had suddenly appeared with soldiers, feeling a surge of gratitude for his timely assistance, akin to a drowning person clutching a lifeline. However, Zoran's abrupt questioning extinguished much of her goodwill. The experiences of recent days had matured her considerably, and her naturally sharp intellect allowed her to regain her composure quickly. She scrutinized this nobleman, who did not recognize her, her eyes wide with surprise. Which count's son was he? As the cherished daughter of the King of Foston, Angelina had attended numerous balls in the capital, and it was safe to say that no young noble in the city could forget her beauty. The balls she attended were elite affairs, and those of lower rank than count could scarcely gain entry. This misconception stemmed from her familiarity with the high-ranking nobles of the capital and the powerful local families. Zoran was merely the son of a baron and had likely never encountered Angelina directly, knowing only of her through the words of others. Angelina did not respond to Zoran's question. Instead, she retrieved a golden token from the tattered remnants of her white garment. The token was unmistakable, bearing the likeness of a woman, an image known to every Foston citizen, as it adorned all silver Deller coins. The front of the gold Deller depicted the likeness of the first king after Foston transitioned from duchy to kingdom, while the silver Deller featured the image of the first queen. The copper Deller showcased the first patriarch of the Xia family, the military minister who played a vital role in the annexation of neighboring lands. Zoran recognized the token's appearance but remained ignorant of its significance. Perhaps if his father, Baron Kaidoki, were present, he would connect the dots regarding the identity of the person before him. On the day of the late queen's funeral, the reigning king had bestowed the Golden King's token, symbolizing the first heir, upon his eldest son, Kinsei, and the Golden Queen's token, representing the second heir, upon his youngest daughter, Angelina. This had become a topic of casual conversation among the citizens of the capital, reflecting the king's affection and remembrance for the late queen. Sophia. As Angelina produced the golden token, Zoran, despite his lack of awareness, recognized the extraordinary nature of the individual standing before him. The mere act of displaying such a token was not something ordinary individuals would dare to do, let alone flaunt it openly. In conjunction with recalling the purpose of their expedition into the Bering Mountains as articulated by his esteemed father, Zoran pondered, could it truly be mere coincidence? By nature, Zoran was not a reckless individual. However, the abruptness of this overwhelming blow left him, who fancied himself capable of rivaling Baron Kaidochi, utterly unprepared. He had initially intended to cultivate a cordial relationship with a single sorcerer, only to discover upon arrival that this sorceress was extraordinarily beautiful. His envisioned heroic rescue had yet to materialize, and the formidable prowess of the blood-red armored soldiers left him astounded. Erroneous judgments and miscalculations had resulted in devastating losses among his troops, with the toll already reaching unbearable heights in such a short span. At this juncture, Zoran found himself vastly inferior to Baron Kaidochi. How could the Forstan army possibly be present in such a place? Damn it! The late-arriving light observed the scene of dozens of blood-red soldiers encircled by hundreds of Forstan soldiers. Fortunately, through the keen perception of his high-ranking attendants, he discerned that there was but one contingent of Forstan troops in the vicinity, which posed a temporary threat. With a swift motion of his left hand, he drew his blade and plunged forward, regardless of whether it was Klein or Dahl, Karl or Zoran, or even Locke and Cherson. All the squad leaders felt an overwhelming aura emanating from a short distance away. No, Zoran, too preoccupied to lament the presence of the enigmatic woman, beheld this formidable figure whose aura he had previously only sensed from Master Weir, and he plunged into despair. Angelina also recognized the familiar figure clad in blood-red armor, yet she lacked the strength to flee, leaving her with no choice but to resign herself to fate. Chapter 53. Escape Light brandished his curved blade, charging toward Angelina's position, leaving a path of defeated foes in his wake. The emblem of the high-ranking knight attendant, the aura of fighting spirit radiating forth, and a faint crimson glow of his blade proved insurmountable against even the hardest of bones. In an instant, several soldiers near Light were cleaved into multiple pieces, under the overwhelming might and suffocating pressure of his fighting spirit. A circle of space cleared around Light. As none dared to confront this harbinger of death directly, Zoran's pupils constricted, and he turned to flee. No one understood the combat prowess of a high-ranking knight attendant better than he did, not to mention the 100-plus soldiers protecting her. Even doubling their number would not suffice to shield her from the wrath of a high-ranking attendant. Only a peer-level powerhouse could contend with such an adversary, and even then, it would require several mid-ranking knight attendants to achieve any semblance of balance. Sir Ryan, though a tier below Karsar, could at least hold his ground for a time through sheer desperation. Regrettably, the most formidable combatant present was merely an entry-level attendant, while the tactic of overwhelming numbers could yield remarkable results against strong foes. The mere couple of hundred soldiers present did not constitute a true sea of men. Locke, who had been attentively watching Zoran, regarded him as a pillar of support upon witnessing Zoran's retreat. Locke understood the gravity of the situation. Unless faced with an utterly insurmountable enemy, Zoran, as the commanding officer, would never abandon his men. Locke glanced back at the blood-red armored figure effortlessly slaughtering ordinary soldiers amidst the chaos and resolutely signaled to Hans, Kane, and Uncle Carl to follow Zoran's lead and escape. Hans and Kane were struggling to counter a blood-red soldier alongside Locke, but upon receiving Locke's discreet thumbs-up and gesture toward the exit, the two veteran brothers comprehended his intentions in an instant. All three simultaneously withdrew, retreating from three different directions. The blood-red soldier, seeing this, opted not to pursue them further, but instead directed his attention toward Princess Angelina. As Locke approached Carl to pull him away, Carl was engaged in a fierce struggle with a blood-red soldier. Unlike Locke, who needed to coordinate with Hans, Kane, and numerous ordinary soldiers, Carl, relying on his seasoned first-class soldier prowess, matched the blood-red soldier blow for blow. When Locke attempted to intervene, Carl, momentarily distracted, nearly struck Locke with his blade. Fortunately, Locke's reflexes were quick, and Carl sheathed his weapon just in time. "Uncle Carl, we must go," Locke insisted, dragging Carl along without hesitation. Both Carl and the blood-red soldier were momentarily taken aback, yet the latter quickly resumed his pursuit of Princess Angelina. Uncle Carl, like Uncle Yushi, had taken care of Locke over the years, making it imperative for Locke to ensure Carl's safety. Initially confused, Carl soon grasped the situation upon seeing Locke gesture toward the fleeing Zoran. Without making a sound, they took flight to eye in the chaos of battle. Desertion was only slightly less grievous than treason, punishable by execution. Moreover, they needed other squad leaders and ordinary soldiers to hold the line. Most soldiers remained oblivious to Zoran and Locke's stealthy withdrawal, even if they noticed the tumultuous scene. Few would dare intervene. However, Angelina, who was in proximity to Zoran, realized the shocking truth. The invincible first-hand army spoken of by her father and the valiant forces detailed in her brother's letter had indeed produced deserters. Princess Angelina nearly fainted from disbelief. "I am Princess Angelina. I command you to take me with you." In that moment, she cast aside her previous airs of superiority and hastily declared her identity. The aching fatigue in her legs and the repercussions of her drained mental fortitude surged forth, and it was a testament to her formidable spirit that she could still remain conscious. Upon hearing the name Angelina, Zoran's initial reaction was disbelief. The noble Princess Angelina of Forstan should be in the royal capital, not lost in these desolate mountains. Yet, upon reflecting on their mission, it became apparent that this princess was likely their target for rescue. He recalled his father mentioning that 3 major legions had dispatched teams for a search and rescue operation, and aside from the king's most cherished daughter, who else could command such an extensive force of thousands amidst a time of war? However, understanding the situation was one matter, taking action was another. Zoran was not a simple-minded patriot. An exemplary noble must constantly evaluate whether the costs of his actions aligned with the potential gains. The objective of those harbingers of death was clearly Princess Angelina. Taking her along would undoubtedly spell doom. In the current predicament, none could withstand the pursuit of a high-ranking knight attendant. Yet, Zoran dared not defy Angelina's command. Having fled once, he could not feign ignorance of her identity. Now, if word of this were to spread, not only would his life be forfeit, but the entire Kaidochi family might share the same fate. In this moment of crisis, Zoran had no time for further contemplation. Glancing around, he saw Locke closest to him. "Locke, take her with you. We must leave," Zoran commanded. Locke felt an urge to curse. Why would they burden themselves with an encumbrance at such a perilous time? Angelina turned to Locke, If Zoran had been the primary hero in her rescue, and Dahl and Brian had emerged as secondary protagonists through their valiant efforts, then Locke was merely a background character in this unfolding drama. Locke, now realizing the gravity of the situation, thought, a princess, no less. Kane, we'll drag her along. Hans, clear the way. Locke swiftly instructed. With Kane on one side and Locke on the other, they disregarded the propriety of gender as they seized Angelina's arms and fled. Carl, being the strongest among them, took it upon himself to trail behind as their rear guard. Thinking of escaping, Ryan had noticed the fleeing group from afar and was determined not to let one of Charlot's last hopes slip away. With his fighting spirit surging through his abdomen, the Crimson Blade's aura intensified, and those in his path fell before him, as he carved a bloody path through the throng. This was perhaps the most devastating loss the regiment had faced since the campaign at Felmer Canyon. Out of 200 soldiers, nearly half had already fallen. During the Felmer Canyon battle, their losses had only approached 150. The slaughter continued, and another wave of pressure surged from behind Locke and the others. As Karsar, having dealt with Ryan, arrived on the scene. Do not linger, capture her, and flee, Karsar shouted from a distance. They were now perilously close to the Bering Mountains border, though surprised by the Forstan rescue force's swift arrival. Karsar understood that the immediate priority was to secure their target and escape. Otherwise, more Forstan troops would arrive, and their mission would fail. The arrival of yet another high-ranking knight attendant sent the Forstan forces into disarray. While the ordinary soldiers were somewhat oblivious to the terrifying might of attendant-level warriors, Light's brutal victories had made his strength abundantly clear. The ground was littered with corpses, rivers of blood flowing. Instilling terror in every Forstan soldier, Karsar charged toward Angelina, contrasting Light, who was still immersed in slaughter among the Forstan ranks. Having endured a few attacks, Karsar swiftly closed the distance to Locke and the others. Run! Zoran felt an overwhelming sense of dread and led the charge. Ultimately, Zoran had always been a noble scion under the protection of a baron, despite having endured considerable time on the battlefield. He still lacked a certain boldness. While Locke and the others were also in flight, they remained remarkably composed, maintaining their speed despite the chaos. After a night of fierce battle, Light and Kasser found themselves significantly drained of both energy and spirit. Particularly Light, who, despite maintaining an undefeated stance, began to gasp for breath after being worn down by a multitude of soldiers. His earlier composure was now a fade. It is not without reason that the strategy of overwhelming numbers is particularly effective against such formidable opponents. The two sides engaged in a relentless chase within the shadowy confines of the forest. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Foston continued to grapple with the blood-red soldiers, without the presence of equally powerful allies. It was entirely possible for the fewer blood-red troops to annihilate them. Fortunately, the blood-red soldiers showed little interest in the common soldiers of Foston, as they too were nearing their limits. Adhering to the principle that every blood-red soldier must complete their mission while striving to avoid unnecessary conflict, Light's right hand gripped Darl's throat, causing Darl's face to turn a ghastly shade of blue and purple as he struggled futilely against Light's iron grip. Despite his efforts, it was in vain. Light's hold only tightened until, with a chilling crack, Darl, the deputy captain of the 3rd Squadron, met his demise on the other side. Brian let out a furious roar, brandishing his spear as he lunged forward. Light used Darl's lifeless body as a shield, raising his left hand with a curved blade and thrusting it forward. Brian, unable to comprehend the situation, looked down in disbelief at the blood-red blade embedded in his abdomen. Ah! He screamed in agony, summoning his last ounce of strength to raise his spear towards Light. But alas, before the tip could even graze him, the light of life in Brian's eyes flickered out. Carl positioned himself in front of Kasser. But Kasser did not spare him a glance, unleashing a fierce wave of energy. Carl raised his sword in defense, yet he underestimated Kasser's strength. Previously, Ryan had not depleted much of Kasser's power, and at this moment, Kasser was stronger than Light. This surge of energy could be likened to the full force of a high-tier squire. How could an entry-level squire like Carl possibly withstand it? With a resounding crack, the energy surged through Carl's sword hilt, severing his right hand. Along with it, 2 squadron leaders lay dead, and one was left maimed. Since the bloody battle at Gordon Heights, Locke's unit had not suffered such devastating losses. Chapter 54, Brotherhood. Carl cried out in excruciating pain, retreating with his bleeding right arm clutched tightly against him, his face ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his brow. After repelling Carl with a single strike, Kasser chose not to press the attack further. Viewing entry-level squires as mere insects, Angelina was his true target. Caster sheathed his weapon and continued his pursuit. The assassination mission had already been delayed far too long. It was intended for the entire Blood Red squad to strike, eliminate the Shadow Guards, and capture Princess Angelina. Initially, they had refrained from engaging the private troops of local nobles, allowing Angelina to escape. After a prolonged pursuit, they had finally located her trail, dispatched the remaining guards surrounding her, and were on the verge of completing their mission when a contingent of Foston soldiers emerged unexpectedly. The variables had escalated dramatically. Caster never undertook tasks without assurance of success. The longer he delayed, the more unknown factors would arise. He needed to capture Angelina immediately and then depart. Under the relentless pursuit of a high-tier squire, Locke and his companions' escape appeared utterly futile. Zoran glanced back, witnessing the blood-red armored figure closing in on them, the sword of death in its grasp growing ever nearer. "We can't stay together. Split up," Zoran shouted to Locke, contemplating the abandonment of his comrade. The blood-red armored figure had clearly targeted Locke, who bore Princess Angelina. Thus, by suggesting they separate, Zoran aimed to divert the pursuit away from himself. The survival of the leader over the troops was the thought that occupied Zoran's mind. He had not yet reached the point of self-sacrifice for Locke, a baronial heir who was not ready to meet his end so soon. As for Princess Angelina, he conveniently chose to forget about her. In such dire circumstances, who could afford to care for a princess? He was not a staunch loyalist to the royal family. In fact, local nobles seldom exhibited direct loyalty to the crown. At times, the orders from local magnates or immediate superiors carried more weight than those from the king. Locke stared at Zoran in disbelief, unable to fathom that the man who had once regarded him as a brother would issue such a command, a clear directive for his demise, despite having encountered many dark realities during his 4 years of military service. Bullying from older recruits upon his arrival, the spoils of war being seized by brutish individuals, and the withholding of military pay by superiors. Locke had seldom experienced such overt betrayal among comrades. Even in private, such treachery was rare. The essence of military life lay in unity, a place where one could safely entrust their back to another. Perhaps this was the stark reality of their hierarchical differences. Locke suddenly realized their current actions mirrored this disparity. As a squadron leader, Zoran abandoned ordinary soldiers to flee. Locke could not condemn Zoran for such behavior, as he had just done the same. Locke cast a silent glance at Zoran, then turned to Kane and Hans, who had fought alongside him for several years. Both Kane and Hans understood Zoran's intentions, yet they remained silent, unable to voice their thoughts. Zoran was their lord, and within the ranks, at the bottom, obedience to orders was their only principle. However, they would not abandon Locke, for it could be said that each member of Locke's squad owed him a debt of life. Kane, having found himself in perilous situations as a scout multiple times, was saved by Locke's timely interventions. Hans, too, had fallen in battle on several occasions, only to be carried back to camp by Locke himself. If there existed a bond of friendship potent enough to inspire self-sacrifice, Hans and Kane would undoubtedly lay down their lives for Locke without hesitation. Locke felt the same. Not only had he supported Kane during the bloody battle at Gordon Heights, but Hans, his old neighbor, had also shielded Locke from many dangers over the years. In moments of peril, Locke could never be as selfish as Zoran. He glanced at Kane and Hans, recognizing their shared resolve in their eyes. But he could not allow his brothers to die in vain. The target of the blood-red soldiers was clearly Angelina. Whoever carried her would be in the greatest danger of being killed. Locke could not issue an order that would lead to his brothers' deaths. Moreover, Zoran had explicitly commanded him to take Angelina and then split up. Locke cast a glance back at the fallen Uncle Carl, who had lost an arm in their service. "You two go back and get Uncle Carl. I'll take her," Locke declared decisively, pulling Angelina onto his back. Startled, she exclaimed, "Ah," as Locke finally took a proper look at her. Though her face was smudged with dirt, she was undeniably beautiful. No. Kane and Hans rejected the idea without a second thought. At that moment, there was no hierarchy, only the bond of brotherhood among the 10-man squad. Only the three of them had a friendship strong enough to risk their lives for one another. Despite Locke's promotion to squadron leader, Kane and Hans remained ordinary third-class soldiers, not even squad leaders. Yet, Locke had frequently discussed their camaraderie with them. Upon his ascension, it was not that Locke was unwilling to assist them, but rather, he lacked the means to do so. "We three are brothers, no need for further words. Within 3 months, I will absolutely help you both become squad leaders." Locke's words echoed in their minds. Locke lacking qualifications and strength at the time, had spoken such grand statements not out of ignorance, but from a desire to honor the bond they shared. If his brothers were willing to risk their lives alongside him, he must reciprocate their loyalty. Stop with the unnecessary chatter. You must leave now, Locke scolded, unleashing a rare outburst of anger. Go. He kicked at Hans and Kane. Quickly. Save Uncle Carl. With that, Locke shouldered Angelina and dashed into the depths of the dense forest. The mountainous terrain and underbrush of the thicket represented Locke's only hope at this juncture. He silently prayed for the woods to be thick enough to provide cover. But regrettably, even in this season, the foliage was sparse, offering little concealment. Angelina, momentarily stunned by the rapid shifts in her surroundings, was bewildered as the nobleman she had thought to be an ally abandoned her to flee on his own. Before she could muster her indignation, the grizzled soldier with gray hair had seized her and thrown her over his shoulder. Her chest pressed against Locke's back, while his hand inadvertently rested upon her curvaceous form. Never before had Princess Angelina experienced such brazen treatment. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and before she could retort, she was deeply moved by the palpable camaraderie between Locke, Kane, and Hans. The Shadow Guards had fought valiantly to protect her, and while their silent loyalty to the kingdom of Foston had touched her, it paled in comparison to the raw, living bond of brotherhood displayed by these three men. This was a man deserving of admiration, she thought, as she assessed Locke, who had chosen to face danger while allowing his subordinates to flee. In Foston, such behavior was unprecedented. Locke had resolved to confront the specter of death long before, at the tender age of 14 to now. At 18, how could he fear death? To him, living another year was merely breaking even. 2 years would be a gain. This had always been Locke's inner conviction. His rationale was simple. His family would survive the famine if they received his year's pay and the compensation for his potential death. If he could send home 2 years' worth of military pay, their circumstances would improve significantly, sparing his parents and sister from daily hunger, despite having long since reconciled himself to the uncertainties of life and death. When faced with such a choice, Locke still yearned to fight for survival. He had yet to see his sister and had not secured a stable home with Xiaoqing. He was not prepared to die just yet. Our Captain Locke, for the first time, harbored such an intense desire for survival. Hold on tight, Locke shouted to the Angelina on his back, channeling all his remaining energy into his legs, the already pea-sized vortex of fighting spirit. Spurred by Locke's fervor, desperately unleashed a torrent of energy, a warm current flowing to the forearms of his legs. Run, Locke declared, his feet pounding the ground as he surged forward. Angelina, startled by his sudden movement before she could fully comprehend his words, clung tightly to him. Although young, her ample figure was a testament to her good nutrition, yet Locke had no time to appreciate it. He was oblivious to her touch, his focus solely on the branches obstructing his path and the stones underfoot. Humph. Trying to escape? Cassar sneered at Locke, who was desperately struggling ahead, ignoring Carl, who had lost one arm, and Hans and Kane on the other side. As he relentlessly pursued Locke, no one could escape from him. Cassar thought with unwavering confidence. Run, run, run. The singular thought consumed Locke's mind. Memories of his parents, longing for his sister, and love for Cece transformed into the very motivation propelling his flight. Alas, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. The high-ranking attendant Cassar bore down on him like the immense pressure once exerted by Sir Will, who had taught him the ways of fighting spirit, leaving Locke with nothing but despair. The distance between them was closing. Despite Locke's relentless sprint, the harbinger of death was intent on capturing him. Angelina, feeling Locke's desperate struggle, also ignited a will to survive. Exhausted of magical power and having overexerted her mental faculties, she found herself incapable of forcibly wielding magic any longer. Yet, she refused to concede. Convinced that she would not be outdone by an ordinary commoner, Locke's hair color marked him as such. Drawing upon her last reserves of willpower, Angelina cast a light spell towards Locke. But, as her consciousness faded, she clung tightly to him, believing that this man would create a miracle. Overwhelmed by extreme pressure, Locke entered a trance-like state, oblivious to how his strides had become considerably lighter. His unwavering determination to run with all his might became his sole faith. Chapter 55. The Fall. Navigating through trees and leaping over boulders, Locke raced towards the dense northern forest, burdened by another person on his back, yet his speed showed no signs of waning. Where he passed, only shadows remained. Perhaps it was the life-and-death urgency that propelled Locke beyond his limits. If Locke's speed was akin to the swift wind, then Cassar, in his blood-red armor, was a bolt of lightning. Unlike Locke, who maintained a steady run, Kasser advanced with leaps and bounds. Each time he landed on a tree or rock, he would push off with force, covering vast distances with each leap. That Kasser's speed not only surpassed Locke's, but also exuded a certain elegance. Starkly contrasting Locke's current struggled as Locke approached a towering mountain, flanked by lush green hills. The scenery deviated from the typical autumn hues of withering leaves that eye in the distance. The mountains appeared unusually vibrant. Locke was now nearly 3 kilometers away from the battleground where the blood-red soldiers clashed with the forces of Furzation. In a mere moment, he had traversed such a great distance. The silhouettes of Soren, Hans, Kane, and others had shrunk to mere specks. Yet, Locke remained undeterred, the oppressive aura behind him relentlessly closing in. "Give up," Kasser called out, watching Locke struggle ahead. "What you're doing is futile." Without losing speed, Kasser pursued while attempting to dissuade him. He felt a twinge of annoyance. Unlike the stronger light, Kasser had only recently advanced to high-ranking attendant, and his foundation was still shaky. His total fighting spirit was not as abundant as Light's. And as a shrewd expert, Kasser knew he had to conserve his strength for the return journey. This was the reason he had survived the longest among the blood-red ranks. Locke remained silent, focused solely on his escape. Anyone who paused would be a fool. Locke was no naive recruit easily swayed by Kasser's words. Even if it seemed futile, he would fight for every breath. Damn it! Seeing Locke maintain his speed, Kasser accelerated his pursuit, unwilling to waste any more time. Channeling his fighting spirit into his legs, a surge of energy propelled him forward, and in an instant, the gap between them shrank to less than 10 meters. Kasser unleashed a fraction of his total fighting spirit, resulting in an explosive burst of speed. The gale generated by his acceleration whipped past Locke's ears painfully, and he was now less than 20 meters from the mountain's summit. Yet, this distance felt insurmountable, for escape was becoming increasingly impossible. The smile crept onto Kasser's lips beneath his mask. He intended to claim the head of this insignificant nuisance who had wasted his time, along with that of the Princess Angelina. Unlike Light, who reveled in slaughter, Kasser had a peculiar fondness for women. And Angelina's ethereal beauty stirred something within him. He envisioned leaving her with a lasting impression as punishment for her audacity to flee. As Kasser prepared to relish the fruits of victory, Locke, ahead, seemed to glimpse something, his body jolting as he unexpectedly quickened his pace even further despite already reaching his limits. Kasser was taken aback by Locke's continued struggle. But his expression soon darkened as realization dawned upon him that a cliff? He hadn't anticipated a cliff. The mountainous reverse side was not a steep slope like the other side. It was devoid of trees and rocks, leading to an endless forest in the distance, while nearby lay a sheer abyss. Locke felt as if he hadn't traversed the arduous kilometers up this mountain. Indeed, given its steep gradient, the kilometers translated into considerable elevation. Locke could not calculate the height precisely, but he understood intuitively that even an Iron Man would be reduced to a mere disk after such a fall. Locke, unwilling to fall into the clutches of the blood-red armored man, gazed at the precipice and contemplated suicide. He was terrified of death, yet unafraid. His fear stemmed from the thought of his loved ones being left unattended, yet after 4 long years of war. He had witnessed too much death and anticipated this day. He never imagined it would come so swiftly. Just a day prior, he was a spirited captain, and now he was a pitiful soul on the brink of execution. Life, oh life. Having never been educated, Locke suddenly felt a pang of reflection, realizing that one contemplates so much before death. Even in death, one cannot find satisfaction, he thought to himself, for it was clear that their target was Angelina on his back. They had already slain so many of Locke's comrades. Throughout his 4 years in the military, he had come to know nearly every soldier in the camp. The blood-red soldiers had mercilessly slaughtered even members of Locke's own squad. Locke dashed towards the cliff's edge, while Kasser, cursing under his breath, hastened to close the distance. However, with a mere 10 meters separating them, the appearance of the cliff caught both off guard. Locke's determination to end his life rendered Kasser helpless, despite his formidable strength. Finally, as Locke reached the precipice, Kasser's sword tip was less than 2 meters away from him and Angelina. Yet, those 2 meters felt like an insurmountable chasm, for as Locke leaped, he placed that distance between himself and Kasser. In that fleeting moment before plunging into the abyss, Locke glanced back at Kasser, whose grim expression hardened as he abruptly halted his advance, eyes burning with intensity beneath his mask. Locke smiled, realizing that Kasser indeed would not leap after him. Yet a tinge of disappointment lingered. If only this man would join him in death. Kasser would never consider such a fate. as a captain of the Blood Red. He possessed both power and influence. Why would he choose death? The thought of failing his mission and facing the king's wrath darkened his mood further. That it was all due to this band of fools. Cassar turned his gaze toward the distant battlefield where the Blood-Red and Forston soldiers clashed, gripping his sword tightly as he charged down the mountainside. He sought death and blood to quell the fury boiling within him. Leaving thoughts of reinforcing Forston troops far behind, in the chaos of battle, few could maintain their composure from start to finish. Even Cassar, known among the Blood-Red ranks as a strategist, found himself indifferent to future concerns. As for Locke and Angelina, their fall from such heights was undoubtedly fatal. Those two mere ants, possessing only novice-level strength, stood no chance of survival. Sir Will, it's in that direction. One of the soldiers sent by Soren to find Baron Kaidoki, and Sir Will encountered Sir Will leading a cavalry detachment. Unlike infantry, cavalry found it challenging to navigate dense forests, so the cavalry under Sir Will's command had not strayed far after parting ways with Soren, Baron Kaidoki, and the others, grasping the soldier's hand. Sir Will urged his steed onward, the thunderous sound of hooves echoing behind him, for this was Baron Kaidoki's most prized and formidable unit. The cavalry under Baron Kaidoki was renowned even among the private armies of the Second Corps. Thanks to their high-ranking attendant commander and their impressive steeds and cavalrymen in a cavalry regiment, the commander, a marquis of the kingdom, held a position that others could only envy, particularly given his status as a father-in-law. Sir Will, unlike the short-sighted Soren or the magic-limited squad leaders like Locke and Carl, possessed a profound understanding of a mage's standing, having traveled extensively and lived in the Omoer Empire for many years. Even if he were a high-ranking squire, he would still show utmost respect to a low-level magic apprentice. Knights emphasize their own cultivation, relying primarily on their own strength, while mages depend on lineage. Behind every mage, there is often a cadre of fellow mages, be they siblings or mentors. The mages hunted in the deep woods, whether the mage themselves or their pursuers, were not to be trifled with, though Sir Will was not a coward. He also had no penchant for provoking trouble. If he were present, he would likely keep his distance, particularly from the low-ranking mage under the command of Baron Cashier, whom he regarded with disdain. Having encountered far more terrifying and absurd mages of even lower rank, most knights, like Sir Will, chose to maintain a respectful distance from mages. As they drew nearer to the clash between the Blood-Red soldiers and the Forstan troops, the air thickened with palpable hostility and the scent of blood. The warhorse beneath Sir Will remained calm, in stark contrast to the other steeds, which snorted restlessly, their keen animal instincts perceiving the impending danger. The cavalrymen reprimanded their mounts to remain quiet. Seasoned warriors, they understood that their companions had sensed something amiss and braced themselves for what might unfold. Gripping their lances tightly, they prepared for combat. Knowing the forest was not the ideal terrain for such weapons, yet the sparse branches and dry, yellowed leaves posed little hindrance. As the cavalry approached, Light and Cassar were engaged in a ruthless slaughter of the ordinary Forstan soldiers. Of the more than 200 Forstan troops, fewer than 50 still stood, all bearing injuries, while over half of the 40 Blood-Red soldiers had already fallen. Light and Cassar had yet to fulfill their mission and knew they had to take decisive action. The wrath of His Majesty the King was not something to be trifled with. These Forstan soldiers were to be their sacrificial offering. The scene before Sir Will was one of carnage, a veritable mountain of corpses. Baron Kaidoki had left half of his troops under Soren's command in a bid to protect him, meaning that the Blood-Red soldiers had effectively slaughtered a third of Baron Kaidoki's forces, which also implied that nearly a third of the common folk in Kaidoki had lost their sons, husbands, or brothers. Kill! Sir Will's eyes blazed with fury, and without further consideration of the origins of these Blood-Red soldiers, he acted decisively. Kill! 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 Roared the 100-strong cavalry behind him, their hearts ignited with rage upon witnessing the slaughter of their comrades. Chapter 56. Awakening. In the previous moment, Locke had seen the mist atop the mountain, the abyss below, and the cold glint of the crimson-armored figure behind him. In the next instant, he beheld a few clumps of trees jutting from the cliffside. But his descent was too swift for him to grasp anything, leaving him with only the regret of a hand that had just reached out, though the fierce wind stung his eyes. Locke remained resolute, prepared to confront death head-on. A dark green pool. Before Locke's mind could fully comprehend the situation, bang! The immense impact rendered him unconscious. Time lost all meaning, and Locke found himself in a pitch-black place. Devoid of memory regarding how he had arrived there, or even who he was, he wandered aimlessly, running, glancing about, as though he were a marionette devoid of thought, mechanically performing actions that he did not understand. Would he truly spend his life in such a manner? Suddenly, amidst the numbness, a flicker of thought emerged, accompanied by a surge of pain that jolted Locke partially awake, the agony intensifying. Finally, it seemed as if a window had opened in that dark place, allowing light to seep through. When Locke regained consciousness, the first thing he saw was a gigantic, indistinct claw. Shaking his head to clear his senses, he noticed a peculiar gray creature with bulging eyes and 8 legs. Scuttling across his nose, this strange being was clamping down hard on Locke's arm with one of its long, uneven pincers. Upon regaining his awareness, Locke finally understood the source of his pain. This odd little creature, about the size of his palm, possessed surprising strength, having pierced Locke's arm, adding yet another wound to his already battered body. Indeed, Locke was in a dire state. From head to toe, he bore no unblemished spot. With cuts and bruises marring his skin, and a sense of heaviness weighing on his chest, he grasped the peculiar creature clinging to his left arm with his right hand, and the moment its pincers released their grip, a faint trickle of blood spurted forth from his arm. Damn it! Locke cursed, seizing the creature and smashing it against a nearby rock. Its shell proved surprisingly resilient, upon colliding with the sharp stone. Only a white mark appeared on its back. Observing the creature's continued thrashing, Locke's anger flared. Bang, bang, bang. After countless strikes, the creature's shell finally shattered, releasing white flesh and yellowish fluid, and as its 8 legs splayed out, it fell silent, discarded onto the ground. Only then did Locke regain his bearings and survey his surroundings. Before him lay a dark green pond, bordered by a stretch of pale sandy beach, devoid of any other life forms apart from the creature he had just slain. Towering above was a steep cliff, its summit hidden from view, while the remaining directions were shrouded in dense, tranquil woods. Who am I? Locke pondered. Locke? Yes, I am Locke. How did I end up here? The crimson-armored figure. Uncle Carl with a severed arm, the soldier in blood-red leather armor with a pierced throat, the deceased Darl, the fleeing Clyan, and finally, the precipice of the vast abyss. These scenes flickered through Locke's mind. And at last, he recalled everything. The ferocious assault on that strange creature had left him feeling as if his body had fallen apart, every inch of him aching. Locke assessed his condition. He bore countless wounds, blood oozing from his body, presenting a rather alarming sight. The most severe injury was to his chest, likely inflicted when he fell into the pond, absorbing the brunt of the impact. The sensation of heaviness made Locke's pain unbearable. As though death were imminent, his half-armor lay in tatters, with only a few metal fragments clinging to his form, remnants of its former existence. Locke's longsword was nowhere to be found, lost to the unknown. His garments were tattered, resembling a collection of rags hanging from him, but as Locke attempted to rise, he nearly stumbled again, racked by intense pain that surged through him, and blood seeped from his wounds. Even if he were still alive, he mused, it was unlikely he would last much longer. Out of the corner of his eye, a white figure on the lake's surface caught Locke's attention, and he turned to recall how he had forgotten about the princess. Indeed, the white figure on the lake was none other than Angelina, who had fallen alongside him from the cliff, now floating serenely on the water's surface, having spent much of his life as a commoner and a low-ranking officer. Locke's first instinct was to save her, for she was a princess, the daughter of their illustrious king of Forstan. Having often caught fish and shrimp in the river by his village, Locke was familiar with swimming. With his weary, aching body, he plunged into the water with a splash, making his way toward Angelina. What kind of water is this? Though he had managed to withstand the pain until now, the moment he entered the water, a surge of sensations, stinging, aching, assaulted his wounds, as if salt had been poured directly onto them, nearly causing him to faint as he swam. Some of the lake water entered his mouth, and he finally realized why. The water was entirely salty. Upon reaching Angelina's side, he grasped her with one hand while frantically paddling with the other, propelling them both toward the shore. At last, they reached land, and Locke collapsed beside her, his body feeling as though it had fallen apart. Gasping for breath, it was midday. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, casting light upon Locke's face. He licked his parched lips, feeling both thirsty and hungry, compounded by the salty lake water he had just swallowed, leaving his throat feeling as if a shard of iron were lodged within. Surveying his surroundings, he found no signs of life, no means to satiate his hunger. Locke lay back, arms outstretched, resigned to welcome death. In this desolate place, devoid of food and water, and with his body battered, he found himself in dire straits. Yet, strangely, Locke felt a sense of calm. He believed he should have died long ago. During the pursuit by that crimson-armored figure, or as he plummeted down the cliff, sunlight danced upon his face, and Locke's expression was one of serene acceptance. Wait, something stirred in Locke's memory, and even in his exhaustion. He found the strength to sit upright, gazing once more at the peculiar creature he had just slain. The shattered shell, with the pale flesh within exuding a yellowish juice, appeared irresistibly tempting to Locke. Struggling to his feet, he staggered over, seizing the corpse of the peculiar grayish creature, and made his way back. Once settled beside Angelina, he licked his lips in anticipation, eagerly bringing his mouth to the shell in his hands. He cautiously took a bite of the tender white flesh, savoring its smooth texture, and then tasted the yellowish juice surrounding the shell. Though slightly astringent, Locke paid it no mind. In fact, the bittersweet liquid provided him with a sensation akin to sipping on a refreshing spring. The palm-sized morsel inspired him to indulge in a lavish feast. Questions of whether this creature was edible or poisonous barely crossed his mind. After years of military service, he had consumed all manner of things. Even centipedes and spiders, which he had roasted and found to be somewhat palatable. The meat and moisture offered by the grayish creature were limited, and after his initial sampling, Locke had devoured most of it in just a few bites. Just as he was about to finish the remaining portion, his gaze fell upon the unconscious Angelina beside him. She resembled a princess, Locke mused, with their survival in this uncertain place still in question. He pondered whether to share his meager food with her. Angelina lay quietly next to him, her porcelain face revealed after being cleansed by the lake's waters, her clothes soaked and accentuating her graceful figure. Resembling a serene angel, Locke furrowed his brow, but ultimately extended the remnants of his meal toward Angelina's lips, his heart softening. Since she remained unconscious, the act of feeding her proved challenging. Much of the meat became lodged between her teeth and went unconsumed. Fortunately, some juice remained, and even in her stupor, Angelina seemed to instinctively recognize the importance of this moisture, naturally drinking in the peculiar yellowish liquid, along with the white flesh from her mouth. Whether that yellow juice was the creature's brain matter or blood was of no concern to Locke. Nor was it to the oblivious Angelina that to Locke's embarrassment, perhaps parched from her ordeal, Angelina began to suck on his fingers, drawing in the remaining moisture from his fingertips after finishing the juice from the shell. Locke's face flushed crimson, and he quickly withdrew his fingers from her mouth, the sound of his withdrawal causing a stir within him. Discarding the thoughts swirling in his mind, he carelessly tossed aside the shell. The grayish creature, other than its thin shell that attested to its former existence, had been entirely consumed by Locke and Angelina. Locke was not picky. Aside from the hard shell, he swallowed everything else, including the soft bones and entrails. Had he not yet fully regained his strength, he would have been tempted to pry open the larger claw that had pierced his skin, curious to see if there was anything edible inside. After a brief rest, as the creature's flesh was likely being digested, Locke finally felt a flicker of energy. Since he was still alive, he resolved to fight for his survival. It was improbable that there was only one of these grayish creatures in the vicinity, with so many legs. It likely preferred dark, hidden places like centipedes and spiders. Locke rose and headed toward the nearest rock, observing the sandy expanse around him, devoid of any shadows, and suspected that something intriguing lay beneath the stone. Chapter 57. A makeshift nest clutching the sharp stone with which he had just slain the odd creature. Locke approached several nearby rocks. Though still recovering, he considered himself fortunate to be able to walk without stumbling. Yet he felt compelled to wield a weapon. The creature's abnormal claw had left a lasting impression on his arm. Scanning the area, the small sharp stone that had slain the creature was his only means of defense. In fact, Locke possessed another weapon, a short dagger hidden within his boot, but he lacked the skill to wield it effectively, and given the hardness of the creature's shell, he doubted it would suffice to penetrate it. To his relief, the surrounding stones did not disappoint. Upon lifting one, he discovered two of the peculiar creatures entangled together, expelling gray bubbles, startled by the sudden intrusion of sunlight and Locke's presence. The grayish beings hastily scurried, their 8 legs flailing, while the one with the disproportionate claw raised it menacingly towards Locke. Drawing on his experience, Locke deftly avoided the raised claw and brought the stone crashing down. Bang! 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 After a few strikes, the 2 grayish creatures were flattened into mere patties. Breathing heavily, Locke collapsed to the ground, reaching for the remains of the peculiar creatures without a second thought, digging in with his fingers. The half of the previous grayish creature he had consumed barely filled him, and these 2 were just what he needed. But the sensation of eating raw food was unpleasant. Locke found himself relishing the taste, unlike other insects. These peculiar beings lacked a sour or foul odor, and aside from a hint of astringency, he found them quite acceptable. This was infinitely better than the dark bread back at the camp, whether it was due to his hunger or the actual flavor. Locke couldn't quite tell. After a few mouthfuls, Locke collected the inedible shells, claws, and legs, reasoning that the sturdy remnants might prove useful. Additionally, having camped in the wilderness for 4 years, he understood the dangers of exposing blood and food remnants, especially in uncertain surroundings that he had no intention of being careless. Fortunately, Locke had eaten cleanly, leaving little to tidy up, just the inedible parts to stow away, since he had begun training his fighting energy. Locke had become more attuned to his body. At this moment, he could distinctly feel the food he had just consumed settling into his stomach, while the weak energy within him gradually gathered to assist in digestion. Though too feeble to be consciously controlled, these energies operated autonomously, relieving Locke of concern. After regaining a measure of strength, Locke glanced at the still unconscious Angelina, and then at his own tattered state. Sighing, "I must find a place to rest." The jungle at night was perilous, and Locke could not guarantee that no creatures would approach. Despite feeling somewhat revitalized, he was still injured. Even a wild dog could easily overpower him. Scanning the area, he noticed that the lake bordered a section of the cliff where the inner wall receded slightly. Although the space was limited, it appeared sufficient for both of them to lie down. After ensuring there were no immediate dangers, Locke ventured into the nearby woods to gather dry branches and leaves. While most of the trees remained evergreen, he easily found a sizable bundle of those that had withered in the deep autumn. Removing his half-armor, which had become too damaged for use, Locke planned to dismantle it, as the elastic band securing it, the remaining metal pieces, and scraps of fabric would serve him better than leaving it in its current state. He stacked the dry branches to form a rudimentary fire pit. Locke was not deceived by the surrounding greenery. He remembered that it was deep autumn and, without a fire at night, even the strongest constitution would succumb to illness in this remote wilderness. Falling ill equated to death, especially as Locke was already injured. In addition to the dry branches for the fire, he tore up a quantity of grass from the nearby area, lacking adequate fabric for bedding. He had to make do with grass. Regrettably, much of the grass in the woods was rather short, and Locke spent considerable time gathering enough to cushion their resting place for covering themselves while they slept. Locke glanced at his tattered clothing as evening approached. The sun dipped below the horizon. Surrounded by trees and cliffs, the sunlight faded rapidly. The temperature reflected the deep autumn season, quickly plunging to an unbearable chill. Fortunately, Locke had prepared. He took a wooden stick and placed it atop the previously gathered dry branches, using 2 belts detached from his half-armor to wrap around both ends of the stick. Gripping each end tightly, he pulled swiftly, causing the stick to spin at high speed. The dry branches, composed of resin-rich pine, ignited almost immediately. Rarely had he employed such primitive fire-starting methods, but thankfully, Locke's skills had not diminished. The flames on the dry branches grew steadily, prompting Locke to add several more collected sticks, as the initial pile would not suffice for long. Before nightfall completely enveloped the area, Locke returned to the sandy beach by the lake to turn over a few stones. Bang! Bang, bang! With ample experience now, Locke successfully harvested 4 more of the grayish creatures, returning with them in hand. This was his only viable source of hydration and warmth. Lacking a pot, Locke had no desire to construct a roasting rack. Instead, he wrapped the 4 peculiar beings in mud and tossed them directly into the fire. Once he had completed these tasks, Locke checked on Angelina, who had been carried into this makeshift cave. It scarcely qualified as a cave, merely a small recess in the cliff that offered some shelter from the night's chill. Yet, finding such a place left Locke feeling quite content. Angelina remained steadfastly unconscious. Had she not unconsciously consumed a bit of food earlier, Locke would have doubted whether she would ever awaken. Upon recalling the scene of Angelina gently sucking on his fingers at noon, Locke felt a flush of warmth creep across his face, and he hastily dispelled the alluring fantasy. After all, she is a princess, he reminded himself. Locke removed the upper portion of his attire to inspect his injuries. His chest and back were marked by scratches, likely sustained from colliding with something when he fell from the cliff. His arms bore several lacerations, mostly superficial, save for one deeper wound inflicted earlier that morning by the pincers of that grayish-white creature. Measuring nearly half an inch, this little creature possesses quite a bit of strength. Locke muttered under his breath. Though its flavor was rather delightful, most of the wounds had already begun to scab. Locke faced considerable discomfort when he removed his clothing, as many of the scabs clung to the fabric, causing fresh blood to seep forth as he stripped away the garment. Frowning, Locke used his clothes to dab at the bloodstains on his body. He then retrieved one of the creature's legs he had collected, and, using the tip of a small dagger hidden in his boot, pierced it to create a hole through which he threaded a piece of linen string he had detached. Fashioning a makeshift needle, the wound from the grayish-white creature was too deep. Locke needed to stitch it up, lest he risked a tetanus infection, which could lead to dire consequences on the battlefield. Soldiers often stitched their own wounds and bore the pain stoically, emerging as heroes. Despite having sewn countless wounds on himself, Locke still grimaced in pain. After skillfully tying off the last stitch on his injury, Locke stretched his arm, pleased with its sturdiness. Putting away his makeshift needle and thread, he was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of roasting meat wafting from the fire. He prodded the beggar's chicken within the flames with a stick, blew on it gently, and with a light fist, struck it. The creature's shell, charred to a crisp, cracked with a satisfying crack, revealing the tender, white meat within. Locke inhaled deeply, savoring the appetizing scent, before diving into his meal. The preparation resembled that of a roasted chicken, and Locke was delighted to discover that it indeed tasted like one, and after devouring 3 of the creatures, he finally felt a sense of fullness wash over him. Had he really consumed enough meat, merely 3 palm-sized portions, to satiate his hunger? Locke noted a significant decrease in his appetite. With one last creature in hand, he approached Angelina's side. The roasted chicken still emanated a delectable aroma. Yet Angelina showed no signs of awakening. Exhausted from the strain on her mental faculties, she would require ample time to rest before regaining consciousness. Locke found himself in a quandary. How could he feed her if her mouth remained shut? He certainly couldn't resort to raw meat again. Once was tolerable, but any more would surely upset his stomach. Just as Locke pondered how to offer Angelina sustenance, a soft grumble emerged from her belly. After a day and night of fleeing with no nourishment, she was undoubtedly very hungry. Although her consciousness remained dormant, her body was quite honest in its needs, gazing at Angelina's delicate features and enticing lips. Locke suddenly conceived a clever idea. After feeding Angelina, he hurriedly departed to survey the surroundings, for it would be quite awkward if she awakened while he was still there, especially with traces of someone else's saliva lingering at the corner of her mouth. Though Locke had previously checked the area for other creatures during the day, he still felt uneasy and continued to scan the environment. Water sources are vital for survival in the forest, and it was not unusual for no animals to come to this rare saline lake for hydration. Both Locke and Angelina had relied on the bodily fluids of that strange creature for hydration. And with the limited stones on the sandy ground, it was evident that such peculiar creatures were not abundant. Locke needed to prepare early to find a source of potable freshwater. Regrettably, after circling around, he discovered nothing but trees, and with visibility diminished at night, he found no signs of life. Upon returning to the makeshift cave, Locke pulled over a patch of grass and began to weave. As a child, his sister had taught him how to knit grass garments for fun, and now he intended to create a grass blanket. For the chill from the cliff's edge was unbearable. The meager warmth from the fire was insufficient. Perhaps fatigue had overtaken him, for Locke fell into a deep slumber mid-weaving, not forgetting to embrace Angelina, this source of warmth. As he drifted off, he had entirely surrendered to the situation. A princess was a princess, and whether or not they could escape together was yet to be determined. He resolved not to dwell on it. Chapter 58. Feeding awoken in the middle of the night by the cold, Locke found himself surprised to discover that Angelina had unknowingly wrapped herself around him like an octopus during his slumber. He, too, had not been courteous in his sleep, as his hands were firmly gripping her soft body, causing her clothing to contort under his grasp. Awkwardly extracting his hand from her embrace, Locke realized that he had mostly covered Angelina with the half-stitched grass blanket, leaving only a corner for himself. No wonder he had been roused by the cold after the campfire had extinguished. Taking a deep breath, Locke cautiously pried apart Angelina's limbs and, wrapping himself in his tattered clothing, hurried to the now dormant fire pit. The embers had long since faded, leaving only a pile of charred wood. This posed no challenge for Locke. He buried some easily ignitable twigs beneath the remnants of the charcoal and blew with vigor. The charcoal glowed red with life, and with a whoosh, the twigs ignited slowly, prompting Locke to carefully nurture the budding flame by adding more dry grass and leaves until it blossomed into a full blaze. After adding a few branches, a warm fire flickered to life. With the fire rekindled, Locke returned to the cave, feeling no inclination to sleep. Instead, he resumed weaving the grass blanket while glancing at the flames, pondering when Angelina had wrapped herself around him. The thought of her embrace filled him with a sense of bliss. Truly, a princess, was this not far more noble than mere aristocracy? Locke reveled in his own charm, feeling quite self-satisfied as the fire crackled and popped. Locke busied himself weaving the blanket while Angelina slept soundly nearby. The evening was enveloped in a cozy warmth. With the dawn breaking, Locke, stifling a yawn, stretched his limbs that had lain still throughout the night and walked to the lakeshore to wash his face. Invigorating himself, this place seemed devoid of other creatures. During the latter part of the night, he had heard no sounds, save for the distant howls of wild beasts echoing from the depths of the jungle, far enough to offer him no concern of unwelcome visitors. The sensation of washing his face with saline water was unpleasant, especially considering the small cuts that marred his visage. He had been careful to avoid the wounds, yet they still elicited a wince. After cleansing his face, Locke grasped the sharp stone from yesterday, now tainted with blood, in one hand and held his dagger in the other, continuing his exploration of the vicinity, a task left unfinished. Angelina still lay in slumber, having been unconscious for an entire day and night, which weighed heavily on Locke's heart. In the military, soldiers rarely remained unconscious for such a duration, leading him to fear that she might never awaken. Unbeknownst to him, Angelina's condition stemmed from the severe drain on her mental energy, and her awakening would hinge upon the restoration of her strength. Given her status as a novice apprentice, it could take between 2 to 3 days for her to regain her faculties. Locke first returned to the location where he had awoken the previous day, grappling with the enigma of how he had fallen directly from above to land upon this sandy expanse. Even with the softness of the sand, he should have been rendered a mere pulp upon impact, unless, like Angelina, he had landed in the water as he swam downstream yesterday. He had noted that the buoyancy of this saline lake was quite remarkable. It was no wonder that a living being like Angelina could float so serenely upon the surface without sinking. If he had indeed fallen into the water first, how had he then made his way ashore? This saline lake appeared stagnant, lacking any force to propel him upward. Locke meticulously circled the saline lake, and as he approached the cliffside, he heard a faint ding-dong sound emanating from behind a protruding stone wall. Moving closer, he observed that water was seeping steadily from beneath the rock, with a current that was not insignificant. Locke cupped his hands to catch some, tasting it. Fresh water. His eyes brightened with excitement. Gazing at the stone wall, which was no smaller than his own body, Locke spat into his palm and rubbed his hands together. Gripping the sides of the wall, he exerted forceful leverage and, to his surprise, the stone crumbled easily, cascading into the lake below. With that, a torrent of water rushed forth from the broken edge of the wall. Cascading into the lake, Locke surmised that there must be a water source within the mountain, flowing directly into the lake's depths, explaining the seemingly tranquil surface while concealing the underlying current. With a water source now confirmed, Locke felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least they would not perish from thirst. The bodily fluids of that peculiar creature were limited, and to adequately quench the thirst of 2 adults, they would require fresh water. Cradling the water in his hands, Locke took several generous sips, relishing its sweetness, far superior to river water. Regrettably, he lacked a container to store the liquid. Though he could manage without, it posed a greater inconvenience for Angelina. He certainly could not carry water in his hands and expect to deliver it to her without spilling it all along the way. After considering his surroundings, he determined that he needed to craft a wooden vessel. Venturing into the woods, Locke did not rush to find a suitable tree trunk for his vessel. The thicker ones were beyond his ability to chop, while the thinner ones were insufficient for his needs. He decided to continue exploring. In addition, he sought fruit-bearing trees. In such a densely packed forest, he found it unbelievable that there were no trees bearing fruit. Many trees are capable of fruiting even in winter. And given that it was not yet winter, he held hope. Locke was cautious not to stray too far, fearing he might lose his way in the labyrinthine woods. With each few steps, he marked his path with his dagger. The forest was abundant with pine trees, and Locke had resolved to return at noon with a handful of pine cones. While they may not suffice for a full meal, they would serve well as a snack. Despite his years of wandering to far-flung places, there remained an overwhelming number of unfamiliar plants in this forest. After all, the Bearing Mountains were home to enchanted creatures, so it was only natural for them to possess unfamiliar flora. Locke reasoned, The peculiar being by the lake was something he had never encountered in his childhood by the river in front of his village, having traversed quite a distance with little to show for it. Locke, feeling somewhat impatient, ventured deeper into the woods, and this time he was not disappointed. He discovered an unusual tree with crimson leaves, its branches adorned with several wilting yellow fruits. Locke sheathed his dagger back into his boot and, using both hands and feet like an agile monkey, swiftly ascended the tree. Climbing was a skill he had honed as a child, often playing with his neighbor Hans in the hills behind the village. Where trees were abundant, he managed to gather 7 fruits, but soon lost track of them. They were either out of reach or simply not present. After descending, Locke tucked the 7 walnut-sized fruits into his cloak and continued onward. Perhaps as he ventured deeper into the forest, the trees grew denser, and Locke soon encountered several more fruit-bearing trees, each distinct from the previous one. After a flurry of activity, he found himself with a collection of unfamiliar fruits. Marking the location, Locke retraced his steps back. By the time he returned, it was already noon. The sunlight warmed the sandy shore, contrasting starkly with the chill of the night. The lake sparkled brilliantly under the sun, painting a picturesque scene of earthly beauty. Unfortunately, Locke had no time for sightseeing. Instead, his attention was drawn to a few grayish-white creatures basking in the sun on the sandy beach. Licking his lips, he decided it was time for a chicken meat platter for lunch. Back in his humble abode, Locke laid out his findings: a dozen or so fruits, varying in hue from green to yellow, alongside a piece of wood resembling a bamboo pole that he had searched for long to find suitable for crafting a water vessel. Unsure of the fruit's toxicity, he resorted to the most primitive method of testing, taking a small bite from each. With his innate energy, he reasoned that as long as they weren't lethally toxic, a slight ingestion of mild toxins would pose little risk, at worst leading to an upset stomach. There were 3 varieties of fruits. After sampling 2, he felt no ill effects, confirming they were safe. However, the third fruit, with a slightly green hue and black speckles, left a faint tingling sensation in his abdomen after consumption. Even if it wasn't poisonous, Locke decided against eating any more of that particular fruit, uncertain of its potential side effects. Discarding the troublesome fruit, he was left with 12, which should suffice for his needs. After rekindling the campfire, Locke returned to the sandy shore and employed his previous technique, striking twice with a sharp stone, resulting in 2 fresh catches. With the peculiar creatures in hand, an idea struck him. He stuffed a few of the wilting yellow fruits into the shells of the creatures and tossed them into the flames, though his resources were limited. Locke was adept at improvising meals. Moments later, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, signaling that it was time to eat. The meal, imbued with the savory scent of meat and the fruity essence, was a delightful experience for Locke. Naturally, he didn't forget to reserve half for Angelina. The feeding process lacked the charm of the first day. Although Angelina's noble status thrilled Locke, she was now merely a sleeping beauty. After several trials, Locke calmly assisted Angelina in swallowing the food. He then ventured to the cliffside, using the shell of one of the peculiar creatures to collect some water to feed Angelina, and finally tidied up the remnants. During his preliminary exploration that morning, he noted that aside from these strange creatures, there were no other signs of life in the vicinity. He saw little need to clean up extensively, merely gathering the food scraps to toss into the fire, allowing them to continue glowing and providing warmth. Locke had no immediate plans to venture out again that afternoon, as he still had several fruits left from the morning. Coupled with the strange creatures still scuttling about on the sandy shore, ensuring he wouldn't go hungry for dinner. Biting into another variety of deep green fruit while tending to the piece of wood he had retrieved, Locke found the fruit sour, yet he relished it nonetheless. After an afternoon of labor, he fashioned a water vessel about 2 arms length in size. Testing it by filling it with water, he was pleased to find it did not leak. Locke's principle was that the appearance of tools was of little consequence. As long as they were functional, that was sufficient. As evening approached, it was time to honor the 5 internal organs with a meal once more. Without any desire to concoct new recipes, Locke prepared a dish akin to lunch, which he playfully named meat fruit platter. As for when he would leave this place, Locke had not yet given it much thought, feeling it prudent to wait until Angelina awoke, and he had fully recovered from his injuries, restoring some of his energy before making further plans, with no predatory beasts posing a threat, along with access to water and food. It was rather agreeable to settle here for the time being. While Locke chewed on his food and pondered when Angelina might awaken, he noticed her eyelashes fluttering slightly as she lay on the grass mat. before slowly opening her enchanting eyes. Locke, who had bent down, froze, staring vacantly at the now-awake Angelina, completely unaware of when the morsel in his mouth had found its way down his throat. Chapter 59. Awakening, Angelina felt as though she were trapped in a dark chamber. Cold and silent, struggling desperately, yet finding no escape, devoid of hope for the future. Just then, a source of warmth approached her, and she clung tightly to this sudden heat. She recalled the little bear her mother had knitted for her during her childhood. Smooth and adorable, which had transformed into a warm companion after her magical mentor inscribed a heat-enhancing spell upon it. Henceforth, Angelina would clutch the little bear every night before sleep, a ritual that persisted until her 10th birthday. Angelina's first flicker of consciousness returned as Locke fed her the previous night. Although her awareness was still fragile, she lacked the strength to open her eyes. Her innate mental fortitude and subsequent magical training endowed her with considerable spirit and willpower. Yet did little to bolster her physical strength, in her hunger and cold. She sensed the comforting warmth of fragrant food just at her lips, but she lacked even the strength to part them. Perhaps this was how she would meet her end, Angelina mused. Her mentor had once said that upon death, one's essence would transform into a wisp, lingering in this world for half the duration of an hourglass before dissipating. Contemplating her fate brought about a sense of bewilderment and calmness. She felt like an outsider, passively observing her own demise, powerless to intervene. The first princess to perish from hunger and cold, Angelina silently mocked herself. Yet fate proved to be quite the trickster. Just as she resigned herself to despair, a warm mouth pried her lips apart, and a sweet, yet slightly briny morsel was poured into her mouth. Instinctively, her body reacted, swallowing the substance. Before she could fully comprehend what was happening, another bite followed, and then another. Having never had much contact with others, Angelina was numbed by the unexpected series of events. The sensation of stubble grazing her neck hinted that the one feeding her was a man. Despite her fervent desire to reject this stranger, she would rather perish than endure such indignity at the hands of an unfamiliar male. When had she ever been subjected to such brazen humiliation? Alas, her frail body denied her the strength to resist. Otherwise, she would have surely bitten down on this intruder's tongue. The food gradually slid down her throat, alleviating the initial pangs of hunger in her stomach. Coupled with the unfamiliar intimacy of contact with the opposite sex, the sheltered Angelina felt a flurry of conflicting sensations. Though the prevailing emotions were resistance and indignation, the feeding process felt interminable to Angelina. She wished fervently to awaken at that moment and learn the basic fireball spell that apprentices could wield, so she could hurl it at this man who had so brazenly disrespected her. Unfortunately, she remained unable to do so. As Locke administered the last morsel of food, Angelina sensed, perhaps mistakenly, that he gently caressed her tongue with his as he withdrew from her lips. After experiencing such a peculiar form of nourishment for the first time, she succumbed once more to unconsciousness. When her awareness returned, it was during the previous night. Despite the grass mat beneath her and the considerable covering of foliage atop her, she still felt an unshakable chill. At that moment, a warm body pressed against her, drawing her instinctively closer. The familiar warmth, sensation, and scent flooded her senses. How could Angelina not realize that this was the very source of heat she had sensed before regaining consciousness? The same person who had fed her and disrespected her? "This is my little bear," she repeated to herself, perhaps successfully convincing herself. That night, she truly embraced Locke as her little bear, clinging to him tightly like an octopus throughout the night. By the following day, Angelina had made significant progress in her recovery. After a day and night of deep slumber, her mental fatigue had nearly subsided, a testament to her considerable magical potential. Others would require at least 2 days for such recovery. From her initial inability to open her eyes, she could now manage to part her eyelids slightly. The first thing Angelina recognized was the officer who had carried her, though she had not seen Locke's face clearly in her hurried departure. Now was an opportune moment for observation. Locke, perhaps distracted or hesitant to meet her gaze while tending to her, had failed to notice her for an entire day. Angelina watched as he disappeared for the morning, only to return later with fruits tucked in his arms, 2 of which she recognized, one of which even had a mild numbing effect. Unbeknownst to the already awakened Angelina, Locke, having successfully discarded the mildly numbing fruit, set about preparing lunch for the 2 of them. The dish, known as meat fruit, left a vivid impression on Angelina as she observed this individual dash towards a nearby sandy area and bludgeon 2 salt crabs to death with a stone. Those crabs possessed the potential to evolve into magical creatures, and Angelina felt her mind faltering. Rock employed sheer brute strength rather than any form of combat energy. Angelina had overestimated the salt crabs. Even a wounded Rock, let alone Kane or Hans, could easily dispatch these small creatures. Angelina had sampled salt crabs during her time at the palace, although they bore the label of having the potential for magical evolution. They could be caught by ordinary individuals, their scarcity merely attributed to their peculiar habitat. The Rock's culinary skills rivaled those of the palace chefs. Angelina endured Rock's direct method of feeding her. She diverted her thoughts, reflecting on her current state. With only one eye barely open, she found it impossible to refuse Rock's straightforward approach. The afternoon sun shone brightly, and the shallow cave where Angelina rested allowed the light to warm her body. It had been so long since she had basked in such comfort. Was it a year? 2. Despite her royal status as a princess, she had not enjoyed such a carefree existence in ages. Having been consumed by the study of magic, the opulence of the capital, with its vibrant nightlife, grand balls, and horse races, paled in comparison to the solace she felt in this moment. Rock spent the afternoon weaving grass mats. While Angelina observed him intently, perhaps the lingering impression of Rock's earlier intrusion had clouded her judgment, for she found herself perceiving him as increasingly handsome. His grayish-white hair imparted a sense of age and wisdom. The meticulous way he crafted a blanket from the claws of the salt crabs indicated his attentiveness. His muscular physique, complemented by the scars that peeked from his sleeves and neck, exuded a potent masculinity. After years spent in the confines of the palace, Angelina questioned whether she had become enchanted, pondering why she was scrutinizing this man so closely. Had she returned to the palace, she would have ensured that her father and brother taught him a harsh lesson for his audacity, the memories of the events from the previous night, and today, flushed her cheeks with embarrassment. But the sunlight offered a degree of concealment. As night fell, Rock set aside the nearly finished grass mat and began preparing dinner for them, employing the same methods as at noon, which reminded Angelina of the earlier circumstances. She could not allow this situation to continue. What would become of her dignity as a princess? As Rock chewed on his food, preparing to feed Angelina, she stirred slightly on the grass mat, her lashes fluttering before slowly revealing her enchanting eyes, which gazed quietly at him. Rock, who had bent down, paused, his gaze fixated on Angelina's opened eyes, the morsel he had been chewing swallowed without him realizing. After a brief silence, Rock broke the stillness, awkwardly stating, You are awake." Angelina did not respond but merely blinked, affirming her awareness. Her strength had not yet returned, making speech laborious. She could only communicate through her eyes. Rock glanced around, struggling to find a topic, and upon noticing the food in his hands, he hastily said, "Here, have something to eat. I just made it." Angelina was well aware that he had just prepared it. With her lashes lowered, she slightly inclined her neck, accepting Rock's suggestion. However, upon opening her eyes, she suddenly realized that she lacked the strength to eat. Rock propped her up, and at the moment their bodies touched, they both experienced a mutual jolt. Eager to dispel any lingering fantasies, Rock brought the food to Angelina's lips. As she attempted to swallow and open her mouth, she struggled, nearly on the verge of tears. Seeing her misty-eyed, Rock understood that she likely had not fully recovered her strength and could not eat. Both recalled the previous method of feeding, and Angelina thought to herself that had she known, she would have kept her eyes shut and let him feed her once more. It wouldn't have cost him a morsel. After all, Rock pondered whether he should continue feeding Angelina in such a manner. She was awake now, and to do so would not only be taking advantage but also tantamount to impropriety. Despite having acted inappropriately several times already to that moment, Angelina's rebellious stomach audibly protested, revealing her urgent need for caloric sustenance to regain her strength. Rock, not one to linger, quickly took a bite of the meat fruit, chewed it thoughtfully, and offered it to Angelina. Foreseeing what was about to unfold, Angelina closed her eyes tightly, unable to bear looking at Rock. Unlike Angelina, Rock was unashamed. He pried open her lips and fed her the food. Resigned, Angelina mechanically accepted his offering. After feeding her, Rock tidied up the remnants of their meal, added some sticks to the fire, and settled back into the cave. Having spent the entire morning outside, followed by an afternoon of weaving grass mats, combined with his still healing injuries, he was utterly exhausted. The cave was small, and the grass mat Rock had woven was limited in size. Knowing Angelina was awake, he ensured not to sleep too close to her, resulting in most of the mat covering her while he had only a small corner for himself. The autumn night in the forest was still as bitterly cold. Chapter 60. Magical Creatures. Not long after lying down, Rock was awakened multiple times by the cold. After tossing and turning in agitation, he decided to rise and forego sleep altogether. Approaching the fire, he tended to the flames, which crackled and flickered as the night sky remained calm, adorned with countless stars. Rock recognized none of those stars, save for a few constellations he had heard Uncle Yashak mention, which he had long since forgotten. Thus, he passed the time, bored and aimless. While contemplating whether to prepare a late-night snack, he noticed that Angelina had not fallen asleep either. The grass mat, though more comfortable than the ground, could not compare to the softness of her palace bed. Previously in a state of unconsciousness, she had been oblivious to her discomfort, but now, awake, she found the grass mat quite unwelcoming. She noticed Rock beside her, still awake, and glanced at the grass mat he had woven throughout the day draped over her. The astute Angelina quickly grasped the situation. While she currently did not mind Rock being close, she would not initiate contact. She could not bring herself to do so, even though they had engaged in more intimate acts. Those had been forced circumstances, and Angelina allowed herself to believe she had a valid excuse. His grayish-white hair marked him as a commoner. His blunt and straightforward demeanor suggested a forthright character. His cooking was commendable, and he possessed sewing skills, indicating a meticulous nature. Angelina silently evaluated Rock's actions as one would when choosing a suitor, despite her own elevated status compared to most noble women. Rock rummaged through his belongings, discovering 2 remaining fruits he intended to save for breakfast the following day. Breakfast was a rare luxury in the military, typically provided only before battles to reward the soldiers or to prepare them for the possibility of not eating throughout the day. This was a princess, Rock mused. Surely she was accustomed to having breakfast at every meal. Thus, he had deliberately saved 2 fruits for their morning repast. He anticipated the delightful experience of feeding Angelina the next day. As the cold wind blew, the branches rustled, adding a faint sound to the stillness of the night. Gazing at the yellow fruit in his hand, Rock contemplated whether to consume his breakfast now. As enduring the cold wind was not ideal, finding something to occupy his time would be prudent. He took a suitable stick, skewered the fruit, and began roasting his late-night snack, the fragrant aroma of the fruit. The warmth of the fire and the lingering scent of the lovely lady nearby filled Rock with a sense of contentment. Angelina, with great difficulty, turned her body slightly, finally managing to shift in one direction. She had not sustained any injuries, whether from the initial crimson assault or the subsequent fall from the cliff. She had been spared intentional harm, first by the red figure and later by Rock, who had cushioned her fall. Angelina was primarily drained of physical and mental energy, leaving her too weak to muster the strength to rise in the face of recent events. Even the resilient Angelina felt profoundly isolated, desperately in need of a shoulder to lean on. In the past, her brother and father had shielded her from the storms of life. Yet now, she found herself with only Rock, stealthily observing Rock as he roasted his food by the fire. Angelina felt an inexplicable sense of peace wash over her, perhaps a feeling of safety. Accompanied by this sensation, she gradually drifted into slumber. After finishing his late-night snack, Rock once again found himself at a loss for what to do. He glanced back at Angelina, who had already fallen asleep in the dim light of the night. Rock noticed the serene expression gracing her lips, a quiet contentment by the fire. He aimlessly tossed stones into the lake, watching the ripples spread before fading into tranquility. Counting stars, gazing at the moon, tossing stones, Rock resembled a solitary wanderer, spending the night in a state of confusion and boredom, reflecting on days gone by. When an elder sister and parents were present, and just a few days prior, when brothers and comrades engaged in light-hearted banter, Rock now felt an overwhelming sense of solitude, as though he were the sole inhabitant of this world. A wave of irritability washed over him. The night grew increasingly still and cold, amplifying Rock's restlessness. "Damn it! Enough of this! Time for sleep," he exclaimed, resolutely kicking off and returning to the cave. Angelina remained peacefully slumbering, her grass mat tightly cocooning her, leaving no corner for Rock. The corners of Rock's mouth twitched as he rolled onto the grass mat with gentle movements. Whether he startled Angelina awake was a mystery only the heavens could unveil. Once settled on the mat, Rock made no pretense, snugging up against Angelina, pulling the grass mat over himself, covering half his body. The mat was woven a tad too small, barely accommodating both of them. And Locke resolved to craft a larger one when time permitted as he lay there. Locke's right hand instinctively rested on Angelina's waist, causing her to stir slightly. The night passed in silence till dawn. Locke awoke early, likely due to the habits formed during his time in the military. Since he was already awake, he decided against lingering, gently withdrawing the arm that Angelina had unknowingly pinned under her armpit the previous night, and stepping out to practice some punches. With each strike, the force of his punches intensified, as Locke's external injuries had nearly healed over the past couple of days. This surprised him, as his past experiences suggested such wounds typically required around a week to mend. Perhaps it was due to the self-healing properties of his fighting spirit. He mused that it was the first time he had sustained such severe injuries since beginning his training, and while Sir Will and Uncle Joshua had spoken of the self-repair abilities of fighting spirit, Locke was nonetheless astonished by the remarkable efficacy he witnessed firsthand. Approaching the freshwater spring, Locke drank from the mountain spring and rinsed off the sweat accumulated from his earlier exercise, feeling a refreshing sensation wash over him. Returning to the cave, he placed the last remaining fruit from the previous day beside the still sleeping Angelina, quietly retreating to seek food for the day. Unlike Angelina, who possessed keen perception due to her strong mental fortitude, Locke relied on years of experience and his perfected control over his body from his training to detect even the faintest sounds around him. He had already noticed last night that he had startled Angelina awake, though he feigned ignorance, recalling the moment from the previous night when he was on the verge of sleep, and she had suddenly turned and tightly embraced his left arm in her slumber. He couldn't help but smile. For the first time, Locke's demeanor towards Angelina shifted from that of a protector to that of an older brother, given the firmness with which Angelina had clung to him. It was evident that her strength had largely returned, allowing her to eat independently. Locke placed the fruit beside her, signaling his intent to refrain from taking advantage of her vulnerability, for he had already done so the night before. Clutching the blood-red linen-wrapped dagger, Locke walked cautiously through the woods. The sharp stone, stained with the remnants of several gray-white shelled creatures, had met its demise the previous night. The peculiar creature's shell was indeed formidable, capable of shattering even the sharpest stone. Thankfully, Locke had refrained from using his dagger to break the shell, or he would have felt quite distressed. Following the trail he had left yesterday, Locke arrived at the area abundant with fruit. This season, the yield was disappointingly scarce. After searching the vicinity, he managed to find only about 10 fruits, most of which were rather wilted. This paltry amount would likely suffice for only 2 meals. Prompting Locke to venture further afield, the gray-white shelled creatures on the sandy beach had diminished significantly since the previous afternoon. Though he didn't count them, he estimated that only 7 or 8 remained. Would this be enough for 2 or 3 days? Locke was determined not to find himself on the brink of starvation before discovering a new source of sustenance. He ventured deeper into the jungle. The withered yellow trees dwindled, giving way to lush, verdant ancient trees. Locke surmised that he was heading towards the Morphe forest. The rumors within the military were abundant and varied, but Locke understood that the Morphe forest was not only a borderland between Foston and Charlotte, but also the largest forest within both nations' territories. This region was rife with magical beasts. Without the strength of a mid-tier attendant, one should not even entertain thoughts of entering the Morphe forest, lest they become mere fertilizer for its soil. This was a widely known adage. With the sun by day and the stars by night, Locke was able to discern direction, albeit only broadly, as the forest appeared uniform in all its parts. Even seasoned hunters could not guarantee they would not lose their way. After wandering for some time, Locke found himself uncertain of his exact position, but he guessed he was near the junction between the Morphe forest and the Bering Mountains. Behind him, the trees, mostly withered yellow, yielded little fruit, prompting Locke to contemplate whether to delve deeper into the woods. With around 10 fruits in his possession, some of which differed from those he had found yesterday, he remained uncertain of their edibility. Although these would suffice for now, what about tomorrow or the day after? Gritting his teeth, Locke resolved to press on, clutching his dagger tightly as his primary means of protection. After advancing approximately 200 meters, Locke came to a halt. He could not proceed any further. Unlike the forest he had traversed earlier, this area was devoid of life. Here, Locke sensed multiple beastly presences nearby, and approximately 50 meters ahead lay one such creature. Its aura distinct and peculiar, unlike any he had encountered before. Having tasted many wild delicacies, Locke had never felt such an unusual presence from a beast. Crouching low, Locke crawled forward slowly, intent on discovering the identity of this creature. The distance to the lake where he and Angelina were temporarily residing was neither too close nor too far. He needed to be adequately prepared in case this beast ventured into their dwelling unannounced. Though his fighting spirit had largely returned, Locke understood the importance of vigilance in this area near the Morphe forest. A brown, one-eyed mountain wolf lowered its head, confusedly sniffing the air, detecting the faint scent of an unfamiliar creature. After observing for a while without spotting anything, the wolf abandoned its search and began contemplating its lunch. Chapter 61. Hidden Dangers. This was an aged mountain wolf. Unlike the typical gray or black fur of ordinary mountain wolves, this brown-furred creature had once led a small pack, its distinct coloration marking it as a magical being. Despite having surpassed the typical lifespan of 20 years and becoming a magical creature, its life expectancy had only marginally increased, now barely reaching 30 to 20 years old. It had reached the natural limit for ordinary mountain wolves, though theoretically it had a third of its life remaining. In the fiercely competitive and ruthless wilderness, aging signified obsolescence. A new, stronger leader was required to guide the pack. The loss of one eye was a recent injury inflicted by a younger wolf, newly promoted to magical status within the pack. With years of hunting experience and superior combat skills, the old wolf bore many scars from battles fought. Having been defeated, it lost an eye, marking the end of its reign over a certain area near the Morphe forest. While simultaneously serving as a symbolic offering to the new pack leader, who needed to establish their authority, the old wolf, burdened with scars, departed the Morphe forest to seek refuge in the Bering Mountains. The Morphe forest was teeming with magical creatures and beasts, most of their sustenance derived from ordinary wildlife, while only higher-tier beasts would consider lower-tier magical beings as prey. In its prime, the old wolf had hunted alongside over 20 youthful wolves, never worrying about food, even when encountering lower-tier magical beasts. With a pack of over 20 wolves, their chances of success against a low-tier magical beast were slightly higher, as wolves are social creatures. Now, however, the old wolf found itself troubled by hunger. Its magical energy dwindled, and as a wise former pack leader with over 20 years of life experience, it understood that it had entered a perilous phase of existence. Hence, it sought out the Bering Mountains, where magical beings were scarce. With winter approaching, many creatures had migrated to the Morphe forest, leaving the region where the old wolf resided with only 3 other magical beings of similar rank. A giant crab residing in the southern saltwater lake, an eagle perched upon the western cliffs, and a leopard lurking in the northern woods. Each of these 4 magical beings possessed their own territory, coexisting without fear of one another, yet none wished to provoke the others. In the late autumn woods, only a few creatures remained active. The old wolf spent half its day searching for sustenance, but today its luck was poor. After nearly a morning of searching, it had only encountered a mindless guinea pig to nibble on. Finding nothing else, should it venture into the northern leopard's territory? The old wolf pondered, realizing that the southern saltwater lake offered little beyond the giant crab and its kin. While the western cliffs were not an option, it was no monkey, unable to scale the sheer rock face. The only other territory of a similarly sized magical being was that of the leopard, which might yield some reward. After careful consideration, the old wolf shook its head and headed north. Locke remained tense, crouched low to the ground, and only relaxed once the brown-furred wolf had receded into the distance. He cursed under his breath, lamenting the encounter with such a formidable beast so soon after setting out. The wolf, measuring over 2 meters in length, was a sight that Rock had never encountered before. Coupled with its peculiar coloration, it was evident that this creature was not to be trifled with. Still not fully recovered, Rock knew he had to exercise caution. Rising to his feet, he took a moment to assess his surroundings. Finding no other life forms nearby, he allowed himself to relax and began searching for edible fruits, reminding himself of the purpose behind his arduous journey. Fortune favored him this time, as a peculiar tree, resembling bamboo with segmented trunks, appeared before him. This tree, towering over 10 meters, bore clusters of white fruits that looked akin to grapes at its apex. Around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, Rock finally returned to the lakeside cave. Adorned with strings of what appeared to be grape-like fruits, a testament to his labor throughout the day. Scaling such slender branches had truly tested Rock's strength. Angelina, having regained a significant amount of her strength, was now able to sit up, though she still could not walk. It would only be a matter of days before she was completely healed. She had been waiting on the grassy mat within the cave for several hours, and the monotony of her wait led her to entertain thoughts she had never before considered. akin to a wife eagerly awaiting her husband's return. If not for her limited mobility, Angelina would have ventured out to search for Rock, as she could hardly fathom how she would manage to survive alone in this desolate jungle without him. Just as Angelina's patience was nearing its end, Rock, laden with his spoils, finally made his entrance. Eager to rise, Angelina stumbled and fell back onto the mat. Fortunately, Rock did not witness her clumsy moment. Otherwise, he would surely have found her adorable antics amusing. From a distance, Rock noticed Angelina sitting upright and, scratching his head, greeted her. "Hey, how are you?" Unsure of how to engage with a woman of such noble stature, he blurted out a rather mundane remark. "I'm fine," Angelina responded, equally uncertain in her reply to the man who had taken advantage of her vulnerability. This marked the first genuine conversation between the two since their initial meeting. Simple and somewhat juvenile, that in an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, Rock hurriedly began to prepare their midday meal, flipping stones on the sandy shore to uncover another meat chicken, endeavoring to stuff the fruits inside. He refrained from capturing any of the strange creatures, as he would not annihilate a species without a new source of meat. The white, grape-like fruits he discovered were indeed edible, though their flavor was rather bland. Neither sour nor sweet, resembling something entirely tasteless. The sole redeeming quality was their high water content. After consuming a few, Rock found himself with juice spilling from his mouth. Once finished, he tore half of the meat chicken for Angelina and handed her a few yellow fruits. This constituted their lunch. The meal was simple, yet both savored it heartily. Rock had initially worried that, as a princess, she might find his humble fare unpalatable. However, Angelina was not a picky eater, and her hunger overshadowed any concerns regarding the food's quality. Besides, Rock's culinary efforts were surprisingly delightful. "What is your name?" Angelina casually inquired during their meal. "Rock, I'm Rock. And you?" he replied, realizing that after all his efforts to care for her, he did not even know her name. Angelina Fustian. "But you can simply call me Angelina," she introduced herself. "Oh," Rock responded, recognizing that with her surname derived from the royal lineage, Angelina was undoubtedly a genuine member of the aristocracy, and a direct descendant at that. The disparity between them was monumental. Had it not been for their shared experiences, Rock would have likely approached her with far more deference, his tone considerably more humble. As they continued their meal, Angelina pointed to the food in her hand and asked, "How did you catch this salt crab?" "Salt crab? You mean the meat chicken?" Rock suddenly realized. "There are plenty of them over on the sandy shore. They're quite easy to deal with." He explained to Angelina, "As long as you avoid getting caught in their claws, you can handle them with stones." "Meat chicken." Angelina found the name curious. "Why did you name it that?" "Because its taste resembles chicken," Rock answered candidly. Angelina chuckled at his response, and the atmosphere between them lightened with her laughter. "Did you know? Salt crabs have the potential to evolve into magical creatures," Angelina informed Rock, sharing her knowledge. "Magical creatures?" Rock's voice rose in surprise. He had encountered one earlier that day, the very wolf he had crossed paths with. Even in his prime, he would not have dared to confront that beast, and now he was learning that these small creatures could evolve into something equally formidable. "Yes, salt crabs are a type of octopus crab, and they have a chance to comprehend one of three powers: salt, water, or strength. If they have a fortuitous encounter, gaining one of these abilities allows them to evolve into magical beings," Angelina explained. Drawing from her studies, though Rock struggled to grasp all the details about this octopus crab, he understood one thing. He had dispatched many of these grayish crustaceans, and it was entirely possible that they could ascend to magical beings. "Perhaps I should eliminate them before they evolve," Rock suggested, not wanting to have a horde of potential threats lurking nearby. "Evolution is not so easily achieved," Angelina replied, rolling her eyes. "Just like human evolution, whether it's a mage's advancement or a knight's. It is no simple feat. The evolution of magical beasts is even more challenging. According to my teacher, without rare talents, resources, and fortuitous opportunities, a magical beast may never evolve and will remain at its inherent level. Unlike humans, who possess methods to cultivate their skills, magical beasts rely solely on passive evolution, which has its limits." "What if they evolve while we're here?" Rock asked, finishing the last bite of his meal. "Then we'll simply be out of luck," Angelina replied confidently. She then recalled something and inquired, "Are there many salt crabs around here?" "Not really. Counting the 7 or 8 I've already killed, there should be 5 or 6 left," Rock pondered before responding. Angelina blinked her beautiful eyes and said, 15 is the standard number for a salt crab tribe. It's likely they have a crab king. A sense of foreboding washed over Rock. Crab king. What is that? At the very least, it is a magical creature that has comprehended one of the powers. Angelina disclosed this unfortunate truth. Rock leapt to his feet, realizing that a magical creature might be nearby. And considering that he had already dispatched several of its kin, it seemed likely that it would seek vengeance against him. Yet Angelina remained unperturbed, exuding confidence. Just to add, once salt crabs evolve into magical creatures, they are no longer called salt crabs. Depending on the power they comprehend, there are salty water crabs, strength crabs, and tidal crabs. All three types undergo hibernation. Angelina said with a sly smile. Chapter 62. Preparations before departure 2 days later. Rock continued his routine of gathering fruits and hunting salt crabs for their sustenance. The pressing concern was to restore his strength and mend his injuries. Most of Rock's wounds were superficial and had already begun to heal significantly under the influence of his fighting spirit, with the exception of 2 severely broken ribs in his chest. Fortunately, having experienced numerous injuries over the years, Rock was adept at tending to his own wounds and managed to realign his fractured ribs with his hands. Although the recovery of bone would take time, Angelina was now able to move about freely. Unlike Rock, who merely needed to eat and channel his fighting spirit to heal, Angelina's recovery relied on the restoration of her mental energy, which required meditation without the aid of potions, a process she had begun 2 days prior with little success thus far. It's a pity I left my deep blue potions in the carriage, otherwise my recovery would be much swifter, Angelina lamented as she practiced. Or perhaps some azure water would suffice. I could have just asked my mentor for a few vials before we left. Rock was taken aback. He hadn't even seen what a potion looked like, while Angelina treated them as casually as water. What kind of potions would suit me? Rock inquired. Angelina regarded him thoughtfully before responding. For a night, a single-use stamina potion would be ideal. That I wouldn't recommend the anger potion. It has side effects. The Johnson potion is good, and the willpower refining potion is also suitable for someone at your level. Angelina listed several potions, most of which Rock had never heard of. What about the red sand potion? He asked, recalling that Uncle Yuxiak had mentioned it as one of the potions redeemable for military merits at the Eagle Legion headquarters, a fairly popular choice among lower-ranking officers with limited military achievements. Red sand potion? I've never heard of it. What does it do? Angelina queried, puzzled by his knowledge of a potion unknown to her. I've heard that it enhances strength and resistance for a short while, Rock answered, knowing that in battle, any increase in strength meant a greater chance of survival, which explained why lower-ranking officers would opt for such potions. That sounds remarkably similar to the Johnson potion, Angelina remarked. But the Johnson potion permanently increases certain strengths and resilience. Such potions that permanently enhance attributes. Even without a moment's thought, Locke understands their rarity and value, something far beyond his aspirations. Angelina playfully remarked, once we return to safety, I shall ask my brother to bestow upon you a plethora of potions, sufficient to elevate you to the rank of a mid-tier attendant. The mid-tier attendant rank was still 2 levels away from Locke, who had just recently attained the entry-level attendant status. The prospect felt distant and unfathomable to him. Aware that a mutated version of the flood salt crab might be lurking nearby, leaving became an imperative. Given that Locke had slaughtered numerous members of that crab's kin, it was only logical for it to seek vengeance. Though perhaps, as Angelina suggested, it was currently hibernating, the two resolved to depart as soon as their injuries and strength were restored. Who could predict whether the crab would awaken from its slumber and pursue them? Living under such a threat rendered their sleep uneasy. Speaking of sleep, it was amusing that since Locke had woven the grass mat, he had not resumed his crafting. Each night, they slept close together, though Locke dared not overstep boundaries. After all, Angelina was no longer unconscious, and he was acutely aware of her royal status. What transpired in slumber, however, was beyond his control. That on several occasions, Locke awoke to find either his own arm draped around Angelina's waist or her arms wrapped around his. Angelina, blushing, had once shyly asked, "Why don't you weave another blanket?" Locke innocently replied, "Where's the time between foraging for food and healing my injuries?" Though Angelina glared at him in frustration, she ultimately accepted the situation. In recent days, Locke had crafted several water containers. While the forest was abundant in water, he preferred to be prepared for food. He had successfully captured 8 flood salt crabs from the sandy shores of the saline lake. He meticulously removed their shells and prepared them with a layer of lake water, leaving them to dry in the sun at noon, intending to preserve them as cured meat. This method would ensure longevity and prevent spoilage. When Locke explained this process to Angelina, who had been raised in luxury, she was both curious and amused by the concept of cured meat, having never encountered it before. While curing the meat, Locke realized that their diet had predominantly consisted of flood salt crabs, whose meat was heavily salted, thus replenishing their sodium levels. If they ventured out and consumed all the crab meat, he wondered where they would obtain salt next. As a lack of salt equated to a lack of strength, Locke decided to fill another container with saline lake water. Additionally, he had attempted to dry the white fruits resembling grapes, due to their high water content. They were inconvenient to carry. He dehydrated them, resulting in thin, lightweight fruit leather, though the original flavor was rather bland. Nevertheless, the quantity made it worthwhile to carry a small supply. Locke had fashioned a rudimentary backpack from his tattered coat, which now held their food and water. This simple pack might be their only hope for survival as they traversed the Bering Mountains. Without his coat, Locke, clad only in a vest and short shirt, awoke each morning with the chilling sensation of near frostbite, though Angelina served as a comforting source of warmth. Despite her own worn clothing, Angelina's attire still provided some insulation against the cold. Locke, possessing a sturdier constitution than Angelina, still felt the chill, and she often awoke at night, shivering despite being clothed. With winter fast approaching in less than 2 weeks, the temperature fluctuations were extreme. Once midnight struck, the fire he had kindled would extinguish, and in the frigid air, he found himself unable to rekindle it. In the past, his military camp would wrap torches in linen and douse them in oil. Now, where could he procure oil? Fabric was manageable. He could tear a pant leg, but oil? Aside from the flood salt crabs and a lone wolf, the only living creatures he had encountered were the birds overhead. During these days, Angelina had learned much from Locke. She could now mend her torn garments. It was remarkable for a princess to take up the craft of sewing, indicating her growth. One evening, Locke returned from the forest, arms laden with white fruits, his latest bounty. Angelina approached him with anticipation. Truthfully, every time Locke ventured out, she worried for his safety. The solitude of waiting in the lakeside cave was all she could do. Though meditation helped pass the time, lest she succumb to madness. The happiest moments for Angelina in recent days were when Locke returned, finally providing her company for conversation. Though the study of magic could be solitary, it did not equate to isolation. Wizards, too, were human and required social interaction. Among the food Locke brought back today was a new variety of red fruit, roughly the size of a thumb. After searching for so long, I finally found a new species nearby. Do you think it's edible? Locke inquired. Their relationship had evolved beyond that of commoner and princess or superior and subordinate. They were simply two souls intertwined by misfortune. Lost in the forest, conversing without the initial reservations, occasionally sharing a jest. Angelina brushed her hair aside and took the fruit from Locke, examining it closely. Locke had gathered many fruits in recent days, yet all had been inedible or had adverse effects, save for the white fruit he discovered first. Angelina furrowed her brow, observing the fruit for some time before uncertainly stating, "This seems to be a spellcasting material." Spellcasting material? Locke's interest peaked at this new term. Yes. Sometimes wizards require specific materials to facilitate their spells. These are known as spellcasting materials, Angelina explained. Can this help you cast spells? Locke asked eagerly, recalling the 3 spells he had learned Angelina could perform, including a cleaning spell that had amazed him. This is a fire cloud fruit, imbued with a slight fire element, which aids in the casting of fire magic, Angelina recalled. As for me, I'm not yet capable, she blushed, acknowledging her status as a novice apprentice, already impressive for mastering 3 spells. Though the point light spell also contained some fire magic, it did not necessitate such materials. It must be quite valuable, Locke remarked, shifting focus to items and currency that could enhance his abilities. Indeed, Angelina nodded, noting that anything related to spellcasting materials was seldom inexpensive. We've struck gold, Locke mused, recalling the abundance of these fruits he had encountered in a small grove, if he gathered them all. Magical plants typically attract magical creatures. Did you not notice? Angelina queried, puzzled, for although fire cloud fruit was not of high rank, it was still a magical plant favored by many fire and earth magical beasts. I didn't see any, Locke admitted, at a loss for words. Could they be hibernating? He speculated. It's possible. Fire and earth magical beasts generally dislike winter and tend to hibernate, Angelina explained. Only here, close to the Morpheus forest, is the magic dense enough for fire cloud fruit to grow in winter, as it usually ripens in summer. It seems we are fortunate. Perhaps the two magical creatures we encountered are indeed hibernating, Locke mused, scratching his head. Yes, Angelina replied with a smile. So, can we eat this fruit? Locke suddenly inquired, eyeing the fire cloud fruit he had gathered. Eat. Angelina hesitated, uncertainly responding, I suppose it should be fine. Chapter 63, Eat. Angelina responded, still uncertain. I suppose it should be fine. After nearly a week of consuming fruits and the flesh of flood salt crabs, Angelina found each meal akin to chewing wax, and even Locke, who was accustomed to hardship, was nearing his limit. Transitioning from frugality to luxury is easy. However, the reverse is challenging. Locke, despite having been a squad leader, accustomed to the finer offerings from the logistics kitchen, had thoroughly enjoyed his daily meals filled with variety. Yet, he refrained from displaying his culinary preferences in front of Angelina, for as a princess, she undoubtedly dined better. Angelina, as a woman, had not complained about the monotony of their food, so why should Locke, a man, be so finicky? Recently, Locke had adopted a masculine demeanor in Angelina's presence. For instance, yesterday, while stitching his own arm wound, Angelina had watched with concern as blood seeped from the gruesome gash. Despite the pain, Locke maintained an air of nonchalance. Knowing it was edible, Locke bit into a fire cloud fruit, savoring the taste with a flick of his tongue. However, after a mere lick, his expression soured, and he dashed towards the mountain spring, gulping down the water and rinsing his mouth repeatedly. After several rinses, he finally stopped. What happened? Angelina inquired. Her lips pursed in curiosity. To her, Locke looked utterly disheveled, and his frantic drinking was quite a comical sight. Oblivious to her scrutiny, Locke returned after his last sip, exuberantly proclaiming, You're in for a treat tonight. I'll prepare roasted meat. Roasted meat? That sounds delightful. In recent days, Locke has been quite industrious in preparing barbecue dishes. Despite the absence of seasoning, he has managed to create a variety of flavors with the saltwater crabs. Medium rare, medium. The differing temperatures and grilling times yield distinct textures, offering a far richer experience than the meat and fruit he typically prepares. Astonishingly, there was a hint of spiciness, which excited Locke, for chili has long been regarded as a precious seasoning, reserved for the nobility or the affluent. That he recalled having tried it once, under duress, asking the cook in the military camp for it. The chef, who secretly hoarded some while cooking for the Baron, was caught by Locke. That particular barbecue was the most delectable he had ever tasted. However, the spiciness of the fire cloud fruit was far more intense than the chili powder he had sampled before, igniting his mouth like a raging inferno. During today's dinner, both enjoyed their meal immensely. The saltwater crabs, seasoned with salt and fire cloud fruit powder, had their flavors significantly enhanced. Were it not for the dwindling supply of crabs, they would have wished for another round. Speaking of salt, Locke owed a debt of gratitude to Angelina for her extensive knowledge. Despite having consumed it for 18 years, he remained oblivious to its production. Angelina instructed him to boil some saline lake water, and once the water evaporated, the remaining crystals would be salt. I often assist in my teacher's alchemy lab and know a thing or two about material extraction, Angelina explained. Locke was unfamiliar with the concept of an alchemy lab, but he greatly admired Angelina, akin to his admiration for the literate and numerate Shasha. He did not shy away from admitting his illiteracy and frequently asked Angelina to teach him to write. Under Shasha's tutelage, he had learned to write his name competently, and now he aspired to learn the names of his mother and sister. As for his father's name, did he really need to learn it? Old Locke, lacking the vessels and alchemical table for salt extraction, Angelina was momentarily at a loss, but Locke's inventive thinking came into play. Utilizing the intact shells of the saltwater crabs he had previously collected, he poured the lake water into the shells and constructed a makeshift rack over the fire. Gradually, the salt began to emerge. The crabs were not large, their shells only the size of a palm, and the quantity extracted each time was minimal, necessitating multiple extractions. Over the past 2 days, while Locke foraged for food, Angelina attended to the fire and extracted salt, accumulating it gradually. By now, they had amassed half a water jug of salt, sufficient for a month's supply. The method of acquiring salt proved to be far superior to his initial idea of simply collecting a jug of saline lake water. Speaking of food, the claws of the saltwater crabs he had saved were also a delicacy. Though they appeared quite hard, Impervious even to rocks, the intense heat of the flames would gradually soften the shells, allowing for easy slicing with a small blade, a tip Angelina had shared with him. Although Angelina had less practical experience, her theoretical knowledge was impressive, thanks to her teacher's extensive collection of books, given the potential for magical transformation in these creatures. And considering that the saltwater crab was distinct from other crabs due to its formidable claw, it was evident that this claw represented the essence of the saltwater crab. However, with only a claw the size of half his palm, the amount of meat it could yield was limited, providing only a slender strip the length of a pinky finger. Fortunately, he had accumulated a fair amount previously. Since one of them possesses the characteristics of a magically transformed creature, they must bear traces of magical blood, Angelina remarked. Recognizing the potential of consuming meat from such creatures, Locke eagerly indulged. It was his first experience tasting meat from a magically transformed being. Though the quantity was scant, he discerned a difference. A tingling sensation coursed through his body after the meal, and he felt a slight enhancement in his fighting spirit, albeit not markedly so. The benefits of consuming meat from magically transformed creatures manifest over time, Angelina noted nonchalantly, as she was accustomed to dining on such fare daily at the palace. For her, this meager portion of meat elicited little more than indifference. Having even tasted the flesh of magical beasts, this might explain why Angelina, despite her lack of physical exertion, had been able to endure their previous escape for so long. A healthy body is cultivated through proper nourishment. The meat of magically transformed creatures corresponded merely to entry-level servants, and as a princess, Angelina frequently enjoyed such delicacies that Locke considered commonplace. He suspected she had indulged in them often. After all, low-tier and mid-tier magical beasts could easily be hunted by Sir Weir, not to mention the royal family, which boasted a multitude of skilled hunters. 3 days later, Locke's injuries had nearly healed completely. A slight shiver shook him, causing the grayish scabs to flake away, leaving behind faint white scars. His fighting spirit was replenished to its maximum, and the swirling energy within him had significantly expanded. The trials between life and death are the most beneficial for a knight's advancement, was a frequent adage of Sir Weir when he first taught Locke about fighting spirit. After years of warfare, Locke had grown accustomed to walking the line between life and death, yet he harbored a distaste for the precariousness of such a life, as no one relished a waltz with death. This time, through a series of fortuitous events, Locke had made significant strides in his fighting spirit, bolstering his overall strength, partly due to the claw meat's infusion of elemental magic. Angelina's mental and magical energies had also returned to their peak. While her physical strength paled in comparison to Locke's, the few spells she had mastered in the perilous jungle served as her greatest assurance of survival, for even Locke could not guarantee her complete protection. The encounter with the brown wolf had left him feeling overwhelmed. The two planned to depart the following day, setting their sights beyond the Bering Mountains. Their current location was roughly at the western junction of the Bering Mountains and the Morpheus Forest. To exit the Bering Mountains, they needed to head east, traversing the mountain range to rendezvous with the Forstan army stationed outside. As for the specific route, they deliberated on heading northeast, as the southeastern path was the longest. Although much of southern Charlon had succumbed to enemy forces, the remaining Forstan troops were relatively few. As a princess, Angelina's presence would be precarious without adequate protection, as the potential dangers were numerous. Traveling directly east seemed the most prudent choice, as it involved the shortest distance, allowing them to swiftly distance themselves from the regions inhabited by magically transformed creatures. However, the stark impression left by Blood Red had weighed heavily on their minds. The east was currently where the Eagle Legion was stationed, embroiled in fierce battles, rendering it perilous. Heading northeast would lead them to the Lion Legion's stronghold, which had already encircled most of Odyssey City, while the Charlon Royal City was engaged in a desperate struggle. Minimizing external threats. Of course, a primary reason for this route was the presence of Prince Kinsel there. Angelina had not forgotten the trials she had endured and was confident that her brother would safeguard her. Locke, naturally, unconditionally agreed with the princess's decision. After several days of harmonious coexistence, he began to sense a significant chasm between them. If they were to encounter Prince Kinsel after their departure, would Angelina confront him regarding past grievances? And would Prince Kinsel seek to punish Locke, the commoner who had taken advantage of his sister? Punishment that would be too lenient. A commoner infringing upon a noble's honor would likely implicate their family, resulting in a fiery execution. Locke cast a furtive glance at Angelina, who maintained her serene demeanor, her golden hair cascading like a gentle waterfall, and her azure eyes exuding wisdom and intelligence. He believed that Angelina would not treat him harshly, especially since she had often clung to his arm during the cold nights. Although that warmth would dissipate by morning, he had not broached the subject, and they had continued to sustain this ambiguous yet heartwarming relationship. The aging brown mountain wolf gazed in astonishment at the few red fruits that had vanished from beside its a fire attribute magical creature. Its brown fur was a testament to its nature. When it bit into its prey, its teeth would emit flames, instantly evaporating the blood from the creature's neck. Coupled with a physique stronger than that of an ordinary mountain wolf, this distinction marked it as a formidable magical being. Mountain wolves were carnivorous and would not consume the red fruits, yet the faint aroma of fire emanating from them provided a sense of comfort. Each magical creature typically chose to reside near certain magical plants, not merely to protect rare treasures, but simply because they found these locations comfortable. Chapter 64. The Old Wolf. In its earlier days as a pack leader, the Old Wolf led the Anza tribe in a rocky area on the outskirts of the Morpheus Forest. Where few ordinary beasts resided, it was not a suitable habitat for a wolf pack. However, due to the geothermal activity in the region, rich in fire elements, the Old Wolf opted to settle there. Now, having departed from the pack, the former leader could no longer remain among them. Living alone, the Old Wolf lacked the protection of the pack, and as an aging magical creature, it no longer qualified to inhabit the fire-rich area, which, despite its barrenness, was still home to many stronger fire and rock-type magical beasts. The Old Wolf of the Bering Mountains had searched for a long time, and it was only in this particular area, blessed with ample sunlight, that a cluster of fire-element plants thrived, which brought a modicum of satisfaction to the Old Wolf, observing that a patch of fire-element fruits near its den had diminished. The Old Wolf's barren mind could not fathom the reason, for no herbivorous creatures dared to venture close to its lair. The fire-cloud fruits were merely a few in number, and in comparison to the remaining ones, their absence seemed rather insignificant. After pondering for a while without arriving at any conclusion, the Old Wolf returned to its den and lay down to continue sleeping. That it had recently sought sustenance from the leopard to the north, and its belly was now pleasantly full, making a nap quite opportune. The Old Wolf, after all, was aging and lacked the vigor of its youth. This time, it had stealthily hunted in the territory of the demonized leopard without alarming the beast. The difference between demonized creatures and ordinary beasts was not particularly pronounced. Although they had grasped elemental powers, their instincts remained those of wild animals, and during winter, they too were loath to move. Though they possessed an advantage in hunting, often being lazier than their ordinary counterparts, the Old Wolf lay down. Its slightly distended belly quickly succumbed to slumber, with a trickle of thick fluid streaming from its blind eye and several wounds on its body showing signs of tearing. It appeared that this hunting expedition had not been as effortless as it had initially seemed. Nevertheless, the Old Wolf, being seasoned, allowed its tail to gently thump against the ground, ensuring that any rustle in the surroundings would rouse it immediately. With but 10 days remaining until the onset of winter, Locke and Angelina departed from the cave, where they had resided for nearly a week. Given their current position, exiting the Bering Mountains would require at least another week, and it was their intention to leave before winter set in. Locke carried a large patch of sod secured with a belt. This served both as their mattress and blanket. This sod was 3 times larger than the previous piece that barely covered 2 bodies. Crafted collaboratively by Locke and Angelina over 3 days, without the shelter of a cave, they would undoubtedly have to camp outdoors, and without this sod, enduring the frigid nights would be impossible. In addition to the sod on his back, Locke also hung several pieces of cured meat and a wooden flask at his waist. The meat, cured with the flesh of the brine salt crabs, had not yet been frozen, but the cold winds of the past few days had rendered it hard as rock. Locke believed he could use it as a weapon if necessary. The wooden flask contained fresh water, and with 4 flasks in total, they had enough to last them 5 days until they found a new water source. Angelina, while not as heavily armed as Locke, carried a small pack, crafted from a piece torn from her tattered skirt, which Locke had sewn together. The fabric was so smooth it felt almost like skin, a material Locke had never encountered before, and he was careful to avoid tearing the delicate cloth. Fortunately, the princess's fabric was of high quality, and Locke managed not to make any mistakes. "This is silk," Angelina informed Locke, "and it is the most precious mulberry silk." Locke had only ever worn linen since childhood, as even the common folk of Foston could only afford linen. Officially, Silk was reserved for the nobility. Of course, some wealthy families discreetly acquired it for personal use, but in the military camp, Baron Kaidoki and young Master Solon, both nobility, usually wore their armor, and Locke had never had the opportunity to see garments made of silk. Angelina's pack contained the fruits Locke had gathered, which were few in number, ensuring Angelina would not be overly burdened. It was not that Locke wished to conserve Angelina's strength, but rather that she had insisted on sharing the load. She was not one to be a mere burden. On the eve of their departure, Locke thoroughly circled around the brine salt lake, yet ultimately discovered no trace of the potentially hibernating brine salt crab king. When he mentioned this to Angelina, she explained, brine salt crabs possess the potential to become demonized creatures, although they still fall under the category of ordinary beasts. They exhibit more instincts for self-preservation than typical wildlife. There must be demonized creatures in this vicinity with similar strength to the brine salt crab king. Otherwise, it would not choose to seclude itself for hibernation, especially since its relatives have nearly all been killed by you. This indicates that its hibernation location is a secluded, undisturbed place. As soon as Angelina finished speaking, both their gazes turned toward the center of the brine salt lake. After all, brine salt crabs are amphibious, and the crab king, being adept in aquatic environments, would likely hibernate at the bottom of the lake. Locke felt immense relief that he and Angelina had not disturbed the brine salt lake excessively during their stay. Otherwise, facing an unidentified crab king would have posed a challenge for both Locke and Angelina, who had yet to fully recover. Speaking of the crab king, Locke recalled the brown wolf he had encountered, the most formidable beast he had faced thus far, undoubtedly a demonized creature. Locke and Angelina advanced northeast, setting out in the morning and reaching the furthest point Locke had marked by afternoon, which was also where he had first spotted the brown wolf. Their pace was considerably slower together than if one were to travel alone, whether due to Angelina's fatigue or the burdens they both carried. Their progress was hindered. "Hurry up! This place is not safe," Locke urged Angelina, who was panting heavily behind him. Angelina pressed one hand against her knee while the other rested on her chest, struggling to catch her breath. It was evident that Angelina was fatigued. They had already covered considerable ground, and under normal circumstances, it would be time to rest. However, Locke was apprehensive about encountering the wolf again, prompting him to push on for a while longer. Noticing that Angelina had not moved for some time, he sighed and extended his hand. Angelina looked up at Locke, and without uttering a word, she placed her delicate white hand in his. Locke assisted her, pulling her along as they continued forward. Their destination was the hillside to the northeast, and Locke hoped they would arrive before nightfall. The old wolf lay quietly in its den, having feasted well that day. Under such circumstances, it would typically remain asleep until hunger roused it once more, a period lasting anywhere from 1 to 2 days. The old wolf's tail gently brushed the ground, akin to caressing precious silk. As the sun set, the last rays of sunlight illuminated the old wolf's belly, prompting it to roll comfortably before sinking into slumber. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the old wolf's tail stilled. The cave's entrance, a black-spotted leopard appeared, moving with the grace of an assassin concealed in shadows, its silhouette stretching long under the sunset, obscuring all light from the old wolf's abode. Locke and Angelina maintained a commendable pace, and just as the sun dipped below the horizon, they finally reached the destination Locke had anticipated. Angelina collapsed onto a rock like a deflated balloon, incessantly rubbing her feet. The journey had indeed been arduous, primarily along treacherous mountain paths. Locke set down the sod from his back, carefully placing the water and food aside before igniting a fire. He had chosen a favorable spot, nestled in a depression on the shady side of the slope, which would shield them from the biting winds of the night. Preoccupied with their journey, Locke had not sought out additional food. Their dinner would consist solely of what they had brought along. Having only consumed a few fruits at midday to stave off hunger, they were now quite famished. Locke kindled the fire and returned to the food, selecting a particularly plump piece of brine salt crab meat. Threading it onto a stick to prepare for roasting, in his pocket, he still had some finely ground fire cloud fruit powder, and as he roasted the meat, he skillfully sprinkled the powder over it, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Angelina, resting nearby, could not help but raise her gaze, licking her lips as she watched Locke cooking the meat. The old wolf, dragging its scarred body, stumbled through the forest. It was now deep into the night, and the biting cold winds lashed against the old wolf, its fur still glistening with fresh blood. As the cold wind blew, it crystallized into icy shards that clung to the wolf's coat. The old wolf had been ambushed by the demonized leopard from the north. Although it had exercised caution during its recent hunting forays in the leopard's territory, it had still been detected. The forest was not vast, and each demonized creature maintained a strictly defined territory. Any encroachment was viewed as a provocation. Especially in the depths of winter, all beasts in the Bering Mountains struggled to survive. Herbivores had to either migrate to the perilous Morpheus Forest or endure the barren and frigid Bering Mountains. Carnivores faced similar choices, with food becoming increasingly scarce. The old wolf could not find sustenance in its territory. Nor could its neighbor, the demonized leopard, which was equally hard-pressed. This clever leopard, during each winter, practiced frugality, allowing its prey to roam freely. One day, while hunting, the demonized leopard discovered that 3 out of a family of mountain goats it had spared had perished. With its jaws around the neck of an adult goat, the leopard coldly regarded the 3 solitary goat skeletons nearby, their remains scattered with tufts of brown wolf hair. The last surviving young goat trembled in fear. Watching the demonized leopard feast without daring to flee, the enchanted leopard, a magical creature, possesses a voracious appetite far exceeding that of a mere ordinary leopard. One solitary adult mountain goat could scarcely satiate its hunger. After devouring the last morsel, the enchanted leopard lunged at the trembling little goat, its eyes glinting with malevolence as it resolved to exact revenge, determined to make the humble thief pay a steep price. Chapter 65. Ascension of the Moonlit Wolf. The enchanted leopard is a shadowy feline, having mastered the elemental forces of darkness, with its black spots serving as a testament to its command over elemental power. As a shadow leopard, it excels not in direct confrontation but in stealthy ambush and pursuit. Following the faint traces left by the old wolf, the shadow leopard discovered the cave where the elder resided just as nightfall approached. The old wolf, now aged, sensed the presence of the shadow leopard as it approached the cave entrance, although its vast experience allowed it to awaken just in time to evade the initial strike. The old wolf, cornered at the entrance, had no intention of allowing this thief to escape unscathed. The lone eye of the elder glimmered with a cold, eerie light in the darkness, fixating fiercely on the shadow leopard. The sight of its blind eye only heightened its menacing demeanor. Like an elegant feline, the shadow leopard circled the old wolf, meticulously searching for vulnerabilities, its paws silent upon the ground, neck slightly bowed, betraying its inner tension. After a tense standoff, the old wolf was the first to strike, pouncing towards the shadow leopard at the cave's mouth. Unlike the young, vigorous shadow leopard, the old wolf struggled to endure a prolonged battle. Its muscles were taut with strain, and the wounds upon its body tore anew with each movement, pus oozing from the hollow of its blind eye, rendering it all the more fearsome. Cunning and perceptive, the shadow leopard recognized the old wolf's deteriorating condition. Thus, it simply blocked the cave entrance, opting for a decisive resolution to eliminate this solitary intruder who encroached upon its territory. Night was the shadow leopard's dominion, and its black spots shimmered with a ghostly luminescence as the surrounding dark elements coalesced around it, accelerating its speed. In this clash, it was a matter of life or death. The shadow leopard's thoughts echoed this sentiment, though the old wolf's physical strength paled in comparison to that of the shadow leopard. Its degree of magical transformation surpassed that of the shadow leopard by far. The longevity of magical beasts does not necessarily equate to strength. Rather, the longer they live, the greater their understanding and absorption of elemental power. An undeniable truth. Both beasts possessed their own advantages, neither willing to retreat. The old wolf knew it could not outlast the leopard, and with determination, it leaped forward. The outcome of their struggle was far from satisfactory. The old wolf's hind leg was left crippled by the shadow leopard's bite, while the seasoned elder managed to inflict a grievous wound on the shadow leopard's soft underbelly, revealing its innards through a gaping threefold laceration. The shadow leopard, unable to pursue further, needed to recover swiftly. For as the newly crowned ruler of its territory, many rivals of equal stature awaited. Magical creatures are notably astute. Acts of mutual destruction are typically avoided. Of course, despite the terrifying appearance of the shadow leopard's wounds. For a magical being of robust constitution, complete healing merely requires time and sustenance. The old wolf, however, faced a different fate. While the shadow leopard's wounds could mend, the old wolf's broken leg could not be restored, as its bone had been severed. Much like how the old wolf bore the fire element within its teeth, the shadow leopard's fangs were imbued with dark elements, which now corroded the old wolf's crippled limb, rendering it hopeless for recovery. The cold night wind sliced through the old wolf's fur as it stood, blind and limping, its body marred with countless scars and hidden injuries, feeling as though its life was drawing to a close. Its fur was uneven, patches missing, remnants of the previous skirmish against the shadow leopard. Reflecting on that encounter, the old wolf's solitary eye grew moist with memories. Had it been 5 or 6 years prior? Without the aid of the pack, the old wolf could have subdued or even slain that leopard. Yet, the world is devoid of what-ifs. The old wolf had aged, and the law of the jungle dictated survival of the fittest. It could no longer keep pace with the primal rules of the wild. Perhaps tonight, perhaps tomorrow, or perhaps in a month, the old wolf would succumb. The severe injuries had ushered the aging creature into the twilight of its years. A sentient beast. It had sensed the approach of its own demise. A wolf standing atop the hillside. The old wolf howled at the bright moon. In that long howl, it seemed to revisit the days of its youth when it vied for the title of pack leader, leading the clan through the forests and asserting dominance over the outskirts of the Morphe forest. The past lingered vividly in its memory, and the old wolf's remaining eye glistened with unshed tears as it howled in longing for life and in protest against the injustices of fate. A-woo, between the Bering Mountains. The echoes of the old wolf's howl reverberated, drawing forth many beasts and magical creatures from their hiding places in the woods, joining in a chorus that responded to the old wolf's call. To contemporary eyes, the old wolf's actions were tantamount to courting death. Its howls were a provocation to all dominators of the Bering Mountains. It was entirely possible that other magical beasts might emerge to challenge the old wolf. The old wolf was aware of this but remained undeterred, continuing to howl at the moon, making its final stand against the world. The moonlight gently enveloped the old wolf, its brown fur gradually illuminated to a brilliant white. Yet it remained oblivious to this transformation. The old wolf howled, its throat rippling. It felt its body gradually elongate. The once 1-meter-tall, 2-meter-long creature growing to a height of 1.5 meters. Though its length remained unchanged, it now possessed the physique of a tiger. This physical transformation was most evident in the old wolf's heightened senses. The warmth and sharp pain from its injuries began to dull. And the wolf, now significantly taller, ceased its howling, gazing down at its own metamorphosis with bewilderment. Perhaps it was the yearning for life that had awakened the old wolf's latent potential, or perhaps it was the favor of the goddess of fate. The old wolf had absorbed the moonlight and grasped the fire element's proximal counterpart, the light element. The moonlit wolf, a low-tier magical beast, is an agile and perceptive hunter in the jungle, with moonlight serving as both its greatest camouflage and vital source of power. Where the moonlight shines, the moonlit wolf thrives. The old wolf, now a magical creature infused with fire elements, should have evolved into a low-tier fire wolf under normal circumstances. However, the moonlit wolf stands as a noble among wolves, embodying elegance and pride. The transformation from a low-tier fire wolf to a moonlit wolf is undeniably a miraculous evolution. The old wolf gazed in astonishment at its newly white fur, questioning its own identity. A sniff confirmed its scent. It was still the same old wolf. Elated, it resumed its howling. Having lived for so long, it recognized this as an ascension to a low-tier magical beast, a position of dominance even on the outskirts of the Morphe forest. The old wolf had witnessed countless scenes of low-tier magical beasts ruthlessly hunting their kind and had long yearned for the status of a low-tier magical beast itself. With another howl, the old wolf's voice carried less dusk and more vitality. In the Bering Mountains, where few creatures of magical caliber roamed, this howl signaled a surge in its strength. The magical beings that had once echoed the old wolf's call paused. For their keen perception of elements and sound revealed the howl's master to be a low-tier magical beast. After the exhilaration of its howl, the old wolf ceased its actions. Its wounds remained unhealed. It had merely ascended to a low-tier magical beast. Its blind eye remained blind, and its crippled leg was still crippled. Its body still bore the marks of severe injury. Fortunately, the moonlit wolf's body was suffused with the light element, known for its restorative properties, second only to the life element. With sufficient moonlight absorption, the old wolf would gradually recover. Ascending to a low-tier magical beast would not extend its lifespan. However, as a moonlit wolf, it would enjoy an additional decade of life compared to ordinary magical wolves. Explaining why the moonlit wolf is considered noble among its peers, the old wolf remained the old wolf. It had merely transitioned from a state on the brink of death into a moonlit wolf at the twilight of its life cycle. In reality, it was only in its 20s, but given the moonlit wolf's lifespan of over 40 years, it ought to have been in its prime. Yet, one must not forget the severe injuries it had sustained. Every scar on its body would permanently shorten its lifespan. Even as the old wolf ascended to a low-tier moonlit wolf, it would only have 10 years left to live. Yet, the old wolf paid little heed to its dwindling lifespan. Rather, it felt fortunate to have stumbled upon such fortune at the twilight of its life. Instead of plotting revenge against the shadow leopard that had ambushed it, the old wolf contemplated returning to its former pack, eager to reclaim its role as the leader. The low-tier magical beast, as the head of a pack, would vastly surpass the authority of a mere magical creature. Moreover, as a moonlit wolf, its pack size would likely double as a social creature. The old wolf no longer wished to roam alone. Having just ascended to the moonlit wolf, the old wolf's body still bore a scarcity of light elements, most of which were concentrated on its gravely injured blind eye and crippled leg. The remaining fragments were dispersed among its various wounds and hidden injuries. The warm light elements gradually mended the old wolf's body, while its blind eye had suffered irreversible damage. At least the pain could be alleviated, and there remained a chance for its recently injured leg to heal. The cold night breeze caressed the grizzled fur of the old wolf, who no longer felt the penetrating chill. The moon, suspended above, served as an inexhaustible source of motivation. The recovery of a beast's body, aside from its gradual self-repair through elemental understanding, also relied on one other method: consumption. Having recently evolved, the old wolf found its internal light elements dispersing throughout its body, restoring its functions. At this moment, the old wolf could be described as devoid of elemental energy, which could not simply be conjured but was instead acquired through interaction with the external world. In short, the old wolf was ravenously hungry, urgently in need of copious amounts of meat, sniffing the air around, unlike its previous frail state, where it only realized danger when enemies drew near. The old wolf now possessed a keen sense of smell reminiscent of its youth. It faintly detected the scent of a living being. Humans. In its days within the Morphe forest, the old wolf had hunted several unfortunate humans and adventurers who wandered into its domain. Human flesh was notably more tender than that of wild beasts. Salivating, the old wolf limped forward in pursuit. Chapter 66. Pursued. In the early morning, Locke awoke with a stretch from the cave, gently nudging the still sleeping Angelina. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Angelina noted the fierce winds from the previous night, despite the shallow recess of the cave providing some shelter. A significant amount of cold air had seeped in, coupled with the howling of beasts echoing through the bearing mountains in the latter half of the night. Angelina had indeed struggled to find restful sleep. Locke, however, seemed unfazed, perhaps due to his robust nature. Yet, since awakening, his eyelids had been twitching, instilling a sense of foreboding within him. They were still too close to the Morphe forest, and he felt an urgent need to distance themselves. Recalling the threats that loomed from that place, it was still early, and the two set off on their journey. After traversing this hill and scaling 2 more mountains, they would finally escape the influence of the Morphe forest. Entering the heart of the Bearing Mountains, Locke aimed to reach their destination by evening, having conferred with Angelina before their departure that they would not rest until they reached a safe zone. Even lunch would consist of merely a few fruits. The morning air in the forest still held traces of the previous night's chill. As winter approached, the surroundings were eerily quiet, and had it not been for the occasional migratory birds flying overhead, Angelina might have suspected they had wandered into a ghostly realm. Locke forged ahead, the scenery now starkly different from the lush greenery he had previously encountered. Here, one could already glimpse the desolation brought by winter. The forest lacked pathways, forcing them to navigate solely by foot. Locke wielded a branch to clear the way of obstacles, dry thorns, and sharp stones. Even he, with his formidable physique, would leave deep marks if he happened to stumble. Angelina had voiced her grievances for some time. While the sharp thorns and branches had not harmed her, her garments were rapidly deteriorating to an unwearable state. Locke promised to find a place to rest that evening and assist her in mending her clothes. Though he had no prior experience with silk and felt uncertain about his ability to stitch them properly as they approached the first hill they needed to cross, a kilometer behind them, the old wolf had arrived, relentlessly tracking them. Renowned for its endurance, the old wolf had pursued them since the previous night, merely panting heavily. Its emerald eyes locked onto the 2 distant figures, having just evolved into a low-tier magical beast. The moonlight wolf, it had anticipated a feast by morning, only to find its intended prey had moved from their original position, in the frigid depths of winter. Even the toughest beasts were reluctant to stir. How could these humans rise so early? The old wolf pondered, yet it was not the time for contemplation. Only a substantial meal could quell its gnawing hunger. As Locke walked, he suddenly froze, a familiar sensation washing over him. Killing intent. One that threatened his very life. He had enjoyed a prolonged period of comfort. The last time he had felt such a presence being during the defense of the Felmer Canyon nearly half a year prior. Angelina, with her sharper senses, also detected it. As a sorceress, her mental acuity made her particularly sensitive to the malice emanating from other beings. Exchanging glances, they grew cautious. What could instill such murderous intent in this place? Had they caught the eye of a beast? Locke had already taken care to avoid creatures that posed a threat, most of which were corrupted beings, while he was curious to encounter one. He was not foolish enough to underestimate the risks. Alone in the forest, sustaining injuries could lead to unpredictable consequences that neither of them could afford. Could it be a tiger or leopard? Locke speculated. Since he began training in martial energy, his strength had increased drastically, now firmly establishing him at the entry level of knightly squires, capable of fending off 3 second-tier or 9 third-tier soldiers. He could easily handle 10 ordinary beasts, but only large predators like tigers and leopards could match that capability. Yet, even those beasts seemed unlikely, despite lacking armor and a trusty sword or spear. Locke had confidence that should an unwitting beast seek trouble with him, he would impart a lesson with his might that it was not impossible for large predators to roam. During winter, many would resort to hunting similarly capable foes due to insufficient food. Beasts typically lacked keen perceptions, relying instead on measuring the heat and life force of their targets. In terms of vitality, Locke, who trained in martial energy, was not significantly weaker than a leopard. As the distance closed, the old wolf ceased concealing its presence, unleashing its full power. With a swift motion, it transformed into a blur, charging towards Locke and Angelina. The moonlight wolf, empowered by the moonlight, boasted agility surpassing that of ordinary wolves, its speed rivaling that of the shadowy leopard that had ambushed it the day before. With a menacing aura surging from the nearby hillside, Locke and Angelina, already on high alert due to the previous killing intent, quickly spotted the unwelcome guest. A grayish-white figure left behind a trail of afterimages, and Locke could scarcely discern the wolf's movement. "Run!" Locke shouted, pulling Angelina along as they fled, given the momentum of the creature pursuing them. Locke could easily surmise that its rank far exceeded their own. Typically, when faced with a stronger opponent, Locke chose to retreat. He was no reckless fool, as only the naive could survive 4 years on the battlefield. To retreat from a stronger foe was not a disgrace in Locke's eyes. It was mere survival of the fittest. As they raced, Locke glanced back, and to his shock, the distance between them and their pursuer was rapidly diminishing, with the creature accelerating beyond their pace. "What in the world is that?" Locke exclaimed, still sprinting. Angelina, now seen as a living dictionary in Locke's eyes, scanned the situation. Having been yanked along, her speed had noticeably increased. She took a moment to glance back, her expression shifting from confusion to astonishment. "Is that a moonlight wolf?" she replied uncertainly. "A moonlight wolf? What is that?" Locke pressed on, his pace unyielding. A moonlight wolf is a low-tier magical beast, adept in light-based magic, known for its agility and endurance, an anomaly among wolf-type magical creatures, Angelina explained. "Light-based magical beasts are exceedingly rare. I can't believe there's one here in the Bering Mountains. A domain ruled by corrupted creatures. Damn!" Locke cursed under his breath. He grasped several key points from Angelina's words. The creature pursuing them was indeed a low-tier beast, one rank higher than both of them. And it excelled in speed and endurance. There was no escaping now. They would have to fight. In mere moments, the old wolf had closed the distance to about 20 meters, only 2 leaps away from them. Realizing that fleeing was futile, Locke decided to confront the beast. Abruptly slowing his pace, he shielded Angelina behind him, fixing his gaze on the moonlight wolf pursuing them. The old wolf halted as Locke did, its massive head fixated on him. Having evolved, it had shed some of its fiery temperament for a measure of calm. Wolves were rational creatures. Locke felt a growing sense of frustration. He had intended to test his martial energy against a foe of equal standing, only to be met by a horde of blood-red soldiers. The leader in crimson armor had decimated their ranks, forcing Locke to leap from a cliff to evade pursuit, had there not been a saline lake below. he would have surely become a meal for the forest's beasts. He had hoped to encounter a corrupted creature, yet at the saline lake, he had only seen a group of diminutive, emasculated beings with potential for corruption. Now, it seemed, a magical beast had come to seek vengeance upon them. Even a clay figurine possesses a fraction of spirit, from the inception of the conflict between the nations of Foston and Charlo. Locke has been an active presence on the battlefield that he has encountered numerous adversaries and has not been without the means to vanquish those stronger than himself. When he first took a life, having only been enlisted for 2 months, it was during his inaugural engagement at the tender age of 14, when he was frail from malnutrition. Yet, in those dire circumstances, fueled by sheer tenacity, he managed to fell a Charlo warrior who was both older and stronger than he. Perhaps, after 2 years of relative ease as a squad leader, Locke has become somewhat complacent. Even against peers of equal standing, he seldom finds himself in situations of solitary conquest. He faces the relentless advance of the Moonlight Wolf. His thoughts drift back to the last time he overcame an opponent of a higher rank. That was during the bloody confrontation at Gordon Heights last year, where, as a private, he and Kane, while escaping the encirclement of the Charlo forces, bravely ambushed and dispatched a Charlo corporal, earning the latter's insignia, which subsequently contributed to his promotion to squad leader. Now, he refuses to believe he could be bested by a mere beast. Moreover, the information relayed by Angelina, indicating that this creature is merely a low-level beast, ignites a fierce resolve within him. The previous encounter with the crimson-armored warrior had instilled such overwhelming pressure that he felt no inclination to resist, but this current Moonlight Wolf, classified as a low-level beast, has not yet placed him in an inescapable predicament. "Come forth," Locke declares, casting aside the grass and jerky he had been carrying, gripping only a wooden staff meant for clearing the path. His gaze fixed intently on the Elder Wolf. The Elder Wolf, having previously dismissed Locke, now stands in opposition to him, realizing that these two humans, whom it had deemed as mere prey, emanate a subtle yet palpable threat. Initially perceiving them as ordinary humans, it is astonished to discover that they possess the caliber of magical beings. This exemplifies the fundamental distinction between man and beast. Locke and Angelina can discern the basic attributes and strength of the Elder Wolf through mere observation, while the wolf relies solely on scent to track them, unable to ascertain their true capabilities during pursuit. Furthermore, unlike magical beasts, humans do not radiate overwhelming presence. Knights primarily cultivate their battle energy, which circulates within their bodies. Unless there is a significant disparity in strength, they do not exude the tumultuous aura characteristic of beasts. Wizards, even more so, maintain a low profile. Many powerful wizards standing alongside ordinary folk can often seem less imposing than the ordinary individuals beside them. This realization causes the Elder Wolf to hesitate. Having just ascended to a low-level beast, it has expended its magical energy on healing its wounds and hidden injuries. Now, it relies solely on the enhanced physical attributes bestowed by its evolution into a Moonlight Wolf. Should it continue the pursuit of these two humans? To be frank, the leopard that ambushed it last night was far easier to handle than these two.